This type of opponent was far too strong. If he really discovered this cloud building, Fan Yuan immediately decided that he would only match a few blows with him before retreating. Even though he was reinforcing Langya Land's spirit, this support was only situational. Fan Yuan had never thought of sacrificing his life for Langya Land's spirit. In addition, Langya Land's spirit also had his trump cards. It was not time for Fan Yuan to take a risk. Qin Baixing got closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move. He walked straight ahead. Fan Yuan controlled this cloud building. He was right beside Qin Baixing's path of advancement. They were about 300 steps away from each other linearly. The range of the investigative immortal killer move was definitely more than 300 steps, but it was hindered by the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Once Qin Baixing got to a certain proximity, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baixing would charge directly to the cloud building. Fan Yuan's first defensive battle would end up as a failure. But this type of failure was not scary. Fan Yuan had no psychological burden if he failed. To Fan Yuan, no matter how many losses he has, his fighting spirit would not dwindle, it would not change his plans, and his mind would not be disrupted. But soon, a change occurred. Qin Baixing's expression suddenly changed. He turned towards the northeast direction and flew rapidly. Not only is their information path technique immortal level, it is extremely useful against the Gu formation. They can actually transmit information inside the Gu formation. Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan heard Langya Land's spirit's surprised voice. Fan Yuan nodded lightly, replying, "Since they attacked us, they definitely came prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this technique last time?" The land spirit was silent for a moment before answering. "No. Earlier, the cloud buildings were defended by desolate beasts. They were fighting alone and killing the desolate beasts to destroy the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are defending the cloud buildings together. They must have changed their tactics after seeing that there was a defending Gu immortal, and went to reinforce each other." Fan Yuan's expression turned grim. "Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the leader of Inkman City. It is already quite generous of him to come and reinforce us, but he would have to conceal his appearance in battle. Once his relationship with you is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City would face a huge crisis. If Mo Tan Sang fights under such restraints, against a powerful foe that has the superiority in numbers, he would not be able to protect the cloud building." The land spirit responded immediately. This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Langya Blessed Land zone down marks to divert the enemies and split them up, forcing them to fight individually. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 information path immortal killer moves, preventing enemies from communicating. Even if they have whole Earth Goose set up, it is useless. But these people are able to communicate with each other now. It is likely related to the previous few waves. Sigh. I should not have been greedy over the profits of selling Gu immortal slaves. I should have killed them. Among these people, there should be someone who has quite an impressive wisdom path technique. I had already cleansed all of the memories of the Gu immortal slaves from their souls. Langya Land's spirit analyzed it thoroughly. He felt much regret. Fan Yuan agreed with Langya Land's spirit's analysis. Gu immortals battle with their wits. They were all brilliant characters. Qin Baixing only did one action of assisting his ally, and he exposed so many details. Similarly, since the last few waves were related to his intelligence, Langya Blessed Land also leaked out many secrets as well. "Can I see the battle scene over there?" Fan Yuan requested. On the mirror, the scene of the battle was displayed. And Mo Tan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Gu immortal Heiqing. And Mo Tan Sang was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He mainly cultivated Chi Path, but now he was using other methods to fight. Heiqing had a hidden injury, but he was still rank 7. He did not use Dark Arrow immortal Gu, but he still had control over the battle. Most importantly, the reason was that Mo Tan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity. He had his Inkman City to defend. He could not allow it to face danger. Thus, he only rode on the desolate beast, letting it fight primarily, while he used healing and defensive techniques. The desolate beast was peerless in bravery, but it lacked the wisdom to inspect the battle situation. But with Mo Tan Sang's attentive assistance, even though the desolate beast was at a disadvantage, it was still full of energy. It could hold on for a long time. But Fan Yuan knew that Qin Baixing was coming soon. The desolate beast would definitely die at that time. While Fan Yuan was concerned with Mo Tan Sang's situation, a third figure entered close proximity with Fan Yuan. Shui Songzi, he didn't receive any orders to go to that battlefield? Fan Yuan was perplexed. He had some guesses internally. A moment later, Shui Songzi found Fan Yuan's cloud building. His movement paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building at lightning speed. Fan Yuan stood up too. He had a stern expression. Battle erupted at once. Chapter 874. Killed by one slap. Among the 7 Gu immortals who were invading Langya Blessed Land, the one Fan Yuan wanted to face the most was Shui Songzi. Because Shui Songzi was the one with the lowest cultivation level among them, his battle strength was also likely to be the lowest. At the same time, Fan Yuan had fought Shui Songzi before. During their previous battle, Shui Songzi was beaten back by the Strength Path Phantom Army. He left in a pitiful state. In other words, Shui Songzi had once lost to Fan Yuan. With Fan Yuan's experience, he knew about Shui Songzi's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fan Yuan's expression was serious. Looking at Shui Songzi in the mirror, getting closer to the cloud building that he was in, he did not have disdain or arrogance inside. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting rabbits. Fan Yuan had a vigilant nature. Furthermore, in this battle, Fan Yuan had many concerns. His first concern was that this was not a solo battle, it was a huge fight between the invaders and Langya Blessed Land. If Fan Yuan and Shui Songzi fought, would the other side send reinforcements? That was very likely to happen. His second concern was Shui Songzi's increase in battle strength. In Langya Blessed Land, the invaders could not use any mortal Gu. The fact that Shui Songzi could get this far meant that he had at least one immortal Gu. This secret was easily exposed. Because Shui Songzi's speed in reaching Fan Yuan was extremely fast, he was using a true immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I have to plot and sneak attack him, ensuring my advantage. Even if someone reinforces him later, my pressure would be much lower. Malicious thoughts were moving rapidly in Fan Yuan's mind. When plotting against others, malicious thoughts were most effective. Fan Yuan was very experienced with this. Shui Songzi progressed rapidly. The scene before him was stagnant. All he saw was white fog that filled his entire vision. As he flew rapidly, the cold winds were blowing on him, but he felt extremely excited. This is the difference between immortal Gu and mortal Gu. It truly is spectacular. Shui Songzi experienced the joy of flying using an immortal killer move. A portion of his mind was concentrating on his own immortal aperture. In his immortal aperture there was an ice path immortal Gu. It was quite massive. It was around the size of an average horse. The entire immortal Gu looked like a heart. It was an icy statue that looked very vivid. Frost energy was emanating from it. This was Ice Heart Immortal Gu. Ice Heart Immortal Gu was not Shui Songzi's possession. It was lent to him by Shadow Sex Qin Baixing, in order to boost his strength when invading Langya Blessed Land. Not only did Qin Baixing give Shui Songzi this rank 6 Immortal Gu, he even gave him several immortal killer moves that used Ice Heart Immortal Gu as the core, encompassing attack, defense, movement, healing, and others. Shui Songzi was originally a Snow Path Gu Immortal, but Snow Path and Ice Path were twins. They were almost indistinguishable and closely related. This Ice Path Immortal Gu and its killer moves were very suitable for Shui Songzi. Ice Heart Immortal Gu emitted bone-chilling frost energy, but Shui Songzi's heart was burning with passion. Qin Baixing has promised Shui Songzi before moving off for this mission. If they achieved their goal this time, he would give that Ice Path Immortal Gu to Shui Songzi as his reward. Thus, Shui Songzi was full of motivation. Ever since they entered the Blessed Land, he was working very enthusiastically. After all, back then he was searching for Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu. He did not stint on subsidizing Ma tribe in the struggle for the imperial court. Right now there was such a good chance. An Ice Heart Immortal Gu was much more compatible with him than Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu. He was definitely moved. Cloud building! Shui Songzi's figure halted. He shouted in surprise. In the endless white fog before him, a tall building appeared. Shui Songzi soon became overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I actually found a cloud building. The mission Qin Baixing gave him was to find the formation cores of the 12 cloud buildings inside the 12-wave cloud confusion formation, and destroy them. If I can destroy a cloud building alone, that would be a huge merit. According to our earlier agreement for rewards, I will obtain quite a sum. But each cloud building is defended by a desolate beast. I should be careful. Soon after, Shui Songzi calmed down. As if it had heard his thoughts, a desolate beast descended from the cloud building. jumping towards him. This desolate beast was huge like an elephant. It was yellow-brown in color, and thick fur covered more than half of its body. It was the yellow jade lion desolate beast that Fan Yuan had picked up in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and had given to Lang Yilan's spirit. The yellow jade lion did not make a sound, it moved like lightning as it charged towards Xue Songzi. Just in time. Xue Songzi showed an excited expression with much battle intent, but his body retreated backwards instead. He was very vigilant. The yellow jade lion's attack did not hit, instead, Xue Songzi increased the distance between them. The latter waved his sleeve and a huge blizzard blew out. The blizzard howled as lumps of snow as large as eggs flew towards the yellow jade lion. This was not a mortal killer move, it was the immortal killer move cold condensed snow. Only an immortal killer move could be used in this situation, mortal killer moves could not even be used in this place. The yellow jade lion could not open its eyes, cold frost energy was spreading, forming a thick layer of frost on its body. The yellow jade lion's body shook itself, most of the frost was shrugged off, it continued running towards Xue Songzi. Xue Songzi's gaze was focused on the yellow jade lion's fur, he snorted in disdain. His immortal killer move had insufficient attacking power, but the frost energy would invade the body and affect the enemy's speed and movement. The yellow jade lion did not have a large size among desolate beasts, but it had great strength and agility. Xue Songzi used this move to weaken the yellow jade lion's speed advantage. But the yellow jade lion was a desolate beast, and it had very thick fur. If it were another desolate beast, its flesh and blood might have been frozen by the frost energy. But the yellow jade lion had the traits of its species, it resisted this move and only its fur was frozen. Xue Songzi was not adept at close combat, he liked to fight at long range. After seeing the yellow jade lion closing in, he retreated again. Immortal killer move, Ice Trace. He faced the yellow jade lion as he flew backwards and retreated. Along the path that he retreated, frost gathered as the ground became an icy path. The yellow jade lion's frontal assault was slowed greatly when it stepped onto this icy trail. Xue Songzi retreated rapidly. After making sure there was a huge distance between them, he laughed. "Beast, take my penetrating ice blade!" He raised his hand and slashed at the yellow jade lion, which was far away. Crack! A huge ice blade formed in the air instantly. The ice blade flew down from above. It was fast and sharp, hitting the yellow jade lion's back harshly. The yellow jade lion growled in pain, blood splattered, but was quickly frozen and became solid. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the frost energy inside directly spread into the yellow jade lion's body. Its offensive power came in multiple forms, overwhelming the opponent. It was hard to defend against. This was a vicious and ruthless move. The yellow jade lion growled at the sky, the sound waves causing ripples in the clouds. Its 4 claws were glowing with fire, its speed increased and it could dodge with greater flexibility. The yellow jade lion had large numbers of mortal goo worms in its body. This was intentionally produced by Lang Yilan's spirit. Because they were on the side defending the blessed land, the yellow jade lion could use all of its mortal goo worms. But the frost energy was inside its body. The yellow jade lion's speed fell greatly. Xue Songzi had the advantage. He continued to use immortal killer moves to attack the yellow jade lion. The situation was getting worse for the yellow jade lion. Wounds were piling up on its body. It was getting slower. When it coughed blood, what came out was not warm blood, but cold frozen blood. "Ha ha ha, great, this feels great!" Xue Songzi laughed loudly in a carefree manner. He had used all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baishan gave to him. He could feel the power of having immortal killer moves. In the past, desolate beasts greatly troubled him, but after getting bombarded by his immortal killer moves, this one could only run around and growl pitifully. Next is the final move, Ice Heart Lock. I have to test its power as well. Xue Songzi stopped running. He advanced and charged towards the yellow jade lion. He was extremely fast, like an eagle trying to capture food in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion reacted, its goo worms had already felt Xue Songzi's immense aura and had activated an armor made of light on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play! Xue Songzi's eyes shined with cruelty. He waved his hand as he used an immortal killer move, penetrating ice blade, again. Bam! The ice blade hit the yellow jade lion's back, breaking into pieces. The armor of light made by mortal goo did not even last for a moment before it was destroyed by the ice blade effortlessly. A deep wound that revealed the bone was made on the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion cried out in pain. It could not hold on anymore. It sprawled on the ground. Xue Songzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly lied down and placed both hands on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, it was a thin layer of ice growing on the yellow jade lion's back. With Xue Songzi at the center, the ice rapidly extended over the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice thickened at a rapid speed. Not only that, on the yellow jade lion's body, a similarly powerful frost energy was gathering and freezing its blood, flesh, bones, and even its intestines. Xue Songzi's expression was pale. He thought to himself inwardly, "This ice heart lock is really powerful. It can forcefully freeze even desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends way too much immortal essence." After Xue Songzi noticed this, he wanted to stop. But soon, greed grew inside him. Why don't I capture this yellow jade lion alive? I can freeze it first, and thaw it later when I sell it to someone. A living desolate beast is of huge value even in treasure yellow heaven. Just as he was dreaming about this beautiful future, there was an explosion from the yellow jade lion below him. With a loud bang, a strength path giant hand grabbed onto Xue Songzi, who was unable to escape in time. Xue Songzi was flustered. What is this? Ice armor! A thick ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand grabbed onto the ice armor, as cracks appeared on the armor. Xue Songzi's lips curled up. He showed a ruthless smile. With this, I can test my defensive killer move's other ability. Ice armor, detonate! With a loud bang, the ice armor exploded, and huge amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand was pushed back by the huge force. Xue Songzi used the chance and flew out, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a strength path giant hand was prepared and ready to strike. Xue Songzi flew into the sky. His ice armor had just broken. He could not activate it immediately again. This strength path giant hand slapped him like swatting a fly. As it landed on him, Xue Songzi was beaten into a lump of meat paste. Chapter 875. 1 verses 2. You killed an enemy Gu immortal? Good, good, good. Fan Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body, when Langya Land's spirit's voice was heard. Fan Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya blessed land has lots of sound path down marks. Langya Land's spirit could transmit his voice so easily, who immortal land's spirit and starform land's spirit did not have such an ability. This showed that there were large numbers of sound path down marks in Langya blessed land. The land spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Xue Songzi. He said good 3 times. This was the first time the other party had lost a member since the start of this attack. Fan Yuan, to think that you have such battle strength even though you are already so good at deducing immortal Gu recipes. At this juncture, Langya Land's spirit praised as he sighed. Fan Yuan laughed too. When he laughed, Xue Songzi's meat paste had just landed on the floor. Fan Yuan was satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion below him was near death. It was used as a pawn by Fan Yuan to deal with Xue Songzi. It worked really well. In this battle, Fan Yuan had only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He used very few resources to kill Xue Songzi, while obtaining a huge effect. By this point, Fan Yuan deeply knew that all kinds of fights were just an extension of economic conflicts. In other words, wars, battles, they were like business. Whatever you put in and gain will all be in the financial aspect. Why was Fan Yuan quite satisfied? Because he put in a minimal amount of resources into this battle, but had created a huge impact. In the terminology of business, he put in a small sum of capital and earned a huge amount of profits in return. Xue Songzi had immortal Gu with him and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fan Yuan fought him head-on, he might not have been able to defeat him even after a dozen rounds of moves. Although Xue Songzi could only use immortal killer moves here, even though Fan Yuan could use mortal Gu, against the power of immortal killer moves, he had to use immortal killer moves to counter them, right? Thus, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Expending a huge amount of immortal essence when Xue Songzi might not even lose. What's more, if he managed to summon more Gu immortals to help him, Fan Yuan would have to retreat. Battles between Gu immortals were not rigid duels where each person exchanged one move at a time, they were filled with schemes and plots. Fan Yuan had deduced that Shui Songzi had low battle strength, and as a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, he was an outsider among the invading Gu immortals. He also deduced that Shui Songzi had immortal Gu. Most importantly, Fan Yuan knew what Shui Songzi had done in the previous Imperial Court contest. Shui Songzi had a huge desire for immortal Gu. Fan Yuan knew that. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Shui Songzi had an immortal Gu, as well as his current state of mind. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shui Songzi knew nothing about Fan Yuan, and he was also an outsider. It seemed that he did not receive Qin Baixing's warning. If Qin Baixing had told Shui Songzi that the cloud buildings had Gu immortals defending them, Shui Songzi would not have been so careless. What was more fatal was that earlier, the invaders had attacked ruthlessly, destroying many cloud building formation cores, while killing many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baixing would send out the information and inform everyone. Qin Baixing's actions were understandable. Because when Gu immortals were split up and searching for the formation cores aimlessly, they might feel very uncertain from detecting nothing and experience a drop in morale. When Shui Songzi heard the notifications, he felt that his side was having a landslide victory. His morale was high. His loss to Fan Yuan was also because of the same reason that an arrogant army was bound to lose. In contrast, Fan Yuan was scheming and devious. He had a huge advantage as the hidden party. Of course, his guesses could have been wrong. After all, they were all estimations. But in fact, he had a complete understanding of Shui Songzi's mental state. He even hid inside the yellow jade lion's body deviously. Shui Songzi has an investigative immortal killer move. He had scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. But he was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have a wild immortal Gu on it. If it attacked while he was distracted, he would be in trouble. Because Shui Songzi did not find any immortal Gu, he became even more careless. Fan Yuan's vaguely familiar face had great importance during this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shui Songzi would have found him. Because of all these reasons, such a shocking result occurred. Gu immortals were all dragons among men. If Shui Songzi was not careless, with his current strength, he could totally fight Fan Yuan head-on. Even if he was slightly weaker, he could definitely drag out the battle for some time. But it was a pity that his opponent was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories. In nice words, they could be called wisdom, but bluntly speaking, they allowed him to scheme deviously. He could use a portion of his strength and unleash it with multiple times the effect. Langya Land Spirit, I killed Shui Songzi. How will you reward me? Shui Songzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Everything inside it was destroyed as well. But his down marks have all gone to this blessed land. Fan Yuan smiled as he asked. Ha ha ha, don't worry, you will be heavily rewarded after the battle. I hope you can defend this cloud building well, and Mo Tan Sang is already heavily injured, he barely escaped, his cloud building was destroyed. You have Shui Songzi's soul, we need to search it and find out these people's details. The land spirit replied. Fan Yuan's gaze became slightly firmer. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu immortal's soul. Back then in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing did not notice it, but here in Langya Blessed Land, all of it was exposed to Langya Land Spirit. As for Mo Tan Sang losing his building, it was very normal. This did not differ from Fan Yuan's expectations. Shui Songzi died. Qin Baixing stood on the rubble of a cloud building. Suddenly, his body shook and he spoke. What? He has the immortal Gu you lent him, as well as a complete set of immortal killer moves. How did he die suddenly? Hei Qing, who was beside him, felt a great shock. After Shui Songzi died, Hei Qing's pressure amplified. Among the people in Shadow Sect, even though Hei Qing was rank 7, his battle strength was quite weak. He was a natural ally of Shui Songzi. Hei Qing's constant worry was not the blessed land, but the mysterious allies around him. He fell into their trap. Qin Baixing thought about it for a few moments. His eyes shined brilliantly. In a frontal fight, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked, Shui Songzi would have lasted for some time. In Langya Blessed Land, there are definitely no rank 8 Gu immortals. Thus, the most likely possibility is that Shui Songzi found a cloud building or something important. In order to get the reward that was promised to him, he did not inform anyone else, and because he got new immortal Gu, he wanted to test them. This mentality was used by the enemy and they planted a trap. At the appropriate opportunity, they killed Shui Songzi. He Qing drew in a breath of cold air. Then his opponent is not simple, they actually plotted Xue Songzi's death. Even though he said that, He Qing was even more wary of Qin Baisheng. This Qin Baisheng had both brains and brawn. Not only did he have immense battle strength, he could make such a deduction in such a short time with just this much information. In terms of plotting and scheming, they were above his fighting power. Perhaps it was because I was too reluctant to waste our limited communication method. A lesson to be learned. Qin Baisheng sighed eerily, but he soon smiled. But we have already dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have understood the formation cores of these cloud buildings, and made a mortal killer move that can allow us to find the remaining cloud buildings. But in here, to use this mortal killer move, we will need to use immortal killer moves to protect it. He made a mortal killer move just like this. What attainment level does he have? He Qing's heart jumped. Qin Baisheng started to transmit to the others. He called the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal to his side, in order to protect him while he used the mortal and immortal killer moves. This showed that Qin Baisheng did not trust He Qing at all. He even ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to rush to the place where Xue Songzi died. Qin Baisheng lent Xue Songzi Immortal Gu, but he also took the chance to use his immortal level technique on Xue Songzi, allowing him to track him. This matter was not concealed from Xue Songzi. When Qin Baisheng lent him the immortal Gu, he said, "If I do not use tracking methods on you, if you run away after borrowing my immortal Gu, what will I do?" Based on the promise of giving him the immortal Gu after the battle, Xue Songzi relented. Thus, back then, Xue Songzi smiled and flattered, willingly allowing Qin Baisheng to use the tracking method on him. With the proper direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly got to Xue Songzi's place of demise. Seeing the lump of meat paste on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain. "What a useless fool!" Hui Fengzi flew down and scouted the place. After seeing no traps, he carefully observed Xue Songzi's mushed corpse. Soon, his gaze firmed. He had a discovery. "This is troublesome. The other party has a strength path killer move. Xue Songzi died from this move. This is a powerful move that has great force." Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fan Yuan's immortal killer move, Myriad Self, was no longer like before. Even though he could not use Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, he had Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, and Pulling Water Immortal Gu, these 3 Strength Path Core Gu. It was uncommon for 3 Strength Path Immortal Gu to be perfectly fused into one immortal killer move. He Langzi had some doubts regarding Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he had deep wariness towards all human Gu immortals. He descended as well, standing beside Xue Songzi's corpse, his head turned into a wolf's head. As his wolf pupils shined eerily, they shined with a green light as he looked around. At the same time, he sniffed, trying to find some important information. Soon, He Langzi's expression turned ugly. He said solemnly, "Rank 7 Strength Path, it is truly rare. Is this domination immortal?" But he continued, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Langzi was like a wild beast. He acted very directly. Hui Fengzi nodded. He looked around vigilantly. He was afraid of the rank 7 Strength Path expert. He might be lurking around. "Hello brothers, you came really quickly. My name is Xing Xiangzi. I am guarding this cloud building. May I know who both of you are?" Fan Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful, this is a Star Path rank 6 Gu Immortal." Hui Fengzi transmitted to He Langzi. He Langzi nodded silently. He understood Hui Fengzi's words. The other party might have 2 Gu Immortals with one hiding somewhere. Xue Songzi might have been schemed into death by them. Chapter 876. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi stared at Fan Yuan vigilantly. Currently, Fan Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight was flowing out of his large sleeves at times. He was no longer burly and brawny. He was thin and tall. His skin was not green like his zombie appearance. It was tender and white like a baby, radiating with a faintly red hue. His features also became very refined. Together with his long and smooth white hair, he looked like an unfettered expert with an immortal's flair. After obtaining change form Immortal Gu, vaguely familiar face's effect rose greatly. It allowed Fan Yuan to hugely change his appearance. Xing Xiangzi? Never heard of him. He Langzi frowned. Ruthless light flickered in his eyes. From the moment he got here, he felt something strange. "You are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal?" Hui Fengzi's expression changed. He looked very calm but was secretly on alert that there might be a rank 7 Strength Path Gu Immortal hiding nearby. Fan Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I am an insignificant lone cultivator. Both of you are famous characters in Northern Plains. We cannot be compared. He knew about He Lang Zi, although he did not recognize Hui Fengzi. But viewing this situation, He Lang Zi and Hui Fengzi were moving side by side. According to He Lang Zi's wild nature, he could deduce that Hui Fengzi had strength that was not inferior to He Lang Zi. Since you know about our fame, why are you not retreating? If we really fight, it would be unwise for you to die in my hands. Hui Fengzi sneered. His gaze was like a dagger piercing towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. A promise is a promise. Even though I am not good at fighting, I will have to challenge both of you. Please. He spoke nonsense with his mouth, but he was quite overjoyed internally. Vaguely familiar face's effect was quite good. Both of them were rank 7. The moment Fan Yuan appeared, they must have used their investigative killer moves. But now it seemed that neither of them had any suspicion towards Fan Yuan's identity. If they found out about Fan Yuan's immortal zombie status, He Lang Zi would have attacked already. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation level, an immortal zombie would be even lower. Of course, there was a possibility that they had found out, but were just trying to probe the situation. Hui Fengzi and He Lang Zi looked at Xingxiang Zi in front of them. Even though he was rank 6 and had lower cultivation level, he was inviting them to battle. Unconsciously, they thought about the hidden strength path Gu immortal. The two demonic path immortals looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Lang Zi, "Why don't you attack? I will assist you by the side." He Lang Zi was also very wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu immortal that killed Shuesong Zi. Since Hui Fengzi is keeping watch, if the mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu immortal attacks during battle, there is not much to worry about. I have a really strong feeling that something is amiss, but I don't know what. He Lang Zi frowned slightly, nodding at Hui Fengzi. At the next moment, he growled as he pounced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan saw that the famous demon of Northern Plains, He Lang Zi, was charging at him. He smiled lightly. Let's start. Fan Yuan pushed forward with both hands, using an immortal killer move. At that instant, starlight shone as a spiral of starlight clouds gathered and formed. In a few breaths of time, it was the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This spiral of star clouds spun rapidly, emitting a suction force towards the outside. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wan Xiang's defensive killer move. All long-range attacks could be sucked in and grinded into pieces by the Star Cloud Grindstone. In regards to a close-range fighter like He Lang Zi, once he enters the Star Cloud Grindstone, he would be restricted in movement, and would be crushed slowly by the grindstone. In other words, this was a defensive killer move with very strong offensive power. Howl! He Lang Zi's body shined with a bright light. The light was dazzling and even Fan Yuan had to shut his eyes momentarily. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf was not large, it was even smaller than usual wolves. But it emitted a dangerous aura. Fan Yuan's eyelids jumped. It had no fur on its body. It was like an oiled brown wooden statue, emitting an eerie aura. On the wolf's head, there was a naturally growing mushroom-like bone. It resembled a black triangular hat. Below the hat, in the wolf's eyes, there were no shiny pupils. Instead, 2 lumps of green flames were burning quietly. A rank 7 desolate beast that ate soul beasts as food. Fragrant sorcerer-ine statue wolf. After He Lang Zi transformed into the fragrant sorcerer-ine statue wolf, his speed was 3 times that of before. He was like a lump of shadow, flickering before Fan Yuan's eyes. Such great speed! My investigative killer move could not capture it. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. No matter what fight Gu immortals were in, speed was always a crucial factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be easily achieved. The slower one would not be able to hit the other party if they attacked. If they wanted to retreat, they would be obstructed. He Lang Zi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal of Northern Plains. In his human form, his battle strength could be considered to possibly only be at the level of rank 6 peak stage. But the moment he transformed into a fierce beast, his battle strength surged. It proved that he had undeniable strength living up to his reputation. At this moment, Fan Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he was not flustered. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he could activate them, but he showed no signs of using them at all. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once the chance of activating Iron Crown Eagle's strength immortal goo along with it occurred, he would be able to unleash speed equal to an immortal killer move. Thus, it was an incomplete immortal killer move. But this effect of this movement killer move was too unstable. Moreover, even if he could activate the Iron Crown Eagle's strength immortal goo, Fan Yuan's speed would still be slower than the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight on par with rank 7 goo immortals. It was well known for speed and agility. Furthermore, if Fan Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his identity as a strength path goo immortal. This was not a good idea. Fan Yuan purposely transformed into the appearance of a star path goo immortal now. He was using the two strong foes to test his star path techniques, to assess his gains in who immortal bless land these last days while trying to absorb this new battle style. The fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf howled intensely. Its speed was so fast that Fan Yuan could not sense it. It was faster than lightning, in the blink of an eye. It was right in front of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He made a move that was out of He Lang Zi's expectations. He jumped and went into the star cloud grindstone that was activated earlier. He Lang Zi had wanted to avoid the star cloud grindstone and directly attack Fan Yuan. Thus, both mentally and physically, he was seeking to avoid this star cloud grindstone. Fan Yuan jumping inside was really out of He Lang Zi's expectations. Shoo! With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf's claws scratched Fan Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf was simply too fast. Even though Fan Yuan wanted to dodge it and escape into the star cloud grindstone, he was still scratched on his back by He Lang Zi. But this scratch was only a graze. It did not cause much damage to Fan Yuan. The immortal zombie body in itself had great defense. Fan Yuan's blue robe was torn, but the injury on his back was only on the surface. His spine and bones were untouched. When blood spewed, the flesh moved as the injury mended quickly. In a few breaths of time, his injury was gone. But the blood was still in the air. It gradually changed color and revealed its true form, several drops of immortal zombie blood. Oh! This is a flaw and vaguely familiar face. Fan Yuan saw the drops of immortal zombie blood. He took note of this mentally. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves as he drew the immortal zombie blood inside them. He stood in the middle of the star cloud grindstone as he looked at the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf which was outside. He smiled and invited. Sir, He Lang Zi has incredible agility. Would you like to fight me inside here? Why was star cloud grindstone a defensive killer move and not an offensive killer move? This was the reason. Fan Yuan was fighting inside now. Star cloud grindstone would crush the enemy at all times, while Fan Yuan would be unharmed and unobstructed. Fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf stared at the star cloud grindstone intently. In its huge empty eyes, a pair of eerie flames were burning. It made Fan Yuan feel a surge of battle intent from He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi was ready to pounce, as Fan Yuan focused his attention. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf turned around and gave up on the enemy. It pounced at the cloud building. Why should I fight with you? My target is to dismantle as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damned 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. At this moment, He Lang Zi was laughing to himself internally. He Lang Zi's move was directly targeting Fan Yuan's weakness. He had to make a tough decision now. The reason why Fan Yuan was here was to defend the cloud building, and try to stall for time. But now, He Lang Zi was attacking the cloud building and ignoring Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was forced to make a different move. If Fan Yuan stood on the spot and did not move, allowing He Lang Zi to destroy the cloud building, they would reach their goal in triumph. If Fan Yuan chased after him, he might get into physical danger. But the problem was, he could not match He Lang Zi's speed after he transformed into the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf. Passive, Fan Yuan was in a very passive spot now. Goo immortals were still goo immortals after all. In battle, they were much tougher to deal with than desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. He Lang Zi attacked twice. The first time he got around the star cloud grindstone and attacked Fan Yuan. This time, he ignored Fan Yuan and went for the cloud building. He was truly displaying the spirit of Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. This was something Fan Yuan had read about in his previous life on Earth. But this Goo Master world was also quite extraordinary. There was a similar type of wisdom here. Battles between Goo immortals were full of such wisdom. Not only was their frontal assault based on their strength, there was also the element of planning and scheming against one another. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf was charging for the cloud building, Fan Yuan, who was inside the star cloud grindstone, was not anxious. Instead, he smiled lightly. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. At the edge of the star cloud grindstone, 6 ropes flew out. The ropes were thin, they were formed from condensed starlight. The ends of the ropes were shining in blue starlight, forming into the appearances of snake heads. 6 ropes that were like 6 agile snakes flew forth. They sinuously moved along and coiled around the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf's body. Sir He Lang Zi, where are you going? Please come in here and fight. Fan Yuan laughed as he moved the star cloud grindstone. Together with the ropes, he dragged the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf into the star cloud grindstone. Oh? These 2 immortal killer moves can coordinate with each other. This is a good battle tactic. At once, even Hui Fengzi praised as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 877. 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap. When Star Snake Rope was coordinated with Star Cloud Grindstone, their power would amplify. Even though the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not have great strength, and because He Lang Zi was not perfectly transformed into it, he was pulled by the Star Snake ropes helplessly. His struggles were futile as he was dragged back by Fan Yuan. He Lang Zi was trapped inside the Star Cloud Grindstone. Countless starlight specks assaulted him, grinding against his wolf body. His muscles were tense as he felt increasing pressure. At the same time, the 6 star snake ropes were coiling around the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf's body. They tightened and quickly created evident marks on the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf's body. He Lang Zi could not open his mouth. He only felt an increasing force on him. His bones were starting to creak. He Lang Zi was not flustered. Thoughts flashed in his head rapidly. This transformation only obtains the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf's speed. I lack defense and strength. This person has a deep foundation in his soul. Earlier I used the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf to scratch him, but it was as if nothing happened. Clearly the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf's soul-injuring attacks have little effect on him. In an instant, He Lang Zi had thought it through. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not impede He Lang Zi from using goo worms. He growled angrily. Since you are courting death, I will grant it to you. As he said that, lightning burst out. Large amounts of lightning shot out in all directions. Rumble! Balls of lightning exploded fiercely. Fan Yuan's 6 star snake ropes were drowned in the lightning blast. They first broke apart one by one before becoming decimated. He Lang Zi regained freedom. His body was bathed in lightning as he growled loudly. Howl! Several breaths of time later, the lightning vanished, and the wolf howl stopped. What appeared was no longer a fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf. It was a lightning-flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast, having rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was as large as an elephant. It was covered in blue fur. The tips of the furs were all covered in mysterious blue crystals. They gave off a weak spark. The fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf was physically weaker, while lightning-flash giant wolf was strong and mighty. He actually turned his down marks into lightning paths so quickly. Earlier, the flash of lightning must have been some sort of immortal killer move. It actually has such an amazing effect. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He mentally took note of this precious information. If he fought He Lang Zi in the future, Fan Yuan would attempt to thwart the immortal killer move earlier and prevent He Lang Zi from transforming successfully. He missed his chance this time. He Lang Zi would not give Fan Yuan this opportunity. Furthermore, Fan Yuan knew that this battle was going to be a loss. He only needed to stall for as long as he could. He was facing 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. They were both famous experts. They were also from northern plains, having superior battle strength as compared to the other 4 regions. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan only had rank 6 star path cultivation now. This time, he was trying to test out vaguely familiar face, as well as the star path killer moves in battle. A moment later. Boom! With a loud bang, a lightning pillar burst into the sky. The star cloud grindstone was on the verge of destruction, and could not be maintained anymore. Fan Yuan's blue robe had many tatters and tears. His body was covered in countless injuries. Thankfully, this lightning caused the injuries to be charred. No blood spewed out, so Fan Yuan could continue concealing his identity. The lightning flash giant wolf howled smugly, speaking human words. Not a battlefield killer move, yet trying to trap me? Humph, you are too naive, now die. Saying this, he opened his mouth and shot out a beam of lightning. The lightning pillar approached Fan Yuan with incredible might. Fan Yuan's face was reflecting the blue light as his eyes shined with slight brilliance. He still maintained his composure. Hee, if you want me dead, that will not be easy." Saying this, Fan Yuan's body shook, as he turned into 6 figures and flew out, causing the lightning beam to hit nothing. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, 6 Illusion Star Bodies. He split into 6, which one is the real body? Hui Fengzi was observing the battle. As he was wary of the Strength Path Gu Immortal that was lurking, he did not join the fight. The 6 bodies drew a trail of blue starlight behind them in the air as they encircled the lightning flash giant wolf, attacking together. At once, starlight flew out as countless mortal killer moves were used on the lightning flash giant wolf. He Lang Zi activated his defenses, enduring the attacks from Fan Yuan as he counterattacked fiercely. But after he spent a lot of effort to kill one of Fan Yuan's illusion bodies, another one would be created in its place. He Lang Zi attacked left and right, killing a total of 8 illusion bodies of Fan Yuan. This could be said to be easily defeating them, but the illusion bodies regenerated after dying. They were endless. There were still 6 Fan Yuans encircling the lightning flash giant wolf as they attacked relentlessly. He Lang Zi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend himself. He was expending rank 7 immortal essence. But his opponent was only using mortal killer moves. He was expending primeval essence. In this exchange of moves, he was making a huge loss. But he had to defend himself. His body could not endure such constant attacks. He displayed his attacking methods, but Fan Yuan's 6 illusion star bodies were unending. At once, Fan Yuan obtained the initiative for the first time. He gained some control of the situation. At this time, He Lang Zi's investigative methods were put to test. Damn it, this lightning flash giant wolf has great attacking power, but it is not suited for investigation. It has low speed as well. Even if I want to attack the cloud building, I would be obstructed by the enemy. Do I need to transform back into the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf? He Lang Zi gritted his teeth secretly. Transformation path Gu cultivators could only transform a certain number of times in a period of time. This was because their Dao marks changed after transforming successfully. When they change into other life forms, the Dao marks of the previous transformation would remain. The transformation path Gu Immortal would need to use appropriate Gu worms to cleanse their own body and get rid of those remaining Dao marks completely, otherwise, there would be huge harm to themselves. He Lang Zi was able to transform into the lightning flash giant wolf from the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf earlier so quickly because he had used the lightning path immortal killer move. This move not only attacked the star snake ropes that restricted him, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on He Lang Zi's body. Thus, He Lang Zi was able to transform into the lightning flash giant wolf rapidly. But if He Lang Zi wanted to transform into the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf from his current lightning flash giant wolf form, he would need a soul path immortal killer move that he did not have. Immortal killer moves were extremely precious. They were very difficult to deduce. He Lang Zi was a person with fortuitous encounters, otherwise with just his lone cultivator status, he would not have his current achievements. Unfortunately, the inheritances that he obtained were all incomplete. They were lacking to a huge degree. He was not like Shui Songzi who had just died, having obtained a complete snow path inheritance from Qin Baixing, and having a set of immortal killer moves to use in succession. He was not like Fan Yuan either, having obtained a complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wan Xiang, Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope. 6 illusion star bodies were all created by using Star Mark, Star Shoot, and Starlight. These 3 immortal Gu as the cores. They also smoothly complemented each other. He Lu Lan tried all ways possible to turn the mortal killer move, Self-Strength Giant Phantom, into an immortal killer move. She had a good foundation already, but she still faced great difficulty. Even though Fan Yuan had Grandmaster attainment in Strength Path, and the help of the Light of Wisdom, he did not dare to deduce other Strength Path immortal killer moves casually. It was not that he was incapable of doing so, but because the time and effort needed was too much. He Lang Zi did not have any Wisdom Path foundation. To deduce a suitable immortal killer move for himself, that was immensely more difficult. Of course, with He Lang Zi's strength, if he wanted to endure Fan Yuan's attacks while getting rid of his lightning path Dao marks, it was not impossible. He had a higher cultivation level. Fan Yuan's strength was inferior to his. But that way, he would drag it out for too long. While He Lang Zi was hesitant, Hui Fengzi struck. Fan Yuan's attacks came to a halt. He was surprised to find out that on his head, there was a green feather. When was I hit? What immortal killer move is this? It can actually expose my true body. Fan Yuan was shocked. Hui Fengzi had been using his investigative immortal killer move the moment Fan Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies. After exposing Fan Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark him. Even though Hui Fengzi was not engaged in the battle, wary of a lurking strength path Gu Immortal, it did not mean that he could not do anything. Fan Yuan was fighting 2 strong enemies alone, and they were both rank 7 Gu Immortals. His disadvantage was great. Once Fan Yuan's true body was exposed, he was attacked by the lightning flash giant wolf with precision. Left without a choice, Fan Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone and placed it in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. It shot out fierce lightning and several Star Cloud Grindstones were destroyed one after another. Fan Yuan quickly moved his other 5 star bodies to disrupt He Lang Zi. If He Lang Zi was an ancient desolate beast, he might have gotten distracted. But he had the intelligence and wisdom of a human. He ignored these star bodies and only attacked Fan Yuan's main body. Fan Yuan was getting into a passive position. In front of him, the Star Cloud Grindstone was being destroyed by the lightning pillar, and behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf was charging at him. Immortal killer move, position star swap. Fan Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else. He directly replaced one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move that was recorded in Star Lord Wan Xiang's inheritance. It could allow Fan Yuan to vanish and take the place of one of the star bodies at any point in time. After replacing it, the original illusion body would disappear, and on the battlefield, other than Fan Yuan's main body, only 4 illusion bodies would be left. But soon, Fan Yuan willed and another illusion star body appeared, standing beside him. The number of illusion star bodies on the field reached the maximum capacity again. At once, the lightning flash giant wolf that He Lang Zi transformed into opened its mouth wide, unable to close it. His gaze also froze for a breath's time. Position star swap and 6 illusion star bodies were 2 immortal killer moves that worked together really well. This was a shameless tactic that caused the 2 experts, Hui Fengzi and He Lang Zi, to become speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could resolve one of the 2 star path killer moves, Fan Yuan was a very troublesome character to deal with now. Unfortunately, either Hui Fengzi or He Lang Zi had any way to counter this. To unravel an unknown immortal killer move, they would need a strong wisdom path foundation. It could not be done quickly. However, just as Fan Yuan and He Lang Zi went into a deadlock, Hui Fengzi made up his mind and struck. Immortal killer move, wind escape. He turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared outside the cloud building, opening his mouth wide. Immortal killer move, death wind flying blade. A wind blade flew out of Hui Fengzi's mouth, slashing at the cloud building's top floor. The cloud building only lasted for a breath's time before it was cut into 2 by this sharp wind blade. Wind escape? A top-tier movement killer move in Northern Plains. He is Hui Fengzi. At that instant, Fan Yuan realized Hui Fengzi's identity. He shouted for Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit appeared immediately, grabbing Fan Yuan's arm as they vanished on the spot with a swoosh. Chapter 878. Moment of Crisis. When Fan Yuan was able to see again, he was already in another cloud building. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. It might have been difficult to withdraw without Langya Land Spirit's help. After all, one of the enemies was Hui Fengzi. This person was known as among the best in movement speed currently in Northern Plains. He could even outrun rank 8 Gu Immortals. He had a shocking achievement of having escaped from Yao Huang. But difficult did not mean impossible. Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel and only needed 3 breaths of time to escape. Even if Hui Fengzi was very fast, it would be of no help should he have enough time. There were only 5 cloud buildings remaining in the first place. Now we have lost 2 in a row, and we only delayed the enemies for a short time. The enemies are already attacking. This time, the 3 of us will move together. Langya Land Spirit instructed with a serious expression. When Langya Land Spirit spoke, Fan Yuan discovered that besides him and the Land Spirit, there was an Inkman Gu Immortal in the cloud building. Fan Yuan assessed this Inkman Gu Immortal. The Inkman Gu Immortal possessed distinct Inkman characteristics, black skin and white hair. He also seemed to be rather old, judging by the wrinkles all over his face. Wasn't it said Inkman City only had 1 Gu Immortal, the Inkman King Mo Tan sang? It seems this Inkman Gu Immortal is one of the trump cards of Inkman City, kept hidden ordinarily. My intelligence from Fairy Li Shan had no mention of him. He only made his appearance due to the crisis in Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan speculated inwardly. Inkmen are variant humans, there are very few Gu immortals among variant human tribes. Inkman City being able to conceal a Gu immortal should already be their limit. But then again, for Inkman City to send out their 2 Gu immortals for Langya Blessed Land, it could be said to be taking a big risk. This means Mo Tan Sang has a lot of trust in Langya Land's spirit. Fan Yuan was able to understand the wider situation with a small clue. He had only just seen this Inkman Gu immortal, but was able to connect this to many things. This Inkman Gu immortal nodded at Fan Yuan but did not say anything, as if he did not want to have much interaction with Fan Yuan. This was expected. Even if Fan Yuan had changed his appearance greatly, he was still a human Gu immortal. Currently in the 5 regions, or even the entire world, variant humans were suppressed, captured and trained as slaves to be sold. Almost all variant humans were barely staying alive. This Inkman City in Northern Plains was already an extremely rare and valuable settlement of variant humans. This was also because the leaders of Inkman City, from generation to generation, were all Gu immortals. How could Inkman City exist without the protection of Gu immortals? Forces both large and small would have already allied to capture the Inkmen as slaves. It could be said that without a Gu immortal, the lives of variant humans was similar to that of small and tiny tribes, scattered in nooks and crannies over the world. It was not that variant humans did not want to group together to form middle-scale and large-scale tribes, but that if their numbers were large, it would be summoning disaster, attracting countless forces to hunt them down and make them slaves. This aged Inkman Gu immortal seemed to be very much on alert in regards to humans. He only nodded at Fan Yuan and remained at his spot without any intention to communicate. Fan Yuan also nodded in reply. Langya Land Spirit, who was at the side, was frowning as he anxiously looked outside the window. He suddenly spoke. "They arrived so quickly. They are directly charging towards this cloud building. The situation does not look good. They seem to hold some investigative method that targets my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Fan Yuan quickly looked outside, but only saw the vast fog. He knew his investigative killer moves were not much good, but Langya Land Spirit's words should be true. Sure enough, several breaths of time later, wind surged, dispelling the thick fog and revealing a clear space. 2 enemy Gu immortals were proudly standing in the air. One was wearing a black robe and was very good-looking, but because of some injuries, his expression appeared pale, making one feel that although this person was unfettered and elegant, he did not seem to have much longer to live. He was He Ching. The other Gu immortal was wearing martial attire. He had broad shoulders and a thin waist, and his eyes were emitting sharp light. Fan Yuan was familiar with this person, rank 7 Gu immortal, Qin Baixing. Fan Yuan immediately put most of his attention on Qin Baixing. In Fan Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baixing was extremely strong, an expert at the level of Central Continent's Shirley. If they were to openly fight, Fan Yuan knew he was not Qin Baixing's match. One needed to know their limitations. One of the reasons Fan Yuan could live so long was because he knew himself well enough. Even though he had the Strength Path Killer move Myriad Self, and did not lack Immortal Essence Stones for the moment, and also possessed a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves which made up for a lot of his shortcomings, but if they were to truly battle, he could at best only force a draw with difficulty against experts at the level of Old Lord Kenyang, He Lang Zi, Hui Feng Zi and Unfettered Scholar. He was able to kill Shui Song Zi before, because his luck was good and his plan had succeeded. He used Star Path Battle Strength to deal with He Lang Zi and was able to turn the situation into a stalemate. But He Lang Zi's third immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, He Lang Zi still had strength left. Clearly, the land spirit also knew Qin Baixing's strength, thus was frowning deeply, mumbling. "Damn it, I am so close. If only I had some time, all these tigers would turn into sick cats." He seemed to have some powerful method, but it required time to be put to use. Unfortunately, the enemies did not intend to give any time to Langya Land Spirit. The enemies were already closing in on the cloud building. Langya Land Spirit had no choice but to brace himself to resist. The next moment, the land spirit turned towards the Inkman Gu immortal in the corner. "Old Mo, you can go first to fight them. Try to stall for as much time as possible." "Yes, Lord Langya." The Inkman Gu immortal slightly bowed before flying out of the cloud building. "Fan Yuan, be prepared to move out," Langya Land Spirit instructed Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded, while thinking inwardly, With just my star path methods, I can only deal with 1 or 2 enemies at the level of Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi. It is impossible to think of victory, but I can still delay for time. However, in facing Qin Baixing, I must use all my strength. It is absolutely out of question to try to make do with just star path cultivation. Just as he was thinking, an extremely intense suppression force spread from ahead. What is this? The terrifying pressure caused Fan Yuan and Lang Yalan's spirit to turn pale. They quickly looked over. Brilliant golden light filled their sight. After the golden light dispersed, they saw Qin Baixing standing proudly in the air, while He Qing was looking at him from behind as if he was a monster. And in Qin Baixing's hands was a head. It was the head of that Inkman Gu immortal. As for this Gu immortal's body, it had fallen to the ground. Qin Baixing had actually killed a rank 6 Gu immortal in this breath of time. What was this speed? What level of power was this? This power, which could directly kill an extremely vigilant Gu immortal, even if it was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable He Qing was dumbstruck. Even though he had personally seen Qin Baixing overpowering He Lang Zi in one move. But overpowering and killing a Gu immortal were two different concepts. The Inkman Gu immortal had just flown over and was just about to say something. Qin Baixing had immediately attacked. He did not even give a chance for the enemy to speak. What was that move? The Gu immortals present on the scene, as well as the land spirit, did not have any clues. Terrifying! This Qin Baixing's battle strength has already surpassed Shirlei, and is fully at the level of Feng Jiuge. Let's retreat! Fan Yuan bellowed at Lang Yalan's spirit. Lang Yalan's spirit also came to his senses, and just as Fan Yuan shouted, he grabbed Fan Yuan's arm and swiftly disappeared from the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tansang was standing guard, and was surprised to see Fan Yuan and Lang Yalan's spirit appear so suddenly. Fan Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets of Qin Baixing's background, but that decapitation just now left an extremely deep impression on him. Lang Yalan's spirit was filled with panic as he looked all around. What should we do? His body suddenly shook and he looked towards the northwest direction, his gaze seemingly passing through the cloud building. He was terrified. They are coming directly towards us. What can we do? Mo Tansang took a step forward. He glanced at the stranger Fan Yuan, clearly not recognizing Fan Yuan's appearance. Mo Tansang also did not inquire about Fan Yuan's identity, and instead asked Lang Yalan's spirit a question in concern. Lang Yalan's spirit did not reply to him. He was extremely anxious. This was the first time Mo Tansang had seen this. It was instead Fan Yuan who answered Mo Tansang, his voice heavy and filled with apprehension. That Inkman Gu immortal is dead. He could not last even one move. He was decapitated by Qin Baixing. This battle strength is already comparable to rank 8. Only with a large gap in strength can there be this kind of crushing battle result. What? Elder Mo is dead? Killed in one move by Qin Baixing? Mo Tansang's whole body shook, revealing a disbelieving and shocked expression. Soon, the shock on his face disappeared and his gaze became blank. The death of the old Inkman Gu immortal was a heavy strike to Mo Tansang. Inkman City had 2 Gu immortals altogether, now only Mo Tansang was left. The disastrous loss was evident. How could Qin Baixing be so strong? Mo Tansang's face was filled with cold sweat as he reacted short after. He was a person of great talent and vision after all, and immediately understood they could only rely on Lang Yalan's spirit's unfathomable depths. He took another step forward and asked Lang Yalan's spirit. Lord Lang Yalan's spirit, what should we do? We cannot stall for time. Can't you use your rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron early to forcibly refine the immortal Gu of these Gu immortals? Rank 8 immortal Gu house. Refinement cauldron? This is Lang Yalan's spirit's hidden trump card? It seems this immortal Gu house can actually forcibly refine the immortal Gu of others? Fan Yuan's heart shook as he heard this secret. Everything became clear. It was no wonder that Lang Yalan's spirit could resist the invasion of so many Gu immortals. No wonder Feng Jiuge perished here. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, as long as a period of time was given, the immortal Gu of Gu immortals would be refined by the land spirit. Moreover, the Gu immortals could only use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves here. If their immortal Gu were refined by others, then the Gu immortals could only let others trample upon them. No wonder Lang Yalan's spirit could capture so many Gu immortals alive. This rank 8 immortal goo house could refine the immortal goo of other goo immortals, isolating them from immortal apertures. This power was inconceivably strong. However, when Fan Yuan thought of it, it was also not strange. Long Hair Ancestor was the creator of 88 True Young Building. It was justifiable for him to be able to create another rank 8 immortal goo house and refinement cauldron. If I could forcibly refine the goo, I would have already done so. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. Lang Yalan's spirit raved as he paced around the room in panic. And Mo Tan Sang had helped resist 2 waves of attacks, but he had never seen Lang Yalan's spirit in such panic. His heart could not help but sink. Don't tell me, not only did I mess up Northern Plains, I even affected Langya Blessed Land and am causing it to be destroyed earlier? Fan Yuan's mood was also heavy. Chapter 879. Long Hair Ancestor's Secret. Heavenly Court. Countless halls radiated with dazzling lights. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord Bai Tseng Shui, Lian Jiuxing, and Bai Chen Tian. They were at the east, south, west, and north directions respectively. The huge goo formation was showing a grand image in the sky. Countless precious immortal materials were tossed in like they were cheap vegetables found in the market. In the image formed by the refinement path goo formation, these immortal materials were processed at a rapid speed. At this point, they had already expended half of the success Dao marks that they had obtained from the infallible inheritance. The female goo immortal, Bai Tseng Shui's eyes shined brightly as she stared at the refinement path goo formation. This was the first time she was involved in the recovery of Fate goo. This was also the first time she had come across such an incredible refinement path goo formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he captured all of Bai Tseng Shui's expressions with his eyes. He spoke. Fairy Tseng Shui, if you want this refinement path goo formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to get it. Bai Tseng Shui's expression changed. She understood Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's meaning. He was reminding her, now is the crucial period for repairing Fate Immortal goo. Stop staring at the refinement path goo formation and causing yourself to be distracted. I am ashamed. Bai Tseng Shui bowed at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, sighing. This goo formation is really incredible. It has such power. Even if I am not a refinement path goo immortal, I can tell that this goo formation has already touched upon the fundamental meaning of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half written. This goo formation also gives me a sense of being incomplete. It seems that it could be improved further, to become an immortal goo house. Fairy Tseng Shui is very insightful. But it is impossible to elevate this goo formation into an immortal goo house. Lian Jiuxing, who had the appearance of a white-haired teenager, laughed as he replied. Oh? Why is that the case? Bai Tseng Shui's gaze flickered. She showed curiosity on her face. The main reason is that we are lacking the most crucial core immortal goo. Fairy Tseng Shui, you may not know that this refinement path goo formation is only a mimicry of Long Hair Ancestor's rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, by a predecessor of Heavenly Court through countless past records. Lian Jiuxing spoke slowly, exposing some secrets. And this refinement cauldron is still inside Langya Blessed Land. It has all of its core immortal goo. So that's it. Bai Tseng Shui's expression dimmed. Immortal goo were unique, refinement cauldron was still around now. Thus, it was almost impossible to elevate Heavenly Court's goo formation. Of course, we can make a redesign of refinement cauldron and modify this goo formation, using other immortal goo as the core, to achieve a similar effect. But this is very difficult. Back then when Long Hair Ancestor created the immortal goo houses, 88 True Young Building and Refinement Cauldron, other than the fact that he was a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster, there was another reason. He had a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster friend, Immortal Yen. Lian Jiuxing sighed deeply. Immortal Yen, he was the creator of the prophecy of 3 venerables. He was an actual Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His predictions were very accurate. Immortal Yen, Long Hair Ancestor. Bai Tseng Shui muttered. She suddenly thought of something. She asked. That's right. Back then, why didn't we recruit Long Hair Ancestor into Heavenly Court? He is a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster, but he only had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not an invincible rank 9 goo immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains goo immortal, we in Heavenly Court have our methods. We can change his aura from Northern Plains to Central Continent. Indeed, there were only 3 people who were at Long Hair Ancestor's level. Why did Heavenly Court not recruit them? Lian Jiuxing was also uncertain. Bai Qingtian was silent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed. He said with an arrogant tone, "That is because Long-Hair Ancestor was not a human, he was a hairy man. No matter how strong he was, or how great his refinement path attainment was, he could not enter Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is the sanctuary of us humans. How can we let these lowly Varian humans in?" "Oh? It is actually like this. Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man?" The other three Goo immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Out of the original 5 cloud buildings, 3 were destroyed, only 2 were left. On Qin Baisheng's side, Shui Songzi died. On Langya Land Spirit's side, an Inkman Goo immortal died as well. Qin Baisheng showed terrifying battle strength. He was unstoppable. He directly charged towards the cloud building that Langya Land Spirit, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang were guarding. Langya Land Spirit was pacing around in anxiety now. "What will we do? What will we do? The enemy is too strong, we cannot hold on much longer. Even though we have 2 cloud buildings left, it is already a fact that we are going to lose. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out, I will be locked in. Who knows when I will be able to come out again? I arranged this Langya Blessed Land painstakingly. Who knows if that maniac would raise it into a grotto heaven? That maniac's ambition is too great. He will definitely cause Langya Blessed Land to be destroyed." Langya Land Spirit was in a panic state. His muttering was turning into a nonsensical grumble. It was making Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang feel a sense of anxiety and frustration. Fan Yuan was still fine, he had fixed immortal travel. But Mo Tan Sang was really uneasy now. The other Inkman Goo immortal was already dead. If he also died here, all of the hundreds of thousands of Inkmen in Inkman City would face great danger. Without a Goo immortal's protection, with so many Inkmen in Inkman City, they would definitely be a huge target. Countless hungry and greedy jackals would come and compete to enslave them. The Inkmen citizens would face a terrible fate. They would become slaves and live in danger and suffering. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm. We are all depending on you. Long-Hair Ancestor was an esteemed person who could talk on equal terms with the demon Venerable. Think about it carefully. There has to be a way to deal with the enemy. And Mo Tan Sang got closer to Langya Land Spirit as he urged. "Don't force me, don't force me!" Langya Land Spirit was gripping his hair. He shook his head incessantly. And Mo Tan Sang's anxiety became worse. He grabbed the Land Spirit's arm as he shook the Land Spirit. "Langya Land Spirit, you have to regain your clear-mindedness." "Ah!" Langya Land Spirit seemed to have reached his limits. He raised his head and screamed. Boom! A huge force burst out from Langya Land Spirit's body. And Mo Tan Sang was caught off guard. He spat out blood as he was pushed away like a tattered doll. He crashed onto the wall, and slowly fell onto the ground. You are not Langya Land Spirit?" And Mo Tan Sang stared with wide-opened eyes, shouting at Langya Land Spirit in disbelief. The Land Spirit originally had white hair, and had a sagely demeanor, but now he was different. He was muscular and strong, about the same height as Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body. He had large shoulders and a thick waist. The muscles on his body were bursting with energy, giving off terrifying signals. Most conspicuously, his entire body was growing with thick hair. The brown hair was almost covering his entire body. His eyes were bloodshot, fangs were exposed in his mouth as his lips curled up, showing a sinister smile. In an instant, Langya Land Spirit had turned from an old human man into a muscular hairy man. Fan Yuan was also very surprised by Langya Land Spirit's transformation. Immediately, he took a few steps back as he looked at Langya Land Spirit warily. Langya Land Spirit slowly raised his head. He looked at Mo Tan Sang, who was sitting on the ground, sighing deeply. "How can I not be Langya Land Spirit? He, how many years has it been, ever since that myriad tribulation? Humph, because I was weakened severely, that weak fellow took over control." Langya Land Spirit said that and shouted loudly, raising his head. "How many years has it been?" He sucked in a deep breath. He showed an excited and ruthless expression. He clenched his fists. His bulging muscles were thicker than Mo Tan Sang's legs. "I am finally back." Fan Yuan was frowning. He had a few questions internally as he retreated again by a few steps. You two do not need to be suspicious. I am Langya Land Spirit, the real deal." Langya Land Spirit raised his head. His gaze was like a dagger as he stared right at Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. "My main body was a hairy man, but after I died, I had 2 obsessions. There was only one Land Spirit position, but the two obsessions were equally matched, either could suppress the other. In the end, we could only combine together and become Langya Land Spirit. The one you two are familiar with is merely the obsession over space escape immortal goo. Langya Land Spirit snorted, explaining. Two obsessions. And Mo Tan Seng's expression froze. Fan Yuan reacted much quicker than him, he asked. Then, Land Spirit, what is your condition for acknowledging a new master? The earlier Langya Land Spirit's condition was to solve the issue of why space escape immortal goo could not enter the space cave. Fan Yuan definitely could not fulfill it. But now, Langya Land Spirit had changed greatly. According to his words, he had a different obsession. In that case, his condition would definitely be different as well. Humph! To get me to acknowledge a new master, you are not qualified. The hairy man Langya Land Spirit stared at Fan Yuan. He had a more arrogant and strong tone than his human form. How am I not qualified? Fan Yuan did not lose his temper, he asked calmly. Langya Land Spirit crossed his arms. He laughed arrogantly. My ambition is to make all of the hairy men in the world become the ones in charge. Any variant human, including you humans, has to cower at the feet of us hairy men. You will all become the slaves of hairy men, begging for survival at our feet, as tiny insignificant ants. Whichever hairy man can achieve this target would become the new master of Langya Land Spirit. Ha! And Mo Tan Seng was stunned. Fan Yuan was speechless. No wonder he was not qualified, because Fan Yuan was not a hairy man. He could not even attempt this. Having two obsessions is not impossible in theory. No wonder Long Hair Ancestor was called Long Hair. His real identity was a hairy man. So this is why Long Hair Ancestor had incredible talent, but in history, there were no records of him ever being recruited by Heavenly Court. No wonder. When I asked Langya Land Spirit to sell me hairy man slaves in the past, he rejected me directly with a firm stance. Fan Yuan started to believe Langya Land Spirit's words. After all, from start to finish, he was watching the entire scene. He had confirmed this using dozens of investigative killer moves. This means that after Long Hair Ancestor died, he had two obsessions. One was his refinement path obsession. It was concerning space escape immortal goo and great dream immortal venerable. The other obsession was his species obsession, because Long Hair Ancestor was a hairy man, and because hairy men were suppressed by humans, such a strong obsession formed in him. Fan Yuan's expression turned grave. The Langya Land Spirit in front of him not only had a change in appearance, his personality also changed completely. Their earlier relationship was useless now. At this moment, what attitude would this Langya Land Spirit have towards the human Fan Yuan? Chapter 880. Fearsome. Langya Land Spirit vs. Qin Bai Xing. Don't be nervous, lad, I will not attack you. Langya Land Spirit stared at Fan Yuan with the eyes of a tiger, he said with a playful tone. Although you, lad, have taken advantage of me many times. All of those deals earlier were fair transactions. Fan Yuan had a plain expression as he denied the accusations. Humph, you were able to develop to this extent. One reason was that you had obtained quite a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I do not mind it, we can still cooperate. Langya Land Spirit said coldly. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, he said with seeming disbelief. Aren't you thinking of toppling humans, and establishing the rulership of hairy men? Of course I am. Langya Land Spirit replied without hesitation. But success is a slow process, we have to walk one step at a time. To fulfill my ambitions, I need to understand reality. Even my main body had to disguise as a human when he was alive. To achieve the hegemony of hairy men, it is a necessity to cooperate with humans. Surprise flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. The new Langya Land Spirit in front of him, even though his obsession was unrealistic, he acted quite logically. He had a deep and clear understanding towards his environment and the situation around him. And Mo Tan Seng got up slowly while the two of them were talking. He healed his injuries. My plan is flawless. Langya Land Spirit's eyes shined with brilliance, he said in a profound tone. First, I will use benefits to rope in a bunch of human goo immortals. I will use humans to deal with humans, destroying them from the inside. I will recruit all these human goo immortals and make them into the hunting dogs of us hairy men. You are one of my targets, ahaha. As he said that, towards the end, he pointed at Fan Yuan and laughed with his head raised up. Fan Yuan. And Mo Tan Seng. Land Spirit indeed could not lie. He completely exposed all of his schemes and plans. At the next moment, the Land Spirit also felt something amiss. He stopped laughing as he stroked his chin, regret flashed across his face as he said, "Ah." I got excited and said all of my plans out loud. Fan Yuan. And Mo Tan sang. As for you, the Inkman Gu immortal. At this time, Lang Yilan's spirit's gaze turned from Fan Yuan to Mo Tan sang. I am not that weak fellow. Because he was afraid of getting exposed, he rejected many opportunities for cooperation with you. I am very interested in all those proposals you gave me. Especially those that involve toppling human tribes and plotting against human tribes. Speaking of which, the humans are too powerful now. Against them, we variant humans are natural allies. Work with us hairy men, your Inkman's city will develop even faster, it will grow even stronger. And Mo Tan Sang's injury was not heavy, he healed quickly. Hearing Lang Yilan's spirit's words, Mo Tan Sang felt a sense of having good times ahead. He gave Fan Yuan a subtle glance. At this point he still did not know that this Star Path Gu immortal was the Fan Yuan he knew. Ha! Lang Yilan's spirit thought of something brilliant, he laughed again. These stupid ink men. That's right, if I want my hairy man race to become the rulers, we will need to make use of these ink men, feather men and others. On the day I succeed, I will make all of them slaves, and squeeze out their value. These ink men in Inkman's city could be preferentially treated, of course. After all, they are immortal Yan's descendants. I can make their king into a puppet, haha, this plan is too brilliant. Fan Yuan. And Mo Tan sang. Lang Yilan's spirit saw their speechless expressions and was slightly stunned. He showed a serious expression as he rubbed his chin. I accidentally said my thoughts out loud again, huh? Fan Yuan finally was relieved. Such a person like Lang Yilan's spirit, how could he possibly achieve the rulership of hairy men? And Mo Tan Sang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an Inkman and not a hairy man, he felt ashamed for Lang Yilan's spirit. As Qin Baixing got closer, the cloud building was already in his attacking range. The land spirit and 2 Gu immortals are inside the building. Qin Baixing had quite an impressive investigative immortal killer move. He could see many details of Fan Yuan's side. Qin Baixing's eyes squinted as he flew slower. His right hand waved in front of him. Bam! Golden light burst out. The figure of a huge golden hammer formed instantly and shot out, slamming at the cloud building. The air currents were fierce as the golden hammer figure had a threatening aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The relatively large cloud building was shrouded under the golden hammer. It became very weak-looking. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move, City-Crushing Hammer. What audacity! At the next moment, a figure came out of the cloud building, shouting fiercely. It was Lang Yilan's spirit. The land spirit did not dodge, he directly faced the giant hammer. The moment his thick and strong arms interacted with the city-crushing hammer, dozens of goo worms flew out and circled around the land spirit. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move, Cleanse Sky. In an instant, the giant golden hammer vanished without a trace, like it had never existed previously. Only the air currents that were created by the hammer were left. They caused strong winds to blow unceasingly. Lang Yilan's spirit? Seeing the Lang Yilan's spirit that had undergone a transformation, even the mysterious Shadow Sect Vice Envoy, Qin Baixing, showed a peculiar expression. He asked uncertainly. It is me, your grandfather! Lang Yilan's spirit shouted. After destroying the hammer, he did not fall back, he charged towards Qin Baixing. He was indeed different from the previous Lang Yilan's spirit. Their personalities were two different extremes. This one was bold and filled with battle intent. Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang watched from behind with much apprehension. The land spirit represented the world. It was the most crucial factor when Gu immortals attacked a blessed land. Normally speaking, the land spirit would conceal themselves and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invaders. After all, the land spirit could manipulate the blessed land. If it was caught or destroyed, it would be way easier to take down the blessed land. But Lang Yilan's spirit, after transforming into a hairy man's appearance, was different. He charged ahead. Even though Qin Baixing displayed fearsome strength, his terrifying battle strength did not deter Lang Yilan's spirit at all. Heh! He Qing, who was at the side, laughed. He felt that with Qin Baixing's strength, Lang Yilan's spirit was simply courting his own doom. But as the target, Qin Baixing had a serious expression. Since he had invaded Langya blessed land, this was the first time he stepped back and retreated, unexpectedly. He mainly cultivated Soul Path and secondarily Metal Path. A common technique of his was to use the immortal killer move Soul Suppression, but it was useless on Lang Yilan's spirit. Soul Suppression had a huge advantage because Qin Baixing used his own soul's foundation to suppress his enemies. The difference in soul foundation made the immortal killer move, soul suppression, have an immense effect. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing used soul suppression and defeated He Lang Zi, who had transformed into a giant wolf, in one move. Just earlier, Qin Baixing used the soul suppression killer move and immobilized the Inkman Gu Immortal, before using a metal path killer move to behead the Inkman Gu Immortal. But against Lang Yalan's spirit, soul suppression had no effect. The reason? Because Lang Yalan's spirit was a special existence, he had no soul. He was an obsession formed together with heavenly power, a sort of spirit that was neither real nor fake. He did not have a physical body, and did not have a soul. To make a comparison, it was just like scolding someone. Qin Baixing had the soul suppression killer move. It was as if he could directly scold someone to death with his words. But Lang Yalan's spirit could not understand a word he was saying, no matter what curses he uttered. To Lang Yalan's spirit, it was like random noise, because the land spirit could not understand it at all. Qin Baixing was aware of this. Furthermore, Lang Yalan's spirit was acting strange, thus he decided to retreat and see what this land spirit was up to. With Qin Baixing stepping back, Lang Yalan's spirit's vigor rose. He did not relent at all. Immortal killer move, Great Thousand Spears. Immortal killer move, Triple Desolation. Immortal killer move, Lightning Chaotic Starfire. Countless golden spears shot out. They were like a dense forest that shot towards Qin Baixing from all directions. Qin Baixing quickly defended himself. A huge pillar appeared around him, and around the pillar, there was a 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around it. The golden dragon pillar was able to stop the Great Thousand Spears temporarily, but white hair started to appear on Qin Baixing's hair. His lifespan was shortening. This was the power of the time path killer move Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears rained down like a storm. It was powerful and grand. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Mixed in with that were lighting starfires. They were able to sneak into the golden dragon pillar and burn Qin Baixing's flesh as they came into contact. The land spirit raised his head. The countless goo worms around his body vanished and appeared again. After using them, they vanished again. One after another, immortal goo and countless mortal goo showcased themselves. Immortal killer move, Yellowwood Rustling. Immortal killer move, Ruined Blood Flying Dust. Immortal killer move, Slaughtering Immortal Guillotine. The Wood Path killer move made the leaves in the area fly around. The Blade Path killer move slashed forward without obstacles. It was a beautiful move. There was also a Blood Path killer move mixed in. A light smoke that was blood red in color coiled around Qin Baixing's waist. Qin Baixing was too busy defending himself. He had to retreat again. The land spirit shouted again, chasing after him. On his body, countless mortal goo and immortal goo swapped out again like a change of clothes. Immortal killer move, Shattered Ice Armor. Immortal killer move, Mixed Hole Drill. Immortal killer move, Wishful Shadow Sword. Ice Path, Space Path, and Dark Path killer moves were used in succession. Qin Baixing defended himself as he retreated once more. Lang Yalan's spirit advanced more and more. His aura was surging as his immortal killer move struck like a flash flood. Qin Baixing could not do anything but retreat. The more Qin Baixing moved back, the more passive he was, and the more Lang Yalan's spirit fought like a maniac. The two sides retreated and advanced respectively, until they were tens of li away. The spectating He Qing, Fan Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang were dumbfounded. Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation was very abundant. It had many immortal goos stored up. Long Hair Ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves, and it even had the heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. It had accumulated an untold amount of immortal essence. With such a huge foundation, Lang Yalan's spirit could attack in such a frenzied manner. He could totally withstand the expenditure. Even Fan Yuan was starting to suspect that Lang Yalan's spirit could keep up such an insane fighting style for 3 days and 3 nights unceasingly. In fact, this was the first time Fan Yuan had seen a land spirit that had such great battle strength and had such a ruthless nature. Chapter 881. 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Bam bam bam! Countless immortal killer moves were showcased by Lang Yalan's spirit. Wood Path, Fire Path, Water Path, Ice Path, Time Path, Space Path, all sorts of attacks resembled fireworks in the sky. They were fatal yet extremely beautiful. Even the strong Qin Baixing could only defend himself. He could not fight back at the moment. Is this still a land spirit? He is simply too fierce. He Qing saw that Qin Baixing was being pushed back as Lang Yalan's spirit chased after him relentlessly, feeling dry in his throat. Are you done fooling around? A moment later, Qin Baixing shouted loudly. In the air, golden light resembling a sun burst out. The golden light was simply too bright, everyone could not look at it directly. A vast amount of radiation accompanied the golden light and burst out, filling the entire world. Temperature rose rapidly, as if the world was getting roasted. Soul Path and Metal Path, dual immortal killer move, Burning Soul Supreme Gold. Langya Land Spirit was very unique. He was not afraid of the effect of soul burning, but Burning Soul Supreme Gold was an extremely rare immortal killer move that combined both offense and defense. Once he used this move, Qin Baixing turned into a miniature sun. He shined brightly in this world. It was almost as if he became the ruler of the world. Langya Land Spirit's attacks were all disrupted or resisted. If it were an ordinary opponent, facing the Land Spirit's insane outbursts, there was a possibility of him killing the opponent through mere brute force. But his opponent was not an ordinary Gu Immortal. He was the vice envoy of Shadow Sect, Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing resisted countless killer moves. He managed to catch a breather as he found a chance to attack. Once he attacked, Langya Land Spirit's wave of attacks faltered, as he received an intense counter-attack immediately. Compared to him, even though Langya Land Spirit had many advantages and a deep foundation, he was not a Gu Immortal. His wisdom in fighting was very low. For example, when he used these immortal killer moves, even though it was a magnificent sight, none of the moves worked together, they even disrupted each other, and caused much of the strength to be wasted. In this regard, Fan Yuan was much better than him. Be it the coordination between Star Cloud Grindstone and Star Snake Ropes, or 6 illusion star bodies and position star swap, Langya Land Spirit had much to learn. The Land Spirit was only an obsession left behind after a Gu Immortal died, after all, a special existence formed by fusing obsession with heavenly power. If the Land Spirit had Fan Yuan's intelligence, once he had the advantage like earlier, Qin Baixing would not be able to fight back. But the Land Spirit was not Fan Yuan. Qin Baixing managed to find a chance to counterattack. Burning Soul Supreme Gold became the turning point of the battle. Langya Land Spirit's attacks were obstructed, as Qin Baixing regained the initiative and did not hand over that initiative again. The battle situation turned around at this moment. Langya Land Spirit was forced to retreat, suppressed by Qin Baixing's attacks. Qin Baixing attacked with 1/10 of the frequency of Langya Land Spirit, but each of his attacks, each immortal killer move he used had great coordination with each other. He set layers of traps and caused Langya Land Spirit to feel deeply restrained. The more he sank, the harder it was for him to turn this around. He had no chances left. Qin Baixing had rich battle experience. His methods were ruthless and steady. Fan Yuan, He Qing, and Mo Tan Seng were staring with trembling eyelids. What do we do? It is guaranteed that the Land Spirit loses. Mo Tan Seng looked towards Fan Yuan with an anxious expression. Fan Yuan did not answer, he was hesitant. Langya Land Spirit charged out without saying a word, putting himself in danger. He was simply being stupid. Land Spirits were not afraid of Qin Baixing's soul suppression, but Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Seng were susceptible to this attack. Unless they had a way to overcome it, or a method that could resist this soul path killer move. At once, Fan Yuan fell into another situation where he was powerless. When he used 6 illusion star bodies and position star swap to stall for time with Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi. Mo Tan Seng looked at Fan Yuan. Seeing that this unknown Gu Immortal had no intentions of joining the fight, he started to feel anxious. Even though Langya Land Spirit was not quite reasonable and had absurd ambitions, wanting to enslave all the Inkmen. But Mo Tan Seng was a formidable person. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he made use of Ma Hongyun's rise to power and ensured that his Inkman tribe grew. So what if Langya Land Spirit's intentions were 100 times as absurd? To Mo Tan Seng, the new Langya Land Spirit was much more useful for the benefits of the Inkman tribe than the previous Land Spirit. Working with him had much greater prospects. Mo Tan Seng was moved. But Qin Baixing was overly powerful. Mo Tan Seng did not want to die here. But he was wary of Qin Baixing. He wanted to drag Fan Yuan into this. Fan Yuan was unmoved. Langya Land Spirit changed so drastically. For Fan Yuan, this was also an opportunity. But Fan Yuan was used to being vigilant. He did not want to take an excessive risk. In the past, he took risks because he had no choice, and the rewards were also too immense. But now, it was an opportunity to save the Land Spirit, but the risks were too great. He was different from Mo Tan Seng. Once the Land Spirit died, Mo Tan Seng would be trapped here. he had no choice but to fight. But Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel, he could leave at any time, thus he decided to sit on the fence and observe the situation. Boom! Lang Yilan's spirit was hit directly by Qin Baixing's attack. He was like a rubber ball that was tossed away, rapidly crashing into the cloud's soil on the thick ground. The cloud's soil was very soft. Lang Yilan's spirit sank deep into the soil, creating a huge pit. He wanted to teleport away, but he found that there was a golden chain coiling around his body. The land spirit struggled intensely, but he could not move. It is over. Qin Baixing's expression was stern. He slowly flew towards the sky above the land spirit, looking down with a cold expression. Qin Baixing retracted his entire aura, his arms gathered at his chest, his palms placed together. He was like a meditating old monk. At the same time, he slowly shut his eyes and lowered his head. He is trying to do something. Now is the best time to save the land spirit. And Mo Tan Sang felt something amiss. He shouted loudly. Fan Yuan ignored him completely. He stared fixedly at Qin Baixing, feeling shock inwardly. This posture, is this the legendary? That move? Earlier during battle, Qin Baixing was as fierce as a tiger out of the mountain, a heavenly dragon ravaging the seas. He was unstoppable as he charged forward. But right now, his palms were placed together. As he lowered his head and shut his eyes, he was like a piece of dead wood, without any life in him. These two conditions of his formed a clear contrast. Slowly, Qin Baixing's right hand, which was in contact with his left hand, moved. It was like he was trying to pull out something precious, as his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. Afterwards, his left hand was still at the original position, but his tightly clenched right fist was lifted, above his chest and shoulder, above his head, until it was fixed right above his head. Qin Baixing's eyes were shut, there were no emotions on his face, his head was lowered as his aura was completely retracted into his body. His left hand was open, at the center of his chest, his right hand was clenched into a fist, raised high up in the sky. And Mo Tan Sang did not know why this was happening, but he understood that Qin Baixing would not make such an action unnecessarily. Once he attacked, it would be a devastating blow, it would shake the earth. Lang Yilan's spirit could feel an immense sense of danger. He struggled intensely. The golden chains around him started breaking as numerous cracks appeared on them. But it was too late. That's right, it is that move! Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move, widely renowned in Central Continent. Qin Baixing is the Northern Plains Gu Immortal. How can he possess this move? Fan Yuan gulped as he felt a heavy feeling. He did not dare to save the land spirit. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move, 5-finger fist heart sword. First finger. Qin Baixing raised the thumb of his right hand. From the right fist that he held high in the air, a sword light shot out. Fast. 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 The speed of the sword light was beyond belief. The moment it was shot out, it pierced Lang Yilan's spirit's forehead. Lang Yilan's spirit, who was struggling intensely, had his skull penetrated by this sword light in an instant. His movements came to a halt. He was still like a statue as he stared blankly at Qin Baixing, who was in the sky. At the next moment, Lang Yilan's spirit struggled even more intensely, like he was jolted by lightning. If it were Fan Yuan who suffered this blow, even if he was an immortal zombie, he would have died. But Lang Yilan's spirit was a special existence. There were no weakness or fatal points on his body. But this blow did deal severe damage to him. His head, which was originally clear and compact, started to become blurry. Second finger. Qin Baixing raised his index finger. The second sword light shot out from his hand. It was just as fast as before. The sword light pierced Lang Yilan's spirit's right arm. The land spirit shouted in pain as his right arm became blurry and unclear. Third finger. The third sword light pierced Lang Yilan's spirit's left arm. He cried out in agony as his left arm also started to fade. Save him, quick, once the land spirit dies, we are all finished. And Mo Tan Sang saw this situation and shouted in anxiety. Fan Yuan's gaze was heavy, but his body was still as a mountain. He did not make any attempt to save him. A lump of star cloud grindstone appeared in front of Fan Yuan. If the situation did not turn around, Fan Yuan had decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Lang Yi Blessed Land. Fourth finger. At this moment, Qin Baixing raised the ring finger of his right hand. Save me! Lang Yilan's spirit could not stay calm. He shouted in panic. Let's risk it! And Mo Tan Sang shouted at Fan Yuan, charging out and using his killer move, attacking from afar. But the fourth sword light had already shot out. Clang! A sharp noise of collision could be heard from within the pit. A figure appeared in front of Lang Yilan's spirit, blocking the fourth sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fan Yuan was still inside the cloud building, sensing that an unknown aura had appeared. Brilliance flashed across his eyes. This was the change. As he had expected, Langya Blessed Land still had trump cards left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon 8 more figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing the air and landing around the pit, protecting Langya Land's spirit. And Mo Tan Sang quickly stopped in his tracks. He focused and looked, shouting in surprise. So many hairy man Gu immortals? The reinforcements were here. The 9 Gu immortals that came were all hairy men. The hairy man Gu immortal that saved Langya Land's spirit was the only rank 7, the rest of them were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed, he said in disbelief. How can this be? There were so many hairy man Gu immortals, the numbers had completely flipped around. And Mo Tan Sang showed joy in his face. But Fan Yuan frowned. To receive the protection of so many hairy man Gu immortals, it seems this really is Langya Land's spirit. But he is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Baixing slowly opened his eyes. He lowered his arms as he dispelled the 5-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled into a smile as he showed a confident smile of victory. From the start, he had no intentions of killing Langya Land's spirit. What he wanted was for these hairy man Gu immortals to appear. Something's wrong! Fan Yuan's forehead was wrinkled from his frown. The 2 land spirits are completely different in personality, but the former would not leave such immense battle strength aside and yet request for help from an outsider like me no matter how stupid he was. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with inspiration. He realized Qin Baixing's motive. Unless the enemy's true goal was not Langya Blessed Land in the first place? Chapter 882. The real Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was concealing so many hairy man Gu immortals, but why did the previous Langya Land spirit not take them out even in such a dangerous situation? Fan Yuan guessed the reason for this was the rank 8 immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. The Langya Land spirit in the form of an elderly human had probably arranged all the hairy man Gu immortals to be in Refinement Cauldron. Long Hair Ancestor's true identity was a hairy man. Langya Land spirit loved hairy men like they were his own children. In accordance with these thoughts, he did not want to let hairy man Gu immortals die, thus he arranged them in Refinement Cauldron. More importantly, the immortal Gu house also required Gu immortals to control it, and the more Gu immortals there were, the more power the immortal Gu house could unleash. When Tai Bai Yunxing had attacked Yulu Blessed Land and met a predicament, all the Gu immortals had combined their strengths to activate an immortal Gu house, Profound Ice House. This amplified the strength of Profound Ice House, to the extent that it was enough to break through the battlefield killer move and move all the Gu immortals to safety. The more hairy man Gu immortals in Refinement Cauldron, the more powerful it would be and the faster it could refine the immortal Gu of others. Fan Yuan was almost certain that in the previous 3 invading waves, Langya Land Spirit had arranged the hairy men in there, and refined the invading Gu immortals' immortal Gu, thus being able to capture them alive. This was the 4th wave of attack and the enemies were strong beyond expectation. The human form Langya Land Spirit could not resolve this problem, and had no choice but to let the other obsession take control over the body to resolve the issue. However, this hairy man Land Spirit also has a defect in his mind. Going personally to battle and only at the crucial moment between life and death, he summoned the hairy man Gu immortals. Fan Yuan inwardly shook his head before paying attention to the battlefield. Qin Baixing, He Qing and the hairy man Gu immortals fell into a stalemate. Plop. Suddenly, that rank 7 hairy man Gu immortal who blocked a strike from 5-finger fist heart sword for Langya Land Spirit fell to the ground. First hair? First hair? The hairy man Gu immortals were in a commotion, as they cast concerned gazes while exclaiming in shock. First hair, what's wrong with you? First hair? A female hairy man Gu immortal knelt down beside First hair, hugging his chest, but she found his body was already filled with sword energy, and could not be any more dead. First hair, you can't die, First hair! The female hairy man Gu immortal started crying, her mind completely collapsed. Second hair, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Second hair, if you cry, we will also want to cry. Boo hoo hoo. Many hairy man Gu immortals unexpectedly turned away from Qin Baixing, and approached Gu immortal Second hair, consoling her in a soft voice. Some hairy man-goo immortals also started crying or choked while sobbing. Fan Yuan and Mo Tansang were dazed. At this moment, they finally understood why Langya Land's spirit did not send these hairy men to the battle and arrange them in refinement cauldron. Because the ability of these hairy men in battle was simply at the dregs. No, calling them dregs would be too flattering. Faced with mortal enemies, they actually were weakening themselves, crying and letting their minds collapse. It seemed like these hairy man-goo immortals were raised as purely refinement assistants by Langya Land's spirit. It was certain they were experts in refining goo, and even more certain that they were not specialized in battle. Langya Land's spirit's face was ashen. He got rid of the restraint and approached and inspected the dead hairy man-goo immortal. He heaved a bitter sigh before closing the aggrieved eyelids of the rank 7 hairy man-goo immortal. No. The female hairy man-goo immortal, second hair, was completely broken. She gave a scream and fell down on first hair's corpse. Her eyes turned as she fainted. Other hairy man-goo immortals rushed to treat her. Even more of them looked at Qin Baixing with innocent tears in their eyes, accusing. Heavens, why are there cruel and savage goo immortals like you? We had no animosity between us. Why would you attack us? Why would you take an innocent goo immortal's life? Isn't peaceful coexistence a good thing? Hearing these words, Mo Tansang and Fan Yuan completely lost all hope in these hairy men. These hairy man-goo immortals seemed to have been raised very protectively by Langya Land's spirit, like greenhouse flowers. They had not experienced the baptism of the cruelty of the outside world. They had fully been invested into cultivating refinement path while there was a giant hole in their fighting aspects. Hand over the immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, and I won't harm you. Qin Baixing sneered. Impossible. Don't even think of it. Langya Land's spirit furiously stared at Qin Baixing, refusing directly. His attitude was firm with no signs of hesitation. Humph, you want to rely on refinement cauldron to forcibly refine our immortal goo. Don't expect such naive thoughts to work on me. I simply won't give you the time to use it. Qin Baixing scoffed before pausing for a moment, as if he sensed something. He mumbled to himself, then continued. Oh, did you already prepare? Then let's begin. This hindrance, I shall break it first. He raised his voice, his gaze directed at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. A giant hammer came crashing down onto the building. Fan Yuan's mind moved rapidly, deciding to move away and not stand out at this moment. However, Langya Land's spirit's situation was still not at its extremes, so Fan Yuan did not plan to escape. Rumble! The cloud building behind him was crumbled apart, like a translucent screen, by the city-crushing hammer. Fan Yuan flew out in a miserable state, and when he appeared in front of everyone, his appearance had already changed once more. He had transformed into a hairy man. Qin Baixing snorted, giving a meaningful look at Fan Yuan before looking elsewhere. The cloud building was destroyed. The boundless fog immediately dispersed. This had been the last cloud building. The other one had been found by Hui Fengzi and was already destroyed. By now, all the 5 buildings that had remained when Fan Yuan came as support were already destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was broken. There was white sky and white ground. The sky was pure white and the ground was white cloud soil. Qin Baixing looked around, disdainfully smiling. A laughable disguise. The next moment, he looked at the sky with a look of exultation. He suddenly grabbed at the sky and shouted with a longing tone. Come, refinement cauldron! At the same time, in another 2 locations, the mysterious black-robed goo immortal and fairy Jianyu also followed the suit. However, they grabbed at the cloud soil on the ground. Crackle! The sky erupted with thunder, lightning flashed, clouds surged, and space broke apart. A loud sound reverberated as if a formless colossal monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil. A giant crack appeared on the thick cloud soil like it was cotton. The crack ran through from east to west, extending to the end of all the immortals' vision. This is? Mo Tansang's pupils contracted. So this is the true Langya Blessed Land. This is a really extravagant setup. Everything that I had seen so far was only the surface. Right now, even Fan Yuan was greatly startled. The immortals gazed down the giant crack and saw a boundless ocean below the cloud soil. The ocean actually had 3 enormous continents. On these 3 continents there were dense forests, steep mountains, vast prairies, faggy swamps. Countless beings were living on the continents. The sky had birds and giant dragons, the ocean had sea monsters and fish, the earth had ants, tiger elephants. There were all kinds of living beings forming an unusual food chain on the 3 continents. In these 3 continents, the hairy men were the only rulers, occupying the dominant position. Countless villages and cities were spread in the mountains, prairies, and river banks of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the ocean, their traces all over the many islands in the ocean. Here, the hairy men got up and worked when the day began and rested when night fell. They refined goo and competed with each other fairly, living a life where they were the top position in the food chain. So the place I had been standing on until now was no more than the clouds in the sky of the blessed land? And Mo Tan Sang's whole body shook. How is this possible? With such a large space, this is still a blessed land? Even ordinary grotto heavens don't have such a huge space. This Langya blessed land has already surpassed the majority of grotto heavens. He Qing was thoroughly shocked. How did he achieve this? Langya blessed land. This is simply another world. This far surpasses blessed lands and ordinary grotto heavens. Fan Yuan was full of doubts. At this moment, the countless hairy men on the lands below raised their heads and looked at the cloud layer where Fan Yuan and others were at. The cloud covering the continents are changing. This rumored continent in the air seems to have been ripped in half. Quick, report this situation to the elders. Millions upon millions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fight, mortals panic. This population. Fan Yuan's eyes opened wide, licking his lips as he shouted inwardly. How huge of a fortune is this? Breathtaking, truly breathtaking. No wonder Langya Land Spirit has an ambition to make hairy men dominate the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy man goo immortals. They should have been chosen from these endless hairy men. Rumble! The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts cut through the sky, forming a net that quickly spread. Amidst the strong wind, Qin Baixing stood straight and proud like a spear. His clothes fluttered in the wind like a battle flag. The space ruptured, and goo worms showed up in the rupture. They were the constituent parts of Refinement Cauldron. At this sight, Langya Land Spirit knew he could not delay any longer and shouted decisively. Want to seize Refinement Cauldron? Dream on! Assemble the battle formation! Yes, Lord Land Spirit! The hairy man goo immortals replied together. At the same time, Langya Land Spirit secretly transmitted his voice. And Mo Tan Sang, Fan Yuan, you guys also enter the formation quickly. Don't count on these hairy man goo immortals. The main forces will be us 3. As long as we can hold on for a while, these invaders will all die. Chapter 883. Ancient Battle Formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. Hearing Langya Land Spirit's call, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, he hesitated inwardly. But in the end, he still approached the Land Spirit and the hairy man goo immortals. And Mo Tan Sang made the same decision as him. Assemble the battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. Langya Land Spirit shouted, countless goo worms flickered as they were teleported over by him. All of the hairy man goo immortals and the Land Spirit were covered by the goo worms entirely. Soon after, these tens of thousands of goo worms that suddenly appeared burst out with bright silver light. The silver light was dazzling, no one could look into it directly. And Mo Tan Sang had a firmer attitude as he went to the Land Spirit. Seeing this small hill-like silver light, he did not hesitate, he went inside immediately. Fan Yuan went in after him. Once they entered the silver light, Fan Yuan was directed by Langya Land Spirit towards the centermost area together with Mo Tan Sang. The Land Spirit's expression was grim, he nodded at Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang quickly expressed his loyalty. Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, Mo Tan Sang, will represent the Northern Plains Inkman City in this battle. I will fight with all my ability. I will stay by your side no matter what. Fan Yuan was silent, he only nodded back at Langya Land Spirit to express his intent. The other hairy man goo immortals were surrounding them. They did not put much attention on Mo Tan Sang, instead, they were assessing Fan Yuan, who was also a hairy man goo immortal. They sent him curious, kind, and perplexed gazes. At the crucial moment, Langya Land Spirit did not criticize Fan Yuan for turning into a hairy man goo immortal. In fact, he felt a bit of joy in his heart. After all, this meant that Fan Yuan was showing a proactive and positive stance regarding the hairy men. There is no time to chit-chat, the 3 of us will be the main fighting force in the battle ahead, Langya Land Spirit said. Before his words finished, the silver light around everyone had condensed to its limits, it turned into silvery metal liquid. Langya Land Spirit suddenly jumped and danced around, shouting loudly, "Heavenly Giant Solar! Heavenly Giant Solar! Heavenly Giant Solar!" When he finished shouting it 3 times, the surrounding silver liquid burst out and created a space with the size of a courtyard. In the air, straight lines of light of all sizes gathered and formed into a 3-dimensional giant goo formation. All the goo immortals were allocated to their positions by Langya Land Spirit. They were separated at their respective formation cores, each having their own spot in the goo formation. At the same time, a faint silvery light glow appeared on Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang, the Land Spirit, and the hairy man goo immortals' bodies. Outside, the goo immortal Heiqing could only see that Langya Land Spirit set up the formation extremely quickly. First the silver light shot out, next the silver liquid spouted upwards, moving rapidly on the outside. Eventually, this silver liquid stopped circulating, becoming solid in an instant, as a metal giant that was tens of meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared with a silvery, shiny body. The giant opened its eyes. It was like the awakening of a demonic god. A formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding sky. "This is actually an ancient battle formation." Fan Yuan was in the space created by the silver giant. His vision was synchronized with the giant. He first saw Heiqing's shocked expression, followed by Qin Baixing's slightly surprised face. Langya Land Spirit, who was at the central formation core, laughed smugly. He said proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation was the second strongest battle formation in the world even during the Olden Antiquity era. It was merely second to Golden Heavenly Saint. Within this formation, all of our strengths are combined, we are one entity. The foundations of our souls are added up, and our immortal essence can be used interchangeably. We can communicate freely with thoughts, everyone else can instantly sense them. This way, they would not fear Qin Baixing's immortal killer move, Soul Suppression. Qin Baixing's Soul Suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to suppress others. But now, Fan Yuan and the others were controlling the heavenly giant solar, their souls were all added together. Even if Qin Baixing's soul suppression was still usable, it would no longer have such a decisive effect. Interesting, heavenly giant solar, to think that it was in long-hair ancestors' hands? Qin Baixing looked at the giant forming and did not strike. His reaction was strange. He stared at the giant as he showed some appreciation in his gaze. This is an ancient battle formation, among the pinnacle of formation path. It can allow goo immortals to work together and add up their battle strength. But because of historical reasons, these types of battle formations have already been buried within the river of time. To think that today, I would be able to see it personally." Heiqing sighed. "But it is not strange. Long-hair ancestor was a famous person throughout history. He had the power to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go and deal with it," Qin Baixing ordered him after letting out a deep breath. Heiqing's expression froze. He stared at Qin Baixing in disbelief. You want me to block this giant alone?" "We all know that there are more than 10 goo immortals working together, creating this giant with their collective power." Qin Baixing snorted. "You know this. I am trying to obtain the immortal goo house refinement cauldron now. I cannot strike. Now is the time you show your worth. I am not asking you to defeat the giant, just stall it for a while. You have an immortal goo house, dark prison, with you. This should not be difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal all your injuries, I will also alleviate your current lifespan crisis. You will regain a huge amount of lifespan." Qin Baixing's tone was filled with pressure and threat. At the same time, there was a benefit that Heiqing could not resist. Heiqing squinted as his breathing became rougher. He was very brilliant, he had a deep shrewdness, he knew that Qin Baixing was using him like a pawn. Towards this, Heiqing felt extremely angry, and also helpless. Because his weakness was currently grasped by Qin Baixing. With such immense benefits, Heiqing had to obey him. "Send your immortal essence into the battle formation," Langya Land Spirit instructed as he shouted. "Heavenly Giant Solar, attack!" The huge silver giant moved soundlessly, directly crashing towards Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing seemed to be unable to move easily. Because he was trying to take the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron, he stood on the spot. Seeing that the silver giant was about to hit him, at this time, Heiqing appeared in front of Qin Baixing. Heiqing looked at the silver giant with a heavy expression. He waved his hand. In his hand there was a black pearl. It was about the size of the base of a rice bowl, black and shiny, like a black crystal. On the surface of this translucent pearl, one could see a boar-shaped animal sleeping inside. The boar was the ancient desolate beast Sharp-Tusked Boar. It had the battle strength of a rank 7 goo immortal. In addition, this black pearl was the rank 6 immortal goo house of He tribe, Dark Prison. He Qing first let out the sharp-tusked boar and then entered the immortal goo house Dark Prison himself. Boom! With a loud bang, the silver giant collided with the sharp-tusked boar. The immense force generated caused the air to explode, as a strong air current spread out around the place. The ancient desolate beast's sharp-tusked boar cried out. Its boar head was full of blood, one of its sharp tusks was broken. In contrast, the silver giant took a few steps back, there was a dent in its chest. But soon, with the appearance of some fluctuating silver light, the dent was fixed, there were no injuries on it. Fan Yuan and the other immortals manipulating the silver giant could feel that several beads of immortal essence were expended in the process. This damned previous version of myself, he turned all these proper goo immortals into idiots. Damn it! Lang Yilan's spirit was unhappy, he scolded himself unhappily. He was very unhappy with this hit. Even though the silver giant had the advantage, the consumed immortal essence was too much. The impact earlier did not display the true power of the silver giant, primarily because these hairy man goo immortals were holding them back. Amo Tan sang, you will be the main attacker this time. Lang Yilan's spirit shouted angrily, he instructed in a ruthless tone. Use your signature killer move! Understood. Amo Tan sang replied as his expression turned serious. After 3 breaths of time, he used his attacking method in the formation. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Blasting Chi Roar. In He Qing's vision, he saw the silver giant's neck turning at an angle as one of its heads was aimed at the sharp-tusked boar. The silver giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. Silvery fluctuations appeared on the right head. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black head that was as dark as ink. On the head, crystals that were sharp as spears grew, frost energy was oozing. The head's expression also changed. Its brows were standing up as its eyes popped out, it stared at the sharp-tusked boar angrily. Seeing this head, He Qing felt a strong sense of danger rising inside him. He Qing wanted to recall the sharp-tusked boar back to his side, when the black head opened its mouth. Roar! A thunderous sound burst out, the sound reverberated over part of the world. Air was pushed out as sound waves spread to the surroundings wildly, most of the force was focused on the sharp-tusked boar. Bam! Blood and flesh flew into the air, broken bones and organs splattered everywhere. The sharp-tusked boar, an ancient desolate beast, having rank 7 goo immortal battle strength, only lasted 3 breaths of time under the attack of the sound wave, before exploding and dying a terrible death. Such power! He Qing's expression changed. Fan Yuan was moved. An incredible ancient battle formation! It can amplify the power of an immortal killer move to such an extent. Amo Tan sang and the hairy man goo immortals went into intense joy after the initial shock. They saw hopes of victory. Even though this attack used up several beads of their immortal essence again, the result of the attack was very much worth it. He Qing's heart turned cold, facing this silver giant. Even if he used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo, there would be little effect. But soon, hatred and determination appeared on his face. Even though the sharp-tusked boar is dead, I still have the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison! He Qing growled. He controlled Dark Prison. It flew like a meteor, bursting the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. An Immortal Goo House had both offense and defense. It was a war fortress. It could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Forceful Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Stem Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 goo immortals used 3 defensive immortal killer moves together. At once, 3 arms of the silver giant transformed at the same time. Chapter 884. Fatal Undercover Agents. Shortly, the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison would be crashing upon the silver giant like a meteor. At this time, on 3 arms of the silver giant, a change occurred. On one of the arms, the hand opened up as a lump of a star cloud spiral appeared on the palm. The spiral became larger and larger. It soon grew to 5 or 6 times the size of an ordinary star cloud grindstone. It spun 50 to 60% faster than usual. Another arm was folded in front of its chest, as the forearm changed, conjuring a huge navy blue shield. This shield was so huge that even with the silver giant's height of several tens of meters, half of it was covered. The final arm was hanging by its side. It seemed to be grasping onto a translucent light yellow veil. It was less eye-catching than the other 2 moves. Immortal Goo House Dark Prison tore through the air. It was right in front of the giant. The silver giant pushed forward with the star cloud grindstone. A loud bang erupted from Dark Prison, as it was sucked into the star cloud grindstone. The star cloud grindstone started to grind and emitted a loud sound. Its shape expanded and shrunk at times. After several rounds of movement, it exploded. The star cloud was destroyed. Within the fragments of blue light, Immortal Goo House Dark Prison charged out like a wild bull. The silver giant used its navy blue shield to block it. Dark Prison crashed into the shield. After several breaths of time, huge amounts of cracks appeared on the shield at the area where it was in contact with Dark Prison. The shield broke soon after. But after these two defenses, Dark Prison only had less than 30% of its original power. Eventually, when Dark Prison crashed into the heavenly stem Earth Veil, it was weak and powerless. It was like an arrow that had used up its energy. It hit the silver giant's chest and only caused inconsequential damage to the latter. Even though Dark Prison was an immortal goo house, Heiqing was the only goo immortal activating it. In this aspect, the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, was quite similar to an immortal goo house. The more goo immortals were involved in activating them, the more power they could unleash. But there was a difference between the two. Immortal goo houses did not have any requirements towards the goo immortals' paths and cultivation levels. In contrast, a battle formation did. For example, Heavenly Giant Solar battle formation would work best if all the goo immortals inside were from the same path. That would make the silver giant stronger, and it would be more agile when manipulated. Looking at the battle now, Fan Yuan was Star Path, and Mo Tan Sang was Chi Path. Langya Land Spirit was a unique existence, while the remaining Hairy Man Goo Immortals were Refinement Path Goo Immortals. This caused Heavenly Giant Solar to not reach its maximum power. Thankfully, there were a lot of hairy men to set the foundation, otherwise, with so many different paths, the Silver Giant would not be able to form. This was only the requirement of Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar was the second most acclaimed battle formation among ancient battle formations. It did not have very strict requirements. According to historical records, many other battle formations had very strict or strange requirements. Normally speaking, it was hard to fulfill those conditions and create the battle formation. This weakness of battle formations was also a reason why they had vanished over history. As a similar pinnacle achievement of formation path, immortal goo houses were much more convenient than battle formations. This was a display of improvements over generations of time. Throughout history, from ancient times to the present, each era had countless heroes and conquerors, talents and geniuses. The accumulations and wisdom of these peoples superimposed on one another, forming the current goo cultivation era of numerous flourishing paths. Even though many natural materials, treasures, fierce beasts and plants from the olden antiquity era and remote antiquity era were extinct already, generally speaking, the current era surpassed the ancient times. There was continuous progress. Materials and goo worms were only the foundation, the wisdom of goo cultivators was the crucial point. Boom! 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 Qin Baixing placed almost all of his attention on the sky. His gaze was heated, he raised both hands as he grabbed at the sky time and time again. Following his actions, thunder resounded in the sky, pieces of the space broke like a mirror, one after another, goo worms were exposed. Then, under a mysterious and profound force, these goo worms were pulled down, landing in Qin Baixing's hands. Qin Baixing showed imposing might, he snatched these goo worms like they were there for him to take. At this moment, his demeanor was overwhelming, he looked like a heavenly deity. He was grabbing at the stars and the moon, he gave off a feeling of being invincible and unmatched. There were two other people collecting goo worms along with him at different locations. They were the mysterious black-robed goo immortal and fairy Jianyu. They are trying to take my immortal goo house, Refinement Cauldron, we cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, a huge amount of land in Langya Blessed Land would collapse. At the center of the battle formation, Langya Land Spirit was screaming anxiously. But it was no use. Even though the Silver Giant blocked the charge of the immortal goo house Dark Prison, it could not stop Dark Prison from interrupting it. Many times, the Silver Giant, under the Land Spirit's control, tried to get close to Qin Baixing, but Heiqing blocked it desperately. Boom! At this time, with a loud bang, lightning flashed in the sky as an immortal goo appeared in the broken space for the first time. Good! Qin Baixing saw this and cried out unconsciously, his expression was full of joy. He stretched his hand to grab it, although in fact, this immortal goo belonged to Langya Land Spirit, but it could not resist as Qin Baixing easily captured it, keeping it in his storage. Evidently, Qin Baixing possessed some special method to take immortal goo from others. Once this immortal goo was lost, a huge impact occurred. Langya blessed land shook intensely as huge waves appeared on the vast sea, crashing into the 3 continents. Far away, at a corner of the world, an intense collapse occurred. Space shrunk as the sea water and living beings in this area were forced towards the center of the sea area. Qin Baixing obtained only 1 immortal goo, but it caused such a huge change in the blessed land? Fan Yuan saw this and felt shock. He immediately had a vague guess over this. Stop! Quickly stop! Langya Land's spirit shouted anxiously. The other hairy man goo immortals were also very worried. With the immortal goo taken away, there were huge repercussions to Langya blessed land. The lives of the endless hairy men in the 3 continents were severely threatened. But Dark Prison blocked the silver giant. Qin Baixing had set up defensive measures around himself, and could not be easily disrupted. As immortal goo were taken away by Qin Baixing one after another, Langya blessed land started collapsing everywhere. Tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, all these natural disasters formed. Countless hairy men in the continents died. This was a classic case of mortals suffering from a fight between immortals. Fan Yuan saw this and affirmed his guess even more. Langya blessed land's true space had far exceeded that of a conventional blessed land. It could match an outstanding grotto heaven. But Langya blessed land was merely a blessed land. So how did Langya land's spirit achieve that? Fan Yuan already knew that the environment inside an immortal aperture was greatly affected by the down marks contained in the immortal aperture. Thus, he naturally thought, Langya land's spirit seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal goo into the world of this immortal aperture. This way, the down mark fragments in the immortal goo would become the immortal apertures, and that would allow the immortal aperture to expand greatly. But now that Qin Baixing is forcefully taking the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron, when the immortal goo were lost, Langya blessed land lost a large amount of down marks. This caused the environment to change, and the space inside to shrink. Fan Yuan guessed correctly. It was due to this immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, being embedded into the world that Langya blessed land could use the ample down marks inside the immortal goo to create a huge space and generate countless resources, having an immensely abundant foundation. Much credit was to be given to the previous Langya land spirit. After refinement cauldron was fused into the immortal aperture world, it was as if the entire immortal aperture was the inside of refinement cauldron. All of the living beings inside the immortal aperture were inside the refinement range of refinement cauldron. It was because of refinement cauldron's help that the previous Langya land spirit could nurture a large number of hairy man goo immortals. But doing that had a huge drawback. Firstly, refinement cauldron could not be moved. It was stuck inside the blessed land. Once it was moved, the environment inside the immortal aperture would shrink drastically. Great amounts of losses and deaths were sure to occur. This was also the reason why Langya land spirit would rather use the ancient battle formation than summon the immortal goo house refinement cauldron to battle. Get lost! The silver giant raised its hand and slapped Dark Prison away. Taking huge strides, the silver giant charged towards Qin Baixing. But at the next moment, Dark Prison flew back again, crashing into the silver giant's shoulder and making it lose its balance. Such a thing had already happened more than a dozen times. He Qing was dragged into this. He could not stay out of this mess anymore. He had to risk it all. Even though Dark Prison suffered huge losses in the battle and was badly damaged, He Qing had to grit his teeth and endure it. It is useless. I can still hold on for a long time. An immortal goo house is made from a small number of immortal goo and countless mortal goo. As long as the immortal goo remain intact, no matter how many mortal goo are consumed, I can replenish them. If an immortal goo house can be destroyed so easily, can it still be called an immortal goo house? He Qing's screams from inside the immortal goo house could be heard. You are correct. Langya land spirit spoke, agreeing with He Qing's words. He Qing stared blankly, before his expression changed. He found that in Dark Prison, many goo worms had been forcefully refined by Langya land spirit, including 2 immortal goo. He Qing was right. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, could they still be called an immortal goo house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, lost many goo worms, and even lost a number of immortal goo, as long as the core remained intact, it would only become weaker. The ability to refine goo worms of others could still be used. Ha ha ha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have lost pathetically. My refinement cauldron still has 2 hairy man goo immortals. With them standing guard, how can you steal my immortal goo house? Langya land spirit shouted, declaring his victory. Langya blessed land had a truly deep foundation. After fighting to this extent, There were still hairy man-goo immortals that had not shown up yet. But it was reasonable, Refinement Cauldron had great importance, there had to be strength remaining to defend it. But at this moment, Qin Baixing smiled coldly. Are you sure about that? Before his words were finished, 2 hairy man-goo immortals descended from the sky. They paid their respects to Qin Baixing. Greetings to Lord Vice-Envoy. These 2 hairy man-goo immortals that were left behind to guard Refinement Cauldron were actually undercover agents left in Langya Blessed Land by Shadow Sect. With their cooperation, attacking from both the inside and outside, it was a foregone conclusion that the Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Refinement Cauldron, would be lost. Chapter 885. Anticlimactic Battle of Offense and Defense. Langya Land's spirit's expression changed. He stared at this scene in disbelief. 12th Hair, 13th Hair, what are you doing? The hairy man-goo immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted loudly. As hairy men, you are actually helping the enemy and betraying your kin. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th Hair and 13th Hair are hairy men that grew up in the Blessed Land. How could they betray us? This has to be an illusion. Everyone, don't be fooled by this. Some of the hairy man-goo immortals refused to believe this. The attentions of everyone were on those 2 hairy man-goo immortals. They had an arrogant attitude as they surrounded Qin Baixing protectively. They showed looks of pride and had no intentions to explain themselves. Their betrayal was a fatal blow towards Langya Land's spirit's side. Especially those hairy man-goo immortals, their hearts were in chaos. They could not manipulate the battle formation easily. Hei Qing obtained a precious chance to catch a breather. Qin Baixing's speed of gathering the goo worms became quicker with the cooperation of the hairy man traders. Langya Land's spirit's face was as dark as the bottom of a pan. He spoke, squeezing his words from between gritted teeth. Kill them all. Kill these 2 hairy man traders. Even if they betrayed us and caused trouble, Refinement Cauldron still has my will. It has not stopped working yet. It can still function. Everyone, Langya Blessed Land is at a moment between life and death. It will depend on all of you. We have no other way but to fight now. Kill. Langya Land's spirit tried his best to spur on morale. No matter how naive the hairy man-goo immortals were, they noticed the current desperate situation, and hardened their determination to resist with their full strengths one after another. The silver giant had an imposing aura as it moved forward again, fighting the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. After a few rounds, Dark Prison was defeated repeatedly. Inside Dark Prison, Hei Qing's hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. He felt dizzy as he had already used Dark Prison to its limits. In fact, this ancient battle formation had another drawback. That was, in order to unleash the full power of the battle formation, the Goo immortals inside needed to have a lot of practice beforehand. However, this was the first time Fan Yuan and the others were working together. Inside the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, even though there were many Goo immortals, the real attackers were only Fan Yuan, Mo Tansang, and Langya Land Spirit. This was like a person having 2 fists, and yet only using 3 fingers to fight. The hairy man-goo immortals were not skilled at fighting. They were holding Fan Yuan and the others back, causing the silver giant to look very clumsy. Even though there were many opportunities, it could not use them. But during the intense fight, the immortals had gotten more familiar with controlling it. They had gained a trace of coordination between themselves. With this coordination, the silver giant managed to find 2 opportunities to send Dark Prison flying. Hei Qing had to retreat. The 2 hairy man-goo immortals went to guard Qin Baixing. But the silver giant charged forward. It only stopped for a moment before its gigantic body approached Qin Baixing to slam at him. Qin Baixing spat out a mouthful of blood as the collection process was interrupted. He had to dodge. His body flew into the air. Chase! Langya Land's spirit ordered. The silver giant chased after Qin Baixing, but Dark Prison came again at a quick speed and peculiar angle. The defending hairy man-goo immortals were caught off guard. They could not react in time and the silver giant was knocked away. The silver giant attacked fiercely and sent Dark Prison flying again. But this time, from afar, 2 figures came to help. They were Wei Feng Zi and He Lang Zi. And at this moment, the 2 hairy man-goo immortals surrounded the massive silver giant like flies, moving quickly and attacking, doing their best to disturb it. 4 Goo immortals and a rank 6 immortal Goo house engaged in fierce battle with the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the immortals on the land spirit's side became more and more well coordinated. The silver giant's battle strength rose. Even though the enemy was attacking it desperately, they could not stop the giant's movement. Some of the true power of an ancient battle formation was finally released. Qin Baixing was forced to stop the collection process 3 times. As he moved away and dodged the silver giant's assaults, his expression was becoming more pale. Immortal killer move, myriad self-giant hand. In the fierce battle, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He attacked suddenly. He had kept a low profile for a while. At this moment, he bared his fangs, using his trump card. 4 arms of the silver giant rose up, slamming down fiercely. Bam 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 bam! A loud sound of an intense explosion occurred. The air burst as 4 strength path hands slammed at the ground with an immense force. At this moment, the Gu Immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Amplified by the ancient battle formation, strength path giant hands' power reached an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used wind escape, desperately fleeing for his life. He Lang Zi turned into a giant wolf, quickly retreating. The strength path giant hands barely grazed him, but the giant wolf let out a pained growl. The bones in the part of its body that had been in contact with the hand broke completely. The flesh there turned into meat paste. He Cheng hesitated slightly. 2 strength path giant hands clapped together, as if hitting a fly from either side, but instead, it was Dark Prison that was squashed by the palms. Rumble! With a loud sound, 2 strength path giant hands disintegrated. Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, which resembled a black meteor, swayed and shook as it flew away. The immortal Gu House was not a fly, it would not collapse from that. But Dark Prison's current condition made all of the Gu Immortals present suck in a deep breath of cold air. This immortal Gu House's appearance changed drastically. The round ball was squeezed from both sides. A huge crack formed around Dark Prison. Thick smoke emerged from this crack, as lumps of sparks erupted in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 Gu Immortal who killed Shui Songzi! Hui Fengzi was indeed among the fastest in northern plains. After he escaped, he looked back at the battlefield, feeling lingering fear towards the giant hands. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man Gu Immortals were stunned before erupting into a cheer. Lang Yalan's spirit was at first joyful, but soon, his gaze flashed as he thought of something, looking at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression was pale, sweat gathered on his forehead. He was almost unable to stand, his body was shaking and swaying. He showed an expression of facing a fierce backlash after overexerting himself. Lang Yalan's spirit's suspicions were lifted. He turned his attention towards the main enemy, Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing was no longer at his original spot. Because a strength path giant hand was coming after him, he had to interrupt the Gu collection process and dodge. Now, his expression did not look good. It seemed like his past injuries had accumulated and achieved a qualitative change. In Fan Yuan and the others' opinions, Qin Baixing no longer had his previous domineering aura. He was extremely weak now. I will stop here today. Next time I come, it will not end like this. Humph. Qin Baixing spoke a sentence before flying away. He seemed to be heavily injured. He gave up on the remaining parts of Refinement Cauldron as he left the battlefield. Lang Yalan's spirit growled angrily as he chased. Qin Baixing and the others were adequately prepared. After they gathered together, they tore through space and escaped from Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Yalan's spirit could not fly out of the Blessed Land. He could only watch with anger and hatred as Qin Baixing and the others flew away with half of Refinement Cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained Refinement Cauldron entirely. This is different from our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky as Fairy Jianyu transmitted to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing's expression was grave. The situation has changed. Luopa Valley is currently under attack. We have to return. That immortal Gu is still being nurtured. It is soon to be completely formed. If we lose it, there will be huge repercussions in our crucial plan. Fairy Jianyu's heart shook. She asked. Then what about Lang Ya Blessed Land? I would advise that we leave it alone for now. The hairy men inside have huge value. At this time, the 2 hairy man Gu Immortals joined in the discussions. As long as we have the Immortal Killer Move Soul Replacement, we can go in to undergo possession and lurk. It is not a problem to create a few more undercover agents. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. We only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man Gu Immortal moles. Now that 2 of us are exposed. If we want to accumulate more undercover agents, we will need at least 300 years. Even though we did not expose anything, the previous Lang Yalan's spirit might have sensed something. He generally only let us Gu Immortals refine Gu. He did not give us the freedom to move about or opportunities to raise our battle strength by dueling. The two hairy man-gu immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baixing thought about it before speaking. Forget it, even though we still have one mole left, the important matter now is to protect Luopa Valley until that immortal gu is formed. This immortal gu is crucial to our plans, it cannot be lost. As for the immortal gu house, refinement cauldron, we took over half of it, it can be considered an incomplete immortal gu house. Even though we did not reach our goal, we can use dark prison to make up for it. Alright. When there is a good chance, we will make our move together. The people from Shadow Sect gave subtle glances towards Heiqing, no longer transmitting their thoughts. Move, we have to relocate. At this moment, inside Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land's spirit muttered as he made up his mind. Long-hair ancestor had died long ago. Langya Blessed Land was an ownerless blessed land, yet it could actually be moved. This went against conventional reasoning. I have my ways to relocate the entire blessed land. But during the process of movement, heaven and earth would be very unstable, the price to pay is huge. Langya Land's spirit explained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Long-hair ancestor's foundation was so deep, he gained a new understanding regarding it. This time, we could repel the enemy. The two of you put in much effort, especially you, Fang Yuan. Langya Land's spirit said. Amo Tan Sang stared with wide-open eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in shock. By now, he finally learned that this person in front of him was the Fang Yuan that he was familiar with. Fang Yuan felt no awkwardness regarding his identity being exposed. He smiled lightly at Amo Tan Sang. Oh. Langya Land's spirit sighed. It seems that it will be very hard for us hairy men to rise up. The road is filled with difficulties, twists and turns, but the future is bright. If you follow me, it will definitely be the right choice. This time, I am very pleased with your performance. I will reward you greatly. Immediately afterwards, he said. Without proper grass, no horse would move for you. Even a dog needs to be given a bone for it to be enthusiastic. Oh no, why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 886. Crying Mini-Man. Northern Plains, in a certain secluded area, Luopa Valley. Souls were wailing, thunder roared and lightning struck down. The light of fire shined everywhere, and explosions rang out continuously. A huge, intense battle was ongoing. The defending side was Shadow Sect, whose members had resolutely abandoned Langya Blessed Land and came back, Qin Baixing, Fairy Jianyu, Hui Fengzi, He Langzi and others. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. Qin Baixing grunted, stepping forward in the endless light and fire. Bam bam bam! 3 intense explosions sounded out. Qin Baixing had forced back 3 invading Gu immortals with an overwhelming momentum, giving a feeling of an impenetrable fortress. I, the Grand Qinjinqi, actually lost 3 times in a row against a single Gu immortal, and in one move each time? The Gu immortal from Myriad Dragon Dock, Chen Jinqi, stabilized himself with difficulty and looked at Qin Baixing with shock and fury. Damn it! It was not easy to organize a wave of offense, and it was actually broken by him so easily. Buffet Yen gritted her teeth as blood seeped out of her lips. This soul path killer move is really too strong. Who could have expected Qin Baixing's true strength to be so strong? Old Oracle's deduction was really correct. This guy is very likely to be the culprit of 88 True Yang buildings' destruction. Old Man Tianlong thought. The group that was attacking Luopa Valley was none other than the group of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. When their objectives could not be achieved in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Feng Jiu Gu was not discouraged and directed them appropriately, finding many secrets and clues. After going through Old Oracle's deduction, the group of immortals found the location of Luopa Valley and hurried over. However, Luopa Valley had already been in Shadow Sect's possession for a long time, and had a powerful defensive Gu formation. While Central Continent's Gu immortals were being delayed by this, Qin Baixing and the others had retreated from Langya Blessed Land, coming to reinforce immediately. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's group wanted to invade Luopa Valley, while Shadow Sect's group was defending their base tightly. Transformation Path Killer Move, Fragrant Sorcerer in Statue Wolf Transformation. Wind Path Killer Move, Death Wind Flying Blade. He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi saw the Central Continent Gu immortals suffering setbacks, immediately grasping the opportunity to counterattack incisively. Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Endy Manor were no match against the intense attacks, and could only retreat without any power to fight back. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Jiuge took action, using an extraordinary sound path killer move. He Langzi and Hui Fengzi suffered intense damage and fell back. Hui Fengzi retreated back to the defensive Gu formation, spitting out over 10 mouthfuls of blood in succession. This blood had changed into a deep green jade color. He Langzi's injuries were even more severe. The fragrant sorcerine statue wolf he had transformed into had mostly changed into jade stones. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seems to restrain transformation path. I am actually not able to change back to human form. It looks like I have to resolve this injury before I can transform again. Feng Jiuge! Qin Baixing shouted furiously, his voice spreading over the whole battlefield. Qin Baixing, I underestimated you. Previously I was actually deceived by you. I am far beneath you in terms of acting skills. Fortunately, my side has a wisdom path Gu immortal, and without stinting on the expenditure of lifespan, he was able to successfully deduce the location of this Luopa Valley. Feng Jiuge was still dressed in a red and white robe. His posture was straight, like a spear or sword. Right now, he was speaking with a slight smile. His tone was articulate and extremely graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I have no relation with the destruction of 88 True Young building. But since you came, your life will end here. Qin Baixing slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. He placed his hands together in front of his chest, then he grabbed his left palm with his right hand and formed a fist, which he raised high above his head. When they saw this stance, the expressions of the Central Continent Gu immortals started changing to that of shock and bewilderment, and they started retreating. Only Feng Jiuge stood on the spot, like he was nailed between heaven and earth, and would not move even if a storm battered him. He looked at Qin Baixing's stance with bright eyes. This move, could it be Sword Immortal Bo Qing's five-finger fist heart sword? Correct. Qin Baixing replied. Are you prepared to die? Feng Jiuge laughed heartily. His expression was one of excitement. Good, wonderful. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is my senior in Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his tribulation and his killer move Inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but it instead landed in a Northern Plains Gu immortal's hands. But I have read relevant records in the sect. This five-finger fist heart sword is extremely powerful and sharp. It is rumored that back then, Lord Sword Immortal Bo Qing felt the majesty of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of ascension, thus he created this move to show his courage and pride of resisting heaven and earth by himself. So this move stance is quite peculiar. The person who uses it must confront heaven and earth, lowering their head and closing their eyes. It seems like an admission of defeat, but they are in truth using all their physical and mental strength to produce and unleash the sharpest attack. The fist above their head shows how incomparably bold Sword Immortal Bo Qing was. As the saying goes, I decide my own fate, not heaven. With a sword at my heart, I advance in sword path. Feng Jiuge was not the least bit nervous in facing the legendary killer move. Instead, he was speaking with confidence. The Central Continent Gu immortals behind him were influenced by this, and the fear in their minds gradually dissipated. This made them have even more admiration of Feng Jiuge's temperament. Humph, you know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of your defeat and death. Qin Baixing sneered. Feng Jiuge shook his head and smiled brightly. By fortunate coincidence, I have created a sound path killer move, inspired during a certain time period. During my cultivation journey, I've discovered heaven and earth, faced heaven and earth, and revered heaven and earth. I felt the vastness of nature, felt how minute and weak I was. I named this song Heaven and Earth Song. Heaven and earth is so vast, while humans are so insignificant. This song borrows the strength of heaven and earth, using an incomparable might to suppress all resistance. On one side was the vast might of heaven and earth, in accordance with the course of nature and with boundless force, while the other side was about defying heaven's will by oneself, with the will of sword path, pressing forward indomitably. These two moves were complete opposites of each other. In the end, would it be Heaven and Earth Song or Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword that emerges victorious? The tempo of the whole battlefield slowed down for a moment. Everyone's gazes were on Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing. Even Qin Baixing showed a peculiar look, and while still having his eyes closed, he spoke. Oh? Then this fight is going to be truly interesting. Take this, first finger. Light illuminated heavenly court. Eternal and indestructible. The giant image in the air, formed by the refinement path Gu formation, was no longer dazzling, its radiance was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is finished, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to draw in Heaven's will. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after he inspected it once. Draw in Heaven's will. Fairy Tsang Shui mumbled. Lian Jiuxing and Bai Qintian also bore serious expressions. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain. Heaven's will is also known as the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also has will. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are tiny like ants, lowly like sand, they are basically not worthy of being mentioned. Heaven's will is the most important immortal material to restore Fate Goo. Now, it will be an extremely long and arduous process of managing this refinement path Goo formation. Because we need to resist Heaven's will is boundless, we cannot let it ruin our minds, otherwise we will suffer extremely severe injuries or even die. Heavenly Court has lost quite a few rank 8 Goo immortals in this process. More preparation may quicken the speed of work, now we will take turns to rest and recover. Alright. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A piece of lamb that was as large as cattle was laid out in front of Fan Yuan, dripping in blood. Fan Yuan sat on the ground and tore a portion of the meat, and put it in his mouth. His basin-sized mouth chewed continuously for a moment before swallowing it. Trickles of blood flowed out from the gaps between his sharp teeth, and seeped out of his lips. Fan Yuan's face, however, showed a satisfied and happy expression. This lamb was not ordinary meat, but was the meat of a giant horned sheep. Fan Yuan had captured a live strength path desolate beast, giant horned sheep, previously in northern plains. Right now he was using Eat Strength Immortal Goo to devour the meat and increase the strength path Dao marks on his body. I am a strength path Goo immortal after all, strength path Dao marks are my foundation. Fan Yuan kept eating while looking back mentally over the defensive battle of Langya Blessed Land. In this battle, Fan Yuan had first tested vaguely familiar face, deceiving almost everyone, the effects satisfied him. Secondly, he used Star Path killer moves in actual battle. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies and Position Star Swap. Actual battle was vastly different from normal practice. Fan Yuan was able to comprehend an additional layer of understanding regarding these 4 immortal killer moves through the battle. Naturally, Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance did not have just these 4 killer moves. However, Fan Yuan could only use these 4 currently. Because he only had 3 Star Path Immortal Goo Star Mark, Starlight and Star Shoot. These 3 Immortal Goo were used in turns as the cores of the 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wan Xiang had 4 Immortal Goo but 1 was destroyed in battle. Thus, only 3 ended up in Fan Yuan's hands. I had thought of using the Light of Wisdom to deduce some Strength Path Immortal killer moves to make up for my weak points. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good and can be of use for now, there is no need for me to waste my time and energy. Through this battle of defense in Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan was able to gain an even more clear understanding of his own battle strength. When considering Star Path killer moves, my battle strength is already firmly at the peak of rank 6. Just based on the offensive aspect, with Myriad Self, my battle strength can match rank 7. But I am still quite far away from being able to fight with veteran rank 7 Goo immortals, and can only try my best to pester and stall them. As for Qin Baixing, I have no hope of matching him. He is a quasi-rank 8, an expert like Feng Jiuge. This battle made Fan Yuan truly recognize the power of Qin Baixing. Due to this, in the entire battle, Fan Yuan generally did not use his full strength and was basically going with the flow. Only at the last juncture did he display Myriad Self Giant Hand. Under such a situation, being high profile was seeking death. From start to finish, Fan Yuan had placed some of his attention to controlling fixed immortal travel constantly. Once something went wrong, he was ready to immediately retreat. Who is this Qin Baixing? His true strength is actually so great. He Cheng, Jianyu, Hui Fengzi, and the others, why are they together? Qin Baixing seems to be their leader, and with He Qing in their group, He Lu Lan's revenge is probably hopeless. Now that I think about it, the hidden details regarding Langya Blessed Land run very deep, there is more than meets the eye. In the memories of Fan Yuan's previous life, Langya Blessed Land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, just in this 4th wave, there were signs of not being able to resist. What was the truth in history? Was it because of influence from Fan Yuan that Langya Blessed Land's situation had changed? A thick fog had appeared in front of Fan Yuan. Even if I was in perfect condition, when facing Qin Baixing, especially that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I simply wouldn't have any strength to strike back. Truly powerless. Fang Yuan gazed down at his hand. His hand was stained with blood. Compared to Qin Bai Xing, Fang Yuan seemed like this giant horned sheep which could only allow itself to be slaughtered by another. Heaven and earth was vast, nature was boundless. The more one knew, the more they would find out how ignorant they are. The stronger one became, the more they would find how weak they are. Had an interesting account. Boundless Forest Samsara was separated from her father, Rinzhu, and could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was heartbroken, and did not feel happy eating the fruits anymore. Every day, she would shed tears and weep incessantly, until she got tired and gradually fell asleep. In a dream of hers, she vaguely heard some extremely soft voices, and felt something small, like an ant, was climbing her body. Immediately, she woke up and sat up, and saw a mini-man was climbing on her body. Because of Boundless Forest Samsara's movement, this mini-man's foothold became unstable and it fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually such a small person like you in the world? Boundless Forest Samsara saw the mini-man that was not even the size of her finger, and felt extremely curious, forgetting to cry for a moment. The mini-man looked at the giant Boundless Forest Samsara with a stupefied look, and after the shock, he raised his head and started crying loudly. Hey, little person, I am not crying, what are you crying for? Boundless Forest Samsara was puzzled. The mini-man spoke while crying. I am the tallest in my tribe, and I was brave, arrogant and proud because of this. Today, I intended to climb a mountain, but to think that this mountain was really a person. There are actually such giant people like you in the world. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, so I burst into tears. Almost every person who explored and grew up would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they realized their weaknesses. Sometimes they would sigh at the vastness of the world, and sometimes they would find how far their goal was, and to reach their goal, they had to go through an endless journey which they had not considered before. They would feel loss, bewilderment, discouragement, panic, even hopelessness. Thus, one could understand the mini-man crying when it saw Boundless Forest Samsara. Thinking back to my previous life, I also was once perplexed and had cried. There are mountains beyond mountains, and experts beyond experts. There are always stronger existences than me. Eternal life is too far away. How could my insignificant self achieve it? Fang Yuan gazed at his bloody palm and was lost in thought for a while. After a long time, he suddenly smiled, revealing his sharp fangs. Still too weak. Whether it was my previous life or this life, I am like that mini-man that wanted to climb the mountain. But my insignificance won't be an excuse to stop chasing after the grandness. Only the cowardly and defeated will look for excuses. Even if tears are shed and snot flows out, I will continue to climb the mountain. This is the pleasure of life. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan ripped apart another portion of bloody meat and bit it. The sharp teeth ruthlessly chewed at the meat. Trickles of fresh blood seeped out of his lips. Chapter 887. Short break. Half a month later. In Fang Yuan's dead immortal aperture, two wills were in a fierce struggle. One will was like specks of starlight, flickering brightly. The other will was illusory, suddenly going in and retreating just as suddenly. They were a star will and a fake will. These two wills had already fought for 7 minutes. The star will was slowly unable to keep up with the fake will, and was showing signs of losing. However, with a shift of Fang Yuan's mind, a new portion of will descended from the sky and joined the battle like reinforcements, immediately changing the battle situation. In the end, the fake will was defeated miserably with only a few fragments of it remaining. Fang Yuan, you will die. A terrible death. The fake will could not condense into any form, and used all its strength to curse in a stammering voice. A curse from such a weak being was simply of no importance. The star will won. It condensed into Fang Yuan's image and sneered while glancing at Mo Yao's fake will, before it flew to the sky and left the dead immortal aperture. I have already made large progress in battles of wills. Now, in a 1 versus 1, although I cannot defeat Mo Yao and am defeated every time, Mo Yao's will also doesn't have an easy time, and recently all her victories are achieved with difficulty. While Fang Yuan was evaluating himself inwardly, the star will entered his mind and the information received this time appeared in his mind. Fang Yuan originally had no expectations, but the information this time gave him a slight surprise. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Fang Yuan's mind jolted. During her travels in the outside world, Mo Yao had once unexpectedly found a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless hamlet. At that time, the conceptualization of dream path was very minimal and there were no external manifestation of dream realms, Even Heavenly Court's exploration of dream realms was extremely shallow. And Mo Yao only felt the tree was somewhat strange, she did not recognize it, so she engraved it in her mind. She left this spring dream fruit tree in its place and did not move it. Spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant and looked ordinary. Normal Gu immortals would not be able to find anything wrong. It was only because Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique that she discovered some strange points about the spring dream fruit tree. But she was only slightly curious, it was not an immortal material after all. Later, because of other matters, she did not visit that hamlet again. That spring dream fruit tree all along had been left there. Time brings great changes. So many years had gone by. Who knew what had happened to that tree? Perhaps it was already cut down by mortals, maybe it was destroyed by fire, or maybe it was still there. The possibilities were too many, it was anyone's guess. This old hag, Mo Yao, is still hard to deal with. She suppressed this memory in the deepest layers, until she could no longer hide it, and I found it. But according to this state, almost all the things she knew have been squeezed out by me. Fan Yuan suppressed the thought to go and take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, he had also obtained another valuable clue earlier. It was in regards to hibiscus stalactites. This was a genuine immortal material. However, when he had secretly gone to that place, he discovered the main area was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fan Yuan thought for a while before deciding not to go. Therefore, Fan Yuan did not hold much hope in regards to the spring dream fruit tree. Moreover, to retrieve the spring dream fruits, he had to use special dream path methods and also make other preparations. If there truly are spring dream fruits, they will be of huge help to me in refining dream path mortal goo. After all, the materials used in refining dream path goo worms are truly scarce. Ever since he got the immortal killer move Unravel Dream, no matter how busy he was, Fan Yuan would spend some time almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had spring dream fruits, it would be of great help in refining these dream path mortal goo. Even with a conservative estimation, the efficiency of refining the goo would multiply by at least times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's will was left in the dead immortal aperture to slowly recover. Fan Yuan opened his eyes and left his bed, moving to Dang Hun Palace's prison. Gu Yu Fangjing was held captive here. He was lying on a stone bed, his eyes vacantly gazing at the ceiling without moving. Immortal Crane's sect had abandoned him, and this to him was an extremely heavy impact. After the initial hysterical shouting and wailing, Fangjing had turned into this state. Fan Yuan began to speak. Even if his voice was filled with ridicule, or belittling and cursing Immortal Crane's sect as well as Lord Sky Crane, Fangjing did not respond. Fan Yuan did not mind and continued to speak for a while before leaving. Re-educating his little brother required time, and could not be done in one step. Fan Yuan had already expected this, and also did not lack patience. Every set interval of time, he would take the initiative to visit Fangjing. In Dang Hun Palace, he could completely monitor Fangjing's every action from far away. The true intention behind Fan Yuan personally arriving was to let Fangjing know he had visited. Fan Yuan left the area and entered another prison. Up to this point, Fan Yuan's prisons had already held many prisoners. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Gu Yu Fangjing, there was Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul, the rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling's soul, and finally, Shui Songzi's soul, which he had captured in the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul was already completely searched by Fan Yuan, and the only value it had left was the soul itself. Meanwhile, the souls of Jingling and Shui Songzi still had great value. Over these last days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had been constantly soul-searching these two. The gains were considerable: large numbers of mortal goo recipes, many mortal killer moves, some immortal killer moves, a few immortal goo recipes, as well as secret knowledge, many treasure troves and clues to inheritances. However, because Jingling was a wind path goo immortal and Shui Songzi was a snow path goo immortal, these were not suitable for Fan Yuan's strength path or star path. Before Fan Yuan got hold of wind path immortal goo or snow path immortal goo, these things could only increase his accumulation and strengthen his foundation. One thing worth noting was that Shui Songzi's soul had been tampered with, and his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fan Yuan did not know why Shui Songzi and Heiqing were in cahoots with Qin Baixing. Such a soul path method was extremely profound, making Fan Yuan lost in wonder and unable to do anything. Naturally, the souls of Jingling and Shui Songzi were still not completely searched, the future gains were still unknown variables. As for Langya Land Spirit's reward, it was indeed extremely bountiful. Fan Yuan not only received the previously agreed upon rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, moreover under Fan Yuan's persistence, Langya Land Spirit fully imparted the method to relocate a blessed land to Fan Yuan. These were only 2 rewards, but they had extremely huge value to Fan Yuan. There was no need to mention the value of all-out effort goo's immortal goo recipe, speaking instead of the method of relocating a blessed land. Whether it be Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land, both needed to be moved urgently. But the cost of this method was extraordinary and would inflict huge damage to the blessed land itself, and it required using 12 immortal goo at the same time. Langya Land Spirit had already prepared to relocate Langya Blessed Land. After the relocation, he would lend these immortal goo to Fan Yuan for Fan Yuan to relocate his blessed lands. Naturally, the price of borrowing these goo was very high. Chapter 888. Entering Eastern Sea. 2 months later. At a certain place in Eastern Sea, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stood quietly on a cloud, waiting for Shark Demon and others. The sun was setting now, causing a huge area of clouds with a burning red appearance to the west. Even the sea underneath them was dyed red. Waves after waves appeared in the sea. Under such elegant turbulence, the last rays of light shone brightly onto these water droplets. They were bright and red. Together with the burning red-looking clouds, a beautiful scene was formed. Every time I see such a beautiful sight, I will stop and immerse myself in this atmosphere, sighing at the marvels of nature. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep gaze as he sighed. Right now, I am someone who has succeeded in immortal ascension, but I can feel that this world is still so grand and majestic, it makes one feel like they are an insignificant insect, having a great sense of inferiority. Comparing mankind to heaven, we are really insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 goo venerables would have the qualifications to contest with heaven and earth. I have no such hope. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't think too lowly of yourself. Do you remember from that story of the mini-man? When we recognize that we are tiny and insignificant, we have to try and get even stronger. We are tiny, but to stop being ignorant and become wise you will feel pain, because that shows you are growing. Xing Xiangzi, you still have such grand ambitions. Ha! Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned for a moment before he laughed as well. The two were still conversing, when a goo immortal emerged from the sea below them. Who is this? Fan Yuan shouted. Lords, please calm down. My name is Sha Nanjiang. I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to invite both of you over. The person smiled as he introduced himself. Sha Nanjiang's body rose up. In a few breaths of time, he arrived at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's location. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. His body was strong and muscular. He had a bald head with a copper band on it. He had icy blue eyes and his skin was like old tree bark. His arms and legs were exposed on the outside. His fingers were webbed. His ears looked like fish fins. They were sharp and extended towards the back of his head. Fan Yuan twiddled his fingers, suddenly asking, Scenic blue travel immortal zombie body? Sha Nanjiang's mild smile froze. He stared at Fan Yuan as he cupped his fists. Sir must be the wisdom path goo immortal Xing Xiangzi? Impressive. My scenic blue travel immortal zombie body was self-created. I have just come out of closed cultivation. I have not told anybody. Sir only made a small deduction and actually found out its name. Fan Yuan chuckled. I am not a wisdom path goo immortal. I mainly cultivate star path. I only secondarily cultivate wisdom path. Earlier, I was just guessing randomly. I was lucky to have been correct. Fan Yuan was very humble. Tai Bai Yunxing watched at the side, laughing to himself inwardly. This was the first time Tai Bai Yunxing met this Sha Nanjiang. Thus, the scene earlier occurred. Sha Nanjiang used an immortal killer move to sneak over here. When he reached the sea beneath Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, his traces were exposed by Fan Yuan. This was the probing of Sha Nanjiang. But soon, Fan Yuan retaliated and deduced the name of Sha Nanjiang's immortal zombie body. When two immortals interact, their strength was the most important thing. After some mutual probing, they could win each other's respect. Sha Nanjiang no longer dared to be careless. He showed a serious expression. He nodded to Fan Yuan, having a respectful expression, before turning his gaze to Tai Bai Yunxing. Please follow me. Lord Shark Demon and the others are already attacking Yulu Blessed Land. A moment later, the three of them dived into the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color. It looked like porcelain or jade. Chains of water crystal pearls lined the top of the door as they hung, forming a veil and blocking the entrance. Fan Yuan's eyes showed a look of curiosity. He would definitely not think that this door that had suddenly appeared was made of jade. This was the entrance of Yulu Blessed Land. It only showed its outer appearance, but its true purpose was to act as the connection between Yulu Blessed Land and the outside world. The entrance was extremely significant to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the entrance was closed, the immortal aperture world would become an enclosed small world, isolated from the outside world. If Gu immortals from outside the immortal aperture wanted to enter, it would be extremely difficult. One could say, the entrance was the first difficulty to tackle when invading a blessed land. Back then, immortal crane Sexy Feng Yang and fairy Tsang Yu worked together to attack Fan Yuan's Hu immortal blessed land. In order to solve the problem of the entrance, they used Fang Jing and a blood path method to locate it. Only after locating the blessed land did they enter Hu immortal blessed land. Qin Bai Xing and the others invaded Langya blessed land. They also made use of the souls of the hairy man Gu immortal undercover agents to locate it and enter Langya blessed land. Thus, even if Fan Yuan did not capture Fang Jing to use blood deity, he would still need to be concerned about the safety of Hu immortal blessed land and deal with Fang Jing. In that case, there would be no way of tracking him. Even if they knew the location of Hu immortal blessed land precisely, even if they could break the space between the two worlds, they could not connect to the inside of the blessed land. As the three arrived in front of the light jade door, Sha Nanjiang activated his Gu worms as the crystal veil of the entrance lifted, and the door opened. "Sirs, please enter," Sha Nanjiang invited. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and smiled. "Your alliance has formidable methods, you can already control the entrance." Sha Nanjiang smiled lightly. Sir Tai Bai might not know, ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to the Zombie Alliance headquarters and spent a huge sum of contribution points to request for the help of a rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal Zombie. Right now, we have already gotten through the round of Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain, and entered deeper within. This entrance was also completely under our alliance's control since a month ago. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. They stepped into Yulu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see Yulu Blessed Land's true appearance. Instead, they were inside a frozen world that was completely white. This is the third round after Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain. It is a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour, there would be intense freezing rain, as well as attacks from snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon and the rest are just up ahead. Sha Nanjiang introduced. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Fan Yuan muttered lightly. He gazed around, showcasing huge interest regarding this battlefield killer move. He had already eliminated his earlier weakness after gaining several star path techniques. Be it attack, defense, movement, investigation, or healing, he had no apparent gaps. Even in terms of investigation, Fan Yuan had an immortal killer move. Not long ago, Sha Nanjiang was exposed by Fan Yuan. That was because of a star path investigative immortal killer move. His current battle strength was firmly at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would reach rank 7 battle strength. What Fan Yuan lacked now was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance immortal zombie secretly, taking over their identity and infiltrating the place. For this goal, Fan Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan for help, but she rejected him. Fan Yuan racked his brains over it. He was an astute person. He found another method to take a step back and make an alternative goal. He decided to get into Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu Immortal, Xing Xiangzi, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Bai Yunxing, intentionally getting close to Shark Demon and the others. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again." "Ha!" A moment later, when everyone met, Shark Demon was extremely enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder and directed his gaze towards Fan Yuan. "Sir must be Brother Tai Bai's best friend, Xing Xiangzi? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's friend, you are also my friend. I am but a wandering lone cultivator, I would not dare to." Fan Yuan smiled humbly. He wore a large blue robe, his hair was white like snow, but his skin was tender like a baby's skin. He had a poised and sagely appearance. In fact, he looked more appealing than Tai Bai Yunxing. One could not help but feel some fondness upon seeing him. Shark Demon's wife, Subai Man, asked, "Don't be so humble, Xing Xiangzi. I heard that sir has quite an impressive wisdom path attainment level. Can we have a demonstration?" Fan Yuan looked towards her. Su Bai Man was an immortal zombie, but he could see her former beauty and elegance. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman leads to a hero's grave. It was no wonder that Shark Demon turned himself into a zombie, sacrificing his immense cultivation prospects to accompany Su Bai Man immediately. Fan Yuan replied to her without hesitation. Then I will give it a try. Please do forgive me if I mess up. Just go for it, Sir Xing Xiangzi. Even if you fail, nobody will blame you. Shark Demon replied. He had a ruthless and fierce nature. He usually looked at people coldly, but this was the first time he was meeting Fan Yuan, yet he was so warm and enthusiastic. Evidently, he was giving Tai Bai Yunxing face. Or rather, he was giving face towards the man as before immortal goo that Tai Bai Yunxing had. Fan Yuan raised his head and observed the surroundings. This world before him was a land of snow and ice. It was completely white. It indeed was a battlefield killer move. They were often known as Quasiblis lands. Fan Yuan activated many Wisdom Path goo worms within his immortal aperture. He used several Wisdom Path investigative killer moves in front of everyone. But he saw no flaws. The entire battlefield was completely unchanged and intact. He could not find a point of weakness. But Fan Yuan was not anxious, even though he had studied very hard over the last 2 months, becoming proficient with many Wisdom Path techniques. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was a remarkable person. She had an impressive origin, being a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He was the one who left behind the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in the entire history of humanity. Fairy Yulu's battlefield killer move was certain to be extraordinary. Impressive! This battlefield killer move is completely fused with Yulu Blessed Land. It seems that it was created using the Dao marks in the Blessed Land. Such methods are much more advanced than Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found some interesting points. Langya Land Spirit did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in his Blessed Land to deal with Qin Baixing. He only used the 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation to deal with them. Langya Land Spirit was afraid that the temporary Dao marks created in setting up a battlefield killer move would harm the Blessed Land greatly. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most goo immortals would not dare to use a battlefield killer move in their Blessed Lands or Grotto Heavens. Once the temporary Dao marks made by the battlefield killer move clashed with the Dao marks in the immortal aperture small world, the battlefield killer move would fail, and the goo immortal would face a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, the Dao marks will conflict with each other, unleashing terrifying strength that could destroy the Blessed Land and kill the goo immortal on the spot. This had the same principle with the backlash of refining goo. But Fairy Yulu was indeed a great expert in battlefield killer moves. She directly countered this weakness by using incredible techniques that were out of Fan Yuan's imagination. She even greatly surpassed the fossil-like Langya Land Spirit in this regard. Fan Yuan was secretly in admiration and anticipation. It would be great if I can obtain Fairy Yulu's inheritance. Even if I get only one battlefield killer move that suits me, it would be a wonderful thing. Chapter 889. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Within the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fan Yuan used Wisdom Path techniques one after another, making continuous deductions. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made using the Dao marks inside Yulu Blessed Land. They were not temporary Dao marks. This made it very troublesome to deal with. Shark Demon and the others could not break this battlefield killer move forcefully. If they destroyed it, they would be destroying the Dao marks inside Yulu Blessed Land. This would cause irreparable damage to Yulu Blessed Land. This was the same as saying, Qin Baixing snatched away a portion of the immortal goo house, refinement cauldron. This case Langya Blessed Land to lose a large number of Dao marks. It was a devastating loss. Shark Demon and the others attacked Yulu Blessed Land for the inheritance and resources inside. Furthermore, violently destroying a battlefield killer move required a powerful offensive immortal killer move. That in turn meant that they would expend a huge amount of immortal essence. Thinking about the costs and benefits, Shark Demon and the others could only try to properly unravel the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Thankfully, this Yulu Blessed Land was ownerless, and it was unknown if there was a land spirit. Fan Yuan had many goo immortal guards around him. They gave him a lot of freedom to research and decipher the environment. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes as starlight shot out of his pupils. At this moment, in his mind countless star thoughts were moving about, clashing into each other, as he deduced rapidly. Fan Yuan was putting in all his effort now in deducing Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Firstly, deducing such a high-quality battlefield killer move could give Fan Yuan a lot of new knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fan Yuan could not obtain a battlefield killer move that suited him, with this knowledge and inspiration, he had a firm foundation to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, the plan for Fan Yuan after entering Eastern Sea was to enter the headquarters of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. This was the first time he was meeting Shark Demon. He had to display his worth so that Shark Demon would think highly of him, helping to recommend him into Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. As he deduced at a rapid rate, time passed quickly as well. Time is almost up, the freezing rain is going to start soon, the snow monsters will form and attack us. How much longer does Sir Xing Xiangzi need? A Gu immortal that came along with Shark Demon asked impatiently. His name was Bo Dan, a Gu immortal member of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, but a living person. But he was in difficult straits, and did not have a high status after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yulu Blessed Land by Shark Demon, to join in this invasion. Before Fan Yuan appeared, Bo Dan was the only pseudo-wisdom path Gu immortal in the group. The appearance of Xing Xiangzi threatened his status and benefits. If Fan Yuan made a successful deduction, would that not show that Bo Dan was useless? Seeing that Fan Yuan was not making progress, Bo Dan could not hold it in anymore. He vaguely exerted pressure on Fan Yuan. The other Gu immortals were also paying attention to Fan Yuan's performance. Bo Dan asked the question they had internally. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. He did not try to protect his face. He said directly, "I am ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound. After deducing it for so long, I have only made some minor progress." This battlefield killer move, Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, was indeed worthy of the work of the rank 8 great expert, Fairy Yulu. Fan Yuan used many wisdom path techniques in turn, but he made no progress. It was like he was facing a giant barrier. He did not even know where to start. "Is that so?" Subai Man sighed, feeling disappointed. Fan Yuan was unwilling to give up this chance. "Give me a bit more time, I will continue to deduce." Shark Demon nodded. He said, "Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and make your deductions, we will block this attack for you." At the same time, Shark Demon was considering other thoughts internally. Xing Xiangzi was highly recommended by Tai Bai Yunxing, but now it seems that he is not as amazing as he was said to be. Last time the battlefield killer move already made me pay a huge price in asking a Wisdom Path Immortal Zombie and Zombie Alliance to help. I have already invested a huge sum into Yulu Blessed Land. I need to be thrifty. If this Xing Xiangzi can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be the best outcome. But now, the other Gu immortals looked at Fan Yuan with much less expectations. Bo Dan watched at the side. He laughed to himself internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves, I could at least find the Gu worms lurking behind it. But this time, I could not even find any clues. I'm curious, how will you find a breakthrough? As expected, a moment later, in the sky above this battlefield, a small drizzle of freezing rain started. These raindrops were like tiny ice needles. Rather than raining, this was more like the falling of ice needles, piercing the air and shooting towards Fan Yuan and the others. The Gu immortals used their defensive techniques. Bo Dan did not have an immortal Gu, he was protected by Shark Demon's defensive immortal killer move. Fan Yuan was also shielded by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down, but they were blocked by the light barrier. Because the needles were moving extremely quickly, they caused sparks to appear on the light barrier. Fan Yuan willed, using Star Cloud Grindstone and entering it. He was not going to place his safety in the hands of others. Seeing Fan Yuan's defensive immortal killer move, the other Gu immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Fan Yuan could use an immortal killer move, he definitely had an immortal Gu. A Gu immortal with immortal Gu was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Not all Gu immortals had immortal Gu. In fact, most rank 6 Gu immortals could only use mortal killer moves. They were unable to obtain an immortal Gu even after much difficulty. The intensity of the rain increased, as the ice needles slowly turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through space, creating shrill and loud sounds. The Gu immortals defended together, they placed all their efforts on defense. They were also inwardly counting the expenditure of their immortal essence. This battlefield changed a little after using a new attack. A tiny flaw has appeared and I can make use of it. It is no longer like before when I had no clue at all. Fan Yuan's heart shook, he felt a sense of joy. He moved quickly, 3 times as fast as earlier. At the same time as using Mortal Killer moves, he also used Wisdom Path Mortal Goo. These killer moves in Mortal Goo hit the air, causing smoke to rise, thunderous explosions, or jade green acid to splatter. Fan Yuan used all sorts of methods to test this flaw. But the effect was quite lackluster. The ice dart rain had turned into an icicle storm. The Goo Immortal's immortal essence expenditure rose at a rapid speed. Roar! With a loud sound, a huge snow monster charged over from the icy rain that filled everyone's vision. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. By eating the flesh and blood of snow monsters, snowmen could breed more rapidly and even gain lifespan. A 30 feet tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 Goo Master. 40 feet tall had the strength of a rank 4 Goo Master. And 50 feet tall had the terrifying power of a rank 5 Goo Master. But the snow monster right now was about 60 feet tall. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster. It was not to be underestimated. Try not to kill them. Even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive. They are very persistent. Su Bai Man quickly reminded. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Endlessly reviving snow monsters? How can we fight them like this? Tai Bai Yunxing also had a change in expression. Don't worry, once the time is up, these snow monsters will vanish on their own. They will only reappear during the next time the freezing rain appears. Shark Demon explained. A Goo Immortal to the left of Shark Demon sighed in a worried tone. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move already had a hint of resemblance to Reincarnation Battlefield. Fairy Yulu was a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She might have obtained some insight regarding reincarnation and rebirth. Grr! One after another, snow monsters appeared. They made it very hard for Shark Demon and the others to defend themselves. The attacks of the snow monsters were very powerful, and they did not lack mobility. The Goo Immortals did not want to face them directly. They attacked unceasingly, using immortal killer moves to disrupt the charging snow monsters, slowing their speeds and preventing them from getting close. Fan Yuan's joy intensified. When the snow monsters appeared, he found out that this battlefield killer move had even more flaws. There's hope! Fan Yuan cheered on himself. He had only received the Wisdom Path inheritance for a short amount of time. His Wisdom Path attainment level was at ordinary level. Even though he worked hard without relaxing or slacking off, attainment levels needed accumulation over time. Calling Fan Yuan a half-baked user was a huge compliment already. He was more like a Wisdom Path newbie. But now, this Wisdom Path newbie was trying to unravel the killer move, Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Using an analogy from Earth, this was like asking an elementary school student to do a senior high school mathematics problem. Fan Yuan grabbed onto this flaw he found. His hands were moving faster and faster. Eventually, under his deductions, he found a Goo worm. This was a Mortal Goo. It was coordinated with countless Mortal Goo and Immortal Goo to form the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Go! Fan Yuan willed and a star snake rope flew out, coiling around this Mortal Goo rapidly. But when Fan Yuan was about to drag this Mortal Goo back for research, this Mortal Goo self-detonated. The star snake rope missed its target. It could only return to Fan Yuan's side. Such movements attracted the attentions of the other Goo Immortals. Because this Mortal Goo was destroyed, the freezing rain became significantly weaker. He actually found a flaw? Bo Dan was shocked. He had once tried to look for flaws during the period of attacking, but he had no gains. Bo Dan's Wisdom Path inheritance was too incomplete, it was of low quality, and had limited methods. In contrast, Fan Yuan's inheritance was extremely impressive. It had extraordinary origins. It led to the creation of many powerful Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, and its last owner was the number 1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in Northern Plains, Dong Fang Chang Fan. Even with Fan Yuan's ability, he could find a flaw in the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. This showed how impressive this inheritance truly was. Good! Shark Demon praised. But just as he said that, the storm above them became 3 times as fierce. Swish, swish, swish! Rain poured down like a storm. The icicles were sharp and emitted immense pressure on the Goo Immortals who were defending against the attack. Xing Xiangzi, what in the world did you do? Bo Dan grabbed onto this great opportunity and chided. Fan Yuan's heart also jumped. He knew that he was too rash. Even if he found a Goo worm that formed the battlefield killer move, he should not have destroyed it at will, otherwise, it would lead to an even stronger resistance and attack. But soon, Fan Yuan felt joyful again. After this Mortal Goo was destroyed, the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth had 2 more flaws. This way, there was more hope in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Chapter 890. Framing. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fan Yuan found the location of a few more goo worms. Their locations could not be found with investigative methods, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 4 spots. There are goo worms hiding there, but they are all mortal goo. They are really hiding well. Even with my Star Path investigative immortal killer move, I could not find them. With his earlier experience, Fan Yuan did not try and destroy these mortal goo again. He remained unmoved, continuing to observe and deduce. South close. Soon, he sighed internally, finding a point of danger. The mortal goo that was hiding at that place formed a crucial spot in the battlefield killer move. In his initial estimations, Fan Yuan found out that by killing this goo, he would reduce the power of the freezing rain and snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fan Yuan obtained new findings. If he really eliminated the goo, that would result in problems. Even though the current attack would be weaker, the next attack would happen more quickly, and its power will be 3 times as great. The current attacks were already very difficult for Shark Demon and the others to defend against. The freezing rain continued. It expended quite a lot of immortal essence. The immortal zombies were feeling a big headache. The 60 feet tall snow monsters came one after another. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the attack becomes thrice as strong, ancient desolate beast level snow monsters might show up. Fan Yuan was internally shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was too high. If he lost his concentration even once, he would suffer severe consequences. And this was only against mortal goo, the mortal goo that made up the outer layer. If he was dealing with goo worms inside the inner layer, if Fan Yuan's methods were incorrect, he would face an even fiercer backlash. Fan Yuan got past the flaws and continued probing the other areas. Time passed quickly, but Fan Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th wave already. Sigh. How much longer do we have to endure? An immortal zombie sighed. Since joining this invasion, the amount of immortal essence that he had already spent was causing him to feel loss. In this current situation, no matter how much immortal essence we use, what would be the point if we don't see any results? Bo Dan provoked. Shark Demon and the others were feeling frustrated. Their attentions were directed towards Fan Yuan. This was the first time they had met Xingxiangzi. They did not know what ability Fan Yuan had in Wisdom Path. Bo Dan was already useless. Now the heavy burden of dismantling the battlefield killer move fell onto this stranger's hands. Could they rely on him or not? Lord Xingxiangzi, since the start, you have been using mortal techniques to probe it. Look at this. Even though the circumstances are not critical yet, it is already a tough situation. Why don't you use immortal level wisdom path techniques? Don't worry. According to the rules, the amount of immortal essence that you consume will be compensated to you later. You do not need to worry about the expenditure. Bo Dan said again. Fan Yuan frowned. This Bo Dan had ill intentions. He had tried to sow discord time and time again. Fan Yuan was well aware of the troubles of being an immortal zombie. Immortal essence was hard to obtain. He treasured his supply greatly. But now, there were huge losses but little progress. Even if Shark Demon stayed silent, and Su Bai Man remained impassive, he could guess the other immortal zombies' frustrations. Fan Yuan could understand why Bo Dan was targeting him. But understanding was one thing. His provocative acts were akin to stabbing a dagger into Fan Yuan's back. Immediately, Fan Yuan gave Bo Dan a deep look as he manipulated moving perspective cup goo, transmitting to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated with him, speaking. Bo Dan, why are you so anxious? Lord Shark Demon has already said it. We will endure this wave of attacks and fight for time for Xingxiangzi. Now that we're only halfway through this wave, you want to run away already? Or do you think that you have made immense contributions already? Bo Dan's expression changed. He said in a tone of one who was wronged. Why would I dare to, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing? You have misunderstood me. He knew deeply that Tai Bai Yunxing was Shark Demon's hot favorite. Everyone knew of the warm attitude that Shark Demon had towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Furthermore, Tai Bai Yunxing had an extraordinarily precious immortal goo. It was an impressive healing method. He could not be offended. All right, stop arguing. Shark Demon tried to control the situation as he looked at Fan Yuan. We have already gone through the first 3 waves. We can afford to keep going through this 4th wave. Fan Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze as his heart sank. It seems that Shark Demon and the others were not confident in him at all. How could he allow that to happen? Fan Yuan knew the importance of a first impression. He wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance with Shark Demon's recommendation. If he failed the first time he tried, Shark Demon's poor impression of him would make things hard in the future. Even if he showed his worth later, the effect would be far worse than now. In contrast, if he succeeded now, even if he failed in the future, in Shark Demon's perspective, it would be reasonable. After all, who would not fail sometimes? Based on Shark Demon's tone, it seems that he will not stay for the fifth wave. After all, the issue of cost is important in attacking a blessed land. Forget it. Fan Yuan evaluated inwardly. He made up his mind. He struck suddenly, attacking the goo worm from earlier. With a light sound, a goo worm broke. Another goo worm. Haha. Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated as he laughed loudly. Shark Demon and the others' expressions turned to joy. Their morale rose slightly. Bo Dan kept quiet. Following Fan Yuan's instructions, Tai Bai Yunxing did not let go of him. How about that, Bo Dan? Regardless of whether a technique is mortal level or immortal level, the only importance is that it works. Bo Dan nodded, showing a smile. Lord Tai Bai Yunxing is right. I was too rash earlier. He understood the reasoning of backing down. He did not retort. He had given in. Evidently, it was very hard to deal with people like him who could hold in a grudge. Tai Bai Yunxing continued. The rest of you may not know, but I have known Brother Xingxiangzi for a long time. I know how impressive his wisdom path techniques are. Tai Bai Yunxing's actions were like a friend trying to speak up for his good friend. At this time, Fan Yuan pretended to have made huge advancements. He continued. I finally took down one important area. With this discovery, I have a greater confidence in unraveling this battlefield killer move now. Is that so? Su Bai Man's eyes shone. She believed a portion of his words. But soon the truth spoke for itself. A immortal zombie shouted. Quickly look, the freezing rain has weakened. Many desolate beast snow monsters are disintegrating on their own. The immortals were overjoyed. Their gaze towards Fan Yuan changed a lot. They had only taken Tai Bai Yunxing's words with a grain of salt, but after seeing and sensing it for themselves, the immortals' attitudes changed drastically. Maybe this Xingxiangzi can really unravel the battlefield killer move? Earlier, Bo Dan could do nothing, but once he came, he destroyed 2 goo and reduced the power of the battlefield killer move by half. It seems that his wisdom path attainment is much higher than Bo Dan. I have to admit, this Northern Plains barbarian has quite the skill. Everyone's hearts became filled with hope. Bo Dan smiled on his face, but he was feeling very dark and gloomy inside. The better Fan Yuan performed, the more it pointed out his inability. Bo Dan was very discontent. He used his wisdom path techniques and observed the battlefield. Once he observed it, his heart shook. He felt endless joy. It turned out that after Fan Yuan destroyed 2 mortal goo, and after such a long time, with Bo Dan's skill, he could find 2 flaws as well. He deduced in secret. This was his intelligence. He did not want to do anything until he had concrete results. He was biding his time for a counterattack. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze that was observing Bo Dan. He looked at the battlefield killer move again. After destroying that mortal goo, it was as if a veil was lifted. 6 to 7 flaws were exposed in the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. But Fan Yuan was not happy at all. He felt very gloomy. The price of obtaining these 6 to 7 flaws was simply too high. For the time being, Shark Demon and the others were still kept in the dark, but when the next wave of attack comes, they would feel the pain. Fan Yuan continued to deduce. He had used over 10,000 star thoughts already. The offense of the battlefield became weaker. Shark Demon and the others let out a breath of turbid air. The pressure of defending was very great. Now that they were almost through with the 4th wave of attacks, they felt much less pressure, but they did not relax their alertness. Fan Yuan had good progress, but he did not act. He did not even use his probing methods from earlier. He sat in the air as he closed his eyes, showing others the impression that he was deducing with all his effort. In fact, he was thinking, this battlefield killer move is used to defend the blessed land. There are benefits and demerits. The biggest drawback is that the battlefield killer move forms a temporary world. It is a pseudo-blessed land. In here, all mortal goo and mortal killer moves can be used. They are not restricted like in a blessed land. But in total, the benefits outweigh the demerits. These battlefield killer moves can slow down the speed of invaders. Up until now, Shark Demon and the others still have yet to even see Yulu Blessed Land's true appearance. Even if they could use mortal killer moves, the invading goo immortals still have to expend a lot of immortal essence. Because once this battlefield killer move is activated, its power forces the Gu immortals to defend themselves, or advance and attack using immortal methods. If I can obtain some battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land and use my own Blessed Land's Dao marks to set up layers and layers of battlefield killer moves, that would be most favorable. When I relocate Starform Blessed Land, I can use this method to form layers of defense. Hu Immortal Blessed Land can also make use of this, in case one day, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gets attacked. These defensive battlefield killer moves can help me stall for time as I relocate the resources within. Because they were afraid of interrupting Fan Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the others remained silent. Because of Fan Yuan's earlier performance, they gained some patience now. What they did not know was, Fan Yuan was actually thinking about other things instead of deducing. In this place, the most anxious person was not Fan Yuan, Tai Bai Yinxing, who was worried about Fan Yuan, or even Shark Demon. It was Bo Dan. Bo Dan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xingxiang Zi earlier, because there were no flaws, so be it, he was helpless. Now that he found some flaws, there was hope. He tried his best to undergo deductions. Time continued to pass, but Fan Yuan did not do anything. Bo Dan instead found an area with hidden mortal goo. If he got rid of this mortal goo, there would be little harm, and there would be progress in breaking the battlefield killer move. Bo Dan had some ability after all. If not for that, Shark Demon would not have brought him to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Having this discovery, Bo Dan was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Bo Dan, you are really amazing!" He was quite steady. He did not strike yet. Instead he was observing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was still shutting his eyes. He did not make a move. Bo Dan waited as he lost his patience. His eyes were darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fan Yuan to be helpless before he struck, giving a hard slap to Fan Yuan's face. But soon, he thought, what if Xingxiang Zi also finds this flaw? What would I do? Thus, he decided to act. Lord Shark Demon, I have made progress. Look! Bo Dan suddenly spoke. He said this as he moved his hands, destroying the mortal goo that was hidden. Shark Demon nodded at him. Bo Dan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xingxiang Zi, Shark Demon was more willing to see Bo Dan's improvement. Su Bai Man smiled lightly. With both of their help, it won't be long before we break the battlefield killer move. But at this time, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. His expression turned very ugly. Oh no! What is it? Tai Bai Yunxing asked cooperatively. Fan Yuan said, "This mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. After destroying it, the battlefield's offensive power will rise." Fan Yuan thumped his chest and stomped his feet. He showed a look of anger and regret, as if he was very upset at the moment. Chapter 891. Distorting the Truth. What? All the immortal zombies heard Fan Yuan's words and were shocked. You bullshit! Bo Dan felt a strong sense of humiliation as he burst into anger. Shark Demon squinted. He looked at Bo Dan and Fan Yuan. His expression turned dark. What is going on? Bo Dan was gritting his teeth from anger. He said, Lord Shark Demon, I am willing to use my years of reputation as a guarantee. There are no issues with my action just now. This Xingxiang Zi might look like a gentleman. Bo Dan pointed at Fan Yuan. But he is a small-minded scoundrel that is jealous of other people's capabilities. He must have seen my superior performance and decided to slander me. Lord Shark Demon and everyone else, please see the truth. I am most clear about Brother Xingxiang's abilities. In my opinion, you are the scoundrel. Tai Bai Yunxing was extremely angry. He retorted immediately. All of you, shut up. Seeing that the situation was going out of control, Shark Demon shouted. He turned to Fan Yuan. Xingxiang Zi, what do you have to say? Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. I have nothing to say. Seeing this attitude, Su Bai Man's eyebrows raised. But Fan Yuan continued. I have a question, however, for Sir Bo Dan. Fan Yuan was not angry. He had a gentlemanly demeanor. When compared to Bo Dan's hysteric and frenzied state, there was a clear contrast. Bo Dan saw Fan Yuan's demeanor and felt even more jealousy and hatred. He snorted. What question do you have? Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He stared at Bo Dan as he tried to incite him. If I ask you, would you dare to answer the truth? Bo Dan gritted his teeth. He knew that this was Fan Yuan's trap, but he could no longer back down now. He forced the words out of his throat. Go ahead and ask. Fan Yuan sighed. He showed a look of I do not want to have conflict with people, yet people come and find trouble with me, he said. I will ask you, How many hidden goo worms are there now in this freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move? Shark Demon and the others looked tightly at Bo Dan. Bo Dan's heart jumped. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he only managed to stretch out his tongue and lick his lips. Fan Yuan's question was like a dagger stabbing directly into Bo Dan's heart. Bo Dan had only found one spot where there were hidden goo worms. After deducing, he found that there were no issues and acted to destroy the goo worm. Now that this goo worm was removed, there would definitely be new flaws that were not there before forming. But if Bo Dan wanted to deduce the location of more hidden goo worms, he would need time. Bo Dan had thought of lying, but at the next moment, he denied this stupid idea. Because this was very easy to verify. If he said that an area had hidden goo worms, he could be told to simply attack it to show everyone. Actions speak louder than words. Bo Dan was speechless. He clenched his fists subconsciously. But soon, he understood that he could not lie. He loudly responded. If you want to seek help from me, I will satisfy you. Give me some time, I will advise you after I finish deducing. Goo immortals all had their own shrewdness. After hearing these words, they remained emotionless in appearance, but they were shaking their heads internally. Bo Dan's pathetic state was imprinted in everyone's minds. These Goo immortals were not idiots, of course. They understood that Bo Dan spoke without enough confidence. Xing Xiangzi had exposed Bo Dan simply through a question. Tai Bai Yinxing looked at Bo Dan with some pity. He sighed internally. With just your ability, you want to compete with Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan knew that Bo Dan would reply like this. He laughed heartily. Sir Bo Dan must have deduced only one flaw. But this hidden goo worm is only a trap. If you continue your deduction and have more patience, you will find more flaws and hidden goo worms. That way, you might begin to understand how rash your actions were. Oh? Bo Dan's lips twitched. He had thought of a reply. He tried to trouble Fan Yuan. Then tell everyone how inappropriate my actions were? How did I cause more trouble? What kind of trap was this flaw? Haha, you should answer properly. Lady Su Bai Man has a lie detection method. This flaw was naturally not a trap. Fan Yuan could not answer him. But Fan Yuan had prepared his response as well. He laughed. My wisdom path inheritance is unique. How can I leak it here? Bo Dan, you made a good scheme. You want to stealthily learn my wisdom path techniques? Utter bullshit. Bo Dan flew into rage. Bo Dan spoke rudely, but Fan Yuan was not unhappy. He looked at Shark Demon. Shark Demon was frowning deeply. He was an observer, watching Fan Yuan and Bo Dan argue their way out. Fan Yuan understood that Shark Demon was still biased towards Bo Dan from this one glance. This was nothing strange. Shark Demon and Bo Dan were members of Zombie Alliance. They had worked together many times and had spent much time together. As the saying goes, an acquaintance may not sow discord among friends. This was only the first time Fan Yuan had met Shark Demon. He was a stranger. Bo Dan and Shark Demon had a much closer relationship. Fan Yuan laughed. His expression changed as he looked at Bo Dan with contempt. He said disdainfully, "Foolish clown, I will give you a lesson today. Watch closely." Saying so, Fan Yuan's fingers moved like swords, drawing lines in the air. Starlight flew out of his fingertips. They stopped in the air, being either close or far away from him. Here, and all these other places, they have hidden mortal goo. If you do not believe me, you can try to attack them yourselves. For example, this point needs a fire path attack to destroy the goo worm. That point needs an ice path technique to be exposed, before using lightning to destroy the goo worm. And for this point, if you want to destroy the mortal goo, you have to wait until the next wave to destroy it. Fan Yuan spoke quickly as the starlight specks floated in the air. There were 8 or 9 of them. The goo immortals were all astute. Fan Yuan told them the locations of the hidden goo worms and the methods to destroy them in detail. He was obviously not afraid of them giving it a try. Such intense confidence made them believe him without any doubts. Bo Dan stared with wide open eyes. He did not know how to rebuke him. He got agitated. He wanted to take action. I want to see if your words are true. Wait. Fan Yuan held out his hand, stopping Bo Dan. Bo Dan could not longer back out of this. He showed intense surprise and joy upon hearing that. He showed a cold smile. Why, Xing Xiangzi, are you afraid? Fan Yuan sighed, giving Bo Dan a glance. He was like an adult looking at a mischievous child. Bo Dan almost jumped in anger. Fan Yuan spoke. There are hidden goo worms here indeed. I am not afraid of anyone probing it. But these areas cannot be damaged. Just like what you did earlier, these are traps that are interconnected, If they are destroyed, it would affect the entire battlefield killer move. Not only would my wisdom path deductions become completely obsolete, I would even have to restart from scratch. All these areas that I pointed out have troublesome connections. I am unable to deduce which points are safe and which are not. After saying that, Fan Yuan turned to the immortal zombie Shark Demon, bowing. Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry. This is because I am not good enough. Seeing Fan Yuan's humble attitude, it was like a subtle mockery. Bo Dan's eyelids were twitching. He wanted to jump and pull out all of Fan Yuan's white beard, tear his blue robe apart, step on him and grind Fan Yuan's clean, pinkish face into the dirty soil. But he could not do that, because Shark Demon was returning the bow to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had just spoken and bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's perspective, he was the leader of them. He had to have manners. Furthermore, Xing Xiangzi was tied by Yunxing's good friend. He had introduced the former. Now that Xing Xiangzi was bowing to Shark Demon, how could Shark Demon not bow back? Zombie Alliance was in the righteous path, even though the members came from everywhere and a large portion were from the demonic path. Once they entered Zombie Alliance, they would have to act like proper members of the righteous path and follow the rules. Also, after hearing their conversation, Shark Demon had a grasp of the situation. In his opinion, Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path attainment was higher than Bo Dan. Such a talent was needed in his future attempts to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He had to bow in return as courtesy. After that, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. I am deeply enlightened by Brother Xing Xiang's words. I wonder how we should proceed from here? Shark Demon was at rank 7, even though he was an immortal zombie. He was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call Xing Xiangzi brother. In everyone's opinion, Shark Demon's attitude was truly very gentle. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. It is all because of my low ability. Earlier I had a hint of inspiration and did not want to destroy that goo worm as it would cause my hard work to go to waste. I was anxious and spoke without consideration. Sigh, the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I am just a weak snake, while everyone here are expert dragons. Bo Dan was so angry he was breathing roughly. His eyes were bloodshot. Fan Yuan's words were humble. All of his words were in consideration of Bo Dan's face. But he actually slapped Bo Dan loudly countless times. This time, however, Bo Dan did not retort. He was extremely angry, but he was also feeling uncertain. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete. It was far inferior to Fan Yuan's. Since Fan Yuan could expose so many flaws here, Bo Dan also knew that he could not match Fan Yuan. He just refused to admit the truth. Don't tell me, did I really make a mistake? This mortal goo was really a trap, just like what that damned Xing Xiangzi said? Poor Bo Dan, he was framed by Fan Yuan, but even he himself had fallen into self-doubt. Fan Yuan's peripheral vision was on Bo Dan. He observed all his expressions and reactions. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly and humbly on the outside, but he was laughing coldly internally. He had wanted to retreat long ago. The next wave of attacks would be extremely powerful. If they are careless, some of these goo immortals might die. Even if they could endure it, their immortal essence expenditure would definitely be severe. Such severe loss would make the goo immortals feel severe distress, but Fan Yuan had no way of dismantling this battlefield killer move. By then, the goo immortals would have wasted so many resources, yet Fan Yuan, who was their hope, would make no progress. It was easy to imagine how unhappy they would be with him. Thus, Fan Yuan's humbleness was not just to mock Bo Dan on purpose. He was trying to plant a seed in these immortals' minds. We have to retreat for sure, but the way we retreat is the question. Fan Yuan, after thinking up to this moment, glanced at Bo Dan, before speaking to Shark Demon. There is little time until the next wave of attacks. With this change, my earlier efforts have gone to waste. I can only restart and try again, but I will not lie, there is little hope of success. I need even more time than before. Most importantly, this wave of attacks will be extremely powerful. In my opinion, we should retreat now. The immortals were not willing to give up now, they had already reached this step. Shark Demon said, I hope Brother Xing Xiang will give it a try. Thus, Fan Yuan pretended to sit in the air as he shut his eyes. Soon, the fifth wave of attacks came. The ice needle storm rained down as dozens of snow monsters charged towards the goo immortals. The wave is much stronger as expected. Let's go. This is just the start, and it is already so tough. Bo Dan, I don't know what to say to you. Bo Dan's expression was dark, he gritted his teeth, his gaze was cold. He could feel the goo immortals looking at him. It hurt him more than the ice rain. The Gu Immortal's words were like whips lashing on his soul. Xing Xiang Zi! Xing Xiang Zi! He shouted internally, chanting this name. It was a pity that this was merely a fake name. After enduring for a while, Shark Demon saw that Fan Yuan was not making progress. His evaluation of the gains and losses this time had completely turned over. He could only squeeze out the word. Retreat! Chapter 892. Alcohol and Food, Fishing for Sharks. The banquet's atmosphere was very cohesive. Even though this attack on Yulu blessed land caused everyone to end up suffering losses, after they left, Shark Demon still kindly invited Tai Bai Yunxing and Fan Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before Immortal Gu was something Shark Demon needed. Fan Yuan, who was under the identity of Xing Xiang Zi, had deep wisdom path attainment. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man saw his value, especially in their attempt to take down Yulu blessed land. Thus, Shark Demon invited Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. It was not a surprise. Shark Demon stayed in a place called Shark Sea. This was a huge sea area, being over 3 million square kilometers. This Shark Sea was of similar size to the South China Sea on Earth. That was to say, it was as if the entire South China Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything inside the sea area, countless types of sharks, seaweed and aquatic plants, the rocks on the seabed, the huge amount of sea water, all of them were Shark Demon's possession. Like in northern plains, where fertile grasslands were split up between people, in Eastern Sea, sea areas that were rich with resources were also distributed among people. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had immense strength. He had the ability to control this sea area. His palace was at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. During the banquet, there were all sorts of food from Eastern Sea. They were delicious and filled with the local flavors. No matter what the intentions of both sides were, on the surface, this was a very effective banquet. There was a harmonious atmosphere. Shark Demon enjoyed his delicious wine, even though he was an immortal zombie. With the help of goo worms, he could temporarily regain his sense of taste. Soon after, he put down his wine cup at his will. The top of his majestic and beautiful palace turned transparent. Everyone take a look, these are divine spear sharks, these are shattering teeth golden sharks, and over there are silver scale great treasure sharks. These are all pets that I had nurtured with much effort. Shark Demon pointed, not concealing his proud feelings at all. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked, only to see that the seawater was dark and dim. The palace lights could only shine for 10 meters of distance ahead. The underwater palace was shining in bright lights. If seen from the outside, it was like a huge oddly shaped jewel that was emitting a warm light. Fan Yuan had his investigative killer moves. The dark seawater could not obstruct him. He soon saw the sharks that Shark Demon was referring to. The divine spear sharks moved around alone. They had a peculiar appearance. The tip of their heads were sharp. They were in the shape of long spears. Their bodies were not covered in smooth shark skin, but had a bony texture. The divine spear sharks swam around in the sea, charging around with no fear. The spear on their heads was very sharp, while not inhibiting their advancement. Everywhere they went, underwater rocks were smashed as pathways was created by them. As for the shattering teeth golden sharks, they were the most numerous. 200 to 300 formed into one group. These sharks had very small and sharp teeth. When the shattering teeth golden sharks opened their mouths, Fan Yuan could see that in their mouths, both upper and lower jaws, they had 6 rows of sharp teeth. Even though these golden sharks were carnivores, they did not prey on large fish. Instead they were like whales. They only ate small fish and prawns. The 6 rows of teeth formed 6 tight defenses, separating the sand from fish and prawns. No matter how small the fish were, they could not escape from the golden sharks. Silver scale great treasure sharks were the largest. They would be around the sizes of small whales from Earth. This type of treasure shark lived in a family of 3 or 4. Usually, they would move about casually. When food appeared, they would move quickly and hunt. Even though the silver scale great treasure shark had a huge body, its body did not match the incredible speed it could display. Once it moved, its speed was extremely fast. It would be like a flash of silver lightning in the depths of the sea. Silver scale great treasure sharks had the most rogue nature. Instead of hunting other fish, they ate other sharks as food. Of course, if it were the stronger sharks like the divine spear sharks or shattering teeth golden sharks, the treasure sharks would not go after them if they had sufficient food. How is it, the fish that I am raising, are they all right? Shark Demon looked at how Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were dazed. He felt incredibly pleased. More than all right. These sharks are all lively and energetic, they were raised well. This sea area has all sorts of creatures living in a well-balanced habitat. These sharks all have a lot of goo worms in them. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks earlier. Fan Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing also sighed. He nodded. No wonder Eastern Sea is the region with the most abundant resources. This sea area already showcases a lot to me. Shark Demon raised his head slightly as he laughed. Su Bai Man was beside him. She smiled. Please do not praise him so much. My husband's hobby is to raise these sharks in his free time. He particularly enjoys hearing the praise of others towards these sharks. During the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Bai Man, they were much more amicable than in Yulu Blessed Land. These two could differentiate work from social life. During public occasions, they had to control the situation, thus they were stern and serious, without any hint of carelessness. Privately, they were hospitable and warm. By making jokes at times, they could make other people feel much closer to them. This couple not only had great battle strength, they also had a lot of experience in human interaction. It was no wonder they could obtain such an important mission like attacking Yulu Blessed Land from Zombie Alliance after much competition. Even though Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had invested a lot into Yulu Blessed Land, having made a huge loss already, losing a lot of their wealth, if Yulu Blessed Land were to be successfully taken down, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would receive 10 times or even dozens of times as much profits. Most immortal zombies would not undertake such important missions. Only Su Bai Man and Shark Demon, these veteran experts, had the foundation to support an immense expenditure in the early stages. Hearing the praise from Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon smiled. You flatter me, ha ha! Actually, this sea area is only ranked 46th among the list of Eastern Sea's sea areas. Above my sea area, there is the elegant splendorous sea area, the flourishing bumpy sea area, and a Song Clan Gu Immortals, Song Yishu's poetic emotion sea area. Both of you have not been in Eastern Sea for long. You might not have seen the 10 great sea areas in Eastern Sea. These 10 sea areas are all incredible. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea Area, the seawater is beautiful and in all colors, and yet the colors do not smudge. Boundless Forest Sea Area has trees that are thousands of meters tall growing under the sea. The tree crowns can penetrate the water surface, and a huge number of trees form a huge underwater forest. For the Merman Sea Area, female mermen are extremely amorous. There are countless mermen living there. They have incredible strength, being one of Eastern Sea's top 10 super forces. Tai Bai Yunxing heard all these as his expression froze. He sighed again. The world is vast, nature is also vast. Eastern Sea has so many precious resources, and countless talents, we can truly feel how insignificant each of us are. Mermen. Fan Yuan's heart moved. He thought of a certain memory in his previous life. After eating the food, the banquet was reaching its end. Shark Demon said, Since this is the first time that both of you are here, I have prepared some small gifts. Please do accept them. This was an obvious way to improve their relationship. Fan Yuan did not reject him. He wanted to get closer to Shark Demon anyway. He showed a look of joy as he cupped his fists. Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance. Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped. Good, I like the forthright nature of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. But for the gifts I prepared, you will have to collect them yourselves. Oh? Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other with a sense of confusion. Su Bai Man explained while concealing her smile. Both of you might not know, my husband does not invite guests here very often. But when he does, he would gift them some sharks. The guest would need to catch the sharks themselves. As for how many and what type of sharks they get, that would be decided by the guest's ability. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fan Yuan realized. Please start moving. You only have 7 minutes. During this period, you need to stay inside the palace. It will be against the rules if you go out. Shark Demon said. Tai Bai Yunxing was very interested. These sharks were in top-notch condition. They were very valuable. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them for a huge sum of immortal essence stones. Moreover, there were sharks that suited him here. Fan Yuan's was moved. He thought of something. Isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet from my previous life? In his previous life, by the time Fan Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had already died. The cause was unknown. This Shark Sea became someone else's possession. The Gu Immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xingbo, was very hospitable and had a wide network of friendships. While holding a banquet, he also played this game, allowing his guests to fish for sharks in the palace. It turned out that the origin of this was Shark Demon, Gu immortal Zhu Xingbo was only imitating him. The fishing had started, they had limited time. Fan Yuan resisted his urge to enter the sea to take a look. There were many groups of sharks swimming around freely near the underwater palace. Among these sharks, the ones with the highest value are those that Shark Demon pointed out earlier: Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks do not suit me, Fan Yuan thought in his mind. The ones which suited him were Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Mark Sharks. The former was suitable for Hu Immortal Blessed Land after the Blood Calamity, the latter suited Starform Blessed Land. They could be raised in the most central lake. However, the quantity of these two types of sharks was far less than the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. It was because the ferocity of the Blood Fiend Shark and Star Mark Shark was inferior to the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. This underwater palace was Shark Demon's place of residence. During normal times, when Shark Demon had the time, he would toss fresh food and cause the sharks to fight for them. As time passed, this place became the sanctuary of the sharks. The strongest shark groups would stay here. It was difficult for Fan Yuan to obtain Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Mark Sharks. He was inside the underwater palace. He could not travel around and capture sharks in the water. This was only a game. Shark Demon was not generous enough to let others capture sharks in his sea area casually. Fan Yuan felt some regret, but he had to give up on the Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Mark Sharks. As for the Divine Spear Sharks, Shattering Teeth Golden Sharks, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Sharks, he did not want them. After 2 months of accumulation, he already had 500 to 600 Immortal Essence Stones. With such wealth, he did not need such a small amount. How many Divine Spear Sharks, Shattering Teeth Golden Sharks, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Sharks could be obtained in 7 minutes? Fan Yuan was not skilled in capturing beasts. Using an immortal killer move to capture beasts was too wasteful, unless he was trying to capture desolate beasts. Chapter 893. Song Clan Song Yishur. Fan Yuan quickly thought, and decided to help Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to capture cloud-lined sharks which had a small and exquisite bodies. Not only could they move in the sea, they could also fly and survive for a long time. They were suitable for Tai Bai Blessed Land. However, cloud-lined sharks were proficient at hiding. Were it not for this, they could not have survived near the sea palace between the 3 shark groups. Tai Bai Yunxing's shark fishing ran into a problem at the very start. His target was cloud-lined sharks, but Divine Spear Sharks, Shattering Teeth Golden Sharks and Silver Scale Great Treasure Sharks would not just look on from the side. Like smoke spreading in the sea, Tai Bai Yunxing's methods stirred up these 3 shark groups. As far as they were concerned, this sanctuary was their joint territory, and now an anomaly appeared. Like beasts whose territories were invaded, they naturally had to teach these audacious invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yunxing was specialized in healing and was not proficient in fishing. These 3 shark groups caused great disturbance to him. After Fan Yuan helped, the disturbances were mostly eliminated. Tai Bai Yunxing felt his pressure lifting and immediately sent him a grateful look. Fan Yuan smiled lightly and nodded to Tai Bai Yunxing, not saying anything. Finally, with Fan Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yunxing was able to capture an ideal quantity of cloud-lined sharks. I thank both Lord Shark Demon and Lord Su Bai Man. Tai Bai Yunxing had profited, thus he stood up and bowed solemnly to the 2. You 2 indeed have a deep relationship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, this banquet reached the end. Both guests and hosts enjoyed it to the fullest. Shark Demon personally accompanied Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing out of the sea area. They looked on until the 2 had shrunk to the size of ants in the horizons. Su Bai Man's gaze flashed as she suddenly spoke. Dear, what do you think of this Xingxiang Zi? Shark Demon's smile disappeared completely and his gaze turned aloof. This person seems humble but in fact is arrogant, and also has a lot of hidden thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunxing and is not someone easy to deal with. He paused for a moment before continuing. Bo Dan is too useless. He was led around by Xingxiang Zi from start to finish. Bo Dan is a person on our side, but was embarrassed like that by Xingxiang Zi. Bo Dan's embarrassment caused me to lose face as well. This Xingxiang Zi did whatever he wanted since the moment he came. There is ruthlessness behind his gentle appearance. He is no kind person. If I had my previous temperament, I would have already given him a few hard slaps and taught him to be obedient. He would learn that this is Eastern Sea and not Northern Plains. Su Bai Man hurriedly consoled. Dear, calm your anger, this type of person with skill will naturally have arrogance. As for Bo Dan's loss of composure this time, it is also justifiable. Think of it, his private sea area has already been occupied for many years by Blazing Heaven Demoness, and she still doesn't have the intention to return it. Bo Dan recently went to beg for it but was instead beaten badly by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a Northern Plains immortal zombie, thus Bo Dan naturally looks upon Northern Plains goo immortals with anger. Moreover, he lost his private sea area and is without other means of income. He is in extremely strange circumstances. The reward from attacking Yulu blessed land is plentiful, and it is his best chance to save himself from poverty. However, Xingxiangzi arrived with wisdom path methods better than his. It is unavoidable for Bo Dan to be furious for having his source of income stolen. This is a matter of great importance to him, thus it was also unavoidable for him to lose his usual state of mind. As he heard this, Shark Demon's eyes brightened, and he looked at Su Bai Man with a smiling expression. Why are you suddenly speaking about Bo Dan so favorably? Ah. It must be that Bo Dan secretly sent a big gift to you, right? Su Bai Man covered her mouth as she laughed. I cannot hide anything from you. It is not a big gift, just a palm-sized medicine ice. Shark Demon, however, was very surprised. Although the quantity of this medicine ice is small, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Bo Dan find this? Heh, he is really spending a lot to protect his role. Su Bai Man lightly shook her head. Bo Dan doesn't seem to be eye-catching, but to be able to have this success, he isn't a simple character. Shark Demon said with a profound voice. It seems Bo Dan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He might not have much experience in this situation, but even if he is incompetent, he also has some use. Xingxiangzi has great capability, but he is an outsider. I definitely want to bring Bo Dan, just to keep this Xingxiangzi in check and stop him from being solely dominant in the future. If we let him be proud and insolent because of his talent, what will happen in the future? What if when we are attacking the Blessed Land, we are trapped by him? What will we do then? We don't understand wisdom path methods, but with Bo Dan, we can make Xingxiangzi restrain himself and prevent him from making mischief. Su Bai Man put her mind at ease, gazing dreamily at this man whom she loved deeply. My husband really is most capable. Bo Dan and Xingxiangzi are playing in your hands, and won't be able to create any trouble. Ha ha ha, dear, don't praise me so much. Fan Yuan followed Tai Bai Yunxing to a nameless island. This nameless island was the home of Tai Bai Yunxing previously. It was extremely crude, but because of Tai Bai Yunxing, it gradually started becoming slightly famous in the circles of Eastern Sea Goo immortals. In this invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon had to return in defeat after the difficult round. To carry out another invasion, they needed time to prepare. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to use this free time to meet the many requests he had received in the past. One had to say that landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Goo, was very much sought after. Something unexpected could happen any time. There would always be some issues appearing from time to time in the sea areas the Goo Immortals managed. Landscape as before had outstanding effects in this aspect and showed instant results. Fan Yuan, how about coming together with me? We can take care of each other on one hand and I can also introduce you to others. With this trip, you can also get familiar with the nearby Goo Immortals. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested. This suggestion was very appropriate, but Fan Yuan already had a plan, as he said to Tai Bai Yunxing with a wry smile. Old Bai, it is better if you don't let others know our relation as much as possible. Because the thing I am about to do might very well implicate you. Ah? Wasn't this trip to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land, then join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing felt something wrong from Fan Yuan's tone. It seemed like he was going to create trouble. With regards to Fan Yuan's ability to create trouble, Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of it. The setup in Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Yang building by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was destroyed because of Fan Yuan. Moreover, this was accomplished when Fan Yuan had still been immortal. Now, he was an immortal zombie. This ability to create trouble had definitely increased sharply. Fan Yuan, you shouldn't act recklessly. What are you planning? Tai Bai Yunxing worriedly looked at Fan Yuan. My good senior brother, don't worry, I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother, a skilled person is a teacher. I still don't have enough qualifications to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing hurriedly shook his hand, worriedly inquiring about the details. Fan Yuan revealed a little. Old Bai, Have you thought about how inappropriate it is for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing blinked. Although you are under the identity of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Eastern Sea has had cases of Gu Immortals of other regions joining their local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over all 5 regions. It is an enormous force. Other Zombie Alliance branches don't recruit living Gu Immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance recruits them. Your identity won't pose a problem. Fan Yuan shook his head. Those like Bo Dan who have joined Zombie Alliance are those who are living a miserable life and can barely scrape by. These type of people are at the bottom layer among Gu Immortals. Their positions in Zombie Alliance are even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xing Xiang Zi, am different. Not mentioning my immortal Gu, I have strong wisdom path methods which can deduce the battlefield killer move in Yulu Blessed Land. People like me, no matter how we live, we are not likely to join Zombie Alliance. As long as I revealed just a slight intent to do so, I believe other righteous path forces would welcome me warmly. It is reasonable. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially to foreign Gu Immortals like us, the monitoring and restrictions are much more strict. Otherwise, why would there be so many lone cultivators? So, for a Gu Immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, not only should it be my own wish, but it also requires a strong external pressure. Fan Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined brightly as he asked, "What pressure?" Fan Yuan smiled before lightly asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunxing pale. Which is the closest superforce from here? Song Clan was a colossus that had occupied Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This clan was in existence that was in the top 10 even among the many superforces in Eastern Sea. The official, publicly known number of Gu Immortals in the clan was 18. Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had already been rank 8 for many years. His battle strength was unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Diaoling, was a rank 7 Gu Immortal with outstanding talent. He was cultured and elegant, and had been publicly recognized as the successor for Song Clan's leadership. But unfortunately, over 10 years ago, Song Diaoling was schemed against and died, leaving behind a daughter. The daughter's surname was naturally Song, and her given name was Yishe. She was the only descendant left of Song Qiyuan's bloodline. Since a young age, Song Yishe was pampered by her grandfather Song Qiyuan. In any world, some people are naturally born with a silver spoon in their mouths. In the world where most people were struggling to survive, and most Gu Immortals constantly on their guard, preparing to undergo their next tribulations and calamities, rushing around everywhere to raise their strength and cultivation, Song Yishe was just sitting back and enjoying life, all her cultivation resources provided by Song Qiyuan. She only needed to say the word and her grandfather, Song Qiyuan, would make sure they were fulfilled. When Song Yishe underwent immortal ascension, Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After advancing to a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Song Qiyuan sent his granddaughter a big gift, a sea area with an area of 4 million square kilometers. It was slightly larger than the South China Sea on Earth. Not only this sea area was also extremely rich in resources and was named the Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In the rankings of Eastern Sea, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. Fan Yuan explored and, in combination with his previous life's memories, made his plan center around this Song Yishe. Chapter 894. Purposely getting discovered. After plotting in secret for half a month, Fan Yuan arrived on a small island. Eastern Sea had many small islands. There were millions or even tens of millions of the islands that Fan Yuan had arrived at. Most small islands were uninhabited islands, but this small island actually had humans. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The strongest cultivator was only rank 3. Fan Yuan hid his figure. Under the blazing sun, he strolled into a nearby fishing village like it was a normal thing to do. The surrounding people were mostly ordinary mortals. There was occasionally a Gu master or 2 on the scene. They were either rank 1 or 2, and were very well respected by the mortals around them. Fan Yuan's current methods were much stronger than the time when he was in southern border. He moved through the entire village 2 or 3 times, but no one could discover him. This should be Li Clan village. Fan Yuan observed it for a while. Combined with his previous life's memories, he verified that this was the place. This small fishing village was obviously not Li Clan village. But in his previous life, there was a mystical and interesting Gu Immortal who emerged from this place. He was called Li Xiaoyao. This fishing village was renamed by him to Li Clan village. Of course, right now, Li Xiaoyao was yet to be born. According to his previous life's memories, Li Xiaoyao would be born in around 200 years. After confirming the status of this fishing village, Fan Yuan left and arrived at a cliff beside the sea. There were countless nests in the cliff, there were hundreds, thousands of birds resting here. They had a strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master, or a large life form comes and makes the birds feel threatened, they would assault the invaders together. Thus, few people in the village came to this place. Occasionally, there were Gu masters who came to harvest some medicinal herbs or steal some bird eggs. These birds were very diverse. They were a congregation of over 10 different hundred beast groups. They were not the same types of birds. On this tiny island, there were human Gu masters, but they were not at the dominant position in this environment. According to when Li Xiaoyao was still a child, he was often bullied by children who were older than him. He had to hide here out of necessity. Here, he found a hidden cave by accident. He treated this cave as his secret base. This cliff had all sorts of holes and caves. There was a large number of them. It was obviously very difficult to locate the cave that Li Xiaoyao found. However, since there are bird groups here, Li Xiaoyao could not have gone deep inside. His cave should be at the outer periphery. Fan Yuan was prepared amply. He searched for a while and chose 100 targets initially. By the time it was noon, and the sun started to descend towards the west, Fan Yuan found his true target. This hole was not big, but even with Xing Xiangzi's current size, he could not enter. Not to mention Fan Yuan's original 8-arm immortal zombie body. Thankfully, he had changed form immortal Gu. Fan Yuan shrunk his body and squeezed inside. The cave was moist. By the evening, there was weak lingering sunlight penetrating into it. After moving in the cave for a short while, Fan Yuan came to the deepest part of this cave. The space here was extremely wide. The sea winds outside the cliff blew into the small holes of the cave. They created a whistling sound of moving wind. Fan Yuan could not help but think of the inside. It wrote about Li Xiaoyao's childhood. When he was often bullied, he would hide inside this cave and sob quietly, as he listened to the whistling sound of the wind. This situation continued for a long time, until one day, fate changed for him as Li Xiaoyao's legendary tale began. This change in fate was the small hole in a corner of the cave. Once when Li Xiaoyao was hiding here, he leaned on a corner as he rested. Suddenly, the cave collapsed as he fell, directly into a deep part of the cliff, and he got swept away by the currents in the sea. This trip, Fan Yuan was trying to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's den. The inside had numerous tunnels and different caves, as if there was a drill that moved in it. 6 hours later, Fan Yuan found the actual route. He broke the hole in the cave as he moved into it. When he entered the interior of the cliff, he fell rapidly. It was pure darkness and moisture. There were all sorts of small life forms like snakes. The largest animal here was a type of lizard, having the size of a normal cat. All these could not obstruct Fan Yuan. He quickly got to the bottom of the cliff, as the sound of waves got louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge spiral of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the spiral moved rapidly, there were abundant water vapor, and it resembled a giant monster's mouth. Fan Yuan willed and several Gu worms flew out, stopping here and leaving a marking. Next, he dived into the spiral with a loud sound. Once he was in the spiral, a formless force surrounded his body. Even with Fan Yuan's incredible strength, he felt a sense of helplessness as he was captured by the seawater. Fan Yuan did not struggle, instead he allowed this undercurrent to carry him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon or python. It created a tunnel of water at the bottom of the sea. The fish groups at the bottom of the sea would swim away from it. Even seaweed and aquatic plants did not grow in their path. Because they could not grow, they could not endure the long-term dragging force of the undercurrents. Fan Yuan followed this undercurrent as he moved quickly. His current speed was incredible fast. Even ordinary movement and mortal killer moves could not match his speed. This was a specialty of the sea's undercurrents. In Eastern Sea, there was a type of precious map. The map did not record the islands, nor the surface of the sea, it included the undercurrents in the sea. Gushes of undercurrents interweaved under the sea, they formed into a natural route for transportation of goods. In Eastern Sea, some super forces had underwater caravans. These caravans made use of Gu worms to go deep into the sea and used the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short time, they could travel for 10,000 li, or even 100,000 li, to engage in trade. After about 15 minutes, Fan Yuan emerged from the other end of this undercurrent. The endpoint was just like the starting point, it was also a huge seawater spiral. Fan Yuan jumped out of the spiral. What he saw was a sea of red. The intense hot air assaulted him. This was an underwater volcano. Fan Yuan was currently partway up this underwater volcano. In the middle of the volcano, there was no seawater entering it. At the bottom of the volcano, molten magma gushed out from the deep parts of the sea trench, causing countless lives to perish. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fan Yuan's objective was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fan Yuan made an estimation. It was not time yet. He decided to explore the place to spend the time. The lower he went, the hotter it was. It was pure red in front of him. A type of fire lizard entered Fan Yuan's detection range. This lizard had shiny smooth scales. It extended its tongue as it ate flying bugs as food. This type of flying insect originated from the bottom of the volcano, inside the moving molten magma river. In the magma river there were bubbles bursting at times as small insects flew out from within. The fire lizard sprawled on the side of the magma river. Seeing that the flying insects had flown out, its tongue shot out at lightning speed as it captured these bugs. It retracted its tongue and swallowed its food. Fan Yuan observed such a unique habitat for a long time. Nature was really mysterious. It was displayed in front of Fan Yuan right now. Fan Yuan observed the fire lizards for a while before paying his attention to the flying insects. This type of insect was very unique. It was hatched in the magma river. It could endure extremely high temperatures. After a long time, Fan Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard did not succeed in getting its food every time. It would fail consecutively at times. A portion of the flying insects seemed to have developed some sort of latent talent from the pressure created by the fire lizard. These flying insects turned into goo worms during the process of being captured as food. Their speed increased and they managed to evade the lizard's tongue. This was a form of advancement. Like a carp jumping through the dragon's gate, turning from a fish into a dragon, its life had been elevated in the most fundamental sense. After these flying insects became goo worms, a portion of them took the initiative to land on the lizard and become its accompanying goo, living together with the lizard. But these were all fire path mortal goo. They did not have much value to Fan Yuan. For the current Fan Yuan, the only interesting thing was this underwater volcano. With it, he had a source to produce goo worms. He could produce large numbers of fire path and water path goo worms for a long time. Mortal goo only had value to goo immortals when they were large enough in quantity. And finally, Fan Yuan observed this magma river. This magma river had other life forms. They were a type of fish. Fan Yuan did not intend to explore further. He did not want to get into trouble by jumping into the magma river either. The magma river had a high temperature. If Fan Yuan wanted to enter it, he would need to use a defensive immortal killer move. That meant that he would need to consume precious immortal essence. Nature was mighty. Many places had such dangerous environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fan Yuan had been counting the time. When he felt that it was almost time, he traveled up along the volcano, past the point he was at and towards the peak. By now, he started becoming careful, concealing his traces on purpose. The young and beautiful Song Yishur was one of the 6 great beauties among Eastern Sea goo immortals today. Song Yishur was in a bad mood. She was being harassed again. All these male goo immortals who came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They were all around Song Yishur, chattering non-stop. They could not even be chased away. After shrugging off these irritating pursuers, Song Yishur came to her personal sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, emotion poetry goo. This goo worm could store emotions and was extremely precious in the minds of mortal goo masters. Song Yishur came to the bottom of the sea, going into her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was inside Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishur's property. Song Yishur was at the peak of the volcano. She had built a beautiful small palace there. She loved the hot spring inside the palace. Once in a while, she would go there and take a bath. She took off her clothes and revealed her peerless body. Her skin was tender and pale, like a freshly peeled egg. Her limbs were slender and long. Her lips were red and her eyes were sharp, and she had long hair that extended to her waist. She entered the hot spring and enjoyed herself after shutting her eyes. Soon, her mood became better. She started to hum a song. But she did not know that Fan Yuan was lurking close by, observing her every movement. It is almost time. Fan Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated. He purposely leaked a trace of his aura. Who is there? Song Yishur's expression turned pale. She shouted as her eyes stared at Fan Yuan's hiding spot with much anger. Chapter 895. happy about being chased down. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Fan Yuan appeared like he was forced to. Seeing an old man like Xing Xiangzi appearing in front of her suddenly, Song Yishe immediately shrieked. Right now, she was relaxing in the hot spring, completely naked. It was naturally her most vulnerable moment. If the one that appeared was a female, so be it, but it happened to be a male Gu immortal. There should be prudence between sexes. Song Yishe fell into panic. I can explain. All this is a big misunderstanding. Please, you must listen to my explanation. Fan Yuan waved his hand, speaking without stop. At this moment, Song Yishe's panic was already surpassed by an intense anger. Perverted thief, die! Song Yishe hid her body in the hot spring, and pointed a finger at Fan Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream veil. There was an increase of water vapor in the air, 2 streams of water that were like long sleeves of dancing women, or like thin veils worn by beauties to cover their face, coiled around Fan Yuan from both sides. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Song Yishe was a water path Gu immortal. This stream veil was an immortal killer move, and it was an exceptional method to capture enemies. If Fan Yuan was struck by this move, it would be difficult for him to get free. Not daring to let this stream veil near him, Fan Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shone around him and star snakes moved in the air, facing the stream veil. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. Star snakes entangled the stream veil, but stream veil was like water, drowning the star snakes. In just few breaths of time, the star snakes vanished into nothingness. The stream veil moved towards Fan Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream veil are both capturing methods. I didn't think the gap between them would be so huge. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Fortunately, with this small delay, Starlight Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was completely activated. Bright light shot out from the immortal Gu like a rising sun. Surrounding the Starlight Immortal Gu were countless Fire Path Mortal Gu, like tens of thousands of fireflies. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Fire Escape. Whoosh! Fan Yuan's whole body burned with deep blue flames, and he soared to the sky like lightning. Where are you going? Song Yishe yelled in a charming voice, as she used the killer move to obstruct Fan Yuan. Bam! A huge explosion erupted at top of underwater volcano. The seabed shook, torrents rose. The underwater volcano's top part was destroyed for the most part. The natural protective structure was broken, causing endless amounts of seawater to flow inside. Song Yishe was very busy for a while dealing with the flying rocks and the flowing seawater. She put up a defensive barrier, and quickly wore her clothes, her mind slightly calmed down. Then, without caring about the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she started flying towards the direction Fan Yuan left in. You cannot escape! Song Yishe shouted with clenched teeth. Fan Yuan's speed, with Starfire Escape's help, was extremely fast, but because the water was extremely deep, it took a good while to fly out of the sea's surface. In his previous life, they recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of the cliff and entered the undercurrent, which took him to the underwater volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao tried to get away from it by moving to the peak of the volcano, where he unexpectedly saw Song Yishe, who was bathing. Song Yishe immediately captured him, but after interrogating him, she was instead very pleased. She had not known there was an extremely hidden undercurrent in the underwater volcano. At this moment, the sea was besieged by strong enemies. Li Xiaoyao's appearance instead gave Song Yishe a hope to escape. Song Yishe used this undercurrent to be free from the predicament. While Li Xiaoyao's life had a great turn from here on, Song Yishe took him under her wing and guided him on Gu master cultivation. The treatment Fan Yuan received was completely different from Li Xiaoyao's. Li Xiaoyao was a handsome young boy. Although I am an immortal and also have taken a good appearance, it is one where I am already in my 70s and 80s. Song Yishe is young and Song clan is also a colossal force. It would be strange if she did not get angry and chase me down. Fan Yuan sighed while secretly observing behind him. When he found Song Yishe was chasing him, he gave a light smile, before charging out of the sea surface. Gu Immortal Yao Gupai was one of Song Yishe's pursuers, and right now, he was lurking around the poetic emotion sea area. He looked young, was handsome and charming, and had rank 6 cultivation. He was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Fairy Yishe will go bathe in the hot spring of the underwater volcano every once in a while. None of them know this secret, only I am aware of it at present. I will take this chance to have more contact with Fairy Yishe. If I can marry her, would I still have to fear not having enough cultivation resources? What is going on? Yao Gupai gazed at the source of the sound and saw Fan Yuan flying out of the sea with a miserable appearance. A giant wave rose up in the calm sea. Looking at his appearance, he seems to be a thief. Do I chase him? Yao Gupai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Yishur also flew out of the sea surface and looked at Fan Yuan's receding figure in the air, shouting in anger. Perverted thief, don't run, die! What, perverted thief? Yao Gupai felt like he had been struck by a lightning. His eyes protruded out till they almost fell off. Perverted thief? What happened to Fairy Yishur? That old bastard is actually a daring lecher. Damn it, kill him! Yao Gupai roared inwardly, killing intent filling his heart. Fairy Yishur, don't worry, I, Yao Gupai, am here. The next moment, Yao Gupai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Yishur was dazed, her original provoked and aggressive air also stilled. She had just attacked with anger and had not thought much when she shouted furiously, but with Yao Gupai's appearance, she could not help but feel panic. Oh heavens, have mercy! She was still a young lady, and this was the first time she had experienced a situation like this. Regarding this matter, she naturally wanted to cover it tightly. It was best that she resolved everything herself, kill Fan Yuan and no one else would know of this matter. If this matter were to be spread, how would she face others in future? However, another Gu immortal appeared now. She recognized this person. He was one of those hateful pursuers. His surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yishur was not too sure. Yao Gupai was even more distressed and anguished the moment he saw Song Yishur's panicked expression. He then observed Song Yishur's flushed face, red like she had just gone through intercourse. The killing intent inside him increased by dozens of times in an instant. Actually, nothing had happened, but the imagination of humans was endless. Moreover, Yao Gupai was a man and a crazed pursuer. He easily interpreted the expression in an entirely dark manner. Right now, Yao Gupai was thinking, this old pervert that is escaping with all his strength has definitely taken huge advantage of her. He might have used some dirty tricks to drug Fairy Yishur. He must have approached her. No, he likely kissed her and touched her. Who knows how much Fairy Yishur was encroached upon, how much humiliation she suffered. With such thoughts, the fury in Yao Gupai's heart burned so high that it seemed to ignite his whole body. He chased furiously while screaming. You damned old bastard, old lecher, don't run! You dared to desecrate our Fairy Yishur, I am going to skin you alive! I will make you regret everything you did to Fairy Yishur. When Song Yishur heard this furious scream, her whole body shook, and she almost fell down from the air. Don't scream so loudly, are you trying to let the whole world know? Isn't it best if we quickly and secretly kill this damned geezer? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gupai could not hear Song Yishur's thoughts. And this was the first time Song Yishur had encountered such a situation, so she lost her composure. She wanted to transmit her voice to say this to Yao Gupai, but she was too young and could not speak up no matter what. How embarrassing was it if she said it outright? Among these three, the happiest was instead Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had already calculated Song Yishur's reaction. Yao Gupai's appearance, however, was an unexpected surprise. Good, that's good, scream loudly, yes, a bit louder. Fan Yuan inwardly cheered Yao Gupai. The two Gu immortals chasing absolutely would not be imagining the strange thoughts in Fan Yuan's mind at this moment. Fan Yuan wanted to blow this situation up into a huge matter. Song Yishur was a Gu immortal of a superforce, Song clan. She was the apple of Song Qi Yuan's eye, with many pursuers. After this matter blows up, Fan Yuan would have an external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. However, this conflict was not from swindling money, murdering someone's parents, or a life-and-death battle. At most, Fan Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Yishur was a young girl with very few experiences. Her thoughts were still conservative. Naturally, she would feel wronged and furious at having someone see her body for the first time. This was the natural mentality of young people. As they got older and more experienced, no matter who they were, they would gain at least some knowledge on sexual life. So what if he took a glance? Didn't some women wish others would just keep on looking at them? From a certain perspective, did this not prove one's charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also peeked at, but nothing happened to him. Instead, he was protected and hidden. One big reason was that Song Yishur's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao would have another fortuitous encounter and become a sword path Gu immortal, and finally, he and Song Yishur would become an immortal couple. Wasn't Song Yishur older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years? She could be said to be a cradle robber. Of course, there is another reason. 200 to 300 years later, Song Qiyuan's lifespan had been used up and he died. The rank 8 Gu Immortals' fall created an enormous change in Eastern Sea's structure. Song clan began to weaken and the enormous wealth Song Yishur had was coveted by others. Not only was there pressure from external sources, there was internal strife in the clan as well. Li Xiaoyao, who was taught by Song Yishur and accompanied her throughout his mortal Gu master stage and shared her sufferings, became the most reassuring individual to Song Yishur. Later, Li Xiaoyao inherited Sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance, and developed methods bringing in new advancements, and became a powerful sword path Gu Immortal. This caused Song Yishur to fall for him. The two became an immortal couple, moving around without a set destination, secretively and freely. In the 5 Regions Chaotic War, they appeared and worked together to resist rank 8 Gu Immortals, becoming a great pillar in blocking Central Continent's offensive. Fan Yuan fled while thinking leisurely about all sorts of things. Chapter 896. Freely leaving after killing. In the sky, a battle of pursuit was unfolding. Bam bam bam! Intense explosions occurred one after another. Song Yishur and Yao Gupai attacked non-stop, but because of the distance, and because Fan Yuan was slippery like an eel, he could not be caught. He was displaying an incredible flying attainment. Even though he was ahead, Fan Yuan, who was pretending to be escaping, was actually slowing his speed, allowing the two pursuers to follow him. He was a demonic path overlord. In his previous life, even though he did not have particularly great achievements, he had rich life experience, he had undergone many battles. It was something that these two young Gu Immortals behind him could not imagine. Especially Song Yishur, she was too young and had little battle experience. Even though she was using an immortal killer move to chase him, she could not catch up no matter what. Fan Yuan changed directions often. Sometimes he went into the water, sometimes he went into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yishur was extremely angry. She felt like she was not chasing him down, but being played with instead. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have a single immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He, who could only use mortal killer moves, was doomed in this battle of pursuit from the start. He was lagging behind. He could only shout loudly. If Fan Yuan was not purposely slowing down for him, he would have been left in the dust already. The three traveled quickly through the air. They soon left the Poetic Emotion Sea area. What is going on? There are Gu Immortals fighting? The noise from their travels earned the attentions of 2 lone cultivator Gu Immortals from a nearby island. These two were playing chess. They were quite relaxed. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads as they used investigative methods. It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Yishur, and a young male lone cultivator. They are pursuing someone. This person's aura is not that of Eastern Sea. They are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Less trouble is better than more trouble. Song Yishur is the prized gem of Song Qiyuan. Let's not interfere in this. You are right, come, let's continue playing chess. Fan Yuan looked at this island. He frowned slightly as he turned to another direction, continuing to fly. Not long later, at Webici area. What? There is such a lecherous and shameless old bastard in this world. Fairy Yishur, I, Chen Zhongyong, will lend you a hand. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack as he continued escaping. Thus, there were 3 people chasing after him now. After a certain amount of time, at Rumbling Thunder Sea Channel. Fairy Yishur is pure as jade. She was actually tainted. He deserves death. He deserves death. Bai Qing Tian was anguished. He joined in the chase resolutely. 15 minutes later, the commotion caused by them attracted a battle maniac Gu Immortal. You are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. You dare to lay your lecherous hands on our Eastern Sea goddess? Do you think that we of Eastern Sea can be bullied? Lei Hong was furious. He spoke without restraint. Song Yishur was getting more and more furious, seeing that Fan Yuan was still escaping. Her mood was getting worse. He had only taken a glance at her. Why were these people spouting more and more ridiculous nonsense, like she had lost her virginity to him? Stop shouting! Kill him in secret. I will reward you greatly. Song Yishur could not hold it in anymore. She transmitted to them. These Gu Immortals were not idiots. After hearing this, they went silent. Why are they not shouting anymore? Fan Yuan did not want that to happen. He wanted this matter to blow up. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are shutting up, I will have to do it myself. Thus, Fan Yuan shouted, defending himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I will clarify this matter. I had accidentally entered the depths of Poetic Emotion Sea Area's underwater volcano. Everyone can investigate this matter. I am speaking the truth. Old lecher, you are bullshitting. Immediately, a Gu immortal screamed back. But Fan Yuan ignored him. He yelled, I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here and wanted to choose an unknown island to reside in. I picked a small island after looking for a long time. Before setting up some arrangements, I wanted to look around the area. I discovered a hidden undercurrent and moved along it, getting into the underwater volcano. Lies, you're continuing to lie to us. You did something so shameless, but you are actually defending yourself, trying to pretend to be a gentleman? Do you think we are so easy to fool? The Gu immortal screamed. Fan Yuan called out, Even if I am lying, I would need to make a better excuse. Why would I mention the undercurrent? You can go verify this. I will tell you the location of the island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it would connect to the underwater volcano, either. After I entered the volcano, I found out. Shut up. Song Yishir shouted. She was worried that Fan Yuan might expose some secretive information. She interrupted him. If you are innocent, stop running, obediently submit, and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Yishir, will not kill an innocent person. Song Yishir had learned something quickly and grew a little. She actually understood that she needed to coax him. But her tone was too stiff. Anyone could tell that she was full of anger and killing intent. Song Yishir was still too pitiful in her acting skills. Fan Yuan continued to escape. He shouted continuously. Do you think I am a fool? If I surrender, I will die. I am innocent. I did not even touch a single hair of yours, after I reached the volcano. Shut the hell up! Song Yishir flew into a rage. Her voice was even louder now. The other male Gu immortals had furious expressions on the surface, but they were secretly concentrating and were afraid of missing a single word from Fan Yuan's mouth. Seeing that Fan Yuan was interrupted by Song Yishir again, they felt mild regret internally. But Fan Yuan quickly continued. The more you do not want me to say it, the more I will say. How can you be so overbearing? I am just a Northern Plains Gu immortal trying to make a living in Eastern Sea. Is it easy for me? I did not do anything. I only saw a glimpse of you bathing. It was all a misunderstanding. Song Yishir saw darkness in front of her. She was so angered her heart was going to burst into flames. She could make the people on her side shut up, but she could not stop Fan Yuan from shouting. He, something so interesting has happened. At this time, a lovely laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal was approaching. It is Seven Seas Snake Woman! The Gu immortals that were chasing after Fan Yuan saw this female Gu immortal and became alert. Yao Ge Pai was bemoaning internally. Everyone else directed their gazes towards Song Yishir. Song Yishir's expression was dark. She looked like an ice statue that was emitting immense cold air. As it turned out, Seven Seas Snake Woman and Song Yishir were both publicly known as among the 6 great beauties among Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Seven Seas Snake Woman had rank 7 cultivation level. She was a demonic path Gu immortal who had some conflicts with Song Yishir, but because of Song Qiyuan's power, she did not dare to attack Song Yishir. At this moment, she heard such interesting news. She was sure to add in more false details and spread this rumor around. Song Yishir felt like the sky was collapsing. What was she going to do now? Seven Seas Snake Woman was definitely going to ruin her reputation. Song Yishir felt even more hatred towards Fan Yuan now. You old lecher, how are you so good at running, even running into Seven Seas Snake Woman? What a joke! This route was specially chosen by Fan Yuan after careful investigation. The Gu immortals that they would meet along the way were all found out by Fan Yuan prior to this. Seven Seas Snake Woman was very important in Fan Yuan's current plan. Even though Seven Seas Snake Woman was a demonic path Gu immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was at a crucial moment. When a large number of red tide fish were reproducing, she had to stay here to guard it. Fan Yuan easily obtained this information. Seven Seas Snake Woman was a beautiful but dangerous woman. She was very ruthless in her actions. The righteous path would often leak details of such people, so that others could be prepared if they were to meet them. Boom! With a loud sound, Seven Seas Snake Woman suddenly struck, attacking the pursuers of Fan Yuan. Seven Seas Snake Woman, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishir and the others were severely interrupted. This is such an interesting matter. I definitely have to interfere. Seven Seas Snake Woman had an alluring body. She had a coquettish gaze as she answered. Lei Hong said solemnly. I will block Seven Seas Snake Woman. The rest of you continue chasing him. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was not afraid of Seven Seas Snake Woman. Even though his battle strength was lower, he could still stall her for a short time and escape from her. Seven Seas Snake Woman did not know who Fan Yuan was. She would not exert too much effort. Seeing that Lei Hong was stepping up, she showed a look of disgust as she stopped on the spot. "You again, meddlesome fool, you really like to interfere in people's affairs." Thus, the other Gu immortals detoured around Seven Seas Snake Woman, chasing after Fan Yuan again. Time continued to pass. After a very long time, there were a few more people chasing Fan Yuan. Even though he was quite injured, he did not fall into their hands, he was still escaping. "Damn it!" Song Yisha gritted her teeth. She felt fatigue looking at Fan Yuan's energetic body. Everything had happened too quickly, and too suddenly. How did it become like this? Song Yisha felt a sense of absurdity within her. A moment ago, she was still enjoying a carefree life, bathing inside her hot spring as she relaxed herself. But now, she was chasing an enemy endlessly with no way of catching up. And now, almost all the immortals nearby knew about it. Song Yisha felt tired physically, but even more so mentally. "It is about time." Fan Yuan looked at the pursuers. He smiled faintly. The execution of this plan was much more effective than he had originally planned. "Now, it is time to leave." Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. His body shook as he turned into 6 figures, flying towards 6 different directions. Immortal Killer Move, 6 Illusion Star Bodies. The pursuers shouted out in dismay. They were stunned before splitting up to chase him. Immortal Killer Move, Position Star Swap. Fan Yuan changed his position, appearing in front of Yao Gupai. "Don't think I am afraid of killing!" Fan Yuan called out, using Star Cloud Grindstone. He had been escaping all this time. Why would Yao Gupai think that Fan Yuan would act differently and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the Star Cloud Grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could he defend against the power of Immortal Gu? When everyone else came to reinforce him and destroyed the Star Cloud Grindstone, Fan Yuan was already holding onto Yao Gupai's head. "Humph, don't go overboard." Fan Yuan's ruthlessness was shown. He faced the band of immortals. The pursuers were only rank 6. It was not easy to encounter rank 7s like Lei Hong. Yao Gupai, when all is said and done, is a Gu immortal. He was actually killed in such a short amount of time. Northern Plains barbarians are really exemplary in battle strength. The immortals were all stunned. They felt a strong sense of wariness internally. Meanwhile, one of the 6 illusion star bodies had already flown far away. Fan Yuan used position star swap and changed his true body's position, abruptly and freely leaving. Chapter 897. Difficult to own Gupai Blessed Land. 3 days later, in the world of Eastern Sea Gu immortals, there was a rumor that spread widely. This involved one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yishur. When she was bathing, she was defiled by an old lecher who shamelessly planned everything. Song Yishur was Song Qiyuan's precious gem. She had quite a reputation and many suitors. This matter involved Song clan's reputation as well. Once information got out, many Gu immortals' attentions were attracted. Soon, Xingxiangzi's Northern Plains Gu immortal identity was found out by other Gu immortals. Before Song clan even expressed their attitude, Song Yishur's suitors were already hunting down Fan Yuan on a large scale with furious emotions. At a nameless and ownerless sea area with little resources, the sea was deep and dark. There were few fish. A wooden door that looked like a blessed land's entrance appeared, and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from within. It was Fan Yuan, having Xingxiangzi's appearance. Fan Yuan killed Yao Gupai on the spot. After that, he carried Yao Gupai's corpse away and escaped. There were 2 uses for bodies of Gu immortals. One was to place them down and form a blessed land, the other was to put them into one's own immortal aperture and obtain their Dao marks. Fan Yuan did not have to think it over, he chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. If corpses were put inside his dead aperture, not only would he not get any Dao marks, it would cause massive destruction to the land. His body would burst and explode. Such a situation had been experimented with by immortal zombies, but there had never been any cases of success. Fan Yuan used his wisdom path methods to contain the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After escaping from the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, before using fixed immortal travel to teleport himself towards the northeastern extremity of Eastern Sea. Finally, he dived into the sea. Without anyone's notice, he placed Yao Gupai's immortal aperture down at the bottom of the sea. After the immortal aperture formed into a blessed land, it naturally created disturbances in heaven chi and earth chi. 2 whale desolate beasts were drawn over, but Fan Yuan chased them away. Fan Yuan first turned into another appearance, before entering Yao Gupai's blessed land and meeting with the land spirit. Yao Gupai was a woodpath Gu immortal. He owned Gupai blessed land. His land spirit was quite peculiar. It was in the form of a tree, planted at the center of the blessed land with no movement ability. The tree land spirit told Fan Yuan the ownership condition: 100,000 immortal essence stones, large amounts of immortal materials, including many rank 7 and rank 8 materials. It even wanted the fresh blood of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The condition was too immensely difficult. Fan Yuan, of course, could not satisfy it. He could only leave regrettably. Yao Gupai is a lone cultivator. He had the weakest background among the pursuers, and had no backers. That was why I killed him, to act as deterrence against the others. Indeed, I deterred Song Yishu's group and escaped easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture formed into a separate blessed land, but the land spirit's ownership condition has nothing to do with me, the killer. Instead, it is requesting for lots of cultivation resources. It shows that Yao Gupai's greatest obsession is towards wealth. But his desire is simply too insatiable. Fan Yuan had just left, the blessed land's doors closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely shut. He frowned slightly. If Yao Gupai's obsession had to do with me, with my blood path methods, I could easily handle it. But its ownership condition is simply harder than ascending to heaven. Not mentioning the 100,000 immortal essence stones, simply the precious immortal materials were hard to gather. Unless Fan Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects, or stole that huge amount from Heavenly Court's treasury, simply based on his current state, it would take a lot of good luck for him to gather them all. 200 to 300 years would be the minimum amount of time he needed. But most importantly, it was the final condition that the tree land spirit had: Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's fresh blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a woodpath rank 9 Gu Venerable. Yao Gupai also cultivated woodpath. It was not strange that he desired Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But who was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if his fresh blood was preserved by Heavenly Lotus sect, that was a true rank 9 immortal material. This was a precious material that could refine rank 9 immortal Gu. It was definitely heavily guarded. How could Fan Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gupai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is so intense. In this way, to obtain this blessed land, it seems normal methods will not work. I can only attack forcefully. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. If this land spirit refused to accept a master, he would destroy it and forcefully take over the blessed land. Not all blessed lands had land spirits. Some Gu immortals were killed extremely thoroughly and did not leave behind any obsession. After they died, their blessed land would be without a land spirit. Yao Gupai's blessed land had a land spirit, but the conditions were too absurd. Fan Yuan could only find an alternative and attack forcefully. It was like Shark Demon's group invading Yulu blessed land. If I can obtain this blessed land, I would have a base in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to settle this blessed land. I should go and regroup with Shark Demon first. Fan Yuan scattered some mortal Gu, setting up a Gu formation around him. Next, he activated Fixed Immortal Travel, leaving this place and going to Tai Bai Yunxing's Immortal Aperture. Originally, Fixed Immortal Travel's aura was in the sea, but after Fan Yuan's Gu formation activated, it dissipated. After the work was done, this set of mortal Gu disintegrated on its own. Unless a very powerful investigation method was used, no one would be able to find out that there was a blessed land in such an ordinary area. Fan Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's Immortal Aperture. The latter had already started moving. He was flying above the vast sea. The senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After a few minutes, they arrived at the sky above Yulu Blessed Land. Here, there was nobody. The two waited for a while. Soon, Shark Demon led a band of Gu immortals from Zombie Alliance and flew over. Brother Xingxiang, you are quite famous nowadays. Once he saw Fan Yuan, Shark Demon made a joke. The other Gu immortals looked at Fan Yuan with curious glances. These few days, Fan Yuan had become very famous in the world of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. He had gained quite a reputation. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. He replied, "Very unlucky, I was very unlucky, please don't laugh at me. I wanted to find an island to rest in, but I found an undercurrent and wanted to explore it. To think I would encounter such a troublesome affair. This is not a troublesome affair, it is quite appropriate to call this a romantic affair. Bo Dan laughed loudly, sarcastically saying. Earlier, Fan Yuan had humiliated him. But after that, Bo Dan paid a huge price and gave Su Bai Man an expensive gift. Thus he joined the invasion of the Blessed Land again, and he had a fearless attitude. Fan Yuan gave him a glance, smiling. He did not bother responding to such a person. He glanced around and saw that other than Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, and Bo Dan, there was only one familiar immortal zombie, Shan Nan Jiang. There were 3 less people than before. But Shark Demon was very confident. It seemed that he had made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went deep into the sea, opening the entrance of Yulu Blessed Land, entering the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth again. This time, Xing Xiangzi, we will mainly be relying on your deductions. Bo Dan will support you, Shark Demon announced politely. Last time, Fan Yuan performed well. Shark Demon and the others thought that Xing Xiangzi had a deeper wisdom path attainment level. Lord Shark Demon, please rest assured I will do my best. Fan Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Bo Dan snorted internally. Even though he was displeased, he knew his own abilities. He crossed his arms and watched with a dark gaze. Facing Freezing Rain Frozen Earth again, Fan Yuan's expression became serious as he deduced. The battlefield killer move, Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, had completely recovered. The damage caused by Fan Yuan and the others had been fixed already. Fan Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the others attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move could also repair itself. It was unknown whether this was due to Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit, or the arrangements of Fairy Yulu. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the others had attacked the Blessed Land for such a long time, but they had not found the land spirit of Yulu Blessed Land yet. Whether the land spirit existed, this was still a mystery. With his prior experience, Fan Yuan's progress was fast. He naturally did not destroy the crucial mortal goo, thus the battlefield did not become stronger compared to the last time. The ice needle storm rained down, as Shark Demon stepped forward and used his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo and could melt even the firmest ice. This goo was borrowed by Shark Demon specially to deal with Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. He paid a huge amount to a certain member of Zombie Alliance. With this Melt Ice immortal goo, they greatly resisted the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth's power. Even the Desolate Beast level snow monsters were obstructed. Shark Demon and the others felt less pressure. They even expended far less immortal essence than last time. There was a counter to everything. The strong Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was greatly weakened after encountering the Melt Ice immortal goo. The Goo Master world was like this. Everything was in balance. Strong and weak was relative. There were no invincible goo worms, there were only invincible goo masters. With Melt Ice immortal goo, Shark Demon could move freely as well. Fan Yuan also progressed stably. Even though he was a Wisdom Path newbie, he had precious experience from last time. After returning, he had revised his methods and improved a lot. He designed many new methods. This time, Fan Yuan came prepared. He had to say, Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance was simply brilliant. Using it, Fan Yuan could forcefully find a solution. The start was the hardest. After Fan Yuan found the first flaw, his progress became faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worms. But during this process, Fan Yuan could feel his lack of experience. But he was an experienced schemer. He immediately ordered Bo Dan to help. Even though Bo Dan's Wisdom Path methods were shallow and few, after Fan Yuan started the deduction, he could also see a portion of the details inside the battlefield killer move. He also had very familiar methods and precise techniques. Fan Yuan pretended to deduce, but he was secretly observing Bo Dan's techniques. He learned a lot of things and his Wisdom Path attainment was rising. Eventually, with both of their efforts, Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was finally unraveled. By now, the Freezing Rain battlefield has unleashed a total of 33 attacks. Shark Demon's Melt Ice immortal goo was single-handedly holding them back. The huge immortal essence expenditure reduced his joy of passing the difficult round to a great extent. Chapter 898. Fighting Soul Battlefield. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth disappeared, the world changed. The original icy world turned into a dark environment. It was like evening, there were dark clouds looming and the poor weather seemed to be indicating a thunderstorm. Evidently, this was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A faint female voice resounded in the battlefield. Everyone who was inside the battlefield heard the voice. Shark Demon's expression changed. He said, "Oh no, this is the infamous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is troublesome. Even before he finished his sentence, a sandstorm started blowing as sand and dust were scattered in the sky. Soul beasts appeared one after another, from all directions, encircling the Gu immortals. Su Bai Man quickly reminded Xing Xiangzi, Bo Dan, you have to act quickly. The number of soul beasts here are endless. The longer we take, the stronger they become. This fighting soul battlefield was a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after he used one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's inheritances as a reference. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations had some mercy in them, they would always leave behind a way to survive. But this battlefield killer move is very different. It contains Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature. It is the most deadly battlefield killer move among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creations. Fan Yuan and Bo Dan did not dare to take their time, they used their respective methods and tried to unravel the killer move. Fan Yuan soon discovered, this fighting soul battlefield was very different from Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. The latter had no flaws at all when activated, it was very well balanced, giving others a feeling of not knowing where to start. But this fighting soul battlefield exposed several hiding spots of mortal Gu to Fan Yuan from the start easily. As time passed, Fan Yuan found more and more hidden spots. They were growing into a huge number, there were thousands or even tens of thousands of them. The number of Gu worms that formed this battlefield killer move was much higher than Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan soon found out, there were no traps like the ones that were in the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move. No matter which hidden spot they destroyed, there was no backlash, and Fan Yuan did not need to restart his deductions. Thus, very soon, Fan Yuan and Bo Dan started to dismantle these hidden spots rapidly. However, this fighting soul battlefield's offensive power was several times greater than Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth attacked in waves, there was a moment of peace in between each wave of attacks, the Gu immortals could rest for a while each time. But this fighting soul battlefield did not stop for a moment after activation. The number of soul beasts continued to increase. Soon, desolate beast level soul beasts were formed. A while later, there were more than 10 desolate soul beasts. Even ancient desolate soul beasts started appearing. They did not even last for 7 minutes before Shark Demon and the others had to use the incomplete Profound Ice House to escape from the place. There are simply too many Gu worms used to create the battlefield killer move. I am ashamed, my methods are too simple. I could only dismantle them one by one. Once they got out of the sea, Bo Dan spoke to Shark Demon without concealing any information, he spoke the truth. Fan Yuan frowned too. My methods could only dismantle at most 5 to 6 hidden spots each time. I suspect that this fighting soul battlefield's difficulty lies here. The faster we can dismantle it, or the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts, the more likely it is that we can unravel this killer move. To unravel it in itself is not the problematic part. In that case, Xing Xiangzi, according to your deduction, how long do both of you need to dismantle this killer move at your current speed? Shark Demon asked. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not manage to see the entire battlefield killer move. There are too many hidden spots, they are numerous like the stars in the sky. And even if I manage to find the tens of thousands of hidden spots, to get rid of them, I will need at least 30 minutes. Shan Nanjian was lost for words. 30 minutes? We lasted for 7 minutes and there were already ancient desolate soul beasts appearing. 30 minutes. Surely, immemorial desolate soul beasts will appear, and there might be more than one. Everyone became quiet. Su Bai Man spoke heavily. In that case, we can only ask more people to help out next time. These Gu immortals will need to have enough wisdom path attainment to dismantle the hidden spots. Saying so, Su Bai Man and Shark Demon looked at each other, they could see the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many Gu immortals with wisdom path attainment. Asking them to help would incur a huge cost. Shark Demon thought for a while, he spoke. Then we will retreat for now. The next time we are attacking is in 30 days, we will decide on the time at a later date, I will inform you all. Xing Xiangzi, this is my command token, you can use it to stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and avoid the trouble you are facing for now. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you for your goodwill, Lord Shark Demon, but I am not willing to waste any time. Merely Song Yisher cannot do anything to me. Even though Song Clan is a huge force, they cannot control the entirety of Eastern Sea. If I hide and shrink away because of this, I, Xing Xiangzi, would have cultivated for nothing. Everyone, until next time we meet. Seeing Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing fly far away, Bo Dan stepped forward and stood beside Shark Demon. He slandered. This Xing Xiangzi really does not know what is good for him. He actually refused to accept Lord's goodwill. Shark Demon glanced at him. He snorted, saying unhappily, "If you were any more capable, why would I need to treat him like this?" Bo Dan had a bitter expression. "Oh Lord, it was not that I did not put in effort, but my inheritance is too incomplete. There is a limit to what I can do." Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Bo Dan quickly shut up and lowered his head, leaving. Subai Man got close to Shark Demon. She smiled. "If husband is afraid that Xing Xiangzi would get into trouble and delay the next invasion, you do not need to worry. Northern Plains Gu immortals often have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xing Xiangzi also has immortal Gu with him. His battle strength was high enough to kill Yao Gupai on the spot. Nothing would happen to him." Even though he offended Song Yishe, the precious gem of Song Qiyuan, it is precisely because Song Clan is a righteous path superforce, a large organization with many matters to take care of, that they would not create a huge commotion over such a small matter. But Song Clan's reputation was affected. They would definitely want an answer. In a while, Xing Xiangzi would feel increasing pressure. By then, wouldn't he come to ask us for help? That is indeed the case. Your analysis is very accurate. Shark Demon's expression became calmer. He gently held Subai Man's hand. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. The battle surrounding Luopa Valley had already been ongoing for over half a month. Qin Baixing's side had the territorial advantage. Feng Jiuji's side was unable to take them down. But Feng Jiuge and the others were very determined. They besieged the area without retreating. Qin Baixing's side could only hide inside Luopa Valley for the time being. "Jianyu, how are your injuries?" Qin Baixing went to visit Fairy Jianyu. "In half a day, I will fully recover." Fairy Jianyu sat on the bed, shutting her eyes as she healed herself. She replied while multitasking. Joy flashed across Qin Baixing's face. "That is good. After you recover, we will protect you as you charge out of the encirclement, and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our hidden arrangement." "What? We are going to use our arrangement in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Will it not have a huge impact on the entire crucial plan?" Fairy Jianyu was shocked. She asked this. Qin Baixing said heavily, "It won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Yenshi, in Shadow Sect's southern border headquarters." Sigh. Feng Jiuge is really quite the character. His self-created heaven and earth song could match my 5-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is nothing important, but the immortal Gu that is still being nurtured inside Luopa Valley is important to our crucial plan. It cannot be lost. But now that Luopa Valley is being encircled by these people from Central Continent, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend ourselves. We will eventually fall if this keeps up. We need to regain the initiative. These last days he had fought with Feng Jiuge for over dozens of rounds. After exchanging blows countless times, even if they put in all their efforts, they had been unable to determine a winner. Qin Baixing was concerned about the big picture. He wanted to find a way to get out of this predicament. But at this time, Feng Jiuji's voice came from outside. Qin Baixing heard it and sneered internally. After remaining silent for 3 days, he's finally returned to taunt us again? Qin Baixing flew into the air, facing Feng Jiuge. "Brother Feng, we have undergone innumerable rounds of battles. We know each other's abilities quite well now. You are an astute person. Can't you see that in this current situation, as long as I defend this Luopa Valley, you cannot break in by force?" Feng Jiuge smiled brightly. An intense light of confidence shined in his eyes. "Brother Qin, this time is different. After our countless rounds of battles, I had gained much inspiration. These last 3 days, I have been in closed cultivation. I used the inspiration to complete an incomplete move that I had created in the past." "Oh?" Qin Baixing's expression turned serious. Feng Jiuge raised his head slightly. He said loudly, "This time, I would like to ask Brother Qin to critique my submission song. Green Jade Song. Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song." When Feng Jiuge sang Green Jade Song, his voice was crisp and sharp, like beads of flawless jade. When he sang Heaven and Earth Song, his voice was grand and magnificent. It made others feel their own insignificance. But now, Feng Jiuge sang Submission Song. His mouth was closed. The entire place was silent. Qin Baixing's expression was both serious and grim, because he heard Feng Jiuji's singing voice. His singing voice was directly resounding in Qin Baixing's mind. It turns out that this submission song was not heard with one's ears, but in one's mind. Qin Baixing's heart sank. This sound path killer move encompasses wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path, these 4 paths. It affects a person's mind. From the moment he closed his mouth, there is already a trace of 5-finger fist heart sword in it. This Feng Jiuge actually obtained this inspiration from me. But it is only at this level, it is not enough to affect my fighting spirit. Eh? Oh no! Qin Baixing's reaction was fast, but submission song's effect was even faster. In Luopa Valley, there were many ancient soul beasts that were guarding the place. Under the influence of Feng Jiuji's song, they submitted to him. They betrayed Qin Baixing on the spot, becoming the lackeys of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Submission song could temporarily cause desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it! He Langzi cursed. They had few people, they needed the ancient soul beasts to bolster their defenses. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts changed sides, they started attacking Luopa Valley instead. Shadow Sect's side was falling into great danger. But Qin Baixing was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and displayed a battlefield killer move. Feng Jiuge and the others, including the ancient soul beasts, were dragged into this battlefield. There was thick fog in this battlefield, countless souls were flying around. Dark blue soul beasts gathered and took form. Most of them were ordinary soul beasts. But soon, desolate soul beasts appeared, and seemingly before long, ancient soul beasts would appear as well. The soul beasts that were created in this battlefield fought against the ancient soul beasts that were under Feng Jiuji's control. Good countermeasure. Feng Jiuge stopped singing, he praised. Using this battlefield killer move to increase your control of the soul beasts, and eliminate the advantage of submission song. But your soul taker battlefield is too outdated, even though it was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He made it when he was young. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once used this killer move to create the even more superior Fighting Soul battlefield. This Soul Taker battlefield can only convert the souls of living beings into soul beasts, but Fighting Soul battlefield can actually produce endless soul beasts. Feng Jiuge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried. He spoke casually as he critiqued the killer move. Qin Baixing, however, spoke with a smile. Future generations enjoy the benefits from the hard work of predecessors. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could create the superior Fighting Soul battlefield because he used the foundation created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is only to be expected. But he was too kind of a person. He weakened Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing intent. Even though it seems superior, it lost all hope of going a step further. Saying this, the battlefield changed again. Feng Jiuji's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker battlefield. It is a battlefield killer move that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created in his later years. 100 million Slaughterfield. Chapter 899. Twin Polar Sea Strait, Songjia Dan, Eastern Sea, Song Clan's headquarters, Heavy Water Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Song Yishu charged into the study room, stomping her feet and throwing a tantrum to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan. Song Qiyuan and some rank 7 Gu Immortal elders were discussing matters of the clan. But Song Yishu barged in directly like this. Song Qiyuan turned around slowly. He showed no anger on his face as he smiled kindly. My sweet granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yishu did not find it strange that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, if Song Qiyuan did not know about it, that would be the strange thing. Before this young female Gu Immortal came, she had already thought of an answer. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, strike directly and capture him alive. I will deal with him after that. At the same time, she thought inwardly. I will dig out this old lecher's eyes out first, then I will pull out his tendons and his skin. I will carve out his bones and make his flesh rot. He will be in so much pain. I will make him regret everything that he has done. Song Qiyuan nodded. He did not hesitation, he agreed. That is a good method, but... He dragged his words out. Song Qiyuan changed the course of the conversation as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has something important to do now. I cannot leave. Why don't I get your uncle, Song Xiachi, to help you? Song Yishu's eyes shined. She forget her own situation. She thought of something as she asked excitedly. Grandpa, is it regarding ascending heaven plane? Song Qiyuan did not hide it from her, he admitted. That's right. Ascending Heaven Plane's exact location has already become an open secret among most Eastern Sea Gu immortals. In Ascending Heaven Plane, there is old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. This time, Grandpa will lead the clan's Gu Immortals to compete against Kai Clan and Ra Lai Clan, to try to obtain Old Eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old Eccentric Tian Nan, a refinement path supreme Grand Master from the remote antiquity era, he was on par with Old Immortal Kong Ju and Long Hair Ancestor over the course of history. According to historical records, Old Eccentric Tian Nan had a strange personality. He attempted to refine the immemorial Nine Heavens and ended up dying after failing. Even though Song Yishur was spoiled since she was young, she understood the bigger picture. She quickly replied, "Go and deal with that, Grandpa. Make sure you utterly defeat them both. You do not need to worry about my matter, but just Uncle Song Xiaoqi isn't enough. I want Uncle Song Jiadan to help me once, to deduce the location of that old lecher." "Haha, my dear granddaughter. Alright, take this token and go to Twin Polar Sea Strait, and find your Uncle Song Jiadan." Saying so, Song Qiyuan tossed the token to her. Song Yishur quickly caught it and showed a joyful expression. She turned around and left, not even saying a word of goodbye. Twin Polar Sea Strait was covered in a thick layer of fog all year round. In the air, Song Yishur stopped. Seeing the fog in front of her, she felt a little troubled. She turned to the middle-aged Gu Immortal beside her. "Uncle Xiaoqi, how do we get in?" Song Xiaoqi's body was filled with a vigorous aura. He smiled lightly and said, "Didn't your grandfather give you a token? Little Yishur, you just need to take out the token and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it." Song Yishur held the token high up in the air. A moment later, the fog in front of her started to disperse. A small tunnel appeared. It directly connected to the inside of Twin Polar Sea Strait. Song Yishur and Song Xiaoqi entered the tunnel and stepped into Twin Polar Sea Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Gu Immortal that Song clan had specially nurtured. He stayed on the cliff of Twin Polar Sea Strait normally. His upper body was already old and weak. His lower body had been petrified. His legs seemed to have fused with Twin Polar Sea Strait. "Uncle Jiadan!" Song Yishur called out. Since birth, she had only met the Gu Immortal Song Jiadan a handful of times, but that did not affect her admiration towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan had sacrificed his own freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he had sat here, using his special Wisdom Path inheritance to fuse with the world. Because of this, Song Jiadan's deductions and schemes were very brilliant. Every time Song clan had important matters, they would ask him to help and deduce their upcoming fortunes. Right now in the world of Eastern Seas Gu Immortals, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most capable Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. The saying goes, Jiadan sits in Twin Polar, Huan hides in Angong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan had already opened his eyes. He looked at Song Yishur and Song Xiaoqi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was hard like a statue. His muscles were stiff and could show no expression. Even if he opened his mouth, he could only speak very slowly and with much difficulty. "Little Shur, Cousin Xiaoqi, it has been a long time. Uncle Jiadan, I am here to ask you to deduce the location of an enemy. This is his appearance, and the aura that I collected." Song Yishur passed 2 Gu worms to him. "Let me look at the command token first." Song Jiadan spoke slowly. Even though he was familiar with Song Yishur and Song Xiaoqi, he was to be impartial. To make a deduction, he needed to see Song Qiyuan's command token first. After checking that the token was authentic, Song Jiadan opened his mouth. A suction force made both of the Gu worms from Song Yishur go into his mouth. He shut his eyes and started deducing. A long while later, he opened his eyes. Perplexion shined in his eyes. "I could not deduce anything." "What?" At once, not only Song Xiaoqi, who was in anticipation, but even Song Yishur, who was very confident, showed immense shock. "Uncle, you are one of the 3 best Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you fail the deduction?" Song Yishur asked. "Little Shur, don't be anxious." Song Xiaoqi's expression turned heavy. "Elder Cousin Jiadan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator that came from Northern Plains. With your Wisdom Path attainment, you could not deduce anything?" Song Jiadan was still expressionless. He spoke slowly. "Is it strange that I could not deduce anything? I am merely rank 7, even though I have some fame. That is all flattery by nosy people. In the end, I am but a tiny worm in this vast world. All I can do is to predict some premonitions of impending storms. Compared to the world, I am insignificant like an ant. Compared to the grand heroes in this world, I merely control a tiny domain." Song Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. "Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan said. I am not humble, but as I continue to fuse with this world unceasingly, every time I advance in wisdom path, I can see the glorious view ahead more clearly. The more I learn about the secrets of this world, the more I am aware of my own insignificance. Thus, I am not being humble, I am just being truthful, I am aware of my own status. Song Yishe was discontent. Even if Uncle Jia Dan cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person, you can surely give a good suggestion. Song Jia Dan was silent for a while, he said. There are two possible reasons why I could not deduce it. The first is that the other party is not in Eastern Sea. The second, they have wisdom path techniques that can conceal them from my deductions. Or maybe they could find other wisdom path Gu immortals to help them evade my deductions. Song Yishe and Song Xiachi looked at each other. These two reasons were very far-fetched. The first reason, if this old lecher Xing Xiangzi was not in Eastern Sea, where could he be? Right now, the earth tide was over, how could he return to northern plains? The second reason, how could Xing Xiangzi resist Song Jiadan's wisdom path attainment? If he had help, this person would need to be at least at Song Jiadan's level? Was it Nangong Clan's Gu Immortal Huan, or Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal in Adversity See who helped him? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you just happened to fail, Song Yishe requested as she pouted. Song Jiadan directly rejected this. No, the clan has an important mission, we have to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I need to preserve my strength, and prepare my methods to deduce for this in a few days' time. Uncle Jiadan, you did not originally put in all your effort. Song Yishe heard this and said unhappily. All right, you can leave now. Song Jiadan shut his eyes slowly. Song Yishe was ignored, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, helplessly turning around and leaving. To fight for ascending Heaven Plains control, to fight for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance, it was a project that the clan had been planning for 100 years. Pursuing Xing Xiangzi was just her own personal business. Even though Song Yishe was pampered and spoiled, she could see the big picture and cared for the clan's progress, she was not an ignorant fool. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, an underground cave. Fan Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, he shut his eyes as the star thoughts in his mind shined, he quietly deduced some important things. Last time, he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves, Star Fire Escape and Projected Star Thought. Thus, Fan Yuan currently controlled 6 Star Path immortal killer moves in total. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Star Fire Escape and Projected Star Thought. Among them, Star Fire Escape was a movement killer move, it was used extensively in escaping the chase from Song Yishe. As for Projected Star Thought, it was the investigative immortal killer move that Fan Yuan used to expose the immortal zombie Shan Nanjiang's traces. These 2 killer moves were originally incomplete. They were concepts that predecessors of Star Lord Wan Xiang had left behind in the Star Path inheritance. They had encountered difficulties during the deductions and could not progress to complete the killer moves. Fan Yuan's Star Path attainment was only ordinary. Normally under such a situation, these incomplete moves would only be useful as reference to him. But since he had the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu, he could use the light of wisdom and gain unlimited inspiration. He got over the difficulty of a low Star Path attainment level, he forcefully completed the killer moves. It is a pity, in the short time I had, completing Star Fire Escape and Projected Star Thought was my limit. After all, I have only 3 Star Path Immortal Gu now. Of course, most importantly, my Star Path attainment level is too low. At this time, a moving perspective cup Gu appeared in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. The information in the Gu came from Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit has finally completed the relocation of Langya Blessed Land, he can lend that set of immortal Gu to me now. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he purposely returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea. It was to wait for Langya Land's spirit's news and to relocate Starform Blessed Land. In Fan Yuan's plans, Starform Blessed Land was very important. Once the truth that he was the culprit of the incident in Northern Plains becomes exposed, he would have to escape for his life. By then, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would face disaster. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then Starform Blessed Land would be his sole secret base. However, He Lu Lan knew about Starform Blessed Land's location. If He Lu Lan knew, Fairy Li Shan also knew. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person. Now that he was Starform Blessed Land's owner, he naturally had to relocate Starform Blessed Land to a place that only he knew. Chapter 900. Borrowing Goo from Langya Land Spirit. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he immediately used fixed immortal travel to go to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had already undergone a huge change. In the vast sea, 3 continents were facing each other. In the air, there was a 4th continent made from cloud soil. Because there was an intense battle that destroyed much of the Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing had helped and restored most of it to its original state. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing did not participate in the battle, he helped repair the Blessed Land after the battle. He earned quite a sum as well. Of course, because some immortal goo that made up Refinement Cauldron were gone, the space in the Blessed Land shrank. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have the power to restore the missing space and everything that was in them. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Langya Land Spirit, split up across the cloud soil continent. In addition, there were many hairy man goo masters surrounding the 12 cloud buildings, reconstructing even more buildings. I intend to create 12 cloud cities centered upon the 12 cloud buildings. This cloud soil continent in the sky will become the new living area for elite hairy men. After Langya Land Spirit saw Fan Yuan, he explained this. Fan Yuan nodded in agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost the number of immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. And because there were many hairy men living in the Blessed Land, they were reaching the limit of the 3 continents. Thus, in this situation, a new area to allow the hairy men to live and propagate was needed. But Langya Land Spirit's next words shocked Fan Yuan. Other than this, I have also established Langya Sect. This sect system will use Central Continent as a reference. I will be the sect's first Supreme Elder, and the hairy man goo immortals will be the other Supreme Elders. My previous self was too foolish, he used these precious goo immortals for goo refinement. Humph. To fulfill the dominance of hairy men, bloodshed is necessary. Next, I will start training these hairy man goo immortals, nurturing their battle talents. Once they have sufficient strength to protect themselves, I will send them out of the Blessed Land, and let them complete all kinds of sect missions. Also, under my influence, the 3 continents in the sea will erupt in war. From among them, 3 kings will be chosen, and they will create 3 kingdoms on their respective continents. The kingdoms will fight against each other, and each year, my Langya sect will pick the most elite hairy men from these 3 kingdoms, and send the elite hairy men to the continent in the clouds. They will become the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, I will choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man goo master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Langya Land Spirit was completely different from the previous one. Maybe he was affected by the attack of Qin Baixing, but Langya Land Spirit had decided to undertake a complete reform of Langya Blessed Land. He used hard-handed methods and had the disposition of a conquering Grand Emperor. Different emperors employed different styles of rulership. Because of Langya Land Spirit's change, the hairy men that were living in the lower tiers were undergoing turmoil and difficulties from war. Their peaceful and serene lifestyles were not to return. Langya Land Spirit used such a cruel method to choose the most outstanding hairy men. But this method is simply too wasteful. Fan Yuan felt some pity. There were bound to be large numbers of sacrifices during war. He felt quite a loss inwardly. He might as well use these hairy men for goo refinement. But Fan Yuan would not say these words openly. He could only mutter in his mind. From Langya Land Spirit's perspective, hairy men were the most outstanding creatures of all. Humans and all other variant humans were underneath them. Fan Yuan raised hairy men and used them as slaves for goo refinement. If Langya Land Spirit knew this, he would not accept it. He might even fall out with Fan Yuan. Thus, even though Fan Yuan lacked knowledge and experience of raising hairy men, in the previous discussions regarding the compensation of defending Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan did not attempt to request this even though he knew that Langya Land Spirit had extremely precious knowledge of how to nurture hairy men. But at this rate, Langya Blessed Land would undergo a huge reform. The hairy men would start working hard and their battle strengths will rise drastically. Maybe this happened in my previous life. After such a transformation in Langya Blessed Land, it managed to endure 7 waves of attacks. But this Langya Blessed Land has hidden undercurrents deep beneath the surface. Even though 2 hairy man goo immortal traitors were exposed, we can't be sure that there will not be a 3rd or 4th traitor among the rest. The methods of Qin Baixing that can develop traitors to this extent in here are really unimaginable. Fan Yuan thought about this as he told Langya Land Spirit his intentions. Langya Land Spirit was slightly shocked. He asked again, "Oh? You want to borrow my set of immortal goo now and relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you this set of immortal goo will not be cheap. Even on the basis that you fought against strong enemies for us, I told you that you will still need to pay 2,000 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan took out 2,000 immortal essence stones, handing them to the land spirit. Look, I've prepared them already. Langya land spirit was greatly shocked. He received the immortal essence stones as he inspected Fan Yuan, his gaze slightly changing. He knew Fan Yuan's foundation and was very surprised. This lad only ascended recently, he already has so many immortal essence stones. Back then when he made transactions with my previous self, he had to earn immortal essence stones by deducing immortal goo recipes. It showed how poor he was. It seems that these immortal essence stones were mostly borrowed. That is bad if he owes people a huge sum, or even worse, favors. Langya land spirit shook his head. He did not approve of Fan Yuan's actions. But he understood why. He knew that Fan Yuan's crime was simply too absurd. Once it was exposed, he would be in a doomed situation. He would be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fan Yuan had to relocate the blessed land. But this point was also the main reason why Langya land's spirit wanted to gradually take in Fan Yuan and turn him into a lackey. It was because Fan Yuan was under such a situation. He was faced with enemies everywhere. When he is left without a choice, he would have to join the hairy men and become a traitor of the humans. But what Langya land's spirit did not know was, he was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal essence stones were actually Fan Yuan's own savings. Fan Yuan was rich now, very rich. He earned 180 immortal essence stones from his first transaction of Guts Goo with Spirit Affinity House. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fan Yuan displayed formidable goo refinement talent. Feng Yang personally invited him to go to Immortal Crane Sect and take a look. This was a change in attitude of Immortal Crane Sect towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan owned Hu Immortal Blessed Land now. He had room to maneuver between Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. As his situation became much easier, and as he considered the dangers of being chased down, Fan Yuan decided to increase the production of Guts Goo. Once he made this decision, the profits that he earned from Guts Goo each month reached a total of 300 immortal essence stones. And don't forget, after Fan Yuan took over Starform Blessed Land, he even obtained Star Lord Wan Xian's 4 sources of revenue. He even went ahead and established the trade of regretful spiders with Western Desert's Shao clan. With a total of 6 sources of revenue, he earned over 1,000 immortal essence stones each month. There were still the dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not entered the market yet. If he included these two, Fan Yuan's initial estimation was that his monthly profit would reach a total of 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fan Yuan became the owner of Starform Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal essence stones in his current possession. Thinking of back then, when he had just become an immortal, he had to calculate every single stone, looking at prices carefully. He even had to think of how to efficiently use half an immortal essence stone. But now he had over 1,000 immortal essence stones of profit a month. He had truly progressed greatly and taken a huge step forward. He took a really huge step, but Langya Land's spirit did not know about it. Even though he was already thinking highly of Fan Yuan, he was still very wrong. Even though Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie with the lowest cultivation level, his immortal essence stone profits approached the level of rank 7 Goo immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal essence stones, Fan Yuan and Langya Land's spirit used an information path immortal killer move to form an agreement. Eventually, Fan Yuan gave the land spirit 2 immortal goo as collateral before he successfully borrowed a set of immortal goo used to relocate blessed lands. There were 16 of them. Fan Yuan moved without resting. He used fixed immortal travel and returned to Starform Blessed Land. Starform Blessed Land had 3 desolate beasts spinefin star dragonfish. Fan Yuan had already seen them before. He did not hesitate. He chose the strongest one. He first moved around the spinefin star dragonfish, using methods to inspect the dragonfish's size, bone structure, flesh, blood, and other aspects. After confirming that the spinefin star dragonfish was in a good state, Fan Yuan sat in the air as he shut his eyes while facing the desolate beast. The spinefin star dragonfish had been tamed since long ago. It obediently floated in the air without moving. Its fish-like eyes that were large as horse carriages shined with some starlight, showing Fan Yuan's reflection from within. Fan Yuan's was calm, but he gradually started getting excited in his mind. Countless star thoughts moved like fireflies filling the endless sky, dancing around in the small area of his mind. These star thoughts split into 2 portions. One portion occupied the right part of his mind, forming a 3-dimensional image of the spinefin star dragonfish. The other portion was at the left side, forming the image of star-formed blessed land. After completing this step, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his immortal essence, injecting them into the wisdom path immortal goo that he had borrowed, and according to the method that the land spirit gave him, he started deducing. 2 lumps of star thoughts flew rapidly, they collided intensely, and created a star cloud storm in his mind. In the storm, countless star thoughts flashed continuously, some joined together while others disintegrated. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In star-formed blessed land, after a total of 7 days and 6 nights, Fan Yuan, who was extremely exhausted, opened his eyes slowly. 160,000 star thoughts had been used up in his mind. He even spent 66 beads of immortal essence to activate the wisdom path immortal goo. After paying such a huge price, Fan Yuan obtained 2 sets of goo formation charts. Among these 2 goo formation charts, one was big and one was small. The bigger goo formation chart reflected star-formed blessed land, it had 8 formation cores. The smaller goo formation chart reflected the spine-fin star dragonfish, there were 4 formation cores. Each of the formation cores needed a specific immortal goo. In total, both goo formation charts needed 12 immortal goo. Chapter 901. Transplanting immortal aperture, relocating blessed land. Fan Yuan started to set up the formation. In accordance with locations indicated on the goo formation chart, he found the 8 formation cores in star-formed blessed land through star-formed land spirit's guidance. He placed the corresponding immortal goo there one by one. Star-formed blessed land had few space path down marks, the land spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were very varied in distance, they were either close by or far away. Fan Yuan spent a lot of time due to this. By the time he finished, he had already spent half a day. After this step, Fan Yuan, who was vigilant and cautious, inspected these 8 formation cores carefully again. After confirming that there were no issues, Fan Yuan returned to his original spot and placed the chosen spine-fin star dragonfish into his own immortal aperture. Under his orders, star-formed land spirit opened the blessed land's entrance. Fan Yuan walked out into Earth Abyss. The blessed land doors were shining with light, but it could only radiate over a small range of land. The inside of Earth Abyss was very dark and silent. This was a deep part of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this deeply yet. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless hidden desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. There was no time to waste. Fan Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish had the size of an ordinary whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in blue fish scales. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Fan Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo on the body of the spine-fin star dragonfish in accordance with the smaller goo formation chart. One was in its mouth, one was in a particular bone on its back, one was in the left eye, and the last one was in its stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star-formed blessed land. Fan Yuan only took a short while before his arrangements were completed. He inspected it carefully again. Before Fan Yuan confirmed it, the 12 immortal goo had been put in place properly. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around the area. There were even 1 or 2 immortal goo that he tossed out, creating a powerful goo formation. Next, he was finally at the most crucial moment of relocating the blessed land. Fan Yuan followed the method closely. He activated the remaining 4 immortal goo. Star-formed blessed land's doors slowly closed, vanishing into thin air. Fan Yuan's entire body started to glow in a bright yellow light. Even though the yellow light was bright, it was not painful to look at, it was a very warm color. After 17 breaths of time, the light started to fade, they gathered into Fan Yuan's 2 eyes. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, he willed. At the next moment, a faint yellow light beam shot out of his right eye, hitting the whale-sized spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish's body shook, the small goo formation that was on its body activated, it shined with a red light. Under this red light, the spine-fin star dragonfish seemed to be wearing red armor. The entire spine-fin star dragonfish was tough like a rock, and did not move, as if it was a statue. Fan Yuan breathed roughly for some time. Next, a yellow light beam shot out of his left eye, directly piercing star-formed blessed land's hidden location. Under the influence of the light pillar, star-formed blessed land was drawn out, turning into a blue light lump. The blue light lump was only the size of a large bean, a sharp contrast to the enormous, whale-like spine-fin star dragonfish. The moment that star-formed blessed land was absorbed by this, the green grape immortal essence in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture started to be consumed at a terrifying speed. Fan Yuan's left eye turned with difficulty, moving the yellow light pillar with it. The yellow light pillar began to slowly move while pulling the blue light lump. And that spine-fin star dragonfish that was now like a stone statue, also moved along with Fan Yuan's right eye, slowly approaching the blessed land. Rumble, the ground tremored and earth shook. Roar, 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 countless ferocious beasts in the darkness roared in panic and fury. A blessed land's relocation naturally caused intense turbulence in heaven and earth chi. A powerful earthquake was already forming in the depths of the abyss. Fan Yuan did not care about these trifling details, and poured all his concentration into the spine-fin star dragonfish and star-formed blessed land. An enormous boulder crashed down on his head, but was blocked by his prearranged methods. Fan Yuan was confident he could hold on for some time even if desolate beasts attacked. He had created an environment that would not allow any disturbance to him for a while. As if he was moving two large mountains, the two pupils in Fan Yuan's eyes moved slowly. At this moment, both his body and soul were exerting all their strength. Not much time had passed from when the two lights touched each other. However, to Fan Yuan, it was like a year had gone by. The moment when star-formed blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish touched, Fan Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if he had unloaded an extremely heavy burden. Fan Yuan's carefully arranged immortal goo formations played a crucial role at this moment. Star-formed blessed land was like a wanderer returning home, or a swallow returning to its nest, settling down in the spine-fin star dragonfish's body, turning into an immortal aperture inside it. This was the method Langya Land's spirit used to relocate blessed lands. There must be a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast in which the blessed land would be transplanted as an aperture within it. Afterwards, the desolate beast or ancient desolate beast could bring the immortal aperture wherever they were moved. However, time was very limited in this transfer process. The desolate beast or ancient desolate beast that held the immortal aperture could not take in any other immortal aperture, and also could not use any immortal goo, otherwise it would influence the workings of the immortal goo formation on their body. The specific circumstances were, Fan Yuan could not store the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture to quickly move it. At the same time, he also could not use any other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star dragonfish's own physical strength to float and move to another place. After all, although an immortal aperture was residing inside the spine-fin star dragonfish, it was only barely done with the help of the larger and smaller immortal goo formations. Even a slight outside influence could cause the goo formation to collapse, and not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail instantly, the immortal goo used could also be destroyed. But even such a large disadvantage could not conceal the enormous value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor, but was equally famous as Long-Hair Ancestor in history. His name was Old Immortal Kong Ju. In the long history of Goo Immortals, he was one of the 3 Refinement Path's Supreme Grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. His research and understanding of apertures and immortal apertures surpassed his time. It was his efforts that allowed those of the 10 extreme physiques to advance and become Goo Immortals, forming super-grade blessed lands. Old Immortal Kong Ju named the immortal killer move of relocating blessed lands as the immortal aperture transplantation method. Up to this point, this was the immortal killer move with the highest number of core immortal goo that Fan Yuan had seen. Nevertheless, this immortal killer move with up to 16 core immortal goo was only an incomplete immortal killer move. Old Immortal Kong Ju's initial thoughts had been to perfectly transplant a Goo Immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast's body, unlike the current situation, where they could only rely on the 2 Goo formations and consume a lot of immortal essence to join the 2 together with difficulty, and just for a while on top of that. After Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this inheritance of Old Immortal Kong Ju, he also made many attempts to complete it with Old Immortal Kong Ju's research results, but they all ended up in failure. Under the inspection of the Inkman Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Yen, Long-Hair Ancestor discovered this incomplete immortal killer move already had shocking value. Goo Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of dead Goo Immortals. Time passed by, bringing great changes to the world. Now, countless years later, Fan Yuan was benefiting from this. Move, go there. Fan Yuan commanded the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantages of the immortal aperture transplantation method, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half the original speed, and the pressure on the body was huge, as if it was moving with a mountain on its back. This made the distance to Blessed Land could be relocated every time limited. Langya Land Spirit had moved Langya Blessed Land, but it should not be far away from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons Fan Yuan did not move Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, Earth Abyss is an extremely good hidden area. It will be a long while in the future before this layer gets exposed and developed. I can use Starform Blessed Land as a reliable camp to replenish and recuperate. Moreover, I know the disadvantages of the Immortal Aperture Transplantation method, but others don't know. When Hei Lu Lan does not see Starform Blessed Land, she might think the Blessed Land was destroyed. After all, the concept of relocating blessed lands has already surpassed the common knowledge of Gu immortals. Like this, Fan Yuan led the spine-fin star dragonfish to move in Earth Abyss. The path he moved on was naturally according to an elaborately drawn map, which had already gone through large numbers of tests and probing. He continued to move deep into Earth Abyss, while avoiding many desolate beasts. In the gaps between the territories of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fan Yuan slowly moved with the spine-fin star dragonfish. Fan Yuan's destination was 3 layers down from the original location of Starform Blessed Land. However, after going down 2 layers, Fan Yuan's luck was used up as he ran into a desolate beast, one-eyed giant ape. The one-eyed ape was extremely vigorous and would often wander around in Earth Abyss. When it discovered the spine-fin star dragonfish, it excitedly started a chase. Fan Yuan began a fierce fight with this one-eyed giant ape, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star dragonfish. But in the end, Fan Yuan suffered from having no battlefield killer move, and was unable to effectively restrict the one-eyed giant ape's movement. Eventually, partway to their location, the one-eyed giant ape heavily injured the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was extremely weak while carrying the immortal aperture. It was already using all its strength to move and thus did not have any spare energy to strike back. Fan Yuan finally drove away this damned one-eyed giant ape, but the spine-fin star dragonfish had already been injured heavily, and could no longer move. Fortunately, the immortal Gu are unharmed. If anything happened to them, wouldn't I have to compensate Langya until I'm bankrupt? After Fan Yuan inspected the condition, his heavy mood eased up. This was good fortune within misfortune. Since the situation had already turned this way, Fan Yuan could only choose the second best option, and place Starform Blessed Land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture was removed, the spine-fin star dragonfish completely crumbled, turning into a pool of meat and blood. Even its beast soul had dispersed. This was the necessary sacrifice of the immortal aperture transplantation method, and Fan Yuan had already known this. Even if the spine-fin star dragonfish was not injured, when it reached the destination, it would still die from exhaustion. Starform Blessed Land was successfully relocated, hidden in a completely new area. Everything was worth it. Chapter 902. Heavily developing Starform Blessed Land. Fan Yuan entered Starform Blessed Land. Starform Blessed Land's heaven and earth were greatly affected by the relocation. Intense earthquakes occurred in Starform Blessed Land. Only until Starform Blessed Land was placed down and started to absorb the endless amount of earth did it stabilize, as the earthquakes ceased. At this moment, Fan Yuan looked over it. The vast landscape was filled with cracks and crevices. Dark smoke rose up from burning flames. Fan Yuan's heart sank slightly. He sighed deeply. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Because to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interrupt the activation of the 2 immortal Gu formations. Thus, even if Fan Yuan had methods involving immortal Gu, he could not use defensive or protection methods on Starform Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit had once told Fan Yuan about this. Langya Blessed Land's losses were far greater than Fan Yuan's Starform Blessed Land. Thus, ordinarily, the Blessed Land would not be relocated. "Where is the Land Spirit?" Fan Yuan called out. Starform Land Spirit's eyes were red. He did not understand why his master wanted to move. Under Starform Land Spirit's guidance, Fan Yuan started inspecting Starform Blessed Land. He first had to inspect Starform Blessed Land's 4 sources of revenue: the Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and the Star Fragment Grass Fields. Broken Star Lake's water was flowing along a huge crack. There were piles of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left inside. It had not dried up completely yet. Landscape as before. Fan Yuan took out the immortal Gu and poured his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal Gu gave off a white light, sweeping over the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground below Broken Star Lake mended, the lake water filled up and returned to its original state. But the loss of seaweed was still going to affect the production of Star River goo for a period of time in the future. There was nothing inside the water, only seaweed and aquatic plants were floating around. The original palace below the lake was completely destroyed. Landscape as before could not restore things like man-made buildings. But the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups that were inside this lake did not die from the earthquakes. Fan Yuan had moved them into Hu Immortal Blessed Land long ago. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture was a dead land, living beings could not live inside for long. Afterwards, Fan Yuan went to Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Fields to inspect them. Out of his expectations, Arrow Bamboo Forest was unharmed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were two long cracks, they narrowly grazed the edge of the forest. It was truly a close call. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was the biggest plantation in Starform Blessed Land. Fan Yuan had already collected most of the resources there, and kept them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To think that Arrow Bamboo Forest dodged this crisis, it was truly a stroke of good luck. But the Meteorite Pit and the Star Fragment Grass Fields were not so lucky. The Meteorite Pit suffered huge damage, it was nearly unrecognizable. As for the Star Fragment Grass Fields, because of the fire, some had been burned into ashes. At first glance, it was a barren land. Under the effect of landscape as before, the Meteorite Pit was restored to normal, and even the terrain of the Star Fragment Grass Field had been restored. Landscape as before Immortal Goo is truly useful. With it, my losses shrunk by at least 80%. And since I already moved out most of my resources beforehand, Starform Blessed Land only suffered a minor loss in the end, even though there was huge destruction that occurred. Fan Yuan thought as he looked around. He used landscape as before to restore the landscape of Starform Blessed Land, but that expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. He did not repair everything, he left some cracks in the ground as they had been. He had a stroke of inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance and turn the cracks in the ground into river channels, creating a network that can spread throughout the entirety of Starform Blessed Land. But Starform Blessed Land has a unique terrain. As for how I can make this a reality, I will need to use the light of wisdom and think over it. Next, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel and went to Langya Land Spirit, returning the immortal goo back to Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit returned the immortal goo that had been held as collateral to Fan Yuan as he said, "If you need to relocate anything else, you can find me again." After all, he had earned a huge sum just now. In a short time, he earned more than 2,000 immortal essence stones. Langya Land Spirit continued, "If you join my Langya sect, and become a Supreme Elder, in the future when you relocate your blessed land, I can give you a huge discount when borrowing immortal goo." "I will think about it," Fan Yuan replied half-heartedly. He had only wanted to obtain benefits from Langya Land Spirit, he did not want to be tied together with these hairy men. Once he joined, he would be unable to go away, he would lose his freedom. He would not make such a stupid decision. Next, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel and entered Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before to him. In the immortal aperture, Fan Yuan asked about Eastern Sea's information from Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing told him that Song Yishur and the others were searching for him all over the place. Some people had approached Tai Bai Yunxing as a result. Looking at the situation, our relationship would be exposed in a short while. Fan Yuan muttered, "I suggest that you contact Shark Demon and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Relying on Zombie Alliance, you will be able to resolve this," Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fan Yuan was not anxious, his plan was unaffected by external pressure, he shook his head. "It is still not time yet, there are still more than 10 days from the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, let's wait and see." Hu Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed after all," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was sitting down on a small mushroom stump, he used it as a stool. But such short stumps were very rare now. Right now, the underground cave was a huge Ji forest. These Lingji were very different from before. Not only were they tall and thick, they were red in color. This was because of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity, the blood poison carrier flowers. Because of that opportunity, the ordinary Ji forest became a blood Ji forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suited for the growth of Ji forests. But now it has become a blood Ji forest, it could grow very well. But this Ji forest would need 100 or 200 years to expand and growing into a true forest. By by creating more space and pushing aside the soil and rocks. Fan Yuan did not have much expectations towards this bludgy forest. He was not going to invest into it. These last days, Fan Yuan had neither slept nor rested. He was putting in all his effort into developing Starform Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Young Building. Who Immortal Blessed Land would have to be given up. Starform Blessed Land would become his only base by then. By that point, if Fan Yuan was still an immortal zombie and had not revived, Starform Blessed Land would have an even more important role to Fan Yuan, having immense value and use. Thus, Fan Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Starform Blessed Land. As for the plan of developing Starform Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had already thought about it dozens of days ago using the light of wisdom. According to his earlier inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Starform Blessed Land. The actual plan after deducing it properly was grander. The entire water river system would not only be on the ground, he would even encompass the sky into it. He was going to create a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of Starform Blessed Land's unique terrain. Starform Blessed Land had a depression at the center. While having high altitude around the sides, it resembled the shape of a bowl. If he only built a river system on the ground, all of the water would flow towards the center. But if this was three-dimensional, the water from the center would be drawn into the sky. It would flow towards the edges of the Blessed Land, and form a grand system for water to flow. As for the way to create rivers in the sky, Fan Yuan had deduced the cheapest and easiest method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by Langya Land's spirit to forcefully create a cloud continent in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan intended to use the cloud soil to create many river channels. Along these rivers, the fertile cloud soil would have countless star fragment grass growing on them. The soil that the star fragment grass grew in was the cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in black soil, as he did not have enough financial ability to bulk purchase cloud soil. But Starform Blessed Land's environment was very suited for star fragment grass to grow. This caused the growth rates of star fragment grass to be higher in Starform Blessed Land than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan's plan was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Fan Yuan lacked a huge amount of funds. He had just accumulated 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones, but he had passed them to Langya Land's spirit. Thus, these days, he could only repair the 4 sources of revenue in Starform Blessed Land. Arrow Bamboo Forest had grown to its best condition, emitting a light fog under the use of large amounts of Moonwell water. Meteorite Pit and Broken Star Lake had been fully restored. The star fragment grass fields were more troublesome, but after Fan Yuan used the killer move Spring Star Rain several times, they were growing quickly as well. Ever since he obtained the Star Path Inheritance and gained Star Shoot Immortal Goo, Spring Star Rain had turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Dang Hun Mountain inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were not moved over yet. Firstly, he needed to develop the place for now, and finalize a proper water flow system before relocating the dragonfish. Secondly, Starform Blessed Land was facing its heavenly tribulation soon. Why was Star-Lord Wanxiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal with 1 heavenly tribulation past. He was facing the second one soon. Because he battled with Song Zixing and was gravely injured, he lost confidence in surviving the tribulation. He had to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag Shirley in to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. Fan Yuan was still hesitating over if he should move all these resources away before the heavenly tribulation struck. Leaving the underground cave, Fan Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Guyu Fangjing, who was held captive all along, seemed to have resigned himself to fate. His eyes were hollow as he sat in the prison cell without moving. Evidently, the truth of Immortal Crane's sect attempting to kill him, and his master Lord Sky Crane trying to possess him were very impactful news towards him. According to his usual habits, Fan Yuan stood before him and said some words. Guyu Fangjing did not move at all. His expression was numb, as if he did not hear a word. Chapter 903. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan was not anxious. As long as Guyu Fangjing was eating food, it meant that he had the will to live. As for how to change his mindset, and alter his perspective, so that Fangjing would view Fan Yuan more favorably, it was a long process. There was no need to rush. Afterwards, Fan Yuan came to another secret room and inspected Dong Fang Changfan's soul. He had many souls of immortals now. There was Dong Fang Changfan, Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling, Snowy Mountains Shui Songzi, as well as the Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Gapai. These last days, other than developing Starform Blessed Land, he had been searching these souls. Currently, he had searched all of their souls already. He gained a lot of benefits. But what truly made Fan Yuan crave for more was Dong Fang Changfan's soul. Once in a while, Fan Yuan would search his soul. It was no exception this time. After the soul search, Dong Fang Changfan's soul suddenly spoke. My memories have been read by you countless times, but recently, when you conduct soul searches, you will always check the memories regarding the dismantling of battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance, or have faced a strong foe that requires you to unravel a battlefield killer move. Towards Dong Fang Changfan's words, Fan Yuan was slightly taken aback. He replied frankly, That's right. These last days I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, especially the details about resolving battlefield killer moves. Combined with my experiences and your memories, I will gain a lot of insight each time. Soul searching was like reading a book, but one was reading the memories in the soul instead. But like reading a book, there was no way to memorize every single small detail accurately. One thorough soul search was like reading a book from start to finish. You would learn about the contents of the book only. With constant revision, one would learn in depth about the information, and would obtain more knowledge from it. Dong Fang Changfan's soul smiled. Have you thought about it? I can actually help you. You're just a wisdom path newbie. No matter how much you revise and read through, the gains that you can have are limited. Meanwhile, my wisdom path attainment is much higher. As long as you give me a body, I will be able to make deductions for you and help you think of solutions. Isn't this a good idea? You can use information path methods to restrict me. I will be your most capable assistant. That is a good idea indeed. Fan Yuan nodded. He smiled faintly. But I will not do that, forget about it. Even after being left with a soul, you are still not giving up. It seems that I have not given you a thorough lesson yet. Fan Yuan's smile turned into a sinister sneer. Dozens of goo worms moved with his will, activating. Dong Fang Changfan's soul shook intensely. The cell was full of his anguished cries. This punishment lasted for 2 hours. The pain in the soul was much more intense than in the body. Dong Fang Changfan was definitely taught a good lesson. Fan Yuan obviously did not waste time there. He left long ago and went to 2 other secret rooms. In one room, there was the rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling's soul. In the other room, there was Shui Songzi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu Immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu Immortals during their lives, they had memories regarding battlefield killer moves as well. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path techniques, one was Wind Path and the other was Snow Path, they had their own unique methods to deal with battlefield killer moves. These memories were useful as references for Fan Yuan. What was worth noting was, both their souls had been searched multiple times by Fan Yuan already. From Shui Songzi's soul, Fan Yuan learned that he had kept a fortune in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In his mountain peak, there were a number of snowmen, as well as plants related to snow pines there. But Fan Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui, whose capabilities were unfathomable, Fan Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shui Songzi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shui Songzi were both members of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. After learning that Fan Yuan killed Shui Songzi, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fan Yuan, she would have to inform old ancestor Shui who due to the alliance agreement. Meanwhile, from Jingling's soul, Fan Yuan also made some gains. He obtained a complete wind path inheritance from Jingling, as well as the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, along with precious information regarding the immortal Gu House, Sacred Feather City, and the Green Heaven fragment world that the Feathermen lived in. This world was huge, there was a lot of resources inside. After Fan Yuan learned about it, he almost drooled. Even though he knew about the scenery in the Green Heaven fragment world, such that Fan Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to get there, but since that place was currently occupied by White Sea Chateau and other Gu immortals, it was like a lion's den. Fan Yuan would not take the risk easily. After coming out from the secret room, Fan Yuan received Tai Bai Yunxing's transmission. He said, I have already met up with Shark Demon and the others. Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel and teleported into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture before coming out of it. At the next moment, Xing Xiangzi appeared before Shark Demon and the others. Come, let me introduce you, this is the world-famous Xing Xiangzi. Shark Demon laughed as he introduced enthusiastically. Fan Yuan showed a bitter smile. Lord Shark Demon, please don't make fun of me. Sigh. Saying so, tiny explosions occurred over Fan Yuan's body. It was as if firecrackers had been ignited on his body. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. His body shook as hundreds of mortal goo on his body fell out. None of these mortal goo survived. Some were torn to shreds from this explosion. Hee, Xingxiangzi, you offended Song Clan, this wisdom path mortal killer move cannot conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly goo immortal spoke. Another skinny middle-aged female goo immortal had an arrogant expression as she said with disdain. That's right. Right now, among the 3 most capable wisdom path goo immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan's Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, you will be exposed soon. The last person was unfamiliar. He wore a golden robe and had a fat body. He looked like a rich person as he smiled and expressed goodwill towards Fan Yuan. Jiadan sits in Twin Polar. Huan hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. This refers to the 3 best wisdom path experts in the Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan ranks the highest. He sacrificed himself for his clan and fused himself into the world of Eastern Sea itself. As long as it is within Eastern Sea, he can deduce it accurately. This is very scary. Even if Sir hides in someone's immortal aperture, you will only delay the timing, you will be found eventually. Xingxiangzi nodded. He cupped his fist towards the 3 goo immortals. I have been enlightened, thank you for the information. The mortal goo that died were his defensive wisdom path methods, to protect him against others' deductions. But the moment Fan Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive measures self-detonated. One could see how skilled Song Jiadan was from this. Alright, brother Xingxiang, let me introduce you. Shark Demon referred to the elderly goo immortal with his hand. This is the demonic path goo immortal 9th Ghost Finger. He cultivates soul path mainly and wisdom path on the side. Shark Demon shifted to the arrogant middle-aged female goo immortal. This is the wisdom path goo immortal Xie Shufang, Master Xie. Finally, he talked about the smiling fat goo immortal. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. He mainly cultivates space path, but he has wisdom path attainment as well. It is my honor to meet all 3 of you. Fan Yuan cupped his fists again, having a humble attitude. The middle-aged female goo immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, Meeting you is my misfortune. You offended Song Clan, don't think you can escape. Right now, you are still scot-free. That is because Song Clan did not go all out to find you, as they are busy fighting for ascending Heaven Plane and have no time for you. I would advise you to surrender to Song Clan. Burdening me is one thing, but if you burden everyone and cause our Yulu blessed land invasion to be obstructed, you will be doing everyone a disservice. Her words were very rude. Many goo immortals heard it, and had a change of expression. They were not worried about Xie Shufang's words. Instead, they were worried that Xingxiangzi might feel insulted and create a conflict among themselves, creating internal strife. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned grim, while Bo Dan felt secretly joyful seeing that Fan Yuan was insulted. Fan Yuan gave Xie Shufang a look. He thought that this goo immortal was probably in the righteous path, resulting in such a poor attitude towards himself. Fan Yuan was joyful instead of angry. He continued from her words. Master Xie is right, Song Clan is a superforce, they have such great influence, how could I defend against them? Thus I have decided, Lord Shark Demon, I would like your help in joining Zombie Alliance. Do you think I can avoid this trouble if I join? Xie Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains goo immortals were very rash and arrogant. Why was he being so mild? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed loudly. Of course you can. Brother Xingxiang is a great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is a good idea. I can assure you, you will join Zombie Alliance smoothly. As long as you do not defile Song Yisher, we can back you up in this matter, and support you as we negotiate with Song Clan. Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon first. Fan Yuan's face was full of helplessness and bitterness. Don't worry, Lord Shark Demon, I had accidentally entered the bottom of the volcano, and saw that fairy Yisher bathing. That was the cause of this crisis. Sigh. Fan Yuan sighed deeply. He showed a look of feeling upset over a great misfortune that he did not intend for. Bo Dan's expression became very dark. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I believe Brother Xingxiangzi, come, let's go and break that Fighting Soul battlefield. After entering Yulu Blessed Land, everyone entered Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and gloomy area, dark clouds were looming as a thunderstorm approached. intense winds blew and a sandstorm was blowing. Soul beasts formed in the sandstorm. They grew in numbers and charged towards Fan Yuan and the others without stopping. Fan Yuan, Bo Dan, and the others had started deducing the battlefield the moment they entered. They displayed all their methods and techniques. Because of their earlier probing, they had found out the key to this round was not traps or difficulty. It was the immense time needed to find all the goo worms. 7 minutes later, ancient soul beasts would start to form. It would be best if they dismantled this fighting soul battlefield before 7 minutes. Chapter 904. Star Thought Immortal Goo. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the others could not hold off the soul beasts, then this invasion would end in failure again. If the Goo Immortals could unravel the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom! Fan Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was used. He destroyed 7 to 8 hidden goo worms. Earlier, when he targeted this fighting soul battlefield killer move, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden goo worms at once. But now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this time, he had been hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and learning to improve his Wisdom Path techniques. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied. This kind of self-directed learning is too limited in terms of improvement. To increase my rate of deducing this battlefield killer move, I need Immortal Goo. It is a pity, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to deal with battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo's effect was to help a Goo Immortal think and solve puzzles and mysteries. If the battlefield killer move was treated as a puzzle, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo would be very helpful in unraveling battlefield killer moves. But simply Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo alone could not do anything to battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan used the Light of Wisdom and intended to use Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core to deduce a simple immortal killer move that could unravel battlefield killer moves. But unfortunately, even though Fan Yuan had been trying hard, up until the point when he had to come to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. Deducing an immortal killer move was very difficult. Normally speaking, even if rank 8 Goo Immortals wanted to deduce a brand new immortal killer move, they would need to spend years. And every so often, their foundations would be insufficient. Until their deaths, they would not be able to complete the immortal killer move. Thus, Fan Yuan also had many incomplete immortal killer moves in the inheritances that he had obtained. Even though Fan Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, relying on Wisdom Goo, he could completely deduce some incomplete immortal killer moves that resulted in Star Fire Escape and projected Star Thought. But now, he wanted to deduce a brand new Wisdom Path killer move without any foundation. This was out of Fan Yuan's abilities. Even with the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was ordinary. This was his greatest drawback. It was holding him back. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo and the unraveling of battlefield killer moves are very closely related. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment level reaches Master level, I will be able to design a new Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move specially used to unravel battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan had estimated this inwardly long ago. But now, even though he felt some regret, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had promised him publicly to recommend him to Zombie Alliance, there was little chance that he would go back on his words. Even if this attempt to unravel Fighting Soul Battlefield fails, Fan Yuan would not be implicated. Fan Yuan would have achieved his goal, that was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. In fact, from another perspective, to express my value to Shark Demon, so that it would benefit me, battlefield killer moves like Fighting Soul Battlefield should take as long to deduce as possible. If he completely deduced these battlefield killer moves, and Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Fan Yuan would receive little benefits from it. He might as well drag the time out and wait for himself to get stronger. He might get a bigger share of the profits then. Fan Yuan continued to move his hands. He was calm as he observed the situation secretly with his peripheral vision. He did not need to observe Bo Dan. He was doing the same, trying his best to deduce. But he could only destroy one hidden goo worm at once. He made barely any progress towards this situation. Fan Yuan's focus was on the 3 new Goo Immortals. They had Wisdom Path techniques in one way or another. They were invited by Shark Demon for this purpose. The one closest to Fan Yuan was the elderly Goo Immortal, Demonic Path Goo Immortal 9th Ghost Finger. Right now, he was lowering his head and looking at his hands. His 10 fingers were intact, but when he moved his fingers rapidly, only 9 fingers could be seen in the silhouettes. His Wisdom Path inheritance was very unique. The missing finger represented the one in the Great Tao that fled. It was the most profound heavenly secret. Ninth ghost finger moved his fingers. They danced in the air like phantom spirits. He chanted in an unknown language that no one could understand. At the same time, all sorts of mortal goo flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal goo flew into the air and self-detonated, revealing the hidden locations of goo around the area. Some mortal goo only destroyed one spot, while some mortal goo destroyed 7 to 8 hidden goo worms. On average, his speed was slightly slower than Fan Yuan, but his wisdom path attainment level was definitely higher. Fan Yuan looked at Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. The title of Big Bag was very interesting. Fan Yuan guessed that since he was a space path goo immortal, did Big Bag mean that he had incredibly skilled storage techniques? But normally speaking, goo immortals who mainly cultivate space path have a lot of space path Dao marks. Their immortal aperture would also be much larger than ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical pupils. They were like cat's eyes as he investigated continuously. His fat hands turned golden and oily. The aura that leaked from it displayed to others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tan Xian first observed for a few breaths of time before striking. He stretched out a golden hand and aimed at one point, pointing a finger. This movement seemed to have expended a lot of his energy. Soon, he was breathing roughly and panting. But after each time he pointed, at the corresponding direction, large numbers of hidden goo worms would be destroyed, turning into golden dust that scattered. Every strike of Lu Tan Xian's destroyed 8 hidden goo worms. But his speed was very slow. His attacks needed investigation beforehand, and he had to take several breaths of time to prepare it. It was very exhausting. The more tired he got, the slower his attacks became. Thus, in conclusion, Lu Tan Xian was slower than Ninth Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tan Xian, he said that he had wisdom path attainment. When he introduced Ninth Ghost Finger, he said that he cultivated wisdom path on the side. Meanwhile, Shark Demon also placed much focus on goo immortal Xie Shufang. As a person mainly cultivating wisdom path, she was undoubtedly the most capable among the three. Fan Yuan looked at Xie Shufang next. As expected, Xie Shufang stood in the air arrogantly. 2 streams of yellow and white vapor were blowing out of her nose continuously. The yellow and white streams of vapor moved extremely quickly. They moved around in the air, destroying up to 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams became thinner, but when they returned to Xie Shufang's nostrils and were breathed out again, they regained their power and become unstoppable again. Heaviness flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes secretly. These 2 streams of yellow and white vapor had incredible power. This was surely an immortal killer move. The power of an immortal killer move was much greater than the mortal killer moves that Fan Yuan had. Fan Yuan sighed to himself internally. My wisdom path attainment level is insufficient. I cannot use Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo properly. So be it. Attainment levels can only normally be accumulated through long periods of time. But if I have Star Thought Immortal Goo, according to Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance, I will be able to use at least 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Killer moves to destroy battlefield killer moves. Among them, 2 are even stronger than this yellow and white vapor, by at least 5 to 6 times. The Wisdom Path inheritance from Dong Fang Chang Fan was more refined than the one Xie Shufang had. Fan Yuan wanted to obtain Star Thought Immortal Goo the most now. On one hand, he had a huge need for Star Thoughts. One Fan Yuan Stone Nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was refining Star Thought Goo all the time now. If he had Star Thought Immortal Goo, he would be able to use this stone nest for the production of Air Sac Goo, increasing its scale and earning more Immortal Essence Stones for Fan Yuan. On the other hand, Star Thought Immortal Goo was one of the 2 cores of the immortal killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to Dark Limit Immortal Goo. It could defend against other people's deductions, making their deductions unclear and inaccurate regarding the truth. Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance had many top-tier mortal killer moves. Fan Yuan had used them, but facing people like Song Jiadan, there was no way to defend against his deductions using them. Once Fan Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, the mortal goo that he had used instantly self-detonated. The defensive mortal killer moves collapsed in no time. Evidently, if Fan Yuan really became a fugitive in the future and was hunted down by everyone, countless people would be deducing his whereabouts. Then, he would need an immortal killer move to protect himself against others' deductions. It could be seen that mortal killer moves, even if they were top tier, would have no use no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortal and mortal. But to refine star-thought immortal goo, there are many difficulties. Firstly, the issue of funding. I have just spent 2,000 immortal essence stones. The money I have on hand currently is limited. Even if I have enough to purchase all of the immortal materials, I will need enough time and luck. Also, my success down mark was used up already to refine change form immortal goo. Even if I prepare adequately, if I am unlucky and encounter the failure rate, I would fail to refine star-thought immortal goo. As for other people refining star-thought immortal goo, the possibility is very small. After all, Dong Fang Chang Fan only self-detonated star-thought immortal goo not too long ago. Time passed, 7 minutes had gone by already. In Fighting Soul Battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. A continuous stream of soul beasts encircled Fan Yuan and the others from all directions. Compared to the dark swamp of soul beasts, Fan Yuan and the others were like sesame seeds on a pancake. However, Shark Demon and the others were not desperate, they had intent to fight and anticipation. That was because Fan Yuan and the others were close to succeeding in dismantling the battlefield killer move. All or nothing! Shark Demon gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to stake it all now. He activated the incomplete Profound Ice House without hesitation. The incomplete Profound Ice House took in everyone as it rushed out of the Soul Beast army by charging forward. It charged unhindered, tearing countless soul beasts to shreds. Even the desolate beast-level soul beasts could not stop the rampaging Profound Ice House. Bam bam bam! Ancient soul beasts had enough strength. They surrounded Profound Ice House and attacked ruthlessly. Immortal essence was expended intensely. Shark Demon, Subai Man and the others' expressions turned pale. Chapter 905. Pitiful Victory. Endure it! Success depends on this. We will win if we endure for just a bit more. In the incomplete Profound Ice House, everyone was screaming loudly. They lost their composure. Outside the incomplete Profound Ice House, there were an uncountable number of soul beasts. They were like swamps of ants encircling Profound Ice House in the middle. How many hidden spots left? Shark Demon shouted. 878! Bo Dan immediately reported. Even though he could not destroy the mortal goo efficiently, at this point, Fighting Soul Battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts were no longer being produced. Bo Dan's investigative methods could cover the entire battlefield. 878! Subai Man muttered. Her expression was ugly, but the light of hope in her eyes shined brightly. This number of hidden locations seemed easy to deal with. But in fact, it was very difficult. Firstly, the core immortal goo left were the hardest to deduce and take down. Secondly, the immortals were now inside Profound Ice House. Their methods were restricted. They could not use their methods as freely as before. The immortal goo house had both offense and defense, as well as movement. It was a war fortress with capabilities in all areas, without any apparent weaknesses. The more goo immortals inside the immortal goo house, and the higher their cultivation levels, the more immortal essence they could provide to the immortal goo house, and the more power the immortal goo house could unleash. But there was a flaw in this. That was that the goo immortals could only provide fuel for the immortal goo house. The immortal goo house's offense, defense, movement, healing, investigation, and others were decided based on the immortal goo house's own immortal goo and mortal goo. Thus, Fan Yuan, Xie Shufang, and the others' methods were obstructed by the immortal goo house. They could not be used. From this perspective, ancient battle formations were much better than immortal goo houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been deemed outdated in history after the emergence of countless immortal goo houses, facts showed that ancient battle formations still had many advantages. For example, the fighting methods of ancient battle formations were much more flexible than immortal goo houses. An immortal goo house's offense, defense, movement, healing, and investigation abilities were all decided by the immortal goo. They could not be changed. Their power only depended on how much immortal essence was used. They were inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different. Even though ancient battle formations were also made of goo formations, the core was the goo immortals inside. The goo immortals could use their personal immortal killer moves inside the ancient battle formation. Just like during the defensive battle of Langya Blessed Land when Fan Yuan and the Hairy Man goo immortals used the second best ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its form depending on what killer moves the goo immortal used, and the killer move's power would be amplified greatly as well. In all, if it was an ancient battle formation, the immortals might have already destroyed all of the hidden goo worms and obtained victory. But because this was an immortal goo house, they were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. they only had a small flight of stairs in front before they could reach the mountain peak. But just this small distance was an incredible obstacle to them. In the immortal's perception, time seemed to have slowed down, every second felt like years. Are we going to fail again? Subai Man muttered in disappointment. She showed a dark and defeated expression. But at this time, Xie Shufang stood up. She said heavily to Shark Demon, I can settle all of the remaining hidden goo worms, but I would need to pay a huge price for my method. If you can give the immortal goo inside to me as compensation, I will help. Shark Demon's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly. Subai Man also showed a ruthless and unfriendly gaze. Xie Shufang's actions were likely to be extortion, but at this moment, they had no other ways left. To complete this difficult task, they could only rely on Xie Shufang. But Xie Shufang asked for an immortal goo as compensation. Immortal goo were extremely valuable. She was really asking for an exorbitant price. But after Shark Demon thought about it for a while, he agreed without waiting for too long. You can only take one immortal goo, that is my limit. He had undergone an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to seize the mission for attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that had to be given to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would go to Shark Demon and Subai Man. This immortal zombie couple had already invested a huge sum. Their foundations were shaken. The immortal goo inside Yulu Blessed Land were their property. Right now, Xie Shufang's request was simply digging away at their fortune. But one had to say, Shark Demon really had a grand disposition. He knew how to assess the situation and give up some benefits when necessary. He could actually hold in his anger and agree to Xie Shufang's request. This made Fan Yuan praise him secretly. Xie Shufang saw Shark Demon giving in and did not hesitate. She nodded, smiling. Sir Shark Demon, I am not a greedy person. But one of the immortal goo in the battlefield killer move suits me a lot. I will not dare to ask for more immortal goo. I owe you a favor this time. Go ahead, Master Xie Shufang. Subai Man crossed her arms, saying in a cold tone. This immortal goo was not easy to obtain. Everyone watched with anticipation as Xie Shufang's expression turned serious. Her aura was growing. At the same time, black and white lights appeared on her body. The black and white lights swirled around, forming into a big ball. The ball was made of black, white, and gray. It resembled a map and was showing the lifelike scene of the battlefield. In the map, the incomplete profound ice house was a white dot in the center, surrounded by darkness. They were all soul beasts. The hidden goo worms were around the countless soul beasts. They were shining like stars, having very clear locations. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Distinct Map! Xie Shufang breathed in deeply. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the map. She used her index finger and thumb to grab onto a hidden spot. By exerting some strength, she squeezed. The immortals only heard a soft cracking sound, like something had shattered. Immediately after, Xie Shufang's fingers grinded. When she took out her hand, the goo worms at the hidden spot were destroyed. At once, the immortals gasped. Xie Shufang's Wisdom Path Killer Move could bypass Profound Ice House and attack the outside world with such precision. The soul beast outside could do nothing to stop it. It was incredible. Even Fan Yuan found it eye-opening. This female immortal, Xie Shufang, might have a terrible attitude towards Fan Yuan, but she was called Master Xie by Shark Demon. She truly had some abilities. Even though Fan Yuan had the advantage in terms of a good wisdom path inheritance, and could surpass Bo Dan, Lu Tan Xin and Ninth Ghost Finger, against a wisdom path goo immortal like Xie Shufang, he was lacking by a lot. Eventually, Xie Shufang used this distinct map killer move and destroyed most of the hidden goo worms, capturing an immortal goo in the process. When she took out this immortal goo from distinct map, the other goo immortals were all shocked. After losing one immortal goo, Fighting Soul battlefield broke down rapidly. The remaining immortal goo and mortal goo disappeared quickly, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts growled. As they growled, they attacked relentlessly for the final time. Profound Ice House was after all an immortal goo house. It resisted the soul beast's frenzied attacks until the end. Eventually, the soul beast army disintegrated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the others finally obtained victory. But soon, they fell into another battlefield killer move. Heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu Blessed Land? Bo Dan held his head in desperation. After the Fighting Soul battlefield, the Immortals went into another new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange, other than 8 huge doors around them. there was nothing else. But even the best wisdom path Gu Immortal, Xie Shufang, showed a difficult expression. She reminded them. Be careful. This 8 doors labyrinth is used specially to trap enemies. Even though it does not have the killing nature of Fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with. Nobody had any rebuttal. 8 doors labyrinth was very famous in history. When Gu Immortals were trapped inside, they would lose their sense of direction to a huge extent. Furthermore, each of these 8 doors would only allow one life form inside. After entering, the door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors before Shark Demon and gang meant that they only had 8 chances to explore it. After entering the door, the Gu Immortals would need to fight alone with any help. There were no other Gu Immortals to help them. Rumors says that after entering the door, Gu Immortals will end up in a second area, and make another choice out of 8 doors. In the 8 doors labyrinth, there are 8 areas, each area has 8 doors. There is only one correct path, however. Choosing the wrong path would just be going in circles. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful at trapping people. Without a wisdom path Gu Immortal skilled at deductions, there is no way to unravel it. Gu Immortal skilled at fighting cannot progress through this. They might even be trapped inside until they die. Xie Shufang sighed. Even though she was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The Immortal Killer Move distinct map earlier had already exposed her foundation. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal skilled at investigation and long-ranged attacks. She was more of a battle type. Fan Yuan's wisdom path inheritance was good at deductions, but he did not even have the most basic star thought Immortal Gu. One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. This was a very awkward state. This is only the first area, we can still retreat. Xie Shufang reminded. In the earlier battlefield killer move, they could probe it. But against 8 doors labyrinth, Gu Immortals would be risking their lives to investigate it. They could not even probe it from outside. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder to deal with. We should be close to completely taking it down. Shark Demon sighed. He wisely chose to retreat. Using Profound Ice House, the Immortals charged out and left Yulu Blessed Land. This time, even though Shark Demon and the others unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, they paid a huge price. It was a pitiful victory. The one that benefited the most was Xie Shufang. She obtained an Immortal Gu as compensation. She was overjoyed. Chapter 906. Yellow Spring Sea Area, Undying Kingdom. They had unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, but because of the battlefield killer move 8 doors labyrinth, Shark Demon and the group had no choice but to temporarily retreat from Yulu Blessed Land. After parting with the other wisdom path Gu Immortals, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing followed Shark Demon and Su Bai Man to Shark Sea, where they were hosted to a banquet. Brother Xingxiang, I wonder how much assurance you have in deciphering 8 doors labyrinth? In the banquet, Shark Demon asked. Fan Yuan's expression slightly changed as he heavily shook his head. I am ashamed, I don't have the least bit of assurance. Even you don't have any assurance? Su Bai Man said with disappointment. Fan Yuan mumbled. If I could refine a certain wisdom path Immortal Gu, I would have 30% assurance. Unfortunately, although I have been trying with all my efforts to gather the immortal materials, I am still far away from the standard to refine Immortal Gu. Refining Immortal Gu is really hard. Shark Demon's eyes slightly brightened at Fan Yuan's words, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xingxiang Zi not only once, and knew ins and outs of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan indeed lacked wisdom path immortal killer moves. While unraveling the battlefield killer move this time, Shark Demon also learned several things. Big Bag Lutan Xian and the demonic path Gu Immortal Ninth Ghost Finger could not match Fan Yuan in wisdom path methods. There was no need to even mention Bo Dan Xie Shufang, on the contrary, was truly skilled, far surpassing Fan Yuan, but she was a righteous path Gu Immortal, and not to mention that she could not fit in with Shark Demon's group. Her appetite was too big. In this trip, Shark Demon and the group did not even get anything, but Xie Shufang obtained an Immortal Gu, gaining the biggest profit. No matter how open-minded Shark Demon was, he felt extreme loss from losing an Immortal Gu. Although they unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, they held a poor impression of Xie Shufang. It was only that they suppressed it, and did not mention it. With Shark Demon's personality, he would get back at her for this, sooner or later. Fan Yuan was observing Shark Demon's expression. Seeing the latter's eyes brighten before dimming, he sighed and said gently, I won't hide it from the two of you, my wisdom path inheritance is complete. If I have that wisdom path Immortal Gu, I can use several powerful immortal killer moves and my strength will definitely rise greatly. Even if I can't match Xie Shufang, the gap won't be too big. Shark Demon nodded and talked about other things, not continuing this topic. Fan Yuan had not fully expressed himself before he was interrupted, but how could Shark Demon not understand Fan Yuan's meaning? The hidden implication of Xing Xiangzi's words is to make me sponsor him in refining that wisdom path immortal goo. But I will suffer greatly in this transaction. It is okay if the refinement succeeds, but if it fails, all the investment would be gone to waste. That will just be adding to my misfortunes. Shark Demon pondered, and denied the thought of helping Fan Yuan refine immortal goo. In fact, the pressure on him recently was huge. To invade Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Bai Man had invested large amounts of energy and wealth, but up to this point, there were few results. On this attempt too, they had paid quite a lot to invite 3 Wisdom Path assistants. Even if Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were veteran experts with deep foundations, their accumulation was showing signs of being exhausted right now. Refining immortal goo might just be sending themselves into a bottomless pit. Unless it was the only choice left, Shark Demon absolutely would not choose this option. Fan Yuan felt slight regret about Shark Demon's stance, but he had already predicted it, and did not feel any disappointment. He had used up most of his immortal essence stones to relocate the Blessed Land. With his current financial ability, he required a long time before he could gather enough immortal materials for refining Star Thought immortal goo. It doesn't matter that Shark Demon did not take the bait, the main thing is still to join Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan did not forget his current main goal. Shark Demon also wanted Fan Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason? Because once Fan Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's side. Like this, with Zombie Alliance's alliance restrictions, Shark Demon could more conveniently and more assuredly use Fan Yuan the next time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land. This would be of great help to Shark Demon's present development plan. Helping Xing Xiangzi was helping himself, so after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fan Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later, Shark Demon and Fan Yuan were flying quickly. This is Yellow Spring Sea area. Shark Demon pointed at the sea below, and introduced. In fact, there was no need for his indication, as Fan Yuan was already looking at the special sea below him. The seawater of the Yellow Spring Sea area was yellow in color, like the sea was mixed with dirt and sand. Waves billowed, moving up and down the sea. But in fact, there was no sand floating on the Yellow Spring Sea area. The seawater by itself had a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is an extremely special sea area. As you get closer to the center of the sea area, you will find there are no living creatures. This is the largest zombie farming area in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fan Yuan nodded and used investigative methods. His vision increased sharply, penetrating the sea surface towards the depths. He saw countless skeletons floating inside the sea, large numbers of zombie fish groups, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles, and so on, moving in the sea, and constantly fighting each other. In the seabed lived grayish-white decomposed corals which gave off intense stenches that pervaded the surrounding seawater. Strands of seaweed, drifting with the water flow, were deathly pale, like nooses used to hang people. Over these 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents, and flew for a day and a half, going past 10 sea areas before we reached this Yellow Spring Sea area where Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters lies. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions, to be able to grasp such a large territory in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan sincerely exclaimed. Shark Demon laughed heartily. The Zombie Alliance branches in the other 4 regions are weaker, but this here in Eastern Sea is the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It is powerful and prosperous, and can surpass other super forces. Brother Xingxiang, joining this powerful force is a sensible decision. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance possessed a public blessed land which they used as their headquarters. This public blessed land, located in the center of the Yellow Spring Sea area, was known as the Undying Kingdom in the world of Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. Under Shark Demon's guidance, Fan Yuan smoothly entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Unlike Fan Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was a scene full of life, filled with the twittering of birds and fragrance of flowers. This formed a stark contrast with the death energy and putrefaction of immortal zombies. Since immortal zombies are already among the living dead, their immortal apertures turns into dead lands. How could you raise such a large public blessed land? Could it be from the blessed lands of living goo immortals, members of Zombie Alliance? Fan Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon laughed. Xing Xiangzi, you can be at ease. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forcibly demanded any living goo immortal that wants to join Zombie Alliance to offer a part of their immortal aperture. Naturally, Zombie Alliance encourages you to offer part of your blessed land by providing large amounts of rewards. You will see this once you look at the assignments in the inner hall. Most of the Undying Kingdom blessed land still came from immortal zombies. Or to put it more accurately, it came from those old goo immortals whose lifespan is ending and are planning to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lives, or for various other reasons. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has unique methods to merge pieces of blessed lands to preserve and maintain their vitality. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened, showing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon was observing his expression and laughed. Xing Xiangzi, are you also interested in this method? That's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has already gained some success from countless predecessors' studies and accumulations on how to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while not causing any change to the immortal zombie body. Fan Yuan's heart thumped loudly. He had always been thinking of how to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why? It was because an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land and had no potential to progress in cultivation. However, now, as Fan Yuan heard Shark Demon's words, his thoughts towards reviving had another change. The reason I am trying to be free of an immortal zombie body and revive is for my immortal aperture to be full of life and to progress in cultivation. But if I could truly maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture as an immortal zombie, and have the possibility to improve, then wouldn't it be making the best of both worlds? To be an immortal zombie was to be among the living dead with no limit to lifespan, and could be considered as another form of longevity. Fan Yuan was using this advantage to continuously step into the wisdom light halo, greatly improving his capabilities. But if Fan Yuan revived into a living person, his lifespan would sharply reduce under the light of wisdom, and he would only be able to use wisdom goo for a number of times. The immortal zombie body had advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fan Yuan had wisdom goo, the disadvantages still outweighed the advantages. Thus, Fan Yuan had been looking for a way to revive all along. If I can truly maintain my immortal zombie body and still revive my immortal aperture to advance my cultivation, this would be the best option for me. But right now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has made remarkable achievements in this aspect, they are still a great distance from perfecting it. If they truly had this method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would already have been dominating Eastern Sea. The 5 regions would also not have the current structure. After Fan Yuan calmed down, he speculated the truths of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. All humans are mortal, they will have a day where their lifespan ends. Brother Xingxiang, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can contribute to the Alliance, and use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon smiled as he patted Fan Yuan's shoulder. Fan Yuan nodded with a fervent expression on his face, but his mind was calm and knew Shark Demon was simply trying to entice him. Fan Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, and already understood that to exchange for such a level of research results, the contribution to the Alliance must be extremely big. Shark Demon brought Fan Yuan to the center of the Undying Kingdom. Over there existed a mountain range carved from skeletons, and on the tens of mountains lay tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fan Yuan to a hall. After a long while, Fan Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the hall. Fan Yuan now had an identity token and also information path Mortal Goo used to transmit all sorts of information to and from Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fan Yuan smoothly became a member of Zombie Alliance. Chapter 907. Interacting with Song Clan. Compared to the first time when Fan Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, it was much easier this time to join Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fan Yuan was afraid that his identity would get exposed. After all, there were several rank 8 immortal zombies guarding Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance. Because of this, Fan Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large number of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Goo into the killer move vaguely familiar face. With each strength, change form, and Star Mark, 3 Immortal Goo as the cores, it was much more realistic when Fan Yuan transformed into a Star Path Goo Immortal, or a Star Path Desolate Beast. But this time, when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fan Yuan did not see a single rank 8 Goo Immortal. even the inspection towards his Xingxiangzi identity was only a formality. The reason for this, other than the busy schedule of rank 8 Gu immortals, should be that Shark Demon has a high status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Living Gu immortals cannot become higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The reason should be because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a huge force, it has enough confidence and foundation. Fang Yuan analyzed secretly. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups emerged from the water, landing on the boat flowers floating on the sea. During May in Eastern Sea, the surface of BC would have ripples that carried countless boat flowers that floated over. These flowers were in vibrant colors, they were as large as small boats, they were like scrolls that spread out in the sea of flowers. BC was a sea area that was connected to Flower Sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in BC. This special type of bee could only fly temporarily. They were more skilled at swimming in the sea freely. During May each year, countless boat flowers would flow along with the waves, arriving at BC area. It was the only opportunity for the water bees to collect nectar. In the air of this sea, Fan Yuan, Shark Demon and the others got into a formation, as they underwent an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Gu immortals. Eventually, after 30 minutes, the two sides came to an agreement after coming to terms. Song Yishe and the others no longer pursued Xingxiangzi's wrongdoings. Even though Xingxiangzi did not do it on purpose, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to apologize, he even had to compensate Song Yishe 600 immortal essence stones. Xingxiangzi could not pay everything in one go, so he could have 6 installments for it. He could pay 100 immortal essence stones first, followed by 120 on the second installment, and 140 immortal essence stones on the third. According to the agreement, if he were to pay in batches, Fan Yuan would definitely make greater losses. Thus, after they came to an agreement, Fan Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal essence stones from Tai Bai Yunxing and Shark Demon, getting a total of 600 and passing it to Song Yishe. Song Yishe's expression was dark. She received these immortal essence stones as she stared at Fan Yuan angrily. She said coldly, "Apologize." Fan Yuan was a person who could give in if needed to. He smiled bitterly and apologized earnestly. "I did not intend to offend Fairy Yishe, to have angered a beauty. I truly deserve death, please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishe interjected. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. "If I had seen Fairy Yishe's body fully, I would deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But Fairy should know, the mist in the hot spring is thick. You also used an isolation immortal killer move. How could I see anything?" Song Yishe snorted. She was extremely clear of the situation then. She had no defenses set up at the bottom of the volcano. How could she have any immortal killer move? Even if there was mist, Song Yishe had gotten rid of them in advance. She did not like to have her vision obstructed. But Song Yishe did not argue against Fan Yuan's bullshit. Even if this lecherous and shameless old man had seen her entire body, Song Yishe had to deny it and refuse to acknowledge it. The two Gu immortals from Song Clan had a dazed expression. They even secretly pitied this Xingxiangzi. Fan Yuan had explained it clearly. The truth was, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had inspected Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only been formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishe did not inspect the bottom of her volcano clearly, such a loophole was formed. Xingxiangzi only took a look, and because of the thick mist, he could not see anything, but he had to compensate 600 immortal essence stones. This was simply too much of a price to pay. In the end, it was all because Song Clan was a superforce with a large foundation. If Xingxiangzi offended anyone else, it would have been fine. But he actually looked at Song Yishe. Even though she herself was not an issue, she was backed by the first supreme elder of Song Clan, Song Qiyuan. If not for Shark Demon negotiating in this matter on behalf of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being stronger than Song Clan, Fan Yuan would not have been able to pay merely 600 immortal essence stones to settle this matter. "Xingxiangzi, even though this matter is over, I don't want to see you appear in front of me ever again," Song Yishe said harshly before flying away. The other two Gu immortals from Song Clan had a milder attitude. They cupped their fists politely. "Lord Shark Demon, Lady Subai Man, farewell. Take care," Shark Demon replied. At this point, the incident was resolved. Shark Demon invited Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to Shark Sea again as guests. But Fan Yuan rejected him. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any lucrative missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could make use of his expertise, in order to earn immortal essence stones and settle his debt. Shark Demon sensed Fan Yuan's dejection and consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance had a loose structure and would not restrict his freedom. Fan Yuan's acting was on point. He made Shark Demon believe that he was really a lone cultivator that was very bent on having freedom. Since Fan Yuan rejected them, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not force him. This couple also needed time to prepare for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. After parting with Shark Demon, Fan Yuan actually took some deduction missions from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was a vigilant person, he had to finish the act, he would not leave flaws in such details. Fan Yuan had a mission token, and an information path Mortal Goo for communication. It was easy to accept missions, he did not need to head to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fan Yuan did not intend to enter Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally ever again. After all, there were rank 8 immortal zombies staying on guard there, against such great experts. Even though Fan Yuan had the killer move vaguely familiar face, he was not confident in it. Even though I spent 600 immortal essence stones, as long as I can get into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance successfully, it will be worth it. Now I have to wait for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to release some missions regarding Northern Plains. For example, information collecting in Northern Plains, or a mission to inspect the Northern Plains branch of Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan planned? Fan Yuan's plan was going very smoothly. At this point, he just needed to wait. Next, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He and Tai Bai Yunxing parted ways. He used landscape as before to pave the way and make friends in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World. Using the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan spent a short amount of time to finish all of the deduction missions that he had taken from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. If it was in the past, these deduction missions would have taken him much of the month, but now Fan Yuan only used several days. Fan Yuan was gradually feeling his wisdom path attainment increasing. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had undergone turmoil, torture, glory, falling from grace. All of these had turned him into a strategist. He was adept at plotting against people. This made Fan Yuan very compatible with the cultivation of wisdom path. Furthermore, with a high-quality wisdom path inheritance, and the rank 9 wisdom Gu, could Fan Yuan's wisdom path not improve drastically? After completing these missions, Fan Yuan did not turn them in. This speed was too shocking. It was not on the level of attainment that he had revealed to them. As for the immortal essence stones that Fan Yuan owed Tai Bai Yunxing and Shark Demon, he was not worried. Fan Yuan could choose not to pay back the debt to Tai Bai Yunxing. As for Shark Demon, he could return it in a few days' time. Guts Gu had greater demand than supply. It was still selling like hotcakes. His other businesses were also progressing smoothly. Even though he had caused the 4 sources of revenue in Starform Blessed Land to be damaged when he relocated it, Fan Yuan's monthly profits still reached 1,000 immortal essence stones. But in spite of this, Fan Yuan still lacked money. Be it the reform in Starform Blessed Land, or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, they needed funds, huge amounts of funds. Other than that, there was also the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan needed to feed the large number of Immortal Gu that he had. If they died from hunger, his loss would be too great. Finding Lifespan Gu, re-educating Fan Jing, interrogating the captives, building the 4th Fan Yuan stone nest, improving his immortal killer moves, learning new wisdom path techniques for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, buying Gu worms, buying strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, buying the experience and knowledge of nurturing hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree. All of these matters were complicated. Fan Yuan needed to settle them. Even though the immortal zombie body did not require the rest ordinary humans needed, Fan Yuan still felt that he had insufficient time. Fan Yuan understood his own predicament clearly. One day, the fact that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Young building would be exposed. He had to use this period of time to grow as much as he could, to get rid of the weaknesses that he had. Fan Yuan would love to split up his time, or even split himself into 2 and work. While he was busy with his tasks, Fan Yuan also observed the situation in the outside world. He put less focus on Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still being affected by the Refinement Path Convention's lingering effect. As for Northern Plains, after old ancestors Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, there appeared to be peace and quiet. But Fan Yuan had joined the battle to defend Langya. He knew that old Lord Qin Yang and the other Central Continent investigators were here. Thus, even though Northern Plains seemed calm, Fan Yuan could feel the intense undercurrents stirring in the dark. As for Eastern Sea, the current most popular news was about Song Clan and other super forces fighting for the control of ascending heaven plane. A few days later, Western Desert. Fan Yuan changed his appearance and did a transaction with Shao Clan's Gu Immortal. These are the goods this time, check them. Fan Yuan took out the regretful spiders. This time, the Shao Clan Gu Immortal was Xiao Shirang. He had a stable personality and was quite wise. He was known as Shao Clan's brains and brawn duo along with Xiao Huqi. Xiao Shirang inspected it and nodded in satisfaction. There are no issues, take this. He tossed the sum of immortal essence stones towards Fan Yuan. But now was different. Other than immortal essence stones, there was also a token, and an information path mortal Gu. This was Shao Clan's transaction token. Chapter 908. Opportunity after causing chaos. It has been a very good experience doing business with you. Our Shao Clan hopes to continue the transactions of regretful spiders for as long as possible. The token in your hand is Shao Clan's transaction token. Sir, with this token, you are now Shao Clan's trading partner and can enjoy a lot of preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path Mortal Gu. Naturally, you can refuse this token as well. Xiao Shirang said. Fan Yuan accepted this token rather happily. In fact, he was trading with Shao Clan not only to earn immortal essence stones from selling regretful spiders to Shao Clan, but also for this transaction token. Among the 5 regions, Western Desert was the most developed in commerce. Every superforce would issue their respective transaction token. But Shao Clan's transaction token was the one with the most value. The reason was Shao Clan and Tian Clan engaged in business the most among all the superforces in Western Desert, with the highest numbers of trading partners. Fan Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, and it could be easily done with Shao Clan's transaction token, and he could also get along well with other trading partners of Shao Clan. Naturally, this had its demerits as well. Shao Clan and Tian Clan were the biggest competitors. Accepting Shao Clan's transaction token meant being close to Shao Clan. As such, it would be difficult for Fan Yuan to do business with Tian Clan and Gu Immortals who possessed Tian Clan's transaction token. With this transaction token, I can officially engage in the trade of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. My profit every month will pass 1,000 immortal essence stones. When I restore other resources, my earnings every month will be close to 2,000. Fan Yuan did not conceal his joy, accepting this token with a smile. Xiao Shirang also smiled. As far as Xiao Shirang was concerned, Fan Yuan was extremely mysterious. Ever since Fan Yuan appeared, Shao Clan had repeatedly undertaken investigations, but could not find out Fan Yuan's identity. However, Fan Yuan did not hesitate at all when accepting Shao Clan's transaction token. This action meant being closer to Shao Clan, and Xiao Shirang naturally expressed more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fan Yuan started roaming around Western Desert's Gu Immortal world for the next few days. The path was clear with the help of transaction token. Even if it was the first meeting, Fan Yuan was able to smoothly make several deals involving dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. Most of these deals were short-term transactions, and only 1 or 2 were long-term deals. But Fan Yuan believed that as time went on and the number of transactions increased, these long-term deals would keep on increasing in number and become more stable. With a joyous mood, Fan Yuan left Western Desert. But when he stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he received shocking information. What? Song Yishur actually flattened that island where Li Clan village lived, in a fit of anger? Originally, the competition for ascending heaven plane had gotten more intense. At first, it was only 3 clans fighting for dominance, but when the situation turned into a stalemate, many other forces and Gu Immortals joined in, looking to get some benefits. During this course of events, Song Yishur ran into a female demonic path Gu Immortal, 7 Seas Snake Woman, who ridiculed and slandered her, saying how her body was only worth 600 immortal essence stones. Song Yishur's mood sank to the depths, and after returning, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and massacred all the mortals and beasts on the island. She then caused a tsunami and submerged the whole island repeatedly 5 or 6 times. Naturally, no one on this nameless island survived. To others, this was not a matter worth mentioning, thus Fan Yuan's shock would be strange from most people's perspective. Now what happens to Li Xiaoyao? Originally, Song Yishur and Li Xiaoyao were a famous couple, but now because of me, Song Yishur massacred all of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Isn't that like killing Li Xiaoyao? The prominent and powerful Li Xiaoyao from his previous life had no chance to take the limelight in history now. Such a pity, I had intended to connect luck with Li Xiaoyao in the future. He was also a rather lucky person. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. Eastern Sea's future structure had changed considerably because of him. And how far this change would spread to affect other matters, Fan Yuan also did not know. Several days later, an event occurred that shocked Fan Yuan even more. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered and countless grotto heaven fragments are falling down like meteors, causing forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals to fight for them? Fan Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the event of starry sky grotto heaven shattering and falling down was supposed to happen hundreds of years later. How could it have happened so early in this life? Is it because of me? I picked up benefits from Star Lord Wan Xiang and Immortal Monkey King Shirlei, and led to Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child to awaken from the dream realm, causing Shirlei to be trapped in the grotto heaven and having no choice but to request support from Combat Immortal Sect. 7-Star Child had to fight against Combat Immortal Sect, but despite having the territorial advantage, Combat Immortal Sect is a colossal force which made 7-Star Child feel the situation was far from good, deciding to detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag them down with him? Fan Yuan's speculation was completely right. In fact, it had happened like that. In Fan Yuan's previous life, 7-Star Child was trapped in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time without waking up. Although Star Lord Wan Xiang died, Shirlei inherited this fortune. He did not report to the sect and secretly sneaked in every time the crack opened, and plundered the resources wantonly. However, in this life, after Fan Yuan awakened 7-Star Child, Shirlei was faced with disaster, having to run around miserably from 7-Star Child. He had no choice but to give up on maintaining his face, seeking help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect could not forcibly suppress 7-Star Child. Since I cannot have it, you can forget about obtaining it. With this thought in mind, 7-Star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and decisively stopped contesting with Combat Immortal Sect's immortals. Thus, the Grotto Heaven's fragments fell down early to Central Continent's land by 200 to 300 years. Fan Yuan was left lost for words after he heard this news. Northern Plains has already been turned into a mess by me, with the collapse of 88 True Young Building and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Eastern Sea has also changed. Li Xiaoyao is no more. Now, Central Continent is also experiencing a drastic change. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed before its time. According to this trend, Central Continent and Eastern Sea are going to change beyond all recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was shaken because of this event. Countless Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, Super Forces and other forces of all sizes were flocking towards the Grotto Heaven's fragment worlds. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? It was all thrown to the back of their minds. Fan Yuan could not help but smile bitterly at this. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had broken up at a very bad time. If it had collapsed 200 or 300 years later, Fan Yuan could have gained considerable benefits. Because that time was when the 5 regions' chaotic war began and dream realms manifested externally. Champions and warriors emerged endlessly. The old super forces would be busy with their own affairs. It was most beneficial to lone cultivators like Fan Yuan. However, at present, the 5 regions' chaotic war was yet to start. Central Continent was dominated by Heavenly Court, and the 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fan Yuan could foresee that this initial chaos would only last for a short period of time before the 10 great ancient sects took control of the whole situation. The true beneficiaries would no doubt be them and Heavenly Court behind them. The development of the events went according to Fan Yuan's prediction. The change in the situation was even quicker than Fan Yuan's estimation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation, quickly making an internal agreement and expelling all the other forces and Gu immortals. Fan Yuan got a deep impression of the colossal forces that were the 10 great ancient sections. It is quite the pity regarding Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-Star Child, and that dream realm. Fan Yuan sighed with regret. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans. But now with this unforeseen event, this enormous benefit was missed by him. However, the next change in events was beyond Fan Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Feng Yang came to Fan Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Feng Yang, on behalf of Immortal Crane Sect, invited Fan Yuan to explore a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be? Fan Yuan's gaze brightened sharply. The thought in his mind made him stand up in excitement, and laugh loudly. After laughing, Fan Yuan mumbled to himself, I cannot be careless. Although the likelihood of it being a trap is rather small, it is better to first investigate before replying. 2 days later, Fan Yuan came to a mountain valley in central continent. This nameless valley was extremely lacking in supplies and in no way was remarkable, but because a large fragment of starry sky grotto heaven had fallen here, this valley was already surrounded by the allied forces of the 10 great ancient sects, making 1,000 li around it a forbidden zone. If other Gu immortals stepped within this range, they would be killed without mercy. Fan Yuan also did not dare to move around recklessly. He Fengyang personally came out to welcome him, and led him inside the valley. There were over 10 Gu immortals, from the 10 great ancient sects, guarding inside the valley. Kid, don't do anything stupid inside. Think about long-term consequences, young man. Seeing He Fengyang led Fan Yuan in, other Gu immortals did not have nice expressions, they either threatened or advised. Sir, is Fan Yuan? A white-clothed female immortal came out of the group of immortals. You are Fairy Bai Qing. Fan Yuan focused his gaze slightly, as he bowed without changing his expression. Fairy Bai Qing nodded at Fan Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are the person whom my daughter often mentioned. In this contest now over the ownership of the Grotto Heaven fragment, I hope you can be merciful, we will definitely repay you in the future. Fan Yuan had traded Gutsgu with Spirit Affinity House many times, but had not seen Fairy Bai Qing once. But now, as it concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to appear personally and request Fan Yuan to give her some face. Fan Yuan had his own plan, and accepted without any hesitation. Collaborating with your side has been a pleasant experience, Lady Bai Qing can be at ease. Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. A cold gaze flashed past He Fengyang's eyes. Go in. The others have already entered, your cultivation is the highest so you are the last one. He Fengyang said heavily. Fan Yuan nodded and moved forward. The scenery inside the valley was peculiar like a mirage. What looked like bushes were waves blue like the sea. The scene did not have boundaries in common with each other, resembling a broken picture that was abruptly put together. This was naturally not a mirage, but a Grotto Heaven fragment world. The entrance was open, allowing it to be explored. Looking at Fan Yuan moving step by step inside, He Fengyang could not put his heart at ease and reminded again. Don't forget that place I told you about, you must occupy it. No worries. Fan Yuan waved his hand without turning back. Under everyone's gazes, his body completely entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. Chapter 909. Advantage of having lower cultivation level. Fan Yuan looked over, seeing that the lake was shining in reflected light. The lake had a wide surface and was colored in many shades of blue. Once he entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had landed in this blue lake. The lake had a huge surface area. There were several small islands near the center of the lake, growing with vegetation. Looking even further, beyond the blue lake, there were layers of mountain ridges. They were colored in indigo, gently mixing with the sky. Fan Yuan stood on the surface of the water like he was standing on the ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this ability to stand on water was very impressive. But it was already as simple as breathing to Fan Yuan now. Before entering deep into the Grotto Heaven fragment, Fan Yuan gave a final look below him. Only to see that below him, the blue lake cracked suddenly, like a cracked mirror. The surface of this lake was completely broken. Fan Yuan could see the outside world through this mirror. He saw that nameless valley in central continent, as well as the Gu immortals' figures. They were looking at Fan Yuan with complex gazes. Fan Yuan sneered internally. He turned around and leaped away from the lake, flying away. The Gu immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of central continent did not know that this was not the first time Fan Yuan had been inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was very unique. It had 7 areas that were isolated. It was not like a normal Grotto Heaven. Evidently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had many space path Dao marks, and they were all very special as well. There were many desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts. The zombie dragon guarding the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree, they left a deep impression on Fan Yuan. But after such intense combat, coupled with combat immortal sex looting, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's shattering, there must be very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in the fragment worlds. Right now, there are 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fan Yuan flew through the sky as he recalled the information that He Fengyang had told him. These 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant were a desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle and nether grass respectively. As long as one was a goo immortal, they knew of dragonfish. They were very commonly used as food for immortal goo. The overwhelming majority of mortal goo could be fed with dragonfish meat if their specific food was of insufficient quantity, and a portion of the food for an immortal goo could be substituted with it. Of course, immortal goo were unique, their feeding requirements could be very bizarre, the effect of dragonfish was much lower. Furthermore, only desolate beast-level dragonfish meat could be used for their food. Among desolate beasts, the one with the lowest battle strength has to be the desolate beast dragonfish. According to rumors, dragonfish is not a species that originated normally from the world, it was a species artificially created via food path. The hidden essence turtle was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. It had weird habits. When it matures, it would stay at one place and stop moving. As time passes, after countless years, moss would grow on its body, it would turn to stone and become a giant false hill. Because it could conceal its aura and could hide itself well, it was hard to find. Only when it senses a huge danger would it relocate. It would not stop until it finds a resting place in which it is satisfied. After that, it would stop and hide in its shell, enduring the weather, be it wind, rain, snow or so on, once again. If he could capture this desolate beast, it was much better than killing it. Hidden Essence Turtle was a Wisdom Path desolate beast, it had an inborn connection to Wisdom Path, it was a spirit beast of Wisdom Path. It had the natural ability to find a safe place to live in. Many Wisdom Path Goo Immortals would use the Hidden Essence Turtle to help them when they encountered difficulties in deductions. Fan Yuan inherited Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance. There was also a way to use a freshly killed Hidden Essence Turtle shell to help in deductions. Evidently, capturing this Hidden Essence Turtle was useful for Goo Immortals. Since it did not move and had strong defenses, Combat Immortal Sect did not attack it hastily. The nether grass was similar, it was rooted to the ground and could not move, it had little threat as long as one did not get close to it. A stalk of nether grass was very useful to a Soul Path Goo Immortal. And because nether grass contained large numbers of Soul Path Dao marks, as time passed, it would influence the surroundings. A wide range surrounding the nether grass would become a breeding ground for Soul Path Goo worms. Nether grass had an immense effect to modify the environment of a blessed land or grotto heaven. So for the same reason, Combat Immortal Sect did not take this nether grass, keeping it until now. But they did not expect 7-Star Child to be so resolute, he would rather drag everyone down with him, causing Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to shatter and fall. This situation was already out of Combat Immortal Sect's control. The fragment worlds of this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven became the point of negotiation for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They decided on certain timings and entered to harvest the resources within. He Feng Yang represented Immortal Crane Sect, and before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he gave Fan Yuan several missions. 3 of them were regarding the Dragonfish, Nether Grass, and Hidden Essence Turtle. If you can capture all 3 of them alive, that would be best. According to the agreement, you can get 1/3 of the value of what you obtain. He Feng Yang told Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan was a subordinate of Immortal Crane Sect on paper, this was not the case. As a person directly involved, He Feng Yang was very aware of this. Thus, he knew that in order to get him to work hard, he could only arouse Fan Yuan's interest through benefits. Even though Fan Yuan was only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3 desolate beasts or plants. Because Fan Yuan not only had his own immortal goo, he also had the immortal goo that Immortal Crane Sect had specially lent to him. Having immortal goo was a completely different level of battle strength compared to not having immortal goo. Even though the Dragonfish, Hidden Essence Turtle, and Nether Grass were very strong beings, they did not have immortal goo. If they did, they would be walking treasure troves. Goo Immortals would have attacked already, be it 7-Star Child Immortal Zombie, or Combat Immortal Sect. How could they not strike? Normally speaking, inside Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands there were no wild immortal goo. Because once a wild immortal goo was formed, the Goo Immortal would take them away for their own use. After all, leaving a wild immortal goo behind had no benefits to the Blessed Land. It would instead cause the Goo Immortal's control of the Blessed Land or Grotto Heaven to fall. If the desolate beast rampages, that would be problematic. Furthermore, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-Star Child, had awoken long ago. As the owner, how could he not know if there were wild immortal goo? Even if 7-Star Child was kept busy and had no time, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was attacked by Combat Immortal Sect. They had searched thoroughly. Unless it was a very special immortal goo and could conceal itself well, it would not be there up until this point. According to the map, the dragonfish is here in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Fan Yuan flew in the sky, his gaze shined. His greatest interest among the three was in the desolate beast dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived together in large numbers. Around the desolate beast dragonfish, there were many mortal dragonfish. These were all an enticing fortune to Fan Yuan. To think that I would have my second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take 1/3 of the gains, I will choose the dragonfish. Fan Yuan thought of this, and felt a bit of joy internally. Meanwhile, on a small island on the blue lake, a group of Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were looking at the lake in front of them with much annoyance. There were 5 people in this group. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation, except one young Gu master who was at rank 4 peak stage. This youngster was called Wei Wushang. He was the head of the elite disciples that represented Heaven's Envy Manor. He was infatuated with Fairy Bai Xia and had once fought with Fang Jing, but lost. Fang Jing gave him some face and admitted it was a draw. Since he kept his reputation, he had a sense of gratitude towards Fang Jing, feeling like he owed the latter a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage, but in this contest for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor took action to specially raise his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, they were training the next generation of disciples, they were the hopes of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking in manpower. Just now, to explore all the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had engaged in fierce competition. 7-Star Child was very ruthless. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but he controlled the explosion very well. Almost no Gu immortals could enter the fragment worlds, only their disciples could enter and explore it. As has been mentioned before, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse down marks. They were torn and broken, like houses that were going to collapse. They could only exist for a period of time. Meanwhile, Gu immortals had Dao marks. They were like giants. Forcefully entering the fragment worlds was like giants entering a small house. The only result would be the house breaking and all the resources inside being destroyed. In his past life, Fan Yuan became a Blood Path Gu immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was destroyed, he also directed mortal Gu masters in the demonic sect to enter the fragment worlds in place of him and search for resources. But now, why could Fan Yuan enter it? Speaking of this, he somewhat did not know whether to laugh or cry at the reason. It was because Fan Yuan had bottom-tier cultivation level among Gu immortals, he had few strength path Dao marks in his body, and because of vaguely familiar face, he continued to lose strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal Gu of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Changing the Gu immortal's regional aura involved using Eat Strength in reverse, to expend strength path Dao marks. Even though he had the giant horned sheep and other strength path desolate beasts to increase his number of strength path Dao marks, he had been disguising himself a lot recently. After summing up his gains and losses, there was a limit to how many strength path Dao marks he could gain. Thus, Fan Yuan could enter while other Gu immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limits of what the fragment world could stand. There were very few people who could be so pitiful in their cultivation level after becoming a Gu immortal. Most importantly, because of his identity, Immortal Crane's sect could make use of him. This was a competition among the 10 great ancient sects. If Fan Yuan was not a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane's sect, he would be an outsider Gu immortal. He would not be allowed to enter by the other sections. This was the righteous path. They paid close attention to rules. They were not like the demonic path, who looked at who had the bigger fist, by competing with force against force, or seeing who was more ruthless and despicable. The first rule of the demonic path was the absence of rules. Chapter 9-10. Grabbing the Dragonfish. Damn this ancient soul sect, they actually caused a commotion with the desolate beast Dragonfish to obstruct us. At this moment, on the small island at the center of the lake, the group from Heaven's Envy Manors was trapped. They could not advance. In front of them, waves were rumbling, tides were rising, the water was grand and treacherous. The 5 Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor frowned tightly. Looking at the lake, they felt anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could see vaguely that there was a huge monster swimming around in the depths of the lake. Each time the tail moved, currents would be created as huge tides surfaced. In fact, sometimes its tough fish head would ram into the bottom of the small island. Boom! 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 Each time the dragonfish attacked, there would be a loud sound, followed by tremors below everyone's feet. The people from Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on this small island. looking at the waves in front of them. Their faces were pale, they were helpless, there was nothing they could do. Desolate beast dragonfish were usually peaceful and rarely went into a frenzy. But earlier, the goo masters from Ancient Soul sect had used some method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go into madness. It was in a berserk and rampaging state. It had lost its mind and natural disposition. The goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor had the ability to climb mountains and move across bodies of water, but they were only mortals with limited primeval essence. Under the current situation, they could not move at all, it was too dangerous. Ancient Soul sect could actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal technique from the sect. We of Heaven's Envy Manor are also from one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to Ancient Soul sect. Elder Zhu Ning, let's use our immortal method as well. While they were helpless, a goo master from Heaven's Envy Manor couldn't help but suggest this. Hearing that there was an immortal method, the other goo masters showed inspired expressions, light shining in their eyes. Elder Zhu Ning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use it, I would have done so already. Why would I wait until now? He told everyone his difficulties. As it turned out, before this trip, Zhu Ning was called by a supreme elder and was entrusted with an immortal goo and some immortal essence. But this immortal goo was used for defense. It would not help in this situation to get rid of the dragonfish. The sect gave you an immortal goo? What does the immortal goo look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, let us see it and broaden our visions. Zhu Ning's frank admission made everyone intensely curious. At once, they forget about the problem in front of them. They wanted to see the brilliance of the immortal goo. Zhu Ning smiled bitterly again. I will speak honestly. I only took a hurried glance at this immortal goo before Lord Supreme Elder placed it in my body. Right now, I don't even know where the immortal goo is in my body, not to mention attempting to retrieve it. Everyone was very disappointed. They sighed in unison. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shine brightly, he said in admiration. It would be great if I could obtain an immortal goo that belongs to me one day. The other 4 old goo masters looked at Wei Wuxiang and either smiled bitterly or shook their heads. Wei Wuxiang was too young. Young people like to dream, this was natural. But only after many experiences would they understand that dreams and reality were different, like these 4 old goo masters. Who would not want to have their own immortal goo? Who would not want to become a high and mighty immortal? But immortal and mortal were worlds apart. Reality was cruel, countless people lost their youthfulness, countless people's dreams were broken. How many people could really become immortals? The leader Zhu Ning sighed. For now, we have no better way, we can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down, we will set off. But this way, the other 9 sects will get all the good stuff. We will only have leftovers. A goo master asked worriedly. What else can we do? Zhu Ning sighed, but he did not forget to raise the morale. This is not entirely a bad thing. Let them go and compete first. We can take the chance for now to gather our strength. Even though immortal goo are incredibly powerful, they need corresponding immortal essence to activate. Their immortal essence will be limited. Let them exhaust their resources in competing with each other. During the later stages, we will have more strength than them. Once he said that, everyone's expressions changed. Their dejected moods recovered slightly. However, I have something very important to remind you of. Zhu Ning's had a serious expression. No matter how much strength we preserve, there are 2 people we cannot offend. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jinhuang, the other is Immortal Crane Sect's Fan Yuan. Why? Feng Jinhuang and Fan Yuan are 2 geniuses of my generation, but each of them are only single individuals. Right now, us 10 sects all have 5 members each. We all have mysterious immortal methods. Why should we be afraid of those 2? Wei Wuxiang was unclear of the truth. He asked somewhat skeptically. That is because you do not know the hidden details. Zhu Ning's gaze was heavy. He looked at the surrounding goo masters and said, I learned about this shocking news from the sect before we came. Feng Jinhuang has a noble upbringing. Her parents are both goo immortals. Moreover, they are immensely powerful beings even among goo immortals. What shocking immortal methods do you think that such a person would have? So that's it. Wei Wuxiang was startled. The others also showed shocked expressions. Zhu Ning continued, but compared to Feng Jinhuang, that Fan Yuan is even scarier. Don't tell me his background is even greater than that of Feng Jinhuang? Someone asked in suspicion. Zhu Ning frowned. I am also not sure of the specific details, but the sect had specially told this to me, that Fan Yuan is far scarier than Feng Jinhuang. We should avoid him at all costs, we should not contest with him. Even though Fan Yuan is the #1 genius of my generation, he's not that scary, right? Wei Wuxiang was suspicious. Don't tell me the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave to him is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other Gu masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head. I only know that Immortal Crane sect sent Fan Yuan here alone. Think about it, what does this mean? It seems that Immortal Crane sect is very confident in Fan Yuan. They believe that with his strength alone, he can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Immortal Crane sect are not fools. The sect also told us to avoid Fan Yuan. There seems to be reasons behind this. We should act according to the sect's warnings. That is not necessarily the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms. Even if Fan Yuan is the strongest, he would inevitably cause the other sects to collaborate in resistance. The result is still unknown. The Gu masters discussed. They talked one after another. Some were stable and conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to collaborate with other sections. Right at this moment, a shrill sound came from the sky. Everyone frowned. Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 Gu masters looked over and saw that in the sky, there was a figure tearing across space. This person was extremely fast. Sonic booms could be heard as they traveled. In just a breath's time, he flew over from a distance away. When he was above the small island, he stopped. He went from quick movement to extreme stillness. The 5 Gu masters from Heaven's Ending Manor felt this was very abrupt and sudden. Who is it? He can fly at such a high altitude. So fast, is this a human or a monster? Looking at the person, it seems to be Fan Yuan? Everyone was shocked and subconsciously had their mouths open. The gusts of wind blew and entered their mouths, even forcing them to shut their eyes. This wind was created when Fan Yuan flew over. It was very strong. Fan Yuan stood in the air as he looked around. Huge waves, a small island, dragonfish, Gu masters, he understood everything that was happening in an instant. He placed his attention on the dragonfish. There were 5 Gu masters on the small island. They were not worth his attention at all. The wind was only a gust. It came and left swiftly. The 5 Gu masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Fan Yuan, who was in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this dragonfish is rampaging due to the effects of a certain soul path or wisdom path technique. Fan Yuan guessed as he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand flew out and entered the water grandly. But the thing was, when the strength path giant hand entered the water, there were no waves that were created. Instead, the water split apart when the giant hand descended. It was as if the water in the lake was cooperating with Fan Yuan. This was the Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. It had taken effect after being fused into Strength Path Giant Hand. The water in the lake did not obstruct Fan Yuan in capturing the dragonfish, it became an aid instead. With the dragonfish rampaging and losing its senses, it did not try to escape. It made Fan Yuan's attempting at capturing it easier. Roar! The dragonfish opened its mouth, emitting a dragon's roar. On the 2 sides of the fish's mouth, there were 2 long dragon whiskers. They were lashing around like whips. The entire fish body struggled intensely, but the Strength Path giant hand was stable like Mount Tai. It did not budge at all, like an iron structure. Under Fan Yuan's control, the Strength Path giant hand grabbed and captured the dragonfish, pulling it out of the water. The 5 Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were all dumbfounded. They were shocked and in despair at seeing the process of Fan Yuan capturing the dragonfish and putting it into his own immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast dragonfish, Fan Yuan was not satisfied. He turned towards the ordinary dragonfish. Dragonfish lived in groups. There were dragonfish all over this lake. This time, Fan Yuan activated pulling water immortal Gu. Lumps of water was pulled up. Countless dragonfish that were inside the water were thrown into his immortal aperture. The group from Heaven's Envy Manor were staring, still as statues. They would surely never forget this scene in their lives. Only until Fan Yuan finished his collection and flew away did these Gu masters jolt to awareness. They were all covered in sweat. Wei Wuxiang was sprawled on the ground, sitting with his body limp and in shock. They had finally understood what their sect meant, and the helplessness they were feeling. Dealing with such a person is beyond our abilities. Oh heavens, I was trying to collaborate with others to deal with Fan Yuan earlier? Such overwhelming might, did he become an immortal already? Everyone was scared to pieces. The dragonfish was gone, they could continue on their journey now. But the scene earlier was simply too shocking for them. Even though they did not move at all and were only looking, the goo masters from Heaven's Endy Manor were breathing roughly. They felt extremely fatigued in both body and mind. Chapter 9:11 Contest of Dream Realm. About 600,000 ordinary dragonfish, and a desolate beast dragonfish. Fan Yuan flew rapidly while calculating the profits in his immortal aperture. The first move he made after coming in this starry sky grotto heaven fragment world gave him a huge harvest. The only blemish was a lot of ordinary dragonfish had died. Because of the desolate beast dragonfish's rampage, many ordinary dragonfish that normally surrounded the desolate beast dragonfish died miserably. Otherwise, Fan Yuan's gains would be even greater. Regardless, Fan Yuan was satisfied. Back then at Dongfang Tribe's headquarters, he only gained around 900,000 ordinary dragonfish and a desolate beast dragonfish. His current gains already were over half of this. If these were to be added to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, its size would not be enough to contain these dragonfish. When the truth of the collapse of 88 Truyang Building comes to light, I must abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land, so there is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake. It seems when I return after this, I must remodel Starform Blessed Land to raise these dragonfish. Fan Yuan was looking around his surroundings as he pondered. He had unlimited primeval essence and also had countless investigative mortal killer moves. There was even a recently obtained investigative immortal killer move, Star Premonition. Thus, he was not worried that he would miss any good things on his way. However, Fan Yuan did not find many opportunities to take action. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was intact, it was already looted repeatedly by Combat Immortal Sect. Now, among the remaining resources, those that could interest Fan Yuan were already very few. Moreover, he had to hand over 2/3 of all the gains he made in this trip to Immortal Crane Sect, while he himself could only obtain 1/3. This greatly impacted Fan Yuan's enthusiasm. The 10 ancient sects sent the disciples to compete for various resources inside within a limited time 7 days and 7 nights. After this time passes, the resources occupied inside will be divided up. Next would be time for the 10 ancient sects to plunder and develop the resources by themselves. This has nothing to do with me. So now, I only need to get the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time should be used to search for that dream realm in the central region. When he thought of the dream realm, Fan Yuan's gaze shined and a fire burned inside him. Before leaving, Feng Yang had reminded Fan Yuan to occupy the central region as early as possible. In the center of this fragment world was an external manifestation of a dream realm. As it involved the prophecy of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, the 10 great ancient sects had already begun researching. Moreover, Feng Jin Huan possessed Dream Wings Immortal Gu, which allowed Spirit Affinity House to firmly occupy the leading position. More importantly, this dream realm had a huge origin. It was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Immortal Crane Sect's research of dream realms might be completely behind Spirit Affinity House, but as long as they were able to seize this dream realm, they could contain Spirit Affinity House's momentum, and could rely on this dream realm to make terms and exchange benefits with Spirit Affinity House. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resource was not desolate beasts or desolate plants, instead it was this small external manifestation of a dream realm. Thus, before they parted, Feng Yang specially reminded Fan Yuan of this matter. But how could he know the excitement inside Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan might not be like Feng Jin Huang with Dream Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, and the Dream Path Killer move formed with it as the basis, Unravel Dream. Feng Yang inviting Fan Yuan to represent Immortal Crane Sect was simply like opening the door to a thief or bringing a weasel to a chicken coop. Immortal Crane Sect does not have enough strength, they had decided to send me now, but this was met with strong resistance from the other 9 sects. In the end, although Immortal Crane Sect got what they wished, my entry time was far later than the other 9 sections. I must hurry and occupy the central region. After all, undue delay may bring trouble. Capturing the dragonfish was only done casually on his way. The most important matter was still the external manifestation of the dream realm in the central region. However, when Fan Yuan reached his destination, someone was already there. Fan Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jin Huang led 4 other Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House to protect the magnificent dream realm behind them. She looked at this trip's strongest competitor. Her skin was snow white, her appearance as pretty as a painting, her smile was beautiful and she looked extremely confident. Fan Yuan was not anxious, as he replied with a smile as well. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, for your spirit affinity house to completely occupy this area, you need to face the challenges from other sects. Only after winning 2 out of 3 challenges can you strip away the opponent's right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were famous righteous sects of Central Continent, but they also had the same origin, Heavenly Court. Thus, although they were competing, it was not a cruel slaughter like that of the demonic path, and was much gentler. Feng Jin Huang shook her head. Although I have immortal goo and immortal essence that Mother placed on me, I cannot defeat you. I waited for you to do a transaction. Oh? Fan Yuan's brows raised as he said coldly, You want to do a transaction with me again? Last time, you scammed me quite heavily at the Refinement Path Convention. The method you gave me for getting rid of the immortal zombie status was actually an ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to do another transaction? Feng Jin Huang quickly replied. This transaction will be mutually beneficial, Fan Yuan. You have also taken quite a lot of benefits from my spirit affinity house. You can rest assured that I won't let you suffer losses in this transaction. Alright then, speak. Fan Yuan nodded. Feng Jin Huang immediately gave a suggestion of what to trade. It was actually another method to get rid of the immortal zombie status. She had completely seen through Fan Yuan's weak point, and did not let go of it. After confirming that Feng Jin Huang's method was not what he already had, Fan Yuan agreed to this transaction. Like Feng Jin Huang said, this transaction was mutually beneficial, having benefits to both sides. And if there were benefits, Fan Yuan would naturally take it. Shortly afterwards, Fan Yuan obtained a completely new method of getting rid of the immortal zombie state and reviving. This was a transformation path method. According to Feng Jin Huang's words, Fan Yuan would have to cultivate transformation path and use a transformation path killer move to transform himself into a normal goo immortal. Then, he could use everlasting immortal goo to make this transformation fixed and unchangeable. Like this, he could get rid of the immortal zombie status. This was indeed a practical thought. Because a lot of goo masters or goo immortals in their cultivation journeys would face an awkward and tragic situation of not being able to go back to their original shape after transforming too many times. And this method was the exact opposite. It thoroughly finalized the transformation. As for this dream realm, it would be occupied by Fan Yuan. But Feng Jin Huang had 3 days to explore this external manifestation of a dream realm. 3 days later, she had to leave this area. This is a dream realm's external manifestation, Fan Yuan mumbled as he looked ahead of him. As if this was the first time he had seen it, his expression was serious, curious, and his gaze revealing some greed and fervent passion. Every external manifestation of Dream Realm had a wonderfully beautiful appearance. This Dream Realm that was displayed in front of them was like a condensed star cloud, with dark purple light shining in the periphery, and countless stars inside. The whole Dream Realm gave off a profound, mysterious aura, and also gave indications of danger. Feng Jin Huang looked on at Fan Yuan's eager expression, coldly snorting inwardly with satisfaction. She had seen this kind of expression many times. Dream realms are good, but it is a pity you don't have Dream Wings immortal goo. This enormous benefit is placed right beside your mouth, but you can't eat it. Maybe in your whole life, you won't understand that feeling of exploring a dream realm. There is also the huge advancement after a smooth exploration. Feng Jin Huang did not remind Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan died in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it would be much more beneficial for her. However, she knew that it was not likely to happen. Since Immortal Crane's sex sent Fan Yuan, they would have reminded him of the dangers of the dream realm. Sure enough, Feng Jin Huang waited for a while but only saw Fan Yuan standing on the spot without moving forward. Although he had a longing look on his face, he did not take a step beyond the limit. Feng Jin Huang snorted inwardly before turning towards the other 4 goo masters. 3 days is a limited span of time. I need to explore this dream realm immediately. All of you, protect my physical body, don't make any mistakes. The goo masters quickly replied. We will use up all our strength, and even if we die, we will protect you to the end. Lady Feng Jin Huang, you can enter at ease. If the situation is urgent, we will immediately awaken you. Feng Jin Huang nodded, and stepped towards the dream realm. When she was still 20 or so steps away from the dream realm, she had reached her limit. With her current ability, she still could not completely throw herself into the dream realm. She gave a last look at the distant Fan Yuan. Before slowly sitting down cross-legged on the ground, she closed her eyes and activated Dream Wings Immortal Goo, falling into a deep sleep. As far as Feng Jin Huang was concerned, the greatest threat to her was the immortal zombie Fang Yuan. Were Fang Yuan to act against her, those rank 5 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House would simply be incapable of resisting him. Thus, Feng Jin Huang did not completely rely on these 4 Gu Masters. What she placed confidence in was the immortal Gu and abundant immortal essence her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, had placed with her. Dreamwing's immortal Gu. Fan Yuan looked at Feng Jin Huang with envy. Dreamwing's immortal Gu could let the user fall into a deep sleep at any time, and attach dream wings to their soul, letting them roam freely in dream realms, allowing them to advance or retreat freely, guaranteeing their safety. Compared to Dream Travel Immortal Gu, Dreamwing's Immortal Gu had an advantage: it did not require immortal essence to be activated, thus it was the most suitable for cultivators like Feng Jin Huang who had yet to become Gu Immortals. Fan Yuan already had thoughts of taking action. But killing Feng Jin Huang and seizing Dreamwing's Immortal Gu was not a practical idea. Seizing Immortal Gu by itself was an extremely difficult matter. And killing Feng Jin Huang was also not easy. Even an idiot would know Feng Jin Huang certainly had large numbers of life protection methods on her. Most importantly, the current situation had yet to turn to a critical state. There was still space to scheme. Fan Yuan was not a retard, he would not make such a huge mistake. This Feng Jin Huang is maturing rapidly. First was the transaction: she handed over all the control of this dream realm to me of her own accord, turning me into a shield, to block other competitors in her place, while she uses Dreamwing's Immortal Gu to wantonly explore the dream realm and plunder benefits. Next, when she saw me have a desire to explore, she did not give me any reminders, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. However, regardless of how talented you are, you would not think that I possess the killer move Unravel Dream. Fan Yuan sneered as he let out the desolate beast shark fin wolf from his immortal aperture. This desolate beast wolf had been violently subdued by him through flicking its penis. For this exploration of the fragment world, Fan Yuan had already taken it out from Hu Immortal Blessed Land and brought it with him. The moment they saw the desolate beast, Spirit Affinity House's 4 Gu Masters were tongue-tied with shock. They were even about to awaken Feng Jin Huang. It was Fan Yuan who reminded them. No need to be anxious, this desolate beast will look after this place. 3 days later, if all of you have not left, it will eat you alive. With this warning, Fan Yuan flew to the sky, quickly leaving the vision of the Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House. Chapter 9:12. Beast Man. Fan Yuan landed after flying far away. He took out a large batch of rockmen from his immortal aperture. Be it in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land, he raised batches of rockmen. Fan Yuan took half of them and brought them along. Right now, he let them out to be used as helpers. We greet Lord Immortal. The rockmen saw Fan Yuan and paid respects. Fan Yuan responded with a grunt. His expression was cold, and he appeared high and mighty, above the masses. He gave these rockmen instructions to collect resources before leaving, concealing his figure and returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. There were many Gu worms on their bodies. These were all specially arranged by Fan Yuan. These rockmen were all armed by Fan Yuan. Their battle strength were greatly raised, because they moved in groups of 10. Even if they encountered groups from other sects, Fan Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would lose. Or rather, even if the rockmen lost, Fan Yuan would not feel loss. This was only a facade. The manifested dream realm was like a small hill's size. Fan Yuan concealed his figure and carefully went to the back, entering the dream realm. Last time, Fan Yuan was inside the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He was at the border of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, and almost died. After detonating his bat wings, he managed to struggle his way out. This time, he went in purposely, because he had the killer move Unravel Dream. His power was much higher. Times were different now. His vision changed. Fan Yuan entered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was night. Fire was burning, rising to the sky. Countless brawny beast men were surrounding a huge fire, dancing around it. Growl, growl, growl. Roar, roar, roar. Among these beast men, some had faces of tigers and human bodies. They opened their mouths and growled angrily. Some had eagle beaks. They shrieked loudly. Some had a leopard's tail growing from their backs. They danced around and moved alongside the lingering shadows. This is the beastman race that got wiped out from existence during the Olden Antiquity era? Fan Yuan came back to awareness. He understood the origins of these beastmen. Beastmen were a type of variant human. During the remote Antiquity era, as well as the immemorial Antiquity era, They were one of the strongest variant human races in the world. Beastmen had incredible battle strength, they worshipped fierce beasts, and adopted their ferocity and ruthlessness. Especially when they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live in them, allowing them to transform into a half-man half-beast state, they would gain a part of the fierce beast's abilities and strength. As time passed, humans began to rise up. During the remote antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared, leading humans to resist the rule of variant humans, establishing the authority of humans. By the Olden Antiquity era, 3 human demon venerables appeared, creating wars and exterminating the beastmen race, stabilizing the status of humans as the rulers. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal from the remote antiquity era. At that time, humans were fighting with various variant humans, and were fighting to control the world. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan was slightly excited. He looked around, and found that he was a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a rope, the other end of the rope was tightly tied to a tree trunk. There were over a dozen humans who were tied up like Fan Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen are bloodthirsty by nature, they were also known as the man-eating race. History states that the favorite food of beastmen are the flesh and blood of human children. Beastmen tribes all treat surrounding humans as food, they would go out to hunt occasionally. When they succeed in their hunts, they would hold a huge celebration by a bonfire. Fan Yuan sensed the dangerous situation, he struggled intensely, but the rope was getting tighter. His body had bloodstains because of the friction with the ropes, intense pain was assaulting his body. It is no use, the more you struggle, the more painful it gets. We are doomed, we are dead meat. Whoa. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw that Fan Yuan was struggling, some advised him indifferently, while others cried in despair. Just as the bonfire celebration reached its climax, the beastman leader shouted, "Come, bring up our most delectable food." Growl, growl, growl. The beastmen raised their heads, shouting. An elephant man who was 6 meters tall stood up from his sitting position. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk as he pulled up the entire tree that held the ropes that tied the children. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children who were tied up resembled tiny pearls as they screamed in fear, hanging in the air. The beastmen shouted again. The elephant man who had shown off his might laughed loudly. His trunk loosened and the tree trunk was slammed onto the ground. The children could not free themselves, they fell as well. Some unlucky children were crushed to death by the tree. An intense smell of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not control their bloodthirsty desire, they jumped in and grabbed the children's corpses, putting them into their mouths. Delicious! Human children taste tender and delicious, ha ha! As they spoke, the beastmen showed a sense of wildness and ruthlessness. The blazing bonfire crackled, the surrounding beastmen stared excitedly with red, wide-open eyes, towards these lucky children who survived. Some were growling, some had uneven fangs, some stretched out their bright red tongues, they licked their lips as they drooled, the amber light of the fire was reflecting in their eyes. The children screamed out in fright, some had fainted on the spot. But Fan Yuan found that one girl was expressionless. Even though her body was shivering, and her expression was pale as paper, she bit her lips, she did not make a sound. Is it possible that she... Fan Yuan's heart jumped, he had a flash of inspiration. Before this inspiration was processed, the beastman leader walked towards Fan Yuan and the others with an intensely ferocious aura. He looked down arrogantly at these weak children. As the light flickered, lots of children watched with fearful gazes. The beastman leader had a black face and sharp fangs. He spoke slowly. According to the traditions of our tribe, those that can untie the wind not grass are people blessed by heaven, they can be spared from death. Those who fail to untie it, they can be honored to become the food of us noble beast men. The moment he said that, the beastman leader waved his tail. From the flickering light, a bright flash occurred. The ropes were cut, the human children obtained temporary freedom in movement. Wind not grass? Seeing the pile of dried grass that the beastmen brought over, Fan Yuan was curious. The wind not grass was like a lantern, a round ball-shaped grass lantern. It was very rare to see in modern times. There was no wind not grass in the 5 regions. This was a type of grass only found in green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing fragments of immemorial green heaven to fall into the 5 regions. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens fell into different areas of the 5 regions. The beastmen worshipped the heavenly deities. Their tribal belief was that whoever could untie the wind not grass was blessed by the heavens. They were precious beings that could not be harmed. That means, as long as I can untie the wind not grass, I can be spared from death? Fan Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He had turned into a child after entering this dream realm. He was not even 13 years old yet. His aperture was not awakened yet. He had no power. To free himself from this predicament, he could only follow the beastman rules and untie wind not grass alone. Even though he knew it was a dream realm, it was not favorable to die inside the dream. This meant he would be consumed by the dream realm. Each time he got consumed, even though he would not die, his soul would suffer a huge injury. If his soul got injured too often, it would get weak. When he reached his limits, his soul would break down and dissipate. Even if his body was still around, he would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, each child received their wind not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance at survival, the children opened their eyes wide and used every second they had to try and untie the wind not grass. The surrounding beastmen were laughing coldly or grinding their teeth. Some were licking their lips or polishing their claws. They surrounded Fan Yuan's group and watched sinisterly. The human children were in the center, surrounded by countless savage beastmen. Using the light of the bonfire, the children gathered their concentration and placed their efforts on the grass lanterns. Fan Yuan observed carefully. This type of grass lantern was made from all sorts of roots, leaves, and stems. They were intertwined together and formed into a mysterious ball. Only in immemorial green heaven would there be winds blowing all year around, at strange directions and angles. Countless plants would be uprooted or shaved until they were bare. These twigs would intertwine in the wind and slowly form into this ball-shaped grass lantern. Because time was limited, the surrounding children were trying to untie their wind not grass. Only Fan Yuan did not start immediately. This was the first time he was seeing the wind not grass. He was assessing it. His unique demeanor attracted the attention of the beastmen. He even attracted the attention of Feng Jinhuang as well. Feng Jinhuang was also inside the dream realm. Similar to Fan Yuan, she was also a child. Fan Yuan looked very calm and radiated with confidence. His body was covered in dirt and dust. His gender could not be discerned. Feng Jinhuang had a misunderstanding. What's going on with this child? Is she star constellation immortal venerable? Roar! Right at this moment, a tiger-headed beast-man roared loudly with excitement. He grabbed a human boy rapidly and threw him into his mouth. Crack, crack. He opened his mouth and chewed, eating half of the boy in an instant. What are you looking at? He ruined a wind not grass. He had already failed. It is only natural for me to eat him. Looking at the surrounding unfriendly gazes, the tiger-headed beastman growled. There was the blood and flesh of the boy stuck in the middle of his teeth. With this stimulation, the surrounding beastmen were stirred up. Their eyes shined with ruthlessness as they looked at the remaining children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Quickly come and save me! A girl broke down. She held the wind not grass as she cried loudly. Damn it, why is my wind not grass so hard to untie? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I have played with this wind not grass a lot in the past. The surrounding beastmen did not want the children to succeed. They got closer and closer. They had ill intentions. They purposely growled and threatened, or breathed roughly to interrupt the children. Scoundrel, get away from me, you stink! Feng Jinhuang flew into a rage. She shouted at a crocodile-tailed beastman. The crocodile-tailed beastman growled angrily. It stared at Feng Jinhuang with its bloodshot eyes. It did not expect this food to be so arrogant. Feng Jinhuang had no fear. What are you growling for? So annoying, you bastard! Bam! The crocodile-tailed beastman erupted. Its tail, which was tough as iron, swept and directly destroyed Feng Jinhuang's skull. Chapter 913. Dreamwings, Unraveled Dream. Once Feng Jinhuang died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling tenderly. On the back of her soul, a pair of rainbow-colored feather wings unfolded. It was the manifestation of Dreamwings Immortal Goo. I have Dreamwings Immortal Goo. I can freely enter and exit the dream realm. Even if I failed this time, I can just wait for the next attempt at the dream realm, and try again. Feng Jinhuang snorted smugly internally. She had tried earlier. The wind knot grass in her hands had already been ruined by her. The knot was even worse than at the beginning. But when Feng Jinhuang was about to escape by flapping her wings, an eagle-bodied beast-man pounced down from the sky. Feng Jin Huang shrieked in fear. She wanted to dodge. But the wings that could flap rapidly ordinarily were extremely slow when they tried to move in this dream realm. Feng Jin Huang had underestimated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was much more hard to deal with. Her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman before she could escape. With just one hit, Feng Jin Huang's soul was heavily injured. At the next moment, Feng Jin Huang left the dream realm. Her soul returned to her body. Puff! She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Gu masters from Spirit Affinity House were shocked. They quickly came over to assist her. What a formidable dream realm! If I were to take another hit like that one earlier, I would definitely die inside the dream for real. Feng Jin Huang's eyes were flashing with lingering fear. Cold sweat was pouring down her back. I was careless! Even though I have Dream Wings Immortal Gu, against the dream realm of an Immortal Venerable, I am not safe at all. Thankfully, I had prepared a large number of Guts Gu and brought it with me. With Guts Gu, my soul will recover rapidly. In half a day, I will heal completely. Feng Jin Huang wiped the cold sweat off her forehead as she stopped wasting time. She quickly started healing herself. In the dream realm, Fan Yuan directed his gaze towards the wind not grass again. Feng Jin Huang's earlier performance gave Fan Yuan quite a bit of information. This dream realm is not large in scale. This current scene is only the outer layer of the dream realm. This is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all. Even with the rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she could not escape immediately. Now it seems the crux of this dream realm is the wind not grass in my hands. Fan Yuan had a realization. After he finished his observations, he started to untie the wind not grass. He first tried to untie it from the outermost layer. He felt like he was facing a complex and tangled ball of string. He needed to find the outer tip of the string and pull it out slowly strand by strand. At the third layer, Fan Yuan could not continue further. It was a complete mess in front of him. The stalks were intertwined together. He could not untie it manually. To untie the wind not grass without using brute strength, not only would I need confidence and good perception, I need to deduce it with my brain. I also need patience and ample time, most importantly, along with some luck. Fan Yuan sighed to himself inwardly. He had opened a path in this wind not grass, but this path was stuck at the third layer. There was a way out for him now, that was to retreat by 2 layers and try to untie this from another end. Other people could only do this as well. But there was an exception. Fan Yuan looked around and noticed that the girl he suspected was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already untied the 7th layer. The wind not grass had shrunken in half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path Gu worms, using purely her brain power, she reached this stage. Fan Yuan was shocked. Even though he had been late at starting to unite the wind not grass, the difference between them was still too great. Fan Yuan squinted. He concealed the brilliance shining in his eyes. In terms of untying ability, Fan Yuan was only at the middle to upper tier among the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to lower tier. More than half the time had passed already. Looking at the speed of the children, the only one with any hopes of escaping was the girl who he thought was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fan Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he succeed, he would even surpass everyone and become the first. What gave him confidence was none other than the Dream Path Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The intertwined strands in front of him slowly melted, they untied themselves. The surrounding beastmen were watching this, especially a snake beastman behind Fan Yuan. It was observing the entire process. But they did not say anything, or take any action. This was the mystical power of Unravel Dream. It was not an offensive killer move purely, its effect varied according to the dream he was in. For example, if Fan Yuan was fighting inside a dream realm, Unravel Dream would be his strongest attacking method. If the dream realm was weak, he could directly disintegrate his enemies. Right now, the dream realm's rules were for Fan Yuan to untie the wind not grass. Then, Unravel Dream's current effect was to help Fan Yuan and untie the wind not grass. This untying was according to the set rules, it was not unraveled through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children and the observing beastmen, Fan Yuan was not cheating at all. He was using his brain and successfully untying the 3rd layer of the wind not grass. Thus, they did not do anything. Even the snake person that wanted to eat Fan Yuan only watched with a slightly surprised expression. It felt that it was somewhat unexpected that Fan Yuan could untie 3 layers. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fan Yuan continued his momentum and did not stop. The wind-knot grass in his hands was quickly untied. He reached the center. At the core of the wind-knot grass, there was a seed. This was the self-defense mechanism of the plants in immemorial green heaven, as well as a way to use the wind for dispersal. Fan Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it high. He succeeded! This speed is too fast. I am begging you, help me, okay? The surrounding people were stirred up. Even the girl who he suspected to be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I would give you 3 days to escape for your life. Scram now. The leader of the Beastman tribe snorted, kicking Fan Yuan and sending him flying. Fan Yuan's tiny body flew in the air for a distance of more than 10 steps before crashing on the ground. What made Fan Yuan surprised was, even though he felt a little short of breath from getting kicked, he was uninjured. The Beastman leader was strong and powerful, but in terms of physical movements, it had reached the stage of perfect self-control. Since Fan Yuan had untied the wind-knot grass, the Beastman tribe had to let him go. Fan Yuan gazed a glance at the little girl. The latter had already gathered her attention to the wind-knot grass in her hands. Fan Yuan hesitated slightly, before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire, walking towards the darkness in the forest. He only took a dozen steps before there was a bright light shining in the darkness. The more he walked forward, the brighter the light. Eventually, all of the darkness in front of him turned into light. The light faded slowly, and the scene of reality showed itself in front of him. Fan Yuan realized that not only did he open his eyes, his body had walked for over a dozen steps, away from the manifested dream realm. Looking back at the dream realm, Fan Yuan frowned deeply. He was very confused. What is going on? I left the dream realm just like that. He thought it over. This exploration of the dream realm did not fail. His wisdom path attainment level had risen slightly. This should not be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be 3 scenes. I got through the first round. Why did I not enter the second round successfully? Fan Yuan stood on the spot as he pondered. The light emitted by the manifested dream realm shined on his face. He left the dream realm and returned on the same route from which he entered. On the other side of the dream realm, Spirit Affinity House's group was still trying to heal Feng Jin Huang urgently. Thus, Fan Yuan was not exposed. But if he could not understand why he left the dream realm, there was a possibility that he might walk towards Spirit Affinity House's direction the next time he left it. If others found out that Fan Yuan could explore the dream realm, it would be somewhat troublesome. After a long time, Fan Yuan's tight frown gradually eased. He walked forwards and let the dream realm engulf him. His vision changed. Fan Yuan had entered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind-knot grass, the same scene was unfolding again. Using Unravel Dream, Fan Yuan cheated all the way, becoming the first to untie the wind-knot grass. But this time, he did not leave. He walked towards the girl who he thought was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and tried to help her untie her wind-knot grass. The Beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? You can help her, but if you fail, you will lose your life. It seems my guess is correct." Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He untied the wind-knot grass within the time limit and successfully escaped with the girl. What? I still left? Fan Yuan looked back in surprise. His second attempt still failed. Fan Yuan did not enter the second scene. He was thrown out of the dream realm like the first time. Dream realms were unpredictable and strange. Their rules varied. Because each dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring the dream realm. Even though Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment went up more than last time. Fan Yuan muttered. He went into deep contemplation. According to this situation, there were 2 possibilities. 1. The girl that he saved was not the real Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. 2. He had to save more children. After he hit a certain number, he would enter the second scene. Before he entered the dream realm for a third time, Fan Yuan rested slightly first. He took out Guts Goo and healed his weakened soul back to its prime. Even though he had successfully escaped the dream realm and did a successful exploration, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of it in the dream realm. Of course, Fan Yuan's soul was far less injured than Feng Jin Huang's. The former had succeeded, while the latter's exploration failed. This was incomparable. Third time! Fan Yuan spurring himself on inwardly, he entered the dream realm again. Everything restarted again in the dream. The moment the wind-knocked grass was distributed, Fan Yuan used the killer move Unravel Dream several times, and in a few breaths' time, he untied the wind-knocked grass in his hand. Fan Yuan grabbed onto the seed as he raised up his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded!" At once, be it the beast men or children, they stared with wide open eyes as they looked at Fan Yuan in shock. The noisy scene turned into creepy silence. Chapter 9:14. Huge growth and attainment level. I will help you! After Fan Yuan untied his wind-knocked grass, he went to the child closest to him. Hee, rascal, you still want to help others? Sure! But you! The beast man leader snickered. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Fan Yuan. I know, if I can't save them, I will not leave, you can eat me. Fan Yuan waved his hand, speaking casually. Guh. The beastman leader choked up on his words, he could not say anything else. The surrounding children looked at Fan Yuan with hopeful and admiring gazes, as if they were looking at a hero. Lad, if you can save them all, I will step down as the leader. The beastman leader smiled sinisterly. But soon, he could not smile anymore. Fan Yuan did not follow the script, he used Unravel Dream continuously at an incredible pace. All of the captured children were saved one after another. If he were to untie the wind-knocked grass through his own efforts, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell immensely. To make a comparison, this was like playing mahjong, where everyone else was drawing random tiles, while Fan Yuan was changing the tiles to whatever he wanted. From everyone else's perspective, this sort of cheating behavior looked like Fan Yuan moving his fingers rapidly, no matter which wind-knocked grass he held. After turning it a few times over, it would be untied rapidly, until the seed was taken out from its centermost position. So simple. Simply too easy. This was the power of the Dream Path Killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes were shining with tears, they looked at Fan Yuan as their gazes was filled with unparalleled gratitude and adoration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide, they were dumbfounded, unable to believe this. I saved them all, I succeeded. Fan Yuan spoke calmly at the beastman leader. A moment later, the children understood the situation and erupted into a deafening cheer. Some were sobbing out of joy, some were jumping around excitedly. The beastman leader was speechless, he stared at Fan Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were growling or baring their fangs, they were tempted to strike. Fan Yuan was not afraid that the beastmen would go back on their words. In most cases, these tribal beliefs were extremely strict. Due to the culture and traditions of the tribe, they had to obey it. Of course, nothing was certain. In reality, there was the possibility that the Beastman tribe would go back on their words. But here, it was special, it was a dream realm. This was not reality. Indeed, like Fan Yuan had expected, the Beastmen were furious and discontent, but they could only watch the food that was in front of them leave. Passing through the dark forest, Fan Yuan led the group of children away from the Beastman tribe. They got far away from the bonfire. The children gathered around Fan Yuan, they walked together as they fell into silence. In the darkness, a speck of light expanded, until light filled his vision. Fan Yuan's soul returned to his body, he opened his eyes. Taking a look, Fan Yuan showed a surprised expression. He turned to the manifested dream realm behind him, he was filled with questions. How can this be? I have already saved all the children, I did this to the limits. How can I still be thrown out of the dream realm, and not enter the second scene? Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Don't tell me, my guess was wrong? Untying the wind-knocked grass and saving the children is not the correct method to pass the first scene? What clues did I neglect? Fan Yuan thought intensely, he worked his mind to its limits. Explorations of dream realms were difficult. Even if Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories, and was at the forefront of this generation, but when exploring the dream realm, he had no confidence in succeeding. Every dream realm was unique. The method to explore dream realms varied each time, it was hard to accumulate helpful experiences. Fan Yuan could only guess right now and try every idea he had. He could only persevere and not get frustrated to have a chance of passing the dream realm. Of course, in Fan Yuan's previous life, there were many instances where people explored dream realms and failed to make any progress for decades. Fan Yuan felt his head hurting. He had little confidence in his new guesses. In that case, I should go elsewhere and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fan Yuan had run into a barrier in this dream realm, he would not stubbornly stay in place. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was his main objective, he still definitely was going to obtain the Dragonfish, Hidden Essence Turtle, and the Desolate Plant. Changing his train of thought, Fan Yuan left this place, heading to another location. 2 hours later, Feng Jin Huang's pale face regained a bit of her rosiness. She opened her eyes. In her clear eyes, brilliance radiated. Guts Goo is truly helpful towards the healing and recovery of souls, it takes effect so quickly. She was joyful. Seeing that she was safe, the other 4 Spirit Affinity House Goo Masters heaved sighs of relief. They were here as bodyguards. If anything happened to Feng Jin Huang, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Jin Huang saw the desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fan Yuan left behind. Her gaze focused as she asked the Goo Masters around her. After hearing that during her healing period, no other Goo Masters had gotten close, she relaxed slightly. Finally, she inspected her body and confirmed that she had healed completely. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Goo and it displayed great capabilities while I was obtaining a boost in my refinement path attainment level. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is worlds apart. I cannot commit my earlier mistake again. Why does the dream realm look slightly smaller? Feng Jin Huang's gaze concentrated. She showed a suspicious look. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish. Even though Fan Yuan did not succeed, he had gained quite a harvest. His wisdom path attainment level rose. As the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. Fan Yuan gained something, the dream realm naturally lost something. It showed on the surface as the dream realm's size shrinking. It did shrink. How did this happen? Feng Jin Huang confirmed it repeatedly and felt more suspicious. Is this Immortal Venerable Dream Realm special? It will shrink as time passes? Feng Jin Huang did not suspect anything else. In this era, people's understanding towards dream realms was still at a primitive and ignorant level. Furthermore, in Feng Jin Huang's heart, she believed that her unique Dream Wings Immortal Goo provided superiority and advantages to her in Dream Path. Although she was suspicious, she could not verify anything. Eventually, she shook her head, ignoring the sense of suspicion inside her. She entered the dream realm again. Just as Feng Jin Huang entered the dream realm, Fan Yuan went to the location of the Hidden Essence Turtle in accordance with He Feng Yang's information. This Wisdom Path desolate beast was huge, it was like a mound. At this moment, the Hidden Essence Turtle's 4 limbs and head were hidden in its shell, its body was covered and hidden under rocks. Fan Yuan laughed lightly, he swooped down like an eagle ferociously. Boom boom boom. Intense explosions occurred, causing thunderous sounds. Fan Yuan and the Hidden Essence Turtle fought. At once, rocks flew, smoke was rising up. The Hidden Essence Turtle tried to resist at first, but it had no immortal goo and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fan Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After several rounds, the Hidden Essence Turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Fan Yuan attacked against the Hidden Essence Turtle and felt a little surprised momentarily. He laughed in a helpless tone. He did not exert his full strength, in fact, he rarely used his immortal goo. He had used Myriad Self-Giant Hand in many situations already. It would be best if he did not expose it. Who knew if other sects had preparations involving some investigative immortal goo? Fan Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the Hidden Essence Turtle hid itself, Fan Yuan did not rush. He split his focus onto 2 tasks at once. He made the battle grand and loud while savoring his gains from the dream realm. As he thought over it, he had countless inspirations that emerged in him. It was like a door had been opened in front of him. He could see the view outside of the house. This feeling was incredible, amazing. Fan Yuan was drowning in euphoria. Earlier, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I only started my wisdom path cultivation recently. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm is simply incredible. Such progress, if it was according to normal cultivation, would take him decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, each time he succeeded, he would have great gains. It was truly a great leap forward. Fan Yuan saved a lot of time. Why is there such thunderous noise? Fan Yuan was fighting intensely with the Hidden Essence Turtle. Groups of Goo Masters were drawn over to investigate the situation. Fan Yuan? How can he be so strong? No wonder the elders in the sect told us to avoid this monster Fan Yuan. He is simply cheating. This is so unfair to us. How can we compete with this monster? Eventually, Fan Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle and send it into his immortal aperture. During this period, many Gu masters were drawn over, but after doing some investigations, they retreated in fear. 36th failure. Feng Jin Huang opened her eyes in fatigue. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had become careful. Unfortunately, she did not have Unravel Dream, and had never interacted with Wind Not Grass previously. She failed a total of 36 times, not even untying it correctly once. Being able to survive in the dream was the most basic requirement for successfully exploring a dream realm. Failing to untie the Wind Not Grass meant she could not survive. The explorations failed. Thus, each time Feng Jin Huang explored the dream realm, the injuries to her soul after failing far surpassed that of Fang Yuan. She had to spend a lot of time to rest and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored it 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is so tough. I have Dreamwing's Immortal Goo, but it is still so difficult for me, not to mention others. Feng Jin Huang looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with dejection and frustration. Right now, as long as she thought about the appearance of the Wind Not Grass, this proud young genius would feel like vomiting. At this moment, Fan Yuan secretly got close to the dream realm. He had already captured the hidden essence turtle and nether grass. He was going to put his remaining time into the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After going through some intense deductions, Fan Yuan had a new idea. Just as Feng Jin Huang was anguished and dejected, Fan Yuan smiled confidently as he secretly entered the dream realm again. Chapter 9:15. The Biggest Winner. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was displayed in front of Fan Yuan once again. It was night. A huge fire was burning. Dancing around the fire were beastmen making beastly shouts and growls one after another. This was a celebration. A bloody celebration after hunting. Fan Yuan calmly looked around him. He was once again a human child bound tightly. Around him were many other boys and girls in the same situation. We are doomed, we are dead meat. Woe! I don't want to be eaten. The kids cried, desperate and pale. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he suddenly stood up and shouted, I want Wind Not Grass! The Beastman tribe's celebration had just entered a heated stage. And right at this time, Fan Yuan's voice suddenly pierced into this celebration. For a moment, the bestial calls paused and all the Beastmen looked at Fan Yuan with blood-red eyes. An enormous pressure was formed. The human children became as silent as cicadas during winter, shivering, some even peed their pants. Fan Yuan was without any expression, as he shouted once more. The Beastman leader grunted furiously before instructing with surging killing intent. Give it to him! Little rascal, I will be watching you. As long as you ruin even a small strand, I will use my trunk to roll your tender little body into meat paste. An elephant Beastman walked over and handed a ball of Wind Not Grass to Fan Yuan while threatening him. Fan Yuan chuckled and glanced at the Wind Not Grass on his hand before raising his head. 1? How is this enough? Give me 1 ball of Wind Not Grass for every human captive there is here. I will untie all the Wind Not Grass, and save all of them. Instantly, shock sounds came from all around. Be it the Beastmen or the children beside Fan Yuan, they all stared at Fan Yuan with different expressions. After the momentary shock, the Beastmen started laughing loudly. And the children who had felt hopeful, felt dispirited again, worried and desperate. Soon, all the Wind Not Grass were laid in front of Fan Yuan. The height of the whole Wind Not Grass pile was several times Fan Yuan's current size. Were he to use his own strength, it would be impossible to untie all this Wind Not Grass in the extremely limited time. Besides Fan Yuan, no one else believed he could succeed. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and began to disassemble the Wind Not Grass. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. This special Immortal Killer move was created with a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, as the core and several supplementary Dream Path Mortal Goo. Right now, it produced extremely great effects. However, although Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended after continuous use. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had never slacked off. He would take out some time every day to explore his own dream realm and refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. Little by little, these Dream Path Mortal Goo accumulated and were used at this moment. It was as the saying goes, opportunities favor those who are prepared. I have finally entered the second round of the Dream Realm. Fan Yuan felt satisfied inwardly. This time, he was not thrown out by the dream realm, and succeeded in his hopes of entering the second round of the dream realm. As it turned out, to pass through the first round of the dream realm, one had to save all the children. Fan Yuan had tried it before but was actually late by a step. In the original route of the dream realm, a portion of the children were already killed by the Elephant Man. The Elephant Man brought these children under the Beast Man leader's instruction, but he intentionally slipped up, smashing the tree trunk to the ground. The tree trunk easily crushed many bound children. Their flesh was fought over by the Beast Men and devoured. Although this did conform to the Beast Man tribe's traditions, it could be considered to be skirting around them. The Elephant Man was a famous warrior of the Beast Man tribe. The Beast Man leader and others also put up with this action. When Fan Yuan was subduing the hidden essence turtle and nether grass, he realized this key point and saved all the human children, finally succeeding in entering the second round. After passing the first round, my wisdom path attainment has probably reached master level. A lot of dream path mortal goo have been expended by repeatedly using the killer move Unravel Dream. I will need to be more sparing. It is a pity that when I followed the information obtained from Mo Yao's will to look for that spring dream fruit tree, it was already cut down by some ignorant mortals half a year ago. Otherwise, with this tree, the amount of dream path mortal goo with me would be at least 10 times the number. The first round should be derived from the memory of star constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood. Maybe it was a regret of hers. I saved all the children which could be considered as making up for her regret, thus succeeding in passing the first round. Now, what will the second round be like? Fan Yuan suppressed his churning thoughts and observed his surroundings. It was a mountain. In the lonely night sky few stars shone. Just like in summer, warm wind blew gently, bringing with it the fragrance of the lush mountain forest. The gurgling of the brook, the rustling of the leaves and the song of the nightingales mixed together to form sounds of nature that needed no words to adorn them. Compared the bloody, cruel and vicious first round, this second round was mild as a drizzle and gentle as a breeze. Move quickly, what are you being dazed for? As long as we can take 6 steps over the astrolabe chessboard, we can obtain the legacy of Lord Immortal Venerable. If we can become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we can learn abilities and become experts. At that time, we will avenge our families and kill those damned beastmen. The surrounding children urged Fan Yuan to move. When they saw him stop, Fan Yuan immediately understood some conditions to pass the second round. There are records of this in history. The first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history is known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was very aware of the drawbacks of the clan system, and to initiate a sect system, he set an example himself, setting up astrolabes in many places. As long as someone was able to walk 6 steps on the astrolabe chessboard, they could become his personal disciple. Fan Yuan recalled as he followed the surrounding companions towards the peak. There, he saw the famous astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a giant rock with a flat surface. On the rock were lines that were either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts. Every time the breeze blew, these lines would flash with deep blue starry radiance. When Fan Yuan approached closer, these starry lines directly passed through his eyes and appeared in his mind. At the same time, his soul was suddenly being consumed at dozens of times the previous rate. Many of the children who came with him stopped, unable to go forward, some even fainted on the spot. Fan Yuan concentrated and walked forward till he reached the giant rock. He then slowly put his palm on the rock's surface. Boom! His ears buzzed as he hallucinated. Those thin starry lines suddenly expanded into paths he was walking on. And Fan Yuan's whole body blossomed with starry radiance, becoming a star chess piece, stopping in this web of these starry paths astrolabe chessboard. Fan Yuan observed, cold sweat filling his head. He thought for a long while before taking a step hesitatingly. The next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm and returned to his physical body. His soul was heavily injured. One wrong step and everything failed. Fan Yuan's body swayed, almost falling down to the ground. The injury to his soul was much more severe than Feng Jin Huang's, almost costing him half his life. The second round of the dream realm is immensely more dangerous than the first round. Fan Yuan revealed a shocked expression before immediately calming down. But I have already passed the first round and received great gains. My wisdom path attainment has indeed already reached master level. There is still time, no need to hurry. I will use Gutsku to recuperate first, then slowly explore. While Fan Yuan was healing his injuries, opposite him, obstructed by the external manifestation of the dream realm, Feng Jin Huang had just finished recovering. She opened her eyes and stood up, intending to try again. Why has the dream realm shrunk again? Moreover, it has shrunken much more this time, almost by a third. Feng Jin Huang stared with wide-open eyes. Fan Yuan had passed the first round and received huge gains, thus the first round of the dream realm's external manifestation had disappeared. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nourishment for Fan Yuan. Could it be that someone else has succeeded in exploring the dream realm? Feng Jin Huang thought of this before laughing lightly to herself. That is not possible. Mother used the sex help and already deduced that I possessed the only dream path immortal goo in Central Continent. It seems this dream realm is truly special. It will gradually shrink with time. I need to hurry up. Feng Jin Huang squinted her eyes as she activated Dream Wings' immortal goo. Her dream wings flapped, bringing her soul into the dream realm. The moment she entered, Feng Jin Huang felt great joy. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. This is great. I finally don't have to face that damned wind, not grass. Right now, Feng Jin Huang was jumping with joy in the dream realm. However, after a while, Feng Jin Huang returned, utterly defeated. Her injured soul returned to its body, her face extremely pale. There is no more wind, not grass, but now there is this even more complex astrolabe chessboard. She bitterly looked at this dream realm in front of her, the external manifestation releasing all kinds of colors, gorgeous and mysterious. Grievance and anger filled her, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Jin Huang had gained many benefits from dream realms before, and with the Dream Wings immortal goo in her hands, she had gotten the thought that dream realms are just SOSO, having a low opinion of the obstacles inside. Over her life, she had never failed so miserably like this. She had already spent the last few days facing this dream realm. She had received all sorts of injuries dozens of times, but had not made even the smallest gain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I will remember you. Feng Jin Huang gritted her teeth, her eyes rolled backwards and she fainted. She finally could not endure the injuries. Time passed quickly. It was already the last day of the agreement. All the goo masters who had entered the fragment world came out and returned to the sides of their respective sex goo immortals, reporting on their findings. Soon, all the immortals' gazes gathered on Fan Yuan and He Fengyang. In this contest, Immortal Crane's sect without doubt monopolized the lead, not only eating meat, they did not even leave behind soup for others. In such a situation, Fan Yuan naturally did not want to stay for long. He completed the handover to He Fengyang on the spot, and left this valley while keeping his dragonfish. Fan Yuan remained silent about his gains. He was fully aware that he was the biggest winner in this contest. Chapter 916. Dual Grand Master. Who Immortal Blessed Land. The underground cave was shining with blood-red light. The faint blood-red light originated from stalks of blood-colored lingji in the cave. These blood-colored lingji grew freely. They were mutated from ordinary lingji. The original Shi forest was not suitable for Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison carrier earthly calamity, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained some blood path Dao marks. The environment of the entire area changed drastically. It was suitable for the growth of some blood path life forms. Thus, the originally dwindling Ji forest turned into a blood Ji forest. It grew rapidly and became extremely lush. And earlier, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 colored 7 treasure flowers, and milk tea flowers and more growing all over it, but they were all wiped out. When comparing the two, one could see how merciless heaven was. There was a feeling of great changes over time. There was some profound meaning behind it. Fan Yuan sat on a giant blood lingji. At this moment, he was slowly opening his eyes, letting out a breath of cloudy air. Earlier, when he moved about, he used the identity of Xing Xiangzi, as well as vaguely familiar face to disguise his appearance. Right now, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was in his base camp. He did not need to use immortal essence to maintain the transformation path killer move. Fan Yuan was in his original zombie form now. He had 8 arms, his face was green and his eyes were bright red. He was 6 meters tall with protruding fangs. He was shining with a cold glint among the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with a deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, the crystallization of time and space. It was moving and formed a stark contrast to his evil and ruthless appearance. Recalling his earlier thoughts, Fan Yuan let out a breath of foggy air. He sighed softly. The gains this time are simply too much. He had to admit this point. because from this exploration of the dream realm, Fan Yuan's star path and wisdom path attainment reached Grandmaster level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only made Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment level increase, it also raised his star path attainment level. Fan Yuan was very shocked regarding this. Grandmaster attainment level. What did this mean? After accumulating foundation in both his previous life and current life, Fan Yuan only became a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, Blood Path Grandmaster was because Fan Yuan cultivated Blood Path mainly in his previous life. It was accumulated through time. As for Strength Path Grandmaster, he had cultivated it on the side in his previous life, while mainly cultivating it this time. Because he had a foundation in his previous life, when he cultivated it this time, with the help of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, he obtained a chance to learn from heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was He Lu Lan's dream realm. With all these reasons, he managed to accumulate sufficient foundation. After exerting so much effort in both lives, using more than 500 years, he only became a Grandmaster in 2 paths. But this time, he only explored a dream realm of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and spent less than half a month, yet he was already a Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster. It was impossible to see his Grandmaster attainment level physically, but Fan Yuan knew, his gains were immeasurable. He could even say it was more valuable than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. My gains this time will allow me to grow immensely for this period of time. I can even break out of my predicament. Generally speaking, development was the result of accumulation and gradual progress. By growing slowly and steadily, one would achieve success in the end. But fortuitous encounters and windfalls would allow one to experience explosive growth, jumping out of a stale state and saving huge amounts of time, overturning the situation and obtaining an extraordinary achievement. Since rebirth, Fan Yuan had been resolving difficulties. He advanced bravely and had many gains. They were extremely helpful to him, allowing him to find solutions. Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull Goo, Bone Flesh Unity Goo, All Out Effort Goo, 3 Kings Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Second Aperture Goo, Becoming a Strength Path Goo Immortal and gaining inspiration from nature, as well as Wisdom Goo. Other than these, there were other areas in which he grew and progressed, but they did not overturn his situations. However, after this trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fan Yuan had gained a new shocking harvest, that was his dual Grandmaster attainment level. Among which, Wisdom Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. It had reached an agreement with Fan Yuan, but it was not his. The degree to which he could make use of it was not high. However, attainment levels were something that belonged entirely to the Goo Immortal themselves. In Fan Yuan's opinion, dual Grandmaster attainment level was more valuable than Wisdom Goo itself. Since rebirth, this can be considered another situation where I made immense and shocking gains, yet this time the process was very easy. It was unthinkably simple. Fan Yuan could feel the mysteries of the twists and turns over life and opportunities from this. He naturally had some guesses. Perhaps this was related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since he used Connect Luck, Fan Yuan's cultivation journey had become much smoother. The rise of his attainment levels, especially when they rose to Grandmaster attainment level, gave an incredible feeling. He could not describe it. It was as if Fan Yuan had previously been looking out of the window and seeing a large rock formation, filled with crevices and weeds. Now, he took a few steps up and could see further and higher. He could now observe part of the rock formation by looking down. He felt that this part of the formation was as tiny as a pebble beneath his feet now. When he looked further ahead, he could see more and understand deeper. Attainment level, this was something very hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even for the developed Goo Master cultivation world, everyone had their own explanations for it. There was no unified description. Fan Yuan's soul came from Earth. This difference made him possess a different understanding regarding the phrase attainment level. So-called attainment levels are like mathematics problems. By answering many mathematics questions, one can accumulate experience. When they get the correct answer, they will eventually understand the crux of them, gaining enlightenment and raising their attainment level. With this level of understanding, they can solve other related mathematics questions easily and get the right answer. When they encounter very unfamiliar questions, they can also use their existing knowledge to answer a portion of them. Thus, when Fan Yuan encounters questions in cultivation, because his attainment level rose, he could solve the question to varying degrees. For example, Fan Yuan's use of Wisdom Goo earlier was just superficial. It was a brutish and forced method. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he gained many inspirations and ideas. He could try to use some supplementary goo worms to make use of wisdom goo more efficiently. Another example was modifying goo recipes. Back then, Fan Yuan had tried to modify recipes of memory thought goo, star thought goo, and malicious thought goo, but because his wisdom path attainment level was low, he kept failing. He encountered impasses and could not advance. Afterwards, he successfully modified Star Thought Goo's recipe, but he was making use of Starlight Immortal Goo. It was not because of his own abilities. Now Fan Yuan could feel that he could modify these Goo recipes, and they would be even better than before. Going beyond this, Fan Yuan was even confident that he could perfect incomplete inheritances. Like earlier, Fan Yuan had obtained an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Memory Thought Goo, Reminiscence Immortal Goo, and multiple mortal killer moves were included. With his Grandmaster attainment level now, Fan Yuan could deduce this inheritance to a degree, and even restore it. Goo recipes could be modified. He could modify killer moves as well. The killer moves Myriad Self, vaguely familiar face, they were within the range of possible applications. Also battlefield killer moves, Fan Yuan could not find one after so long, but now he had the foundation needed to create one himself. Or for example, the construction of Starform Blessed Land. Earlier, Fan Yuan's plans needed huge amounts of funds. Now, with his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels, he could improve this plan and save an immensely large number of Immortal Essence Stones in construction fees. Furthermore, this new plan would be even more ideal and useful than the previous one. The raising of hairy men, his 8 sources of revenue, the use of Goo Immortal Souls, the claiming of Gupai Blessed Land, there were many things he could do. The rise of attainment levels was quite special. In conclusion, when attainment levels rise, the person experiences growth in all aspects. The Goo Master's cultivation journey would be refreshed, there would be great prospects, their strength would rise up as well. Time passed quickly. In terms of the 5 regions' time, half a month passed. 2 wills were intertwined, battling intensely. Fan Yuan's will had the complete advantage, he was suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fan Yuan's will's advantage continued to grow, he could almost toy with Mo Yao's will easily now. How can this be? How can your capabilities rise by so much? Mo Yao's will screamed in shocked anger. Before this, Fan Yuan had been using a similar amount of will to fight with Mo Yao's will, they were at best evenly matched, he was even at a disadvantage. But now, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level, he only used 1/3 of the will to defeat Mo Yao's will till she screamed in fear. From the start of the battle, Fan Yuan was implacably in the lead, suppressing Mo Yao's will and preventing her from doing anything. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a training dummy, I learned many techniques by fighting with her will. Now I am far beyond Mo Yao's will, I can use many techniques naturally and smoothly. Mo Yao's will has lost her value as a training dummy. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan drew back his will. He placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move in front of him, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fan Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he came to Eastern Sea and joined up with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land. The tough barrier back then, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was now resolvable by Fan Yuan, who was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Back then, Fan Yuan had thought that he would need the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Star Thought, to have a chance of dismantling 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, he could multitask, deducing the battlefield killer move while secretly sparring with Mo Yao's will. Most importantly, after tens of days had passed in the Blessed Land's time, under Fan Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the others were finally close to unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth. We are about to pass 8 Doors Labyrinth. To think that this Xingxiang Zi would suddenly become so fierce. 8 Doors Labyrinth, is this battlefield killer move the final obstacle in Yulu Blessed Land? The immortals were secretly excited. Boom! With a thunderous sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was thoroughly unraveled by Fan Yuan. Yulu Blessed Land's true appearance appeared before all the immortals. Chapter 9:17. Unmoving Troops. After dismantling the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, everyone field of vision widened, seeing Yulu Blessed Land's true appearance. Only to see that there were flashing lights in the sky, they were like traces of silk or streams of water, some were moving slowly, while others were creating dazzling ripples. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. Each light had a bright color. Dazzling light shined on everyone's faces. Fan Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others did not speak. They looked at this amazing sight as they showed some excitement and amazement. This Yulu blessed land was very different from normal blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had the sky, ground, vegetation, flowers, birds, worms, and fish. But here, there was nothing. Yulu blessed land was very unique. It was merely a broad space without any concept of sky or ground. There was no living beings, and there were also no resources that Gu immortals usually accumulated. Maybe this uniqueness is the reason why Yulu blessed land can set up battlefield killer moves of countless paths. Fan Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, there were huge conflicts between battlefield killer moves and blessed lands or grotto heavens. Few Gu immortals were capable of setting up battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Because battlefield killer moves used Gu worms to engrave down marks and temporarily create a battlefield. Meanwhile, grotto heavens and blessed lands were made of down marks. Because the down marks varied, they conflicted. When Langya blessed land was attacked by Qin Baixing and the others, Langya land's spirit did not use a battlefield killer move to resist them. That was because within the blessed land, establishing a battlefield killer move was detrimental to oneself. But Yulu blessed land went against this common sense of the cultivation world. In Fan Yuan's case, when he attacked Yulu blessed land, he had encountered 3 battlefield killer moves: Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. These 3 were evidently immortal killer moves from different paths. They would not normally gather in the hands of a single Gu immortal and become used in their immortal aperture. But within Yulu blessed land, not only were these 3 used, they did not clash with the blessed land at all. In fact, they seemed to complement each other in a way. Fairy Yulu was a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is not strange that her immortal aperture blessed land is like this. Su Bai Man looked as she let out a deep breath, saying this. Even though there are fewer resources here, if we can learn Fairy Yulu's methods and use it in our own immortal apertures, we would be able to use battlefield killer moves in it. That would be a huge gain. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes flashed with brilliance. At this time, a Gu immortal who went with them pointed at a direction as he shouted. Quickly look, immortal Gu! Everyone quickly looked towards the direction the Gu immortal was pointing. As expected, they saw a Gu worm that had a special appearance. It was long and slim, like a twig. It had numerous thin golden-colored wings, fluttering in the sky. The entire Gu worm looked like a branch of a long golden willow. This Gu worm quickly drilled into a nearby flashing light and vanished. But during this moment it was seen, its immortal Gu aura was undeniably exposed. Everyone's gazes became heated, their breathing became rough, but they were not surprised. There were naturally immortal Gu in Yulu blessed land. If there were no immortal Gu, how could those battlefield killer moves earlier be constructed? Even though Yulu blessed land did not have an accumulation of resources, with so many battlefield killer moves, it had to have a good number of immortal Gu. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed, breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though the main gains had to be given to Zombie Alliance, he was the person who took down the blessed land. He would gain the biggest reward of at least 1 or 2 immortal Gu. Other than that, by succeeding in taking down Yulu blessed land, he would also receive a huge sum of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If Shark Demon could find an immortal Gu that suited him, he would definitely take it for himself. This was the benefit of being the person in charge. If he found any mystical immortal Gu that could help him and his wife revive and get rid of the zombie status, that would be best. Reviving from being a zombie and becoming human, not only was Fan Yuan working towards it, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were doing the same. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, everyone started congratulating him. Su Bai Man smiled more subtly. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had put in huge investment into the mission of invading Yulu blessed land. They had almost used up their savings. On the surface, it could not be noticed, but Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were facing immense pressure. Right now, their investment was finally bearing fruit. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal Gu, all of their investments would be essentially paid off. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were joyous, the weights on their minds had been removed. Once Yulu blessed land is captured, everyone here will be compensated according to the contributions you have made. You will not be shortchanged. Shark Demon smiled as he spoke seriously. Everyone nodded. They stepped back and asked Shark Demon and Su Bai Man to go ahead. With immense benefits in front of them, some Gu immortals might become rash. Shark Demon's words were both an assurance and threat. Everyone could understand his underlying meaning. All right, everyone can wait and see. Shark Demon did not refuse. He struck. He willed and turned into a flash of light. With a swooshing sound, he tore through space and shot out. The direction was towards the golden willow branch like immortal goo earlier. Everyone saw Shark Demon rapidly approaching the immortal goo, but suddenly, there were ripples in space as Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a shocked expression. What happened? Subai Man asked in suspicion. Shark Demon shook his head. He said in an uncertain tone. It seems to be another battlefield killer move? Next, everyone tried but they could not move out. It attested to Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is definitely more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did all of you notice, every time we get transported back, we would be in our original spots. Our positions would not change at all. Such an ability, this has to be the legendary Unmoving Troops. The Goo Immortals discussed and eventually came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move, Unmoving Troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It obstructed everyone. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally. The work of an Immortal Venerable was truly profound. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a mild and kind temperament. He was vast different from the other 9 Goo Immortal Venerables. He was merciful. He did not like killing since he was young. He often subdued people with kindness, taking down enemies without fighting. Battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops. Once someone entered this formation with any intent to battle, malicious thoughts, or lust, they would be unable to progress at all, unable to move. In the past, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 Goo Immortal, he used this move to subdue a famous rank 7 Sound Path Goo Immortal, Gao Ming. In that battle, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not move. He only used the battlefield Immortal Killer move Unmoving Troops. No matter what methods Gao Ming used, he exerted all of his strength and did not even manage to get one step closer to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This battle made the arrogant Gao Ming lose his temper. He then followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard henceforth. Since this has to do with wills and thoughts, why don't we shut our minds and temporarily stop thinking? Fan Yuan said. It was not hard to achieve this. Goo Immortals mostly had some wisdom path techniques. Fan Yuan was currently disguised as Xing Xiangzi. He was also partly a wisdom path Goo Immortal. But everyone's attempts ended in failure. Some Goo Immortals did not have outstanding wisdom path techniques. During this process of moving forward, their desires and thoughts were stirred up, breaking their thoughtless state. Only certain Goo Immortals, including Fan Yuan, could achieve a state of having no thoughts. But the problem came after that. Without any thoughts, how could one capture any Goo worms? The body's movement was decided by the thoughts that were generated in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stay still on the ground. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move. The Goo Immortals themselves could not move. Sigh. No wonder back then, Goo Immortal Gao Ming became dejected and willingly submitted to the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard. To get through this round, it is hard. The worst part is, Yulu Blessed Land is right in front of us. Undeniably, this is the final obstacle, but we can only watch here and look on, unable to gain anything. Maybe this arrangement was the intention of Fairy Yulu. She purposely let us see hope, luring out our thoughts and desires. It increases the difficulty of taking down this battlefield killer move. If we really cannot succeed, we will have to retreat and seek reinforcements. Subai Man suggested as she frowned. Shark Demon looked ahead, becoming silent. Earlier, he had invited a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal over, but he lost an Immortal Goo to her, thus he did not at all like this idea. At the crucial moment, only a person on their own side could be trusted. Shark Demon looked at Fan Yuan. Now that Fan Yuan was part of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he was one of them. Shark Demon asked, Xing Xiangzi, do you have any means? If you do, use them. Don't worry, your compensation will not be small. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. To unravel this battlefield killer move, it can be said to be both easy and difficult. Oh? What do you mean? Fan Yuan looked around. Seeing that he had attracted all of their attentions, he said slowly, Everyone, do not be scared due to the reputation of Unmoving Troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, we are facing an unmanned battlefield killer move. It is far easier to deal with this one. That makes sense. Indeed, with a Goo Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move, it could transform and replenish continuously. but a battlefield killer move without any goo immortals controlling it is very inflexible. Everyone saw hope and felt joy after hearing Fan Yuan's words. But next, Fan Yuan's words threw them into dejection again. Attacking an unmanned battlefield killer move is relatively simpler. But to me, it is extremely difficult to unravel this current one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions crumbled, they cast somewhat unkind gazes towards Fan Yuan. One of the goo immortals said agitatedly, "Xing Xiangzi, you talked a lot of crap, just tell us if you're useless. Speaking like this, are you trying to toy with us?" Fan Yuan laughed as he looked at Shark Demon. Shark Demon showed no expression on his face, but it was obvious that his mood was currently terrible. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped his smiling expression. He bowed to Shark Demon as he said solemnly, "Why would I dare to toy with everyone? I am truly restricted by a lack of resources. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal goo, I would have great confidence in unraveling the battlefield killer move unmoving troops for sure." Chapter 9:18 Blazing Heaven Demonis. Shark Sea, Underwater Palace. Delicious delicacies filled the table, the aroma of wine pervaded the air, and the lantern lights shined brightly. In the banquet, Shark Demon and Subai Man sat on the main seats, treating two goo immortals in the hall with utmost cordiality. These two goo immortals were none other than Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. After they ran into a barrier in Yulu Blessed Land, and knew that staying longer would be of no use, Shark Demon and the group sensibly retreated. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had originally intended to leave, but were invited over by Shark Demon and Subai Man. This was already the third time Fan Yuan had participated in Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. Gulping down the fine wine, Shark Demon put down the wine cup and looked at Fan Yuan, suddenly asking, "Xing Xiangzi, how much assurance do you truly have in unraveling unmoving troops?" Fan Yuan thought inwardly, the time has come. Shark Demon and Subai Man had been talking about all sorts of irrelevant matters, but he just kept quiet and did not speak about the matter first. Shark Demon finally could not hold it in and spoke about the subject. Fan Yuan immediately replied, "Lord Shark Demon, you are also aware of how things stand for me. The wisdom path inheritance I inherited is complete. Moreover, recently, I have comprehended many mysteries, thus I could unravel the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth. But up until now, I have been suffering from having no relevant wisdom path immortal goo, thus my methods are limited and my capabilities insufficient. If I could refine this wisdom path immortal goo, I can definitely unravel unmanned unmoving troops." Tai Bai Yunxing, who was beside him, also backed him up. "I have known Brother Xingxiang for many years. I know he is not someone who exaggerates or speaks empty words. Since he says he has confidence, then he definitely has confidence. I can guarantee this." Subai Man, however, was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yunxing's guarantee, as she looked at the person in concern, Fan Yuan, and pursued, "If you have the wisdom path immortal goo, can you guarantee you can unravel that battlefield killer move?" Fan Yuan did not answer directly, instead taking a step back in order to advance further, intentionally giving a bitter smile. "How can I have complete certainty? This matter concerns Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 supreme experts in history. If something unexpected happens, it would be normal. But for now at least, based on the part that is shown, I am quite confident of unraveling it if I can have the help of the wisdom path immortal goo." Shark Demon and Subai Man glanced at each other. Although they were angry at Fan Yuan's slippery words, they were moved as well. There was no other way. They had suffered much hardship beforehand. Previously, they had spent a considerable price to invite other wisdom path goo immortals to help, but the outcome was emphatically not ideal. They even lost an immortal goo in the end. As for Xing Xiangzi, they had cooperated with him many times now, and knew many details about him. More importantly, Fan Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, and could be considered a person on the same side. Thus, Shark Demon and Subai Man's first choice was Fan Yuan. However, financing Fan Yuan to refine immortal goo was difficult as well. The cost of refining immortal goo was rather high, while the success rate was too low, and depended on luck. If luck was good, one could refine successfully in the first attempt. Then everything would be a joyous matter. But this situation was very rare. If luck was not good, there was a possibility of always failing. At that time, even if there was a huge pile of immortal essence stones, they would just be wasted with no gains. This was also the reason most goo immortals would rather capture wild immortal goo than to think of refining immortal goo themselves. Refining immortal goo was difficult, In the present cultivation world, many rank 6 goo immortals did not have even one immortal goo on them, and could only use mortal goo to hold their own. Fan Yuan was a special case. He had a lot of immortal goo, so many that were they to be exposed, perhaps people would not believe it. However, he had reborn, had fortuitous encounters, taken deadly risks, and faced all sorts of harsh conditions to obtain these immortal goo. Shark Demon and Subai Man did not know these details, but they were aware of Fan Yuan's intention. Fan Yuan wanted to rely on them to lend him a hand in refining Wisdom Path immortal goo. As far as they were concerned, Fan Yuan could not afford this expenditure and had no accumulations to refine immortal goo, thus he was making them help him. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely have scoffed, and not even given a thought. What a joke! How silly would he be to help others refine immortal goo? However, in the current situation, Shark Demon had to request Fan Yuan's help in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon had one question on his mind: was Xing Xiangzi fooling them? Was he using this chance to blackmail them, when even without immortal goo, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fan Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, but did not speak and only drank the wine. This moment and time was just perfect. Fan Yuan had confidence. Previously, the timing was wrong. Now Yulu blessed land was laid out in front of them like a juicy piece of meat dangling in the air, tempting Shark Demon. This had indeed done a great favor to Fan Yuan. As long as they completely dismantled unmoving troops, Shark Demon and Subai Man would gain lots of benefits, obtaining hundreds of times what they had invested. Naturally, with Fan Yuan's personality, he had already thought of devouring these alone, and backstabbing them. However, his strength was not enough to beat even just Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a veteran rank 7 immortal zombie. Although Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, it was not outstanding among rank 7 goo immortals. But this was already quite good. After all, Fan Yuan's cultivation was only at the bottom tier of rank 6. Fan Yuan could not defeat even Shark Demon, let alone when there were Subai Man and other goo immortals as well. As for Zombie Alliance behind Shark Demon, there was even less need to mention them. For a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fan Yuan was just a rat running across the street. Fan Yuan was rational and calm, and knew his own limits. He had observed and evaluated the situation before he joined this expedition, in order to get a share of the profits and extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fan Yuan drank the third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Subai Man had already finished their secret discussion. They quickly reached a consensus. They decided to aid Fan Yuan financially and help him refine Wisdom Path immortal goo. Even if it was Fan Yuan blackmailing them, they had no choice but to settle for it. They did not even force Fan Yuan to make an oath or use goo worms to probe out his true thoughts. Shark Demon and Subai Man were, naturally, not foolish. Besides urgently needing Fan Yuan's help for this final important hurdle, they also had another intention. That was to improve their relationship with Fan Yuan. After all, the Wisdom Path potential Fan Yuan showed was already worth it for them to make an investment. Wisdom Path goo immortals were rare. Having a friendship with a Wisdom Path goo immortal was very precious. However, just as Shark Demon was about to reply, there was suddenly a change. The immense sea shook intensely, thunder crackled, and countless chaotic sea currents pressed on towards the underwater palace. Immediately, a piercing fire pillar shot down from outside the sea, directly striking at Shark Demon's underwater palace with shocking might. Rumble! A loud sound reverberated through the area, and the magnificent underwater palace shined with the radiance of a defensive goo formation. However, the light could not last for even a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire pillar. In an instant, stones and bricks broke and flew in all directions, the palace turned into ruins, the fire kept on burning and was actually not extinguished by the sea. The extremely pleasant banquet had now thoroughly ended, as the endless sea water surged in, sweeping away all the furnishings and the delicacies of the banquet, and soon submerged Fan Yuan and the group. However, the four were all goo immortals, and had no problem staying in this depth of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, and did not need to breathe in the sea. He was dazed for a moment before suddenly standing up and looked at the sky above the sea, shouting in fury. "Such audacity! Who dares to attack my sea area?" Subai Man also stood beside Shark Demon, similarly gazing up, her expression pale. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshin glanced at each other, puzzled. Shark Demon had outstanding strength, and with Subai Man accompanying him everywhere, they could advance or retreat easily. Such a duel was already extremely dangerous to provoke. More importantly, there was also Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance behind them. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. They were a colossal force, a level stronger than even super forces, and could even be called an overlord of the Eastern Sea cultivation world. Who is it that came to attack Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon? Ha! Shark Demon had just shouted, when a voice resounded in everyone's ears. This is only a small appetizer. I am not only going to destroy your palace, I will also beat you low-life lovers till you can't even stand up. The voice was extremely arrogant and domineering. Moreover, from the voice, it was a female immortal. It's her? Subai Man said, her eyes widened, showing a clearly surprised and grave look. A bright red figure descended from the sky, pressing down into the sea and towards the 4 on the seabed. Fan Yuan gazed above at this female immortal, and saw she was descending extremely fast. Her whole body was blazing with fire which swayed in the water. As for her true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura. A rank 8 Gu immortal! Tai Bai Yunxing blurted. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, adding a sentence inwardly, more precisely, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately, Shark Demon shouted out the female immortal's identity. Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone crazy? You dare to attack a person belonging to Zombie Alliance like you? You are challenging Zombie Alliance's authority, and will definitely be severely punished. Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened, as he recalled that he had heard this name before. This name was a famous one. Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu immortal. She was from Northern Plains, the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. After Fan Yuan had infiltrated into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he had heard other members mention and talk of her many times, praising and revering Blazing Heaven Demoness' formidable strength and domineering style. Fan Yuan had not expected to see such a person in this way. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was covered in fire, laughed loudly. Shark Demon, don't talk nonsense. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak! What are you trying to do by stealing my immortal material? Subai Man was just about to question Blazing Heaven Demoness, but had not expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to blame them first. Shark Demon shouted. Nonsense! When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, go find a better reason. These last days I have only been paying attention to doing the assignment of Zombie Alliance, invading Yulu Blessed Land. When would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are just trying to start a quarrel. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, was not flustered, instead confidently laughing. Ha ha ha, I came here with a witness. Shark Demon, you won't be able to deny it. Shark Demon was so furious that he laughed. Good, good, let me see what witness you have. Chapter 9:19. Angry Bird. In the sea and under the water, the two sides were in a stalemate. It was a tense atmosphere. A moment ago, Fan Yuan was still enjoying a banquet with Shark Demon and his wife, having a joyous time. But at the next moment they were attacked. The entire underwater palace of Shark Demon was turned into rubble. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing as the latter transmitted. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert, she is not someone we can fight. Fan Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Bai Yunxing's intention, that was to sit and watch. At Gu Immortal level, the higher the rank, the greater the difference between them. Even if Fan Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon, and Subai Man collaborated and worked together sincerely, they might not be able to hold off Blazing Heaven Demoness over multiple rounds even if they disregarded the cost. This was an absolutely powerful foe. Normally, only rank 8 Gu Immortals could fight other rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this, thus, even though his house was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. With Shark Demon's temper, if his house was destroyed, he would burst into anger and attack. But because it was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he had to control himself even if he was angry. He knew he was not a match for the rank 8 Gu Immortal. The best way to solve this problem now was to use Zombie Alliance's rules and negotiate with her. Blazing Heaven Demoness had gone against the rules of Zombie Alliance. She was finding problems with an ally. How could that be allowed? Such blatant attacks are simply giving no regard to Zombie Alliance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled confidently, like she had already won. Shark Demon, isn't it simple to justify my actions? Bo-Dan, come out! Blazing Heaven Demoness called. Gu Immortal Bo-Dan stood out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He lowered his head, his expression was bitter, as he bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lady Subai Man, I was forced against my will. Seeing Bo-Dan, Shark Demon's expression turned dark. His wife Subai Man also snorted coldly. She had an idea of what Blazing Heaven Demoness' plan was. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scream. Shark Demon, Subai Man, the two of you instructed Bo-Dan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicine ice. I was in closed cultivation and was careless. The two of you actually succeeded. Today, I am here to seek justice. As it turned out, Bo-Dan was quite pitiful. Even though he was alive, he had no choice but to join Zombie Alliance. Just earlier, his private sea area was taken over by Blazing Heaven Demoness using brute force. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea using Xing Xiangzi's identity and joined Shark Demon in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Bo-Dan was a half-baked wisdom path Gu Immortal. His skill was lacking, he was schemed against by Fang Yuan. To protect his status, he had to bribe Subai Man and give her the rank 8 immortal material medicine ice, so that Subai Man would defend him. But Bo-Dan was still too incapable. He and Shark Demon slowly became estranged. Bo-Dan was left with no choice. He attempted to use Zombie Alliance to exert pressure on Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she would return him his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she was a higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Bo-Dan's plea and complaint, they dragged out his request and tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for this mere Bo-Dan? Thus, Bo-Dan's situation became increasingly pathetic, until Fan Yuan unraveled the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, and obtained a huge breakthrough in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Ever since Shark Demon invaded Yulu Blessed Land, he had been receiving heavy attention. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, with such great benefits, Blazing Heaven Demoness' greed was stirred. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level, she was superior to them and had great strength, but she could not forcefully take over the fruits of the labor of Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was the Zombie Alliance headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent Bo-Dan a message, lying that she would return him his private sea area and would compensate him. Bo-Dan had no long-term accommodation. As he was wandering about, he received this news and was overjoyed. In the end, when he returned, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Subai Man. Bo-Dan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he also did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Subai Man. He realized that he had fallen into a trap and was in deep regret, but now that he was in Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice left. In the end, he was captured by Blazing Heaven Demoness and was brought to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Bo-Dan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Bo-Dan was just a minor character, he was not crucial. This accusation would not hold up against any investigations. Shark Demon held in the anger inside him as he sneered at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, just say it if you want to pick the fruits, why must you implicate an innocent person? Subai Man followed. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert, aren't your current actions too ugly? Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was weak. But that did not matter. She just needed a cover, just an excuse would do. This excuse was only used to respond to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to obey her. To force Shark Demon and his wife, what was needed was not an excuse, but strength. Thus, she came here personally with overflowing battle intent. She was here to find trouble with them. Ha! Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter stopped. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked at the sea, suddenly saying, 3 moves. What? Subai Man was shocked. I will finish you off in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves of mine, I will pretend I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said sternly. Shark Demon and Subai Man looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed. All right. Let the 4 of us experience your power. Blazing Heaven Demoness' 3 moves agreement made Shark Demon see some hope. Of course, The most important reason was that they were helpless in this situation. He had to agree regardless of his wishes. Weaklings had no choices in the first place. Tai Bai Yunxing frowned slightly. He did not want to take action, but Shark Demon was crafty. With a few words he directly included Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing on his side, against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan was calm, showing no change of expression. Su Bai Man transmitted to them. If we can survive this ordeal, both of us will owe you a favor. As for compensation, we will pay you a sum that is sure to satisfy you. We hope that both of you can support us. Don't worry, we will do our best. Fan Yuan transmitted in return. In his mind, he had made his decision. He would just pretend to exert effort. Only an idiot would help in such a dangerous and pointless request. Su Bai Man nodded at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, showing a hint of gratitude in her gaze. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal. While Tai Bai Yunxing is skilled at healing, even if we perform badly later, we have sufficient reasons to justify ourselves. Fan Yuan stood out, standing with Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, facing Blazing Heaven Demoness who was at the surface of the sea. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed internally, standing beside Fan Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed lightly, with a look of nonchalance. She stretched out her hand, opening her 5 fingers. Suddenly, with a soft sound, an orange-yellow flame appeared in her hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, rubbing the orange-yellow flame. This lump of flame was extraordinary, it was very elastic. Blazing Heaven Demoness squeezed it as if she was squeezing a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame gradually formed into the appearance of a bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her hand as the fire bird jumped up from her palm, flapping its wings and chirping, happily fluttering around Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness toyed around with the fire bird, not attacking, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, Fan Yuan or Tai Bai Yunxing, they showed extremely ugly expressions. This fire bird had a cute appearance, but it was terrifyingly powerful in the eyes of the 4 Gu immortals. Once released, it would unleash shocking might. Not just this underwater palace, the rest of this shark sea, countless living beings in a huge surrounding area of water might be exterminated by a single blow. A rank 8 Gu immortal cannot be blocked by rank 6 or rank 7 Gu immortals. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this one attack, Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, may I know what is the name of this move? Shark Demon asked after a while. He spoke in a dispirited tone with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was careless when cultivating and flames of anger were burning my heart. I almost lost my life. When I was recovering, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 level killer move. I named it Angry Bird. Angry Bird? This joke-like name made Shark Demon feel some shock and also bitterness. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this on purpose. She wanted to display overwhelming strength to force Shark Demon to surrender. This was a very crude method, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was too overbearing. She was straightforward and had incredible cultivation level. With her battle strength, it was an effective plan. With just one move, Fan Yuan and the others had given up. Only Shark Demon was still hanging on. He said to the rest of them, "You 3, retreat first, I will handle this move." Before Fan Yuan and the others replied, Shark Demon took one step forward and said, "Angry Bird, it is a good move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please attack." Blazing Heaven Demoness was shocked. She squinted as she asked in suspicion, "Are you sure you want to face this move? Let's retreat." Su Bai Man's eyes shined with brilliance. She spoke to Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness' move was incredibly powerful. There was no hope even if the 4 of them collaborated. Right now, Shark Demon was facing her alone. Not only did he not want other people's help, even his wife Su Bai Man had such confidence in him. What was he relying on? "Alright, I want to see what is giving you courage." Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated. At her will, the angry bird tore through the water, shooting towards Shark Demon. But when it got to the bottom of the sea, a strong aura burst out, contesting Blazing Heaven Demoness equally. Shark Demon showed a smiling expression, like his plan had succeeded. Far away, Su Bai Man let out a sigh of relief. She explained to Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. "Back then, we chose this location to build our underwater palace. We naturally had our reasons." Chapter 920. Immemorial desolate beast, one-finger flow shark. A surging, vast aura. Everyone's gazes were attracted to it. The sea became turbulent, and tides started to rise. Countless undercurrents formed in the seabed and moved rapidly while intertwined together, like countless giant dragons or pythons. Undercurrent vortex started forming and continued to increase in numbers sharply. Soon, the dangerous vortexes numbered to thousands, filling this sea area. This is? Tai Bai Yunxing was startled. Immemorial desolate beast! Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. Shark demon and Su Bai man stared fixedly at the center of this aura. There, the form of the immemorial desolate beast was gradually revealed. The state of the enemy was unknown. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had no choice but to stop her attacks for the moment, recalling the small fire bird to her side. The sea tides rose and fell along with the rough waves. The surface of the sea became dangerous while the undercurrents flowed chaotically inside the sea. Several breaths later, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast's true appearance was completely revealed. This formidable immemorial desolate beast was unimaginably small and dainty-looking. It was so small that it was actually the size of an adult's finger. This was a shark. An extremely exquisite and cute shark. The size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver light. This light was not dazzling but mild, like a silk cloth that gently covered the small shark. Such a formidable aura, yet its body is like this. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed, having a strange expression at this sight. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, showed a trace of seriousness. The small shark ignored Fan Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest behind it. From the start, its 2 eyes had been gazing at Blazing Heaven Demoness, revealing intense enmity. Shark Demon let out a breath, and transmitted his voice to Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. My plan has fortunately succeeded. Don't underestimate this small shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark? Tai Bai Yunxing looked surprised and shocked. Ordinary Gu immortals would not know of the one-finger flow shark, but as a time-path Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yunxing had long since heard of its name. In fact, almost all time-path Gu immortals knew a mnemonic, one-finger flow shark, an instance of brilliance. Flowing water and clear voice, heaven is impartial. It was no exaggeration to say that the one-finger flow shark was known widely because of the mnemonic. It was a rank 8 time-path desolate beast, bearing extremely large amounts of time-path Dao marks, thus it could swim in the river of time with its physical body. The one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and does not reveal itself. The 2 of us also found its tracks by chance. Later, we intentionally requested for this sea area from Zombie Alliance, and built this shark's sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly chuckled. So it was like that. No wonder you 2 stopped at no expense to exchange for an immortal killer move of the Enslavement Path Grand Master, 180 slaves, from Zombie Alliance, lower controls higher. It was to use this Enslavement Path killer move to subdue this one-finger flow shark, right? Enslavement Path had always been about enslaving higher beasts to control lower. For instance, back when Fan Yuan was in Northern Plains, using Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's identity to participate in the contest of the Imperial Court, he had used myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and so on to indirectly control the whole wolf army. After all, one had a limited soul foundation. Enslavement Path Gu masters could not directly control all the wild beasts. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the controlling power of the Enslavement Path Gu master would be, the more their soul would have to endure, and the less capable they would be in displaying skillful control. But this was not absolute. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. The wisdom of humans was undoubtedly at the top of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there once appeared an Enslavement Path Grand Master. He had a rough childhood, being born as a slave, and thus had very meager status. He used all the opportunities he obtained and took risks, continuously maturing and finally climbing to the pinnacle. He was 180 slaves. A generation's genius. Normal enslavement path methods were to use those of higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. This was not without reason. For instance, an emperor was the ruler, wielding absolute power, sitting high above. But sometimes, when the people are united and of one mind, the emperor would also be trapped by the people's will, and would be forced to do things against their own will. Facing blazing heaven demonist speculation, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guess right, that is the case. I have been constantly managing the shark groups in the sea area. It is to use these shark groups to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment is insufficient, and I also don't have the immortal goo forming the killer move lower controls higher, thus, I haven't succeeded until now." Hearing this, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon had a huge target. His ambition truly was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Those able to advance to goo immortals indeed were not simple. If he truly succeeded and had such an aid, Shark Demon could be considered half a rank 8 goo immortal. His status would immediately rise, with fame and benefits flowing in rapidly. Currently, he might not have succeeded, but he had made some achievements. At the least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it had not cared about Shark Demon's side, and instead directed all its hatred and anger to blazing heaven demoness. Shark Demon continued, "Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also contains several time path immortal goo." The intention of his words was to make blazing heaven demoness aware of what she was dealing with and make her retreat. This was not revealing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was overflowing with the aura of immortal goo without being concealed. Even Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could clearly feel it, let alone the rank 8 immortal zombie blazing heaven demoness. It is rumored that the River of Time is home to countless time path goo worms. The one-finger flow shark can freely move around in the River of Time, thus having immortal goo is not strange. Tai Bai Yunxing whispered to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. He had to move deep into the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability? The one-finger flow shark was extremely rare, and there were probably not many even in the River of Time. To put it in other words, this was a major opportunity that could not be sought out and only found through chance. No wonder Shark Demon and Subai Man stopped at no expense, spending endless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha! Shark Demon's words made blazing heaven demoness laugh loudly. "Listening to what you say makes my urge to strike even stronger." "Shark Demon, you want to rely on an outside force to make me retreat? To win without fighting? Hee, wishful thinking." The moment she finished speaking, blazing heaven demoness pointed with her finger. The small fire bird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, flying straight towards Shark Demon's direction. "It's coming!" Shark Demon, Fan Yuan and the rest felt their hearts chill, their whole body turned tense as they became extremely vigilant. The fire bird seemed harmless, but in truth, its power was vast and extraordinary. However, at this moment, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, resembling a silver firefly as it pounced at the fire bird. The two were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and there was no explosion. The instant they collided, a strange thing occurred. Both sides, which were extremely fast, suddenly stilled. Turning from extreme speed to extreme stillness, at that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird seemed to have transformed into a painting. Such a transformation gave the spectators a feeling of being too abrupt. Shortly, Fan Yuan and the rest saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, using its exquisite nose to lightly poke the small fire bird. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark made an extremely elegant motion. Its whole body leaped over the small fire bird and continued to swiftly move ahead. In the blink of an eye, the stillness ended. The speeds of the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird were restored. However, the former had already moved past the small fire bird and was charging towards blazing heaven demoness, while the small fire bird was moving towards Shark Demon and the rest of the group. Shark Demon and Subai Man were already extremely alert, and when they saw the small bird nearing them, they held their breaths, preparing to contend with it. Fan Yuan was almost about to pull away and retreat, but right at this moment, the small fire bird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc as it turned around, chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon was able to avoid this confrontation, but he was instead pale from shock. This small fire bird can move smoothly according to the controller's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, there are definitely wisdom path methods mixed in it. Fan Yuan analyzed rapidly. That scene just now should be because a certain time path immortal goo in the one-finger flow shark activated. This immortal goo can cause the flow of time in a certain range to become extremely slow. It seemed like the two turned from extreme speed to almost complete stillness, but their speed had actually not changed. Tai Bai Yinshin quickly said. Su Bai Man nodded and added, not only that. When the one-finger flow shark poked the firebird's body, the immortal goo's aura had changed again. It should be the activation of the second time path immortal goo, it is just that its effect is unclear. The moment she finished speaking, the effect showed up. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression suddenly changed, because the small fire bird chasing the one-finger flow shark had suddenly detonated. Boom! Like a crack of thunder resounded over the area. Flames accompanied the surging blast, as it ferociously spread everywhere. In an instant, an immense quantity of seawater evaporated and countless lives were lost. A hemispherical crater formed over the whole sea. When the fire bird had detonated, it had already flown out of the sea, but the bottom of the crater had unexpectedly touched the soil of the seabed. Next, the surrounding seawater surged in to fill the gap. Swoosh! Tides surged, and huge waves stirred up in the sea. The soil on the seabed rolled and mixed in with the water, making visibility extremely poor. Fan Yuan and the rest were in a rather miserable state. They had no choice but to fly out of the sea and float in the sky as they continued to watch the battle. They saw the one-finger flow shark shoot directly towards Blazing Heaven Demoness' face like a silver arrow. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression became more focused. How would she dare to take it head-on? Man is the spirit of all living beings. This phrase was not false, but when strength, recovery, speed and so on were compared, humans were not outstanding among the endless living beings. Even after becoming goo immortals, they usually could not compare to desolate beasts. The one-finger flow shark was small, but it was an immemorial desolate beast, its small body concealed incomparably frightening brute strength. Chapter 9:21. Big fish eat small fish. The one-finger flow shark shot forward. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivated fire path, not strength path. She knew it would be hard to resist it head-on. However, she had extremely rich experience, and the sacrifice of the small fire bird had huge value. Fan Yuan and the rest had been able to get some information from it. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally was not an exception. Fire path killer move, 5 fingers blazing chains. At that instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the most sensible decision. She quickly retreated, while spreading open her right hand. Her 5 fingers turned into 5 thin flames. They were like whips or chains as they moved to tie up the one-finger flow shark. The 5 fire chains were just about to coil around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene occurred. The time in the area around the one-finger flow shark suddenly slowed down to an extreme. However, as a time path desolate beast, this had lesser restriction on the one-finger flow shark with its adapted traits, and huge numbers of time path Dao marks. The 5 fire chains coiled around, but one-finger flow shark swayed nimbly, moving through the tiny gaps in an inconceivable way before successfully getting past them. It then charged towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, directly piercing through her forehead. The exquisite shark was like a silver arrow as it pierced out of the back of Blazing Heaven Demoness' head. Success? Su Bai Man was shocked as well as happy. Shark Demon's eyes shined with a ferocious and restless light. An immortal zombie's body did not have fatal points like normal goo immortals, but the head was one of them. The thought processes of immortal zombies was slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path goo worms to create thoughts and help them in their thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although not fatal, it was a serious injury. If the 4 of us can take this chance to attack. The moment this thought appeared in Shark Demon's mind, the one-finger flow shark changed its direction, shooting backwards as it pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. A dark fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes in Blazing Heaven Demoness' head and chest had been restored to their former states. Even Fan Yuan was left speechless at this sight. Such a formidable killer move, it can actually make the recovery so fast. Blazing Heaven Demoness covered her chest as she stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. In spite of having been heavily injured, she was smiling. Interesting. This has 3 time path immortal goo. One can slow down time, one can speed up time, and the last can change the perception of time. Although she did not know what time path immortal goo they were and what were the limits of their power, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to make some rough conjectures. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the small fire bird and dodged the 5 fire chains, it had used the first-time path immortal goo to slow down time. As for accelerating time, it used it when it poked the fire bird. The fire bird could not be maintained for long, and a part of it had reached its limits after the one-finger flow shark had hit it. The explosion of this part subsequently caused the explosions of the other parts, finally destroying the stable structure of the fire bird, causing the fire bird to explode, which almost dried up the surrounding parts of the sea area. Finally, when the one-finger flow shark pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest, it used the last-time path immortal goo to influence Blazing Heaven Demoness' perception of time, causing her to not be able to dodge and take the attack directly. Shark Demon's frown not only became deeper, he also felt the situation had turned bad. The one-finger flow shark indeed clearly had the auras of 3 immortal goo. In just a few moves, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. This was a clear display of this rank 8 goo immortal's extremely formidable proficiency in fighting. At the same time, it also showed the superiority of immortal killer moves to immortal goo. Goo worms had one ability, others could often find the details of the immortal goo after it was used just once. However, immortal killer moves were different. They were a combination of countless goo worms. Not only did this conceal the core immortal goo, enemies would also find it harder to counter the effect. Just like Shark Demon expected, as the fight continued, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her battle tactics. She split into 5 or 6 clones, each was lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was tired out rushing this way and that. Its offensive was seemingly impressive, but it was actually being played by these clones to move around in circles. Wild beasts are wild beasts in the end, they don't have enough wisdom. If it had an investigative immortal goo, maybe it could see through these clones, a pity. It looks like the battle situation is set. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already obtained the advantage. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing secretly conversed, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that at this stage, the battle had already lost any suspense. Regarding the one-finger flow shark, its real chance had been during the initial stages. If it could have used this opportunity when Blazing Heaven Demoness was still unaware of its trump cards, it perhaps could have killed her. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed out its cards, she had changed her tactics and immediately took over the battle situation. Unless there was an outside interference, this battle would have only one possible outcome. The only outside forces at present are Shark Demon and Subai Man. But do they truly have the courage to go against a rank 8 expert? Fan Yuan glanced at the immortal zombie couple and inwardly shook his head as he saw their hesitant looks. The true chance had been the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. But Shark Demon already lost this chance. Although his name included the word demon, he lacked the mentality of taking risk in spite of danger. It could be because he had been part of Zombie Alliance for too long and lost the enthusiasm to fight by himself. It could also be that he had misgivings about dragging down Subai Man. Even Shark Demon and Subai Man, as the people involved, were like this. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, who were just external aid, would be even more unlikely to take this risk. After secretly communicating for a while, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing made the decision to act according to the circumstances and look to retreat when there was a chance. Sirs, please make your moves. We are unable to distinguish the clones of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Sirs, if you have a method, please break this deception for the one-finger flow shark and point out the location of the true body of Blazing Heaven Demoness. This will make the situation turn for the better. At this moment, Subai Man suddenly transmitted her voice, requesting earnestly. At the same time, Shark Demon also added, "If you can succeed, we will reward you heavily, you won't regret it." Without any consideration, Fan Yuan refused with a bitter smile. "Lady Subai Man overestimates us. You two have been rank 7 goo immortals for many years with plenty of methods and deep foundation. We are unable to match you. Even you two don't have a way to solve this. How can the two of us be of any help?" Tai Bai Yunxing similarly shook his head. "I only specialize in healing. This matter regarding investigation is beyond my ability." Subai Man did not say anything more while Shark Demon gave a gloomy look at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, his expression clearly not pleased. Fan Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Subai Man. Honestly speaking, it was not that Blazing Heaven Demoness method could not be resolved. But Shark Demon and Subai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they moved to help the one-finger flow shark, it definitely meant they would attract Blazing Heaven Demoness fury and her counterattack. Shark Demon and Subai Man feared Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move, wanting to preserve some leeway. Thus they wanted to make Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shin cannon fodder. How could Fan Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Thus, his reply had deep intentions. Both sides were astute. Shark Demon and Subai Man realized Fan Yuan had seen through their plot, so they did not attempt to persuade any further. Now it seems the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, not concealing his fearful expression. It was rumored that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she had fought with the rank 8 Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in Northern Plains over possession of a certain fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, but in the end she failed, despite being on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness was so furious, she used the killer move Blazing Heaven to directly burn down the whole fragment world, annihilating countless living beings. If I can have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's hard work and plans all turned to dust at the last moment. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, blatantly had taken a demonic path action. Thus, after burning down the fragment world, she incited public outrage. Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure without any fear, even proclaiming that if anyone continued to make a fuss, she would burn down that person's blessed land. Since she could even burn down a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, burning down a blessed land was clearly a simple matter. The righteous path choked on their words, as they unexpectedly discovered they could do nothing to this brazen Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one could be an overlord. If they truly shed off all pretenses and started sneak attacking and harassing, any force would feel an incomparable headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was a rank 8 great expert after all. Although her battle strength could not match a normal rank 8, it could not be looked down upon and was not someone they could force. If they went beyond the limit, and Blazing Heaven Demoness decided to attack, these righteous path forces with many assets to take care of would be the ones to suffer. Those with a bottom line are afraid of those with no bottom line, those who follow the rules are afraid of those who don't. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' name spread throughout Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to hold their heads high, and no one could bully them. It was only after Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains to look for fortuitous encounters in Eastern Sea that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fell back into a predicament. It could be said that Blazing Heaven Demoness had single-handedly brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to power and glory. Now, Blazing Heaven Demoness was fighting against the one-finger flow shark without even using her signature killer moves. She clearly had a lot of spare strength left. Fan Yuan even had a slight suspicion that Blazing Heaven Demoness had intentionally used the clone technique to try to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, thus finding another excuse to make trouble. Although Shark Demon was not duped, Blazing Heaven Demoness' move had created a rift between Fan Yuan and Shark Demon. The one-finger flow shark, an immemorial desolate beast with 3-time path immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not only dealing with it easily, but she had successfully plotted against Shark Demon, Fan Yuan and the rest who were observing the battle. It was clear that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength along with skill and strategy. This type of enemy was extremely hard to deal with. To put it in other words, goo immortals who could slowly climb up from rank 1 to rank 8 were certain to not be idiots. Each of them were true experts rich in both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Subai Man's expressions became even more gloomy. They had already secretly sent requests for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters at the start of the battle. The battle had lasted for so long that those who should have come would have already arrived, but no reinforcements had arrived. Blazing Heaven Demoness had not arrived rashly, she had already bribed those in charge and made sufficient preparations, which was why Shark Demon and Subai Man's requests for reinforcements were ineffective. Shark Demon even guessed that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement of sharing profits with the highest-ranking members of Zombie Alliance. In an instant, Shark Demon and Subai Man's hearts sank to rock bottom, their intent to battle kept lowering and the anger in them gradually dissipated, leaving behind extreme bleakness. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the normal course of behavior in this world of goo. This couple, who had been big fish since the beginning, now became small fish in front of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they match her? Let alone when Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had matching intelligence. Shark Demon and Subai Man simply did not have any hope no matter how hard they struggled. Sigh. Shark Demon heaved a long sigh before he suddenly lowered his head. Enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not capable enough. In consideration of Zombie Alliance's situation, it would be better if you lead us to take down Yulu Blessed Land. Hee, Shark Demon, you know when to advance or retreat, very good. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter came from above the battlefield. Her laughter stopped, and the fake bodies in the battlefield burned until there was nothing remaining. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stayed dazedly in place, seemingly at a loss on what to do. Shark Demon heaved another sigh, as he pursed his lips and let out hooting sounds. The one-finger flow shark was pacified. It lightly swung its tail as it dived into the sea again, and soon disappeared. Clearly it had gone back to the river of time. Shark Demon's method gave a shock to outsiders like Fang Yuan. Shark Demon's influence over the one-finger flow shark was already quite remarkable. Given some time, he might truly be able to control this immemorial desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She gave a deep look at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. You are Xingxiangzi? I am. Blazing Heaven Demoness announced with a forceful tone that allowed no refusal. From now onwards I have enlisted you. In the following invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, you must use your full capabilities. I won't allow any slacking. Chapter 922. Conclusion of the 100 Days Battle. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness command him so overbearingly, Fang Yuan was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Shark Demon and Subai Man, this couple had put in a lot of effort to attack Yulu Blessed Land. In the end, right before they obtained the fruits of their labor, Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them for herself. They were really pitiful. Shark Demon and Subai Man had put in so much, almost all of their life savings had been invested into it. After getting robbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were heavily crippled. They lost a great deal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Shark Demon and Subai Man died while Shark Sea was invaded by others. Was this part of the cause? But Fang Yuan did not feel distaste for Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not feel pity towards the predicament of Shark Demon and Subai Man. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness' cultivation level, he might have been more overbearing in his actions. Big fish eat small fish. This was the rule of the cultivation world. It was bloodthirsty and cruel. But any person who was older and had more experience would understand, this was the norm. It extended to all parts of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was the same. When benefits were involved, friends would betray each other, brothers would become enemies. This was all too common. The only difference was, they used excuses to make their actions seem grand and righteous. The truth was, there were people who, on the surface, were virtuous, but in the dark, they were dirty and despicable. But this was not wrong. To survive and reproduce was the nature of all living beings. But Blazing Heaven Demoness interference created a huge impact that would influence Fang Yuan's plans. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is also astute and calculative, more difficult to deal with than Shark Demon and Subai Man by 100-fold. But she has quite a lot of wealth. Maybe she can subsidize me in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. There is also another advantage. Getting close to her would give me a greater chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and entering Earth Trench, in order to get that treasure. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already thought matters through. The moment Blazing Heaven Demoness finished her words, Fang Yuan cupped his fists, smiling bitterly. I would not dare to defy Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' orders. But I have my difficulties. I had just mentioned this to Lord Shark Demon earlier. In order to unravel the final battlefield killer move, I will need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo first. Shark Demon snorted coldly. Fang Yuan had changed sides rather too quickly. Subai Man thought to herself, this Xingxiangzi seemed to be a gentleman ordinarily, but to think that he was without a backbone, he could fawn and bend over to others to curry favor, he had no integrity at all. Fang Yuan did not care about their thoughts. They were already out of this game. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who joined partway, managed to stay. Seeing Fang Yuan's straightforward gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin. She smiled with deep meaning. You want to refine Immortal Goo? This is easy. I will fund you. Northern Plains Luopa Valley. Another earth-shaking intense battle had just reached its end. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in bad shape, crushed rocks were everywhere. It was as if this was the aftermath of both an earthquake and a hurricane. The Gu immortals from Central Continent had various injuries. They were focusing their attentions on Feng Jioge right now. Admiration, trepidation, confusion, heaviness, fear, complexity, they had a number of different emotions. Feng Jioge won again. His opponent is Qin Baixing, but even with his strength, he could not resist Feng Jioge's powerful attacks. He has already won 7 battles in a row. Qin Baixing is completely at a disadvantage against Feng Jioge. The 100 Days battle, only after 100 days did we see its results. Honestly speaking, Qin Baixing is immensely strong, but he actually faced off against an even stronger opponent, Feng Jioge. Looking at the time, Central Continent's gang had reached Luopa Valley and attacked it for over 3 months, met with the stubborn resistance of Shadow Sect's Qin Baixing and others. 100 Days battle. This was a true 100 Days battle. Under normal circumstances, Gu immortals would not fight for such a long time. In terms of scale, there were more than 10 Gu immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains involved. They were all shining experts. One could say, for the last 1,000 years in the 5 regions, there had not been a battle of such scale. If this was announced, the world would be shaken, commotions would arise, the attentions of innumerable observers would gather on them. But it was a pity, be it the Central Continent Gu immortals who were investigating secretly, or the hidden Shadow Sect which sought to remain in the dark, they did not want this battle to be exposed. Thus, this battle that should have shaken the whole of the 5 regions remained a secret from start to finish. Regarding this, the two sides had a sort of tacit understanding. Ever since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial members had always been Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing. Initially, they were equally matched, it was a stalemate. Qin Baixing, who had the territorial advantage and the battlefield killer move 100 million slaughterfield, showed a slight edge. But after that, Feng Jioge got stronger as he fought. He displayed his immense talent and ability. The two sides gradually became even, then Feng Jioge expanded his advantage little by little. Eventually, in the last few days, Feng Jioge's battle strength had risen after a long period of intense fighting, and finally defeated Qin Baixing. 1 or 2 wins was nothing. But winning 7 fights consecutively, it proved that Feng Jioge firmly had obtained the advantage. The Shadow Sect members slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Feng Jioge stood proudly at the front. Seeing that their enemies had hidden into the valley, he spoke calmly. His expression was pale, he had over a dozen injuries on him, blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. His originally brimming Gu immortal aura had weakened to an all-time low. But all these could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought Qin Baixing, it was a difficult and dangerous fight. But it was because of these tough fights that Feng Jioge could be polished, like a rock polishing a jade and turning it brighter. Ever since Feng Jioge joined Spirit Affinity House, he rarely had the chance to engage in such intense fights. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jioge had a high status and reputation, nobody wanted to find trouble with him. This battle that went on for 100 days would make other Gu immortals feel pain and anguish, but Feng Jioge felt a nostalgic euphoria. This made him think about the splendid times when he was still in the demonic path. But there was a slight regret in his heart. Demonic path. Using all of my strength to fight. It is a pity, I can no longer return to such an exciting time. Right now, Feng Jioge had a family, he could not take risks easily. Furthermore, these Gu immortals behind him were from the other 9 sects, their intentions were hard to decipher. If Feng Jioge really got heavily injured after fighting, who knew what actions they would take? Feng Jioge remembered what his wife, Bai Qing, had instructed him. After all, back then, Feng Jioge had challenged all 10 sects and made them lose their faces. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other 9 sects without giving them any chance to overturn the situation. Whenever Feng Jioge spoke, the other immortals had to listen. After the 100 Days battle, Feng Jioge's reputation was already deeply ingrained into everyone's hearts. Cough, cough, cough. After Qin Baixing retreated into the valley, he started to cough uncontrollably. His expression was pale as paper, each time he coughed, there was blood. Your injuries are getting more severe. Fairy Jiangyu, who was holding him, said in worry, she was frowning tightly. Feng Jioge is too despicable. He Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, growled angrily. Even though he is fighting you alone on the surface, he is actually getting his people to act like they are charging ahead, threatening our defenses and forcing you to be distracted. If not for that, why would you lose consecutively? Qin Baixing said grimly. Say no more. Winner takes all, a loss is a loss, there is no need for excuses. This Feng Jiugu truly has immense talent. Using his own understanding, he created his personal sound path killer move and got to this stage. Even as an enemy, I am truly in admiration. Using his own advantages to scheme, plot, and gather superiority, that is the way of fighting. If he did not use these methods, I would have looked down on him. Saying this, Qin Baixing coughed again, spitting out a huge pool of warm blood. He gasped weakly, looking around him. After the 100 days battle, only 5 were left: Hui Fengzi, He Qing, Jian Yu, He Lang Zi, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. Originally, they had Shui Song Zi, but when they attacked Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fan Yuan. After leaving Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Gu Immortals joined them, but both of them were killed by the Central Continent Gu Immortals in the 100 Days battle. However, the Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered greater losses. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, as well as 2 Gu Immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortals Sect had died. Trying to take advantage of Qin Baixing, how could that be possible? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had suffered heavy losses. But at this point, the most crucial member, the pillar of support, Qin Baixing, was heavily injured. Luopa Valley's territorial advantage had been overcome. The remaining 5 Gu Immortals knew the 100 Days battle had ended, they were the losers. Qin Baixing tried to improve their mindsets. Even though we lost the battle, it is not over yet. Feng Jiuji's group is not united, they cannot fight us wholeheartedly. I successfully stalled for enough time. We just need to wait for one more night. When that immortal Gu matures in the valley, we would have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, all 5 of you will charge out. I will stall these people from Central Continent. Lord Qin Baixing. Everyone was shocked. Qin Baixing's decision was simply courting death. This was hard to understand. From their perspectives, if it was Hui Fengzi, He Qing or He Lang Zi, they would definitely only care about their own lives when they were in this state. Why would they care about others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Qing, and He Lang Zi kept their thoughts to themselves. They looked at the 3 people from Shadow Sect secretly: Qin Baixing, Jian Yu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. They were the core of Shadow Sect, the others were just outside reinforcements. Silence ensued. Everyone walked to their resting places. This will be it. Use this time to rest. Tomorrow, your performances will decide whether you succeed in breaking out or not. Qin Baixing waved his hand weakly, dismissing them. He Qing, Hui Fengzi, and He Lang Zi felt very heavy, their gazes was uncertain. The 3 wordlessly decided to rest together. They were guarding against the possible betrayal of Shadow Sect. But late into the night, the 3 were summoned by Qin Baixing. Chapter 923. Breaking Out. Late at night, in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing and the other 5 immortals gathered. Qin Baixing handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal openly. This immortal Gu is very important. I am entrusting it to you now. The black-robed Gu Immortal nodded. He was wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Even up until this point, none of the Gu Immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, around the upper tier of rank 7. Qin Baixing turned around, instructing Jian Yu seriously. I can die, you can also die. But he is needed for the plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jian Yu nodded solemnly in return. I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Qing and the others listened in astonishment. What sort of organization was Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu Immortal disregard losses to themselves. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the mission. To make Gu Immortals so loyal, it was difficult for even super forces to achieve. This was an unimaginable matter. A moment later, the silent Luopa Valley erupted into thunderous explosions. An intensely loud sound filled the whole valley. At the same time, there was a shrill warning. Enemy attack! Fairy Ling Mei, who was warning them, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jian Yu, Hui Fengzi, He Lang Zi, He Qing, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal attacked jointly. The enemy was attacking with such force. How could Fairy Ling Mei defend against them? She only had one thought, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Endy Manor, she and Fairy Ao Shui had control over the rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. They could unleash the killer move Peerless Crescent Moon Slash if they cooperated. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of the signature famous killer moves of Heaven's Endy Manor. Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei had always been together constantly. They were hardly ever separated. But now, because there were limited people in Central Continent's group, they had to encircle the huge area of Luopa Valley. Thus, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had no choice but to split up. Once Shadow Sect's group burst out, Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. She fought alone and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Kill her! Fairy Jianyu, who was at the lead of the 5 Gu Immortals, was bursting with killing intent. Her eyes were red and her attacks were fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was a peerless beauty with grand elegance, none of the 5 Gu Immortals showed her any mercy because of it. Their killer moves were used in succession. They would only stop after Fairy Ling Mei was dead. At the moment between life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely chose to destroy an immortal Gu, stalling 3 breaths of time for her. During this period, Fairy Ling Mei activated a Gu formation. Her body vanished amidst the wind and rain. At the next moment, she appeared far away. Huff! 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 Fairy Ling Mei breathed roughly. Her face was pale. She had escaped with her life. Her face showed lingering fear. Her back was covered in cold sweat. South close, so close. I was at the moment between life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei felt gratitude inside. This Gu formation was set up by Gu Immortal Hong Qiming after putting in a lot of effort. Hong Qiming came from Wind Cloud Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He was skilled in Gu formations and was famous in Central Continent. Gu formations had a point of inferiority to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. They took a long time to activate, and were not flexible enough to be used for a wide range of applications in intense battles. However, once they were activated, they would provide a huge advantage. They were often faster than immortal killer moves and expended less resources. Precisely because of this, Fairy Ling Mei survived. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jianyu sighed internally. The other 4 Gu Immortals also showed regretful looks. Earlier, during the 100 Days battle, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had collaborated to unleash Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They were a huge threat to Shadow Sect. Almost all the Gu Immortals were injured by this move to varying degrees. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect initially had the territorial advantage. However, Central Continent took down their Gu formations one by one, and now, the Central Continent Gu Immortals created their own Gu formations. The outer area of Luopa Valley was now their territory. Since we can't kill her, we will continue charging out, Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She moved with determination and resolution. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's side immediately had a gap in their defenses. They needed to break out of this encirclement quickly. The chance was slipping. Ling Mei, are you alright? Fairy Ao Shui wore a white blouse. She came over quickly, showing shock and anger on her face. We won't let you go. Die here! Shen Jinqi shouted. Isn't it too late now to want to leave? Bu Feiyan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, they were situated quite closely, thus she could arrive first. As for Qin Jinqi and Bu Feiyan, they could reach at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui because they had incredible speed. Jinqi of the 9 Heavens, followed by Feiyan. Damn it! He Qing gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. Qin Jinqi and Bu Feiyan were 2 famous flying grandmasters in the current Central Continent Gu Immortal world. Jinqi of the 9 Heavens referred to Myriad Dragon Dox Qin Jinqi, while followed by Feiyan was speaking about Heavenly Lotus Sect's Bu Feiyan. Jian Yu and the other immortals wanted to break out of this place. Their biggest concern were the pursuers excelling in speed like these 2. Seeing the 3 of them get close, the 5 immortals on Shadow Sect's side did not even say a thing, they only focused on breaking out. At this moment, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 5 immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Qiming. Although Hong Qiming was not inside, his voice was heard from within the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jiuge had already predicted that you would break out. Surrender now, and we might spare your lives. Once he said this, an immensely powerful aura got closer to them like a rushing dragon. This aura was so grand and magnificent, Shadow Sect's members were familiar with it. It was Feng Jiuge. They felt cold sweat breaking out as they showed panic on their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 immortals knew clearly, even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jiuji's match. Was their attempt at escaping going to fail? When the 5 immortals were close to despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that obstructed them. Far away, Hong Qiming's body shook and jolted, as if he was shocked by electricity. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a heavy injury. The one who shot the golden arrow was Qin Baixing. How could he watch as the 5 immortals failed? Thus, he forcefully moved his wounded body, blocking Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Qin Jinqi, and Bufei Yan. The 4 Central Continent Gu immortals arrived quickly but also lost quickly. They did not just lose, they failed completely. Like Feng Jiuge, Qin Baixing was not someone the other Central Continent Gu immortals could stop. Qin Baixing did not kill the 4 immortals from Central Continent, he allowed them to retreat. His attention was primarily focused on Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuji's gaze was shining, he had already understood Qin Baixing's injury. He smiled with much elegance, saying, "You are all rushing about, it is inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my parting song, right? Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song." The 5 immortals on Shadow Sect's side retreated. Someone cried out in pain while another grunted. Green Jade Song's mysterious power affected the 5 immortals to an extent. After being hit, their bodies slowly turned into jade, and the area was spreading continuously. The 5 immortals were resolute figures. They knew this was a problem and immediately shattered or dug out their contaminated flesh. At once, blood flowed like a river. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baixing struck. His powerful soul path technique was aimed at Feng Jiuji's face, pressuring him. Feng Jiuji's expression changed. He quickly defended himself. Qin Baixing had 2 major trump cards. One was the Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression. The other was the Sword Path Killer Move 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals could not even endure one hit from him. Feng Jiuge had 3 trump cards. The first was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. Not only were they powerful and grand, they were also profound and mystical. Feng Jiuji's attention was drawn. Green Jade Song halted as the 5 immortals felt their pressure decreasing. They quickly rushed away for a distance. Qin Baixing used the Metal Path Killer Move again. Golden chains coiled around Feng Jiuji's limbs, tying him up tightly. Feng Jiuge was not frightened. During the 100 Days battle, the two had learned a lot about each other. Qin Baixing's Metal Path Killer Move had little effect on Feng Jiuge. The golden chains were much more effective against Qin Jinqi and others. Against Feng Jiuge, he only needed a breath of time before shattering them. But at this moment, Qin Baixing showed a wry smile on his face. "I'll let you see the true secret within Luopa Valley now." Saying this, he used his method and activated something. Countless mystical lights shot out from the valley. One of them hit Feng Jiuge. "This is..." Feng Jiuge shattered the golden chains, but because this used up his time, he could not dodge the mystical light and was immobilized. "The power of Space Path. How can this be so strong?" Not far away, the 2 fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the mystical light. Their expressions changed as they gasped. As for Qin Jinqi and Bufei Yan, they were extremely fast. They dodged the mystical light. Qin Baixing did not care about them. His main goal was to restrict Feng Jiuge. Right now, half of his goal had been achieved. "Don't struggle. This light is harmless." Feng Jiuge understood at once. He shouted as he reminded them. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were uncertain, but at the next moment, they saw that Feng Jiuge stopped resisting and was dragged into a deep part of Luopa Valley by the mystical light. Qin Baixing's smile became wider. He approached a mystical light and was dragged into the valley as well. Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. They gritted their teeth, deciding to believe Feng Jiuge. They stopped resisting as they entered the valley as well. This change of events was out of everyone's expectations. They were only stunned for a moment before Qin Jinqi reacted and shouted at the Shadow Sect immortals. "Take them down first." This was a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were held back by Qin Jinqi and Bufei Yan. Next, Hong Qiming, Old Lord Kenyang, and Old Man Tianlong arrived, engaging in fierce combat. One side fought desperately to leave, while the other side desperately prevented their escape. Someone save me!" He Qing shouted. He was the weakest here. He was hit by a move and had been detached from the main party. "Ignore him, protect our main target, continue to break out!" Fairy Jianyu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned He Qing, protecting the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal with all her effort. At the same time, deep within Luopa Valley, in a mysterious place. Where is this? Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in shock and suspicion. So this was it. Feng Jiuge, who had entered before them, had already retracted his gaze. This is actually a hidden thieving heaven demon venerable true inheritance. Chapter 924. Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze. In the mystical area, light shined warmly. There were no mountains or rivers, either wind nor land. It was completely blank. That is true. Once Feng Jiuge spoke, Qin Baixing appeared in front of him. Looking at the three immortals from Central Continent, he smiled deeply. If not for thieving heaven demon venerable's arrangement, how could I lure Brother Feng here? Indeed. Even though Qin Baixing was very powerful, he was still at a loss against a 1-in-1,000 years monster like Feng Jiuge. Especially when Qin Baixing's 2 trump cards were not for trapping enemies, they were for killing. To temporarily trap Feng Jiuge, he had to activate the arrangements that thieving heaven demon venerable had personally set up in the past. This really is thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance? Fairy Ling Mei asked in a heated tone. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivators, there were countless geniuses and heroes. But if these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were each like the sun. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Every generation's venerable, be it an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, was at the peak of that era. They dominated the world and were invincible, unparalleled in their time. Among them, thieving heaven demon venerable was also a legend. He excelled in space path and had unparalleled stealing abilities. He even cultivated transformation paths simultaneously and was skilled at disguises. Before he was rank 9, he could transform into all sorts of people and use their identities to achieve his unspeakable motives. He even caused huge commotions over the world, sending it into chaos. Thieving heaven demon venerable also had a close relationship with long hair ancestor. The failure to refine space escape Gu became long hair ancestor's obsession after death. It had become a legend. Such a person, his inheritance, was actually before them. Be it Ling Mei or Ao Shui, these 2 fairies who had icy hearts felt excited. Their hearts were burning with ambition. But Feng Jiuge quickly discouraged them. Don't even think about it. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance is not something you can obtain. Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. That's right, there was still Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing here. With these 2 experts around, how could thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance become theirs? At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt great disappointment. Feng Jiuge's back was facing them. He stood in front of them but understood their emotions. He continued. You misunderstand my words. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance has a strict requirement. Both of you do not fulfill it. I do not fulfill it, and even Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were shocked. One of them asked. There is such a thing? Qin Baixing laughed loudly. Brother Feng really knows a lot about thieving heaven's true inheritance. It seems the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House indeed possesses one of the true inheritances of thieving heaven demon venerable. They have been researching it for a long time. A pity there have been no gains. Feng Jiuge's eyes shined with brilliance. He stared at Qin Baixing, admitting. To think that Brother Qin knows so much about Central Continent's details despite living in Northern Plains. That is true. My sect controls a true inheritance of thieving heaven and have been researching it for many years. We have learned some things after these years. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. Fairy Ling Mei asked. May I ask Lord Feng Jiuge, what is the criteria to inherit it? Maybe we can achieve it. Who knows? Feng Jiuge's gaze had been fixed on Qin Baixing. He did not dare to be careless. He said, Do you know thieving heaven demon venerable's origin? He is not a person of the 5 regions, he is from the outside world, an otherworldly demon. Thus, the inheritances that he left behind only have one requirement towards the inheritor. They have to be an otherworldly demon. I am obviously not one. Brother Qin cannot be one, otherwise he would have inherited it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Are you 2 otherworldly demons? Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui replied, Qin Baixing flicked his sleeves and laughed. He denied the possibility. Impossible. All the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are not otherworldly demons. If not, why would I let any of you in here? Otherworldly demons? They really exist? Since the start of my life, I have never seen one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was actually an otherworldly demon. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were taken aback. Feng Jiuge nodded. Even though otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond our world, then outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, there are bound to be other worlds. Unfortunately, no one has ever ventured out of the Gu world. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They asked again. Other than the 5 regions, there are really other worlds outside. Even if we cannot achieve this condition, the inheritance is fixed in place, while we humans are alive. Don't tell me that even with Lord Feng Jiuji's power, you cannot take it forcefully? They were unwilling to give up. This was a thieving heaven true inheritance. The experts could take the meat while they could have some soup. The 2 female immortals were not greedy for more, they just wanted to have a share of the loot. Qin Baixing sneered. Wishful thinking. Back then, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became rank 9, he still returned empty-handed after encountering a thieving heaven true inheritance. Not only did he get nothing, he even suffered a loss and ended up in a pathetic state. If not for that, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hate otherworldly demons to this extent? The 2 of you think you can obtain this true inheritance? There was such a thing? This is too absurd. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. He could not even take one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances even after he died. Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with their beautiful eyes wide open. They half believed and half doubted this. Feng Jiuge did not refute it, he said solemnly. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's space path attainment was unfathomably deep. It surpasses the imagination of people. There is a theory, because he was an otherworldly demon, when he became a space path Gu Immortal, a special type of space path Dao mark was produced. These Dao marks originate from another world. They are foreign to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now, it seems ordinary, but it had already transcended the Gu world. It is not within the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to obtain the true inheritance, but he was afraid of the implications, thus he failed and suffered a loss, unable to do anything about it. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped in shock. The 2 of them were too inexperienced compared to Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing. This was the first time they had heard about such secrets regarding the Venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt their horizons expanding. But soon, they became worried and anxious. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do anything to this mystical space. How can we get out? Don't worry, as long as we do not move, in 15 minutes, we will be teleported out. Feng Jiuge replied confidently. If it were other Gu Immortals who landed here, they would use their methods to investigate. In that case, they would be in trouble. The time that they were trapped would be extended. But Spirit Affinity House possessed one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, and Feng Jiuge was a higher up in Spirit Affinity House. He knew the proper way to leave this true inheritance. But at this moment, Qin Baixing raised his head and laughed. Feng Jiuge! Since I took great pains to lure you in here, how can I let you leave? Stay here for good. Saying this, Qin Baixing struck. His powerful aura burst into the air. Ling Mei and Ao Shui acted like they were facing a strong foe. Feng Jiuge quickly said, Don't move! In this place, it might seem like we are close to each other, but we are actually very far away from each other. He is trying to lure you to attack. Once you do, this place will change and target whoever attacks. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash from this place, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into his trap. Feng Jiuge was very aware regarding this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. He was clear about the terrifying power of this mystical space. Even though he was proud and powerful, he did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe Feng Jiuge. They held in their impulse and did not attack. But Qin Baixing showed a weird smile. Brother Feng is very confident, but it is a pity that your sect has not researched deeply enough into Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. I wonder what you will do against my next action. He spoke calmly as he activated the Gu worms in his body. His aura burst out and reached its peak. What is he trying to do? Feng Jiuge felt something amiss. He focused himself. His gaze was like lightning, looking at Qin Baixing fixedly. But at the next moment, Qin Baixing's action was something out of the Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They only heard Qin Baixing recite, even after experiencing 54 tribulations, the sky is still filled with tribulation clouds. The soul light in my chest pressures everyone, the sword chi in my fist dominates northern plains. 400 years pass rapidly. How can there be life without death? Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze, I will sweep the heavens for countless light years. His voice was clear and loud, he spoke with a calm expression, his gaze showed a sign of expectation towards the future. After finishing this poem, he smiled lightly at Feng Jiuge. Next, he shut his eyes, all signs of life leaving his body. Feng Jiuge frowned tightly. Even during the 100 Days battle, he did not show such an expression. At this moment, Qin Baixing had actually ended his own life. At the next moment, a clear breeze started from within Qin Baixing's body. Behind Feng Jiuge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Their voices were trembling from fear. They screamed, "Winds of assimilation!" As it turned out, in order to stop Feng Jiuge, Qin Baixing had given up his own life, making the ultimate sacrifice. His method was ruthless. He directly destroyed his own immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed, without other immortal apertures to hold it, winds of assimilation started blowing. Winds of assimilation were extraordinary. They assimilated everything. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid them at all costs. And in this mystical true inheritance space, if 5-finger fist heart sword or heaven and earth song were used, it would only be like a pebble tossed into a lake. At this moment, winds of assimilation blew. Even though it was a clear breeze, the entire mystical space started shaking. It was as if water on a lake was boiled. There were ripples forming in the space unceasingly. Feng Jiuge had a solemn expression. Against Qin Baixing's resolute attack, he had to face it with all of his ability. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had activated their Gu worms, protecting their bodies. Even Feng Jiuge had to activate his immortal Gu. Of course they had to do the same. Leaving the mystical space was another issue now. They had to survive this crisis first. Otherwise, it would be a pointless thing to worry about. Chapter 925. Blazing Glory, Lightning Brilliance. 2 flowers blossomed, each branching in different directions. Ignoring the situation of Qin Baixing sacrificing himself to create the winds of assimilation and trap Feng Jiuge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui in a dangerous situation for now. Looking instead at Jian Yu and the other immortals breaking out. They were about to escape, but He Qing was hit by a killer move and fell. His face was pale as he shouted for help. However, they were all escaping for their lives. Every second was important. At the crucial moment, any hesitation would mean the difference between life and death. The immortals ignored him. They only raised their own speeds to the limits. Fairy Jian Yu was even more heartless. She directly told them to abandon him, disregarding He Qing's life or death. They were so close to escaping. Freedom was right in front of them. He Qing was lagging behind. Couldn't he be useful in stalling the Central Continent Gu immortals? However, he controlled the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. After He Qing died, it might end up in the Central Continent Gu immortals' hands. That was a slight pity to Jian Yu and the others. But it was only slightly regretful. Compared to the immortal Gu House, their own lives were more important. Hee, you can all continue playing around. I'm out of here. While they were breaking out, Hui Fengzi laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His speed rose sharply. In a few breaths of time, he was way ahead of Jian Yu and the others. Seeing Jian Yu and the others' fiery gazes, Hui Fengzi flew even faster. Cooperate with me! Hong Qiming shouted. Gu formations at the outer area activated, giving off bright light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Gu immortals had gained some coordination. Where are you going? Chen Jinqi and Bufei Yan moved out, using a Gu formation at the periphery to chase and block Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was known as the fastest in northern plains. He came and went like the wind. Central Continent Gu immortals had to admit that. Just Chen Jinqi or Bufei Yan alone could not stop Hui Fengzi. But now, they were cooperating with much coordination. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi maneuvered, he could not shake off Qin and Bu. His speed gradually fell as he failed his escape. He deserves it. Jian Yu and the others felt gratified. They turned towards another direction and tried to escape from the side. Go down. Old Lord Qinyang snorted in anger, using his signature life-chasing fire. Hong Qiming followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. He Qing's body was burning in flames. He screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood as countless vines grew from the ground, tying him up firmly. At once, He Qing was trapped. While Hui Fengzi was obstructed, Hong Qiming left He Qing as he chased He Langzi. He activated his killer move, mercilessly attacking He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi had to use his transformation path killer move, turning into the lightning flash giant wolf to resist it. Fairy Jianyu and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were not far away. They were obstructed by Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang. They did not waste time in trash-talking. The four immortals engaged in fierce combat. At once, winds surged and thunderous explosions occurred. The four immortals displayed their might. They shook the surroundings as intense air currents were created, mountains, rocks crumbled and broke. Old Lord Kenyang was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal. When Dong Fang Chang Fan had been pretending to be dead, he had fought unfettered scholar, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han alone. He had excellent battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Old Lord Kenyang. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. He was sent here by Black Heaven Temple for the secret purpose of countering the Sound Path Gu immortal Feng Jiu Gu. Looking at Shadow Sect, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was indeed powerful, but Fairy Jianyu was weaker. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang had the upper hand. They obtained a good chance to strike. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jianyu was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Stand back, let me deal with it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal used his method, replacing Fairy Jianyu and using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Oh? Strange! Old Lord Kenyang was slightly shocked. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he was completely intact. It was as if nothing had happened. Sneaky fellow, show us your true appearance! Old Man Tianlong shouted. His hands clapped together as blades flew out from the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal blocked them as his robe was torn. His appearance was exposed to everyone. Old Lord Kenyang was stunned. You have the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Why are you afraid? He is merely an immortal zombie. Old Man Tianlong howled repeatedly, his attacks becoming fiercer. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. Different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and had turned into an immortal zombie. Humph! Since you found out, there is no point in hiding this anymore. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal tore off his black robe, pouncing at Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was a Fire Path Gu immortal. He was countered by the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. He had the disadvantage. Old Man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jianyu risked her life to block him. Quickly go! Fairy Jianyu screamed. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie angrily snorted, forcing back Old Lord Kenyang. He did not look back. He flew out of Luopa Valley, successfully escaping. Where are you going? Old Lord Kenyang roared, wanting to chase him, but Fairy Jianyu, who was bathed in blood, managed to block him miraculously. It seems that you have given up on living. Is this immortal zombie your lover? Is he worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tianlong's expression was cold. He descended from the sky and his hand hit Fairy Jianyu's back firmly. Boom! Fairy Jianyu was at her wit's end. She could not defend herself. Her chest was shattered as a huge hole appeared. One could see through it. Her beautiful eyes turned hollow. Her purple dress fluttered in the sky, like a butterfly slowly landing on the ground. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jianyu's corpse landed on the ground. Her bones and tendons were broken. Her flesh turned into pulp. Fairy Jianyu died. At this point, Shadow Sect no longer had a chance. Old Lord Kenyang and Old Man Tianlong were free now. They could deal with He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi. Hong Qiming's focus was on restricting He Qing. A moment later, He Lang Zi screamed in a deafening tone. The giant wolf that he had turned into was cut into 2. His corpse turned into a human body. Blood flowed as his internal organs were torn. He died a terrible death. He Qing was left without a choice. He reluctantly activated the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Even though the Immortal Gu House was powerful, it needed to expend a huge amount of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Qing was already bankrupt. He did not have much immortal essence left. There was insufficient immortal essence to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It had less than 1% of its full power. Hong Qiming used his Gu formation to trap it. 15 minutes later, Hui Fengzi lost as well. He was extremely fast and slippery, but after the 100 Days battle, everyone knew each other's abilities. He did not have any special techniques left, and the Central Continent Goo Immortals had an extremely tight defensive ring, like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish that was caught in a net. Even though he struggled intensely, he was bound to lose. "Don't kill me, I surrender." At the moment before death, Hui Fengzi surrendered with a pale expression. The Central Continent Goo Immortals looked at each other, expressing their joy. Death was truly a terrifying thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Central Continent Goo Immortals understood why Hui Fengzi surrendered. "Don't play tricks! Hand over your immortal goo!" The Central Continent Goo Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi did not have any chances left. He sighed deeply as he handed over his immortal goo. Without his immortal goo, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat level dropped. Only until he was completely under control and his life and death was at their whim did the Central Continent Goo Immortals breathe out deeply in relief. Focusing their minds, they started to deal with the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. Hui Fengzi's surrender gave the Central Continent Goo Immortals hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of their immortal essence. The Central Continent Goo Immortals suffered great losses. Their pressure was immense. After capturing Hui Fengzi, the immortal goo they obtained were enough to recoup their losses. If they could obtain the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison as well, they would earn a huge profit from this. 7 minutes later, Dark Prison was taken down by the Central Continent Immortals. But unexpectedly. "Where is He Qing? So decisive! He abandoned this Immortal Goo House immediately and escaped. While we were capturing Hui Fengzi, he secretly dug underground and escaped. He really managed to deceive us." "Humph, a coward who is afraid of death, a person who is barely surviving, he is not worth considering." At this point, the escape attempt of Shadow Sect's side had ended, the battle was over and the dust had settled. "Qin Baixing, Fairy Jiang, you were sacrificed, He Lang Zi died, Hui Fengzi surrendered, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had escaped with the crucial Immortal Goo, He Qing, who had the lowest battle strength, abandoned the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison and escaped. A few months ago, these people attacked Langya Blessed Land with overwhelming might. Over 100 days later, they were either dead, injured, had surrendered, or escaped. Even the powerful Qin Baixing was sacrificed inside Luopa Valley. This showed the cruelty of the Goo cultivation world. Even at Goo Immortal level, they were not free from danger, one could still die easily. More than 10 days later, a figure emerged in Earth Trench. Earth Trench was under the control of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It was guarded by Dark Flow Giant City. But this mysterious figure could enter and leave easily. He did not attract any suspicion. After entering Earth Trench, the mysterious figure was familiar with Earth Trench's terrain as he moved rapidly, taking a shortcut and entering deep into it. A few days later, a giant graveyard appeared before the mysterious figure's vision. "I am finally here." The mysterious figure finally showed his appearance. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie who had escaped from Luopa Valley. As it turned out, Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent's group attacked Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing and Jiang Yu had thought of breaking out and coming here to use their trump card and resolve the crisis in Luopa Valley. But this trump card was extremely important. If it was used abruptly, it could disrupt Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Baixing and the others were hesitant. When they had resolved to use it, the battle had already become very intense. They had no chance to do it anymore. They tried it forcefully, but only sacrificed the Hairy Man Goo Immortals in vain. Now, Luopa Valley was taken over by Central Continent's group. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not come here thinking of revenge and activating Shadow Sect's backup plan. He wanted to hide himself and placed the crucial Immortal Goo here for safekeeping. This Immortal Goo was related to Shadow Sect's crucial plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qin Baixing and Jiang Yu had sacrificed their lives. "Just a bit more time, we just need a bit more time." The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt anger and melancholy. He carried the Immortal Goo and entered deep into the graveyard. This was the graveyard of immortal zombies. He was an immortal zombie. It was too easy to disguise as a member. However, just when the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought that his ordeal was over, and that he was safe, a figure appeared. "Interesting. To think that I would meet a 10 extreme physique immortal zombie here." The person looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, evaluating with an interested tone. His rank 8 aura was emanating. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart was filled with despair. Old ancestor Shue who? Why is he here? Chapter 926. Refining star thought immortal Gu. Who immortal blessed land, underground cave. The Bloodji forest had already spread out to an area of over 30,000 square meters. At the